Chapter 1. On this day, everyone became light. Loyal viewers, recently, unprecedented lights have been appearing in the skies of major cities, drawing widespread attention from all corners. On the morning of March 21st, the city of Nanli was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant radiance, transforming the entire city into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight. On the evening of April 15th, at around 8 o'clock, the city of Behu, which had already slipped into night, was similarly illuminated by a strong light, causing widespread complaints among the populace who found it difficult to sleep. In the early hours of June 7th, the city of Yangqing was also awakened by a sudden flash of light, jolting many citizens from their slumber, with some even grabbing their bags and heading out to work. With the emergence of these intense lights, the duration of daylight has gradually extended, with certain cities experiencing as little as 3 hours of nighttime in an effort to alleviate the boredom of the populace. Some companies have begun implementing a 996-work schedule. To provide reassurance to the public, we have specially invited expert Wang Zhuanjia, who will offer us a scientific explanation. Li Xiaofeng reclined on the sofa, sipping on a soda while watching the news on television, occasionally munching on a few potato chips, feeling utterly relaxed. He paid little heed to the reports, as his city, Wuning, had not experienced such a phenomenon. The news felt distant and irrelevant to him at that moment. At this juncture, Li Xiaofeng was more preoccupied with the impending college entrance examination next year that was his true concern. Dear viewers, hello! I am Wang Zhuanjia. I have been engaged in astronomy and geography for several decades. And since the first instance of the strong light appeared, I have led a team to conduct research. After my tireless investigation, I have concluded that this strong light is merely a normal reaction of the sun, which I have termed the solar flare period. There is no need for alarm. This is all entirely normal. Some may wonder how long this light will persist. I wish to clarify that since the occurrence of the light in Yangqing on June 7th, we have now entered September, and no other city has reported such strong light. I have analyzed the situation, and the solar flare period has conclusively ended, with Yangqing being the last city affected, indicating that the sun's excitement has subsided. Therefore, you can all rest easy. I hereby solemnly announce that the solar flare period has completely passed. What is this? Who turned on the spotlight? I can't see. As Li Xiaofeng watched, just as Wang Zhuanjia concluded his statement, the strong light reappeared after 3 months, causing him to burst into laughter. The show's effects were remarkably impressive. He got up to discard the trash and begin his weekend homework. With a slight sigh, he acknowledged that tomorrow was Monday, and school awaited him. Just as he switched off the television, the program erupted into chaos, but unfortunately, he could not hear it. Since childhood, Li Xiaofeng had been left alone after his parents departed due to an accident, leaving him with only this house and enough funds to see him through university. He had spent all these years by himself, fully accustomed to solitude. College entrance exam, he muttered as he slowly rose. But at that moment, a sudden flash of light outside illuminated the surroundings with blinding intensity, making it difficult to open his eyes. He hurried to the window, shielding his eyes with his hands, straining to see what was happening outside. In that instant, his mouth fell agape, and his heart raced wildly. The dazzling light permeated every corner of the city, as if a deity had descended, yet it did not herald an era of prosperity. Due to this blinding illumination, accidents erupted on the streets, accompanied by screams and shouts of anger. This light was incomparably stronger than any previously witnessed. On this day, everyone transformed into light. Li Xiaofeng hastily drew the curtains. If this light persisted, his eyes might be irreparably harmed. He turned back to the television, eager to discover what had transpired. Loyal viewers, our station continues. As Li Xiaofeng turned on the television, a sudden crackle of static filled the air, the signal faltering, the picture flickering in and out. Monsters, oh my God! Help! Save me! The screen displayed anguished cries and desperate pleas, the sounds piercing and filled with despair. Li Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Could something truly catastrophic have occurred? Why did it feel so eerily sinister? He had no time to ponder. A wave of excruciating pain suddenly surged through his mind. It felt as though a creature had burrowed into his brain, gnawing at his very essence. This agonizing torment was unlike anything he had ever experienced, and he swiftly lost consciousness. Even as he fainted, his body convulsed uncontrollably, foam escaping his mouth, his eyelids turned inside out, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. His convulsions intensified, resembling a chaotic dance, knocking over nearby chairs, his mind entirely lost to the turmoil. Minutes passed, and Li Xiaofeng's solo performance finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 2. Becoming a Zombie. His consciousness gradually returned, and he couldn't help but curse. What the hell is happening? But he was immediately struck dumb. No sound emerged, only a hoarse growl. A flicker of fear coursed through him as he attempted to rise slowly. Yet his body felt rigid, unresponsive, and he fell back to the ground. After repeated attempts, he finally managed to stand. Though his posture was grotesque, he was at least upright. At that moment, he realized something was amiss with himself. He slowly lowered his head and heard a faint crack in his neck. Could it be about to snap? Finally, he bent down in action that was typically simple proved excruciatingly difficult. Li Xiaofeng gazed at his hands, pale and transformed, with elongated, sharp nails. Strange veins surfaced, and his skin resembled the wrinkled bark of a tree, exuding an unsettling aura. What the hell is happening? Am I evolving or mutating? A superhero emerging? Li Xiaofeng yearned to catch a glimpse of his reflection, his distorted form leading him slowly to the bathroom. The bathroom was not far from the living room, a mere few steps would suffice. Yet, that short distance felt insurmountable, as if his body was no longer under his control, his legs unable to bend, his joints feeling as though they had been shattered, his gait bizarre. In that moment, he even wondered if he were to enter a modeling competition, would he make a stunning impression? This gait was something no ordinary person could replicate. Several minutes later, Li Xiaofeng nearly dragged himself into the bathroom. Fortunately, he lived alone and never closed the door while using the restroom. Had he needed to open it again, he couldn't fathom the effort it would have required. At that moment, he was immensely grateful for this advantage. He approached the mirror and upon seeing his reflection froze. His face was pale, hair sparse, eyes of vivid crimson, devoid of emotion. His mouth hung slightly open, drool seeping out and dripping down. He resembled a veritable zombie. I have truly become a zombie, and my body is far too rigid. Looking again at his sparse hair, he resembled a programmer who had been coding for decades. His eyes were not only red but also bulged wide, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. Even he was frightened by his own appearance. His mouth dripped like a beast, saliva pooling everywhere. At that moment, his mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Ding! Detecting host life status. Detecting host species. Detection complete, all criteria met. Initiating transformation. Zombie evolution system commencing binding. 150. 99. System binding complete, activation commencing. As Li Xiaofeng marveled at his appearance, a cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated in his mind. A system? Even as a zombie, I remained the protagonist. Li Xiaofeng wanted to look up at the heavens, to showcase his isolation atop the world. Crack! A sharp sound of bones cracking rendered his body rigid in an instant. Damn it! I forgot I'm a zombie. Li Xiaofeng slowly lowered his head, gingerly adjusting it with his hands. He could not guarantee that if his head were to detach, he would still survive. Suddenly, a screen materialized in his mind, displaying only one option: host information. He gently focused his thoughts, and a screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Li Xiaofeng. Rank, First Tier Ordinary Zombie. Evolution Value, 0-100. Abilities, Ruin Nerves, Virus Infection, Bloody Evolution. Ruin Nerves. Due to the infection of the zombie virus, multiple nerves in your body have been damaged, bestowing upon you the following zombie traits. When your movements are slow, joints stiff, making it difficult to catch up with ordinary humans. 2. You have lost your sense of pain, and both your vision and hearing have been significantly impaired. However, your sense of smell is acute, allowing you to detect fresh flesh from hundreds of meters away. 3. As a zombie, you no longer experience fatigue. Given time, you could stroll around the planet. For the zombie virus has amplified your strength, exceeding that of an average adult male by 3-fold. Virus infection. The zombie virus within you possesses a formidable contagion. Any human you bite will become one of your kind. Bloody evolution. With each new infected individual, the virus within you strengthens, and you will gain evolution points. Skills none. Evaluation. This is an unremarkable little zombie, evenly matched with a typical adult male. Provided you can catch up with them. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. The multitude of characters appeared quite impressive at first glance, however. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't shake the feeling that they seemed rather feeble. Aren't the zombies of the apocalypse known for their relentless pursuit and merciless slaughter of humanity? How did it come to pass that my situation feels so evenly matched? Li Xiaofeng felt a tinge of frustration. He had anticipated a rise to prominence, only to discover he was still a mere underdog. Chapter 3. Instinct. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng seemed to hear a faint scream, reminiscent of a mosquito buzzing nearby. He slowly approached the window and gazed out at the scene, only to find himself momentarily transfixed. The intense, blinding light had vanished, replaced by a crimson glow illuminating the earth below, adding a sinister and bloody atmosphere. Outside, terrified individuals were continuously screaming and fleeing, pursued by the sluggish zombies. Although the crowd was in a state of panic, few were actually bitten by the undead. Their movements were simply too lethargic. Only a handful of psychologically fragile individuals, who had already succumbed to despair, sat weeping in place, becoming easy prey as a zombie sank its teeth into them, tearing away large chunks of flesh, rendering them unconscious. Yet Li Xiaofeng knew that the unfortunate souls would soon succumb to infection and inevitably transform into new zombies. The streets were predominantly occupied by the undead, indicating the virus's formidable capacity for infection. That he couldn't help but sigh, realizing that once again, he found himself aligned with the masses, firmly grasping the truth of the situation. Some individuals had already reached the base of Li Xiaofeng's building, staring at the panicked crowd. Instinctively, a primal urge to devour them surged within him, his eyes becoming increasingly crimson, and his entire being grew agitated. Was this the instinct of a zombie? Li Xiaofeng gently twitched his nose, savoring the aroma of delicious flesh, almost compelled to leap from the window. However, he managed to suppress such thoughts. Plunging to his death upon becoming a zombie would leave him no chance to navigate within the horde. Reflecting on his unique ability, bloody evolution, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. He still held the potential to grow stronger. He realized he must seize the opportunity, while the populace remained terrified and unwilling to confront the zombies, to undergo further evolution and emerge as a powerful entity. Should he wait until the people regained their composure, the zombies would likely be much less rampant, and there was a possibility that military forces would emerge to quell the chaos. Bullets and artillery were not something he could currently withstand. Evolution, evolution, delectable humans, I am coming. Am I not human? How could such terrifying thoughts arise? Li Xiaofeng suddenly felt a jolt of realization. Despite his transformation into a zombie, his consciousness should still retain its humanity. However, that exhilarating sensation from the depths of his soul abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Roar! Li Xiaofeng let out a hoarse growl, imbued with an air of dominance. Bang! In a moment of turning, he lost control of his body once more, tumbling to the ground, his head colliding with the toilet, dissipating the imposing aura he had cultivated. Damn it! Li Xiaofeng felt as if 1,000 mythical beasts roared past him. This was too difficult. He twisted his awkward steps, and through persistent effort, finally reached the door. He attempted to bend his hands, but this seemingly simple action proved nearly impossible. His fingers could barely curl, unable to form a proper fist. Fortunately, opening the door was not overly complicated. He slammed his right hand against the doorknob and pushed his body forward, causing the door to swing open. Bang! However, failing to halt his momentum in time, he fell once more at the threshold. Run! It's a zombie! In the not-so-distant secure stairwell, a panicked crowd was fleeing, and upon catching sight of Li Xiaofeng's grotesque posture and ghastly arms, they erupted into terrified screams. Li Xiaofeng emitted a beast-like roar, prompting the crowd to scatter. Unwilling to linger on this floor, he slowly rose, ignoring the fleeing individuals. Even though their speed far surpassed his, each step of the staircase felt insurmountable to him. Instead of heading towards the secure staircase, he made his way to the elevator. Since he could not catch up to the fleeing humans, he would lie in wait here. Though transformed into a zombie, his intellect remained intact. but he cautiously extended his pale right hand and pressed the elevator button. But he stood close to the elevator doors, seemingly able to scent fresh blood and flesh, residing on the 9th floor. He watched as the elevator ascended slowly, excitement coursing through him, a primal instinct akin to the reflex of blinking or the knee-jerk response. Utterly uncontrollable. Inside the elevator, a couple, 2 young men, and an elderly man with a child were all visibly stricken with terror. Their faces pale, with the elderly man continuously sweating profusely. This apocalyptic crisis had struck too suddenly. Who would have anticipated that the radiant light would carry such an insidious zombie virus? Grandpa, I'm so scared. Wah! The child cried incessantly, his face etched with fear, gripping his grandfather's hand tightly, trembling uncontrollably. The boy had witnessed the monstrous beings pouncing on people in the street, biting into them, the splattered blood even staining his shoes. This would likely haunt him for a lifetime. Shut up, stop crying. A university student, filled with rage, shouted angrily that he wore glasses, and though his youthful face usually appeared charming, it was now marred by terror and fury. The apocalyptic scene had rendered the student's nerves sensitive and frail, and the child's incessant sobbing only fueled his ire. Chapter 4. Surprise, young man. You've had an education. How can you lack such basic decency? The elderly man beside the boy reprimanded the student upon hearing his outburst. The group inside the elevator erupted into a quarrel, with 2 of the young men even on the verge of physical confrontation, while the couple joined in, turning the situation chaotic. The advent of the apocalypse had prompted a change in everyone. None of the 6 individuals realized that the elevator had halted on the 9th floor. As the doors slowly opened, a zombie was pressed against the entrance, its blood-red, merciless eyes fixed on them all. A zombie flee! The girl caught a glimpse of Li Xiaofeng from the corner of her eye, her eyes widening in sheer terror. The bickering and shoving among the group came to an abrupt halt. As if time itself had frozen, all eyes were rigidly fixed on the elevator door. Those cold, crimson eyes, glinting with a beastly light, were slightly ajar, drool dripping from its mouth, its pale visage resembling a malevolent specter. Surprise! Li Xiaofeng's mouth opened wide, releasing a monstrous roar that sent shivers down the spines of the 6 individuals. None could have anticipated that a zombie awaited them at the elevator entrance. But they could hardly fathom that this very zombie had pressed the elevator button. The man in the elevator was the first to scream, unexpectedly shoving his girlfriend out into the waiting jaws of Li Xiaofeng. Ah, Wang Su, you beast. The young woman's face was etched with despair. She could not believe that her boyfriend, who had always professed his love, would push her into the abyss to save himself. The girl, clad in revealing attire, her long, fair legs glistening like jade, and her striking features, was now cradled in Li Xiaofeng's grasp. Yet, at that moment, he held no other thoughts. Driven by instinct, he opened his mouth wide and lunged for her neck. A sizable chunk of flesh was torn away, the excruciating pain rendering the young woman nearly unconscious, collapsing in his embrace. Meanwhile, the other 5 seized the opportunity and hastily fled from the elevator. Her boyfriend led the charge, and not a single soul looked back at her. Li Xiaofeng injected the virus into the young woman's body. A wave of euphoric relief coursed through his being. He had anticipated that as a former human, tearing into the flesh of his kind would evoke feelings of revulsion or disgust, but he was utterly mistaken. The zombie virus appeared to have altered more than just his physical form, infecting more individuals, achieving evolution. That was the virus's inherent instinct. Rather than his consciousness controlling his body, it felt as though the virus was manipulating his very awareness. There was no time for further contemplation. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly reverberated in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully infected 1 human. Evolution value 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution points surged to 10100, but he carried the unconscious young woman out of the elevator. Ready to embark on his next hunt, he tossed her at his feet, eager to observe how long it would take for the virus to transform her into a zombie. The elevator doors opened repeatedly, revealing nothing within. It seemed that during such a crisis, only a handful dared to ride the elevator. Yet, Li Xiaofeng had all the patience in the world. The unconscious girl began to exhibit visible changes. Her once radiant complexion grew pale, veins pulsating as if on the verge of bursting. Simultaneously, her previously smooth and glossy skin began to dry and wrinkle, gradually taking on the characteristics of a zombie. Minutes later, she slowly stood up, her eyes now a blood-red void, her mouth slightly ajar, emitting a hoarse growl. The Li Xiaofeng was astonished by the virus's terrifying efficacy. It could transform a person into a zombie in such a short span. However, the newly created zombie seemed to turn away, as if seeking fresh blood and flesh. That Li Xiaofeng's roar proved futile. He even dashed in front of her, raising his arms and making a grotesque face, hoping to gauge her reaction. Yet, she appeared utterly unresponsive. Did she possess no soul or consciousness? It seemed he was indeed a unique case. But damn it, wasn't she infected by me? Why would she not heed my command? Ding! Host level is too low to command zombies. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, surprised that the system had answered his query, that he mentally inquired whether he could receive evolution points for having infected another human. Ding! Host zombie virus level is too low. Secondary infections will not yield evolution points. Damn. I orchestrated my plans with meticulous precision, wielding my extraordinary intellect to ensnare an individual, only to discover that my efforts yielded a mere 10 advancement points, devoid of any other benefits. The system merely informed me that his current tier was too low for further actions. However, should his rank ascend, the possibilities would expand. That a sinister chuckle escaped my lips, though only a raspy cry emerged, sending chills down the spine. Chapter 5. A doorstep offering with newfound motivation coursing through me. I resumed my hunt. That my current speed was woefully inadequate, compelling me to rely on a more passive strategy. Although this method lacked efficiency, it was still swifter than the other zombies on the 9th floor where I resided. There were 4 households, one of which belonged to a newlywed couple. The husband, Lin Quan, and his wife, Shini, had only recently tied the knot and were fervently pursuing their careers, believing that such a fulfilling and sweet life would persist indefinitely. Little did they know that the apocalypse would strike so abruptly. It was a weekend, a rare moment of respite for the couple. That Lin Quan indulged in a computer game. An unprecedented blinding light erupted outside, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly. Fortunately, the brilliance quickly dissipated, replaced by an eerie red glow that enveloped the ground. Before he could comprehend the situation, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the kitchen. Rushing to investigate, he found his wife, Shin Yi, sprawled on the floor, twitching uncontrollably, her body undergoing a grotesque transformation. That in a state of panic, Lin Quan attempted various remedies to no avail. Just as he was about to call for an ambulance, his wife inexplicably rose to her feet. The terror-stricken visage before him was a far cry from the beautiful face he had known, leaving him frozen in disbelief. With a guttural roar, the woman who had been preparing lunch now regarded him as her next meal. "Help!" Lin Quan screamed in terror, darting around the house. Luckily, his wife moved sluggishly, unable to catch up with him. Ultimately, he flung open the door and bolted, desperate to escape towards the elevator. To his astonishment, another figure awaited him at the elevator entrance, likely a student. Albeit with a slight hunch that as the elevator doors opened, Lin Quan noticed the stranger hesitating to enter. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped inside, ready to invite the individual to join him, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Li Xiaofeng was equally taken aback. Initially disheartened by yet another failed hunt, he was now presented with an unsuspecting prey stepping directly into his trap. Their eyes locked in a profound gaze. In that fleeting moment, eternity seemed to hang in the balance. Had it not been for the blood trickling from Li Xiaofeng's lips and the pallor washing over Lin Quan's face, this would have been a scene of exquisite beauty. My God! Lin Quan's voice was hoarse, laced with sheer terror. He could hardly fathom that a zombie awaited him at the elevator. What on earth was happening? A sinister smile crept across Li Xiaofeng's face, revealing a more terrifying countenance as he raised his hands to seal the elevator doors shut. As the zombie advanced, Lin Quan's survival instincts surged to their peak. He lunged forward, attempting to knock the creature aside to escape. However, Li Xiaofeng was quicker, pouncing like a ravenous wolf while Lin Quan was momentarily distracted. Lin Quan's screams echoed in vain. Despite the zombie's sluggish movements and rigid frame, its strength far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Once ensnared, his fate was all but sealed. A gruesome scene unfolded within the elevator as Lin Quan's lifeblood flowed freely, his cries gradually fading into silence. Li Xiaofeng spat out the remnants of flesh from his mouth. The instinct of the zombie virus seemed less about devouring flesh and more about spreading the infection to others. Ding! Host successfully infected one individual. Advancement points 10. Li Xiaofeng dragged Lin Quan's lifeless body from the elevator, carelessly discarding it on the floor before closing the doors once more. That moment, a female zombie emerged slowly from an adjacent door. Li Xiaofeng surmised she must be the man's wife. Having frightened him out, unbeknownst to Lin Quan, he had barely escaped the tiger's den only to stumble into the wolf's lair. Li Xiaofeng made a face at the female zombie, but she paid him no mind, beginning to wander in search of humans to infect. The following day passed slowly as Li Xiaofeng awaited new opportunities. What he had believed to be a flawless plan was thwarted by the realization that others were not foolish. In times of crisis, no one dared to use the elevator. It had often been said that in emergencies, one should avoid elevators and opt for the stairs as a safe exit. How true those words had proven to be. Over the course of the day, he managed to infect 2 more individuals, raising his advancement points to 40, 100. Yet, to reach the next stage, he needed to infect 6 more, with the return of fleeing humans to their homes. The number of elevator riders was bound to dwindle, especially given that the interior was now stained with blood. Anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid it at all costs. It was imperative to devise alternative hunting methods. Chapter 6. Intelligence in Action. Li Xiaofeng stepped to the window, where a pervasive red glow still lingered. As he lifted his gaze to the sky, he was struck with astonishment. The familiar sunlight had vanished, replaced by a blood-red sun hanging ominously in the sky, casting an eerie crimson hue across the desolate landscape. The once bustling streets lay in ruins, choked with abandoned cars and devoid of life, save for the staggering zombies that roamed aimlessly. Dried bloodstains marred the windows, roads, and railings, while a gentle breeze stirred newspapers and leaves, creating a haunting tableau of the apocalypse. This was humanity's end, yet the dawn of the zombie era. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the sanguine sun, propping his chin in contemplation, that he could ascertain that he had been hunting for at least 10 hours. It was undoubtedly deep into the night. This was a sun that would never set. Just then, the security door beside him swung open abruptly, and a figure dashed toward him, shrieking in terror. What a fortuitous turn of events! Li Xiaofeng's heart leapt with joy as he ambled forward. His crimson eyes coldly fixated on the newcomer, mouth slightly agape, ready to pounce. In an unexpected twist, a yellow-haired dog surged forth, tackling the individual to the ground, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva, tearing into flesh. Blood gushed forth as the dog feasted voraciously, its eyes ablaze with ferocity and frenzy. Li Xiaofeng momentarily froze, then gracefully pivoted, moving with an unsettling fluidity. What in the world was that? A 2-meter-tall dog. Was this some sort of beast? To think that in addition to zombies, there were mutated creatures. The power and size of this beast were on an entirely different level from the zombies. Fortunately, the yellow-haired dog seemed solely interested in fresh blood and flesh, regarding Li Xiaofeng as nothing more than a corpse. Casting him a fleeting glance before returning to its meal, Li Xiaofeng staggered back into his home, cautiously glancing at the yellow-haired dog before exerting all his strength to shut the door. The dangers of this world were overwhelming. He needed to evolve swiftly. With just 60 more points required for evolution, his strength would undoubtedly increase. It was time to think of other strategies that Li Xiaofeng began to ponder. Despite a full day of hunting, he felt no exhaustion. Such was the advantage of being a zombie, that if given the chance to start over, "Would you love me?" a melody echoed, startling Li Xiaofeng. Was that his phone ringing? He approached it slowly. Since becoming a zombie, his vision had significantly diminished, yet he ultimately discerned the caller ID, 12,138, marked as a suspected scam by 74,360 users. That he stood there, momentarily dazed. Was this dedication taken too far? In such dire times, it seemed utterly absurd. After a brief interval, the call ended abruptly. The absurdity of the call faded, and Li Xiaofeng regained his composure. Was there still a signal? Upon closer inspection of the phone screen, he noticed a faint bar indicating service. The global communication network had yet to collapse. An idea struck him. He suddenly conceived a brilliant plan. Attempting to open the browser proved challenging, as his fingers were stiff and unbending. Fortunately, with both hands working together, he achieved his goal. Download the recording for help. Half an hour later, he accomplished what would have taken mere minutes in the past, gazing at the recording on his phone. He couldn't help but marvel at his newfound intelligence. At least he was the top genius among zombies. With his right hand spread open, the zombie clutched the phone, shuffling along with an odd gait. This bizarre scene would sadly go unseen by anyone. That Li Xiaofeng shook his head slightly, scanning the area for the yellow-haired beast, feeling a wave of relief as he found it absent. There were 4 households on his floor. 3 had already fallen, leaving only 1 remaining. Li Xiaofeng approached the door of that last household, exerting considerable effort to finally press the play button on his phone. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me?" The recording played, sounding somewhat strange, but at this point, who would notice? After all, no one would think to play a recording in such dire circumstances. Simultaneously, Li Xiaofeng's head began to gently knock against the security door. His arms were unable to bend, making a normal knocking motion impossible. An uncanny scene unfolded. A solitary zombie relentlessly battered its head against the door, producing a rhythmic knocking sound. Its arms raised high, perfectly obscured the peephole, while a phone incessantly played panicked cries for help. Were it not for the witness of one's own eyes, one might genuinely believe someone was pleading for rescue. "Who is it? Who's out there?" A man's voice resonated, filled with confusion. Yet the outside remained unresponsive, persistently repeating the 2 desperate phrases, only for Li Xiaofeng's knocking to suddenly quicken. Chapter 7. Task System. The man held no suspicions. After all, a zombie could not possibly speak. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, attempting to discern the identity of the visitor through the peephole. Disappointment struck him. The peephole appeared to be obstructed by a hand, revealing only pale skin. Coupled with the fact that the voice calling for help belonged to a woman, he harbored no further doubts. Gradually, the man opened the door, but as soon as it creaked ajar, a ghastly, pale arm gripped the edge tightly. A surge of alarm coursed through him. An overwhelming sense of unease and dread welled up. The fingertips of that arm were sharp, still stained with dried blood. Li Xiaofeng hastily discarded his phone and yanked the security door wide open. The man was thrown into a state of panic. It was clearly a woman crying for help, yet suddenly, a zombie had materialized. A voice modulator? In his terror, the man began to entertain wild thoughts. Forgetting to flee to AT that moment, Li Xiaofeng lunged toward him. The strength of a creature beyond an adult's capacity left the man utterly defenseless. Ding! The host has successfully infected 1 individual. Evolution points 10. Li Xiaofeng rose slowly, gazing at the fallen man, devoid of any remorse. The zombie virus was transforming him. If he did not evolve swiftly, he would be the one facing death. From the moment he became a zombie, everything had irrevocably changed. This was not a battle of morality, but a struggle for survival. There was no right or wrong, only life and death. Li Xiaofeng stepped over the man and ventured further into the room, only to be met with disappointment. The man also lived alone. After exiting the room, he exerted tremendous effort to retrieve his phone, and upon switching it on, he was astonished to find it still functional. A counterfeit device, yet remarkably resilient. Li Xiaofeng began his descent via the elevator, continuing on his path of evolution. The building he inhabited boasted 24 floors, with 4 households on each level. Surely, among the hundreds of residents, survivors would exist. This night, he must evolve to the 2nd tier. Rather than commencing from the ground floor, he opted to start from the top, as survival rates were generally higher on the uppermost floors. After all, ordinary zombies would not take the elevator. That night, the building became the stage for bizarre occurrences that a lone zombie persistently knocked its head against doors while broadcasting eerie recordings from a phone. The blood-red sunlight illuminated its face, adding an air of malevolence. As time elapsed, though the sky showed no signs of change, the phone displayed the precise time. 06:42. The deep night had passed, ushering in the dawn. Yet unlike previous mornings, no early rising workers were present. Only tireless zombies roamed the halls. Through a night of terror, Li Xiaofeng had instilled endless dread within the building as a solitary zombie continually knocked on doors, playing haunting phone recordings in search of survivors. Ding! The host has successfully infected 1 individual. Evolution points 10. Current evolution points 100100. The host begins to evolve. Evolution complete. Current tier, 2nd tier ordinary zombie. The host's strength has doubled. Speed slightly enhanced, vision and hearing have improved marginally, and bodily agility has increased. Ding! The system has detected the host's advancement to Tier 2, and the task system is officially activated. Tasks are being autonomously generated. Task generation complete. Please check for details. Li Xiaofeng stood frozen in place, sensing a mysterious power coursing through his rigid form, which dissipated in mere moments. However, he distinctly felt his strength augmented and his agility improved. The most notable change was that he could now walk with relative normalcy. Although still somewhat awkward, he had acquired a discernible difference from ordinary zombies. Should he be seen now, onlookers might merely assume he had a limp. Perhaps even encouraging him to walk a few more steps, that he tested the bending of his fingers. While he could not yet form a fist, he was able to curl them significantly, as if he had become considerably stronger. Reflecting on the system's earlier prompt, the task system had been initiated. He delved into his mind, and indeed, beyond the host information, a task option had emerged. Ding. System tasks are categorized into weekly tasks and random tasks. Weekly tasks are issued every week based on the host's capabilities, offering generous rewards but presenting higher difficulties. Random tasks are automatically triggered by the system according to the host's environment, with rewards and difficulties varying. Chapter 8. The Cunning Zombie Weekly Task, Restoration of Dignity. Eliminate a first-tier mutated beast. Description. In this apocalyptic world, as a zombie, you seem to have become a ruler. All humans fear your virus. However, every creature has its nemesis. A small mutated beast could easily snap your neck. Zombie youth, go forth. Restore dignity for your zombie kin. Difficulty. 2 stars. Task duration. Within 7 days. Reward. Random enhancement of one of your physical abilities. Random task. Li Xiaofeng stood still, gazing at the blood sun in the sky through the window, enveloped in a faint sadness. Restore your dignity. My foot. That monstrous golden retriever could probably crack my skull with a single paw. The task seemed unreliable. It was far more prudent to infect humans, accumulate evolution points, and enhance his own abilities. After battering the security door for an entire night, Li Xiaofeng felt a slight swelling on his forehead. Though devoid of any pain, it was of little consequence. Despite the arrival of daylight, the external environment remained unchanged, with a faint red glow lingering throughout the floors. Li Xiaofeng continued his knocking, as his actions were sluggish and he possessed remarkable patience. Managing to reach the 14th floor after an entire night, infecting 7 survivors in total, but he had barely achieved the basic goal, yet the path to evolution still stretched long ahead. He needed to strive harder. However, upon reaching the 11th floor, he gave up. Not only did no one answer his knocks, but his phone had also exhausted its battery, which he carelessly stowed in his pocket, and he began to contemplate his next course of action. All doors remained firmly shut. As a zombie, it was impossible to gain entry, and he could only wait for them to emerge of their own volition. The outbreak had unfolded so swiftly that most residents could not have stocked up on provisions. They would undoubtedly succumb to starvation soon, and the imminent threat of death would compel them to venture out. Though his speed had been enhanced once, it still paled in comparison to ordinary humans. I must find a place to lie in wait. Anticipating their arrival, Li Xiaofeng returned to his home, casually retrieving a closed pole, and then took the elevator down to the ground floor. The floor was strewn with chaotic bloodstains. Indicative of a struggle that had transpired, he positioned the closed pole at the elevator entrance, ensuring the doors could not close, compelling any other residents wishing to descend to utilize the stairwell. Thus, passing through this crucial point, he observed several zombies wandering the first floor, akin to wild beasts in search of food. Raising his hands, he shoved them all out. Roar. Though the zombies lacked intellect, they still emitted a few growls. Why are you roaring so loudly? Li Xiaofeng retorted defiantly, immediately returning the roar. After a while, all the zombies had vacated the building, and Li Xiaofeng secured the exit door as well. Should any humans venture downstairs in search of sustenance, they would not flee merely due to the presence of a few zombies, that he slowly moved to the rear of the safe stairwell, pressing himself against it, cloaked in shadows that concealed his form. Without careful examination, one would remain oblivious to the fact that a rather cunning zombie lurked there, that if anyone descended the stairs, they would proceed directly towards the staircase, never suspecting that a zombie lay hidden in the shadows behind. When people finally relaxed their vigilance, turning their backs to him, he would emerge slowly, ready to strike. Li Xiaofeng could not help but emit a sinister chuckle, though it merely manifested as a few raspy growls, evoking an aura of terror. Time crept by slowly. This was an exceedingly monotonous wait. Most individuals would crumble under such tedium, but the zombie virus had imbued Li Xiaofeng with remarkable patience. Akin to a hunting beast, fully focused on his sense of smell, and fresh blood or flesh could elude his nose. This was the optimal method to acquire evolution points, as his speed was still woefully inadequate. Pitting a 70 or 80-year-old against a young adult in a race would be nothing short of torture. Li Xiaofeng had considered waiting at the supermarket to ambush unsuspecting prey, but the number of zombies there was overwhelming, and competition would be fierce. Furthermore, in peaceful times, the humans venturing to the community supermarket would undoubtedly be the true elite. Such individuals might not surface for an entire week. After all, the community was now rife with wandering zombies. While this building had but a few, ensuring that many survivors would successfully reach the ground floor. The second day of the apocalypse quickly passed. This day yielded nothing, yet it had been within Li Xiaofeng's expectations. Most residents' refrigerators contained sufficient food to sustain them for 2 days. More importantly, if one did not eat within 2 days, they would not face a life-threatening crisis. However, venturing out to seek food would certainly pose a risk to their lives. The discerning humans would naturally weigh the two choices carefully. However, they seem to have forgotten that in a state of hunger, the frailty of the body increases the risks associated with foraging for food exponentially. Or perhaps it is not that they have forgotten, but rather that they have deliberately chosen to ignore it. The prevailing mindset of the majority is simply to survive another day. Chapter 9. Someone has arrived. The third day of the apocalypse swiftly approached. Li Xiaofeng remained steadfast against the secure staircase, having not moved an inch throughout the day, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. This, too, is one of the advantages of being a zombie. Listening to the incessant roars echoing from outside brought him an inexplicable sense of calm. It seemed he had completely embraced his new identity as one of the undead. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden, slow, and orderly cadence of footsteps arose, though Li Xiaofeng's hearing had diminished significantly, rendering it hard to discern. The sounds he perceived were merely figments of his imagination, for he could smell the fresh scent of flesh drawing nearer, and it was approaching rapidly. At last, someone had arrived. A flicker of excitement coursed through Li Xiaofeng's heart. The long wait of the day had not been in vain. Just as he had anticipated, no one descended the elevator. Although an encounter was still possible, the element of surprise was now lost. He feared the possibility of being inadvertently killed. As the footsteps drew closer, Li Xiaofeng, with his keen sense of smell, discerned that 3 individuals were making their way down. Finally, he could hear the footsteps clearly. The trio had evidently reached the second floor. Their steps were slow and cautious, a testament to the alertness that accompanied the perilous nature of their situation. Just 2 flights of stairs. Comprising a mere 20 steps, the 3 took a full 3 minutes to descend, their movements painstakingly deliberate. Yet Li Xiaofeng possessed even greater patience, remaining utterly still, pressed against the staircase, utilizing the shadows to obscure his presence entirely. The trio finally reached the ground floor, glancing around to confirm that no zombies lingered, and they exhaled a collective sigh of relief, cautiously approaching the exit, preparing to burst forth. Little did they know, a zombie was stealthily trailing behind them, making not a sound. Should they discover him, it would surely terrify them to the core. Each of the 3 wielded weapons. The foremost held a strength bar, a weapon that, if hurled with force, could swiftly snap a zombie's fragile neck. The second bore a frying pan, which would likely deliver a crushing blow to any zombie that dared approach. The last among them brandished a gleaming kitchen knife, its blade evidently sharpened prior to their departure. Yet Li Xiaofeng found it perplexing that anyone still possessed a whetstone at home. What left him speechless, however, was the sight of the trio clad in leather jackets. Reminiscent of characters from The Matrix. It was September, yet he could not help but admire their resilience. Nevertheless, this attire did provide a degree of protection. A zombie's claws are sharp, and even without being bitten, the risk of infection loomed should they penetrate flesh. Li Xiaofeng edged closer, his heart trembling at the scent of fresh blood emanating from the 3, gazing at the vulnerable throats within arm's reach. He lunged forward, sinking his razor-sharp teeth into flesh, the terrifying zombie virus coursing into their bodies. Help! Save me! The man cried out in response to the sudden, excruciating pain, while the others reacted in horror, their faces etched with fear. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? The second man, filled with dread, felt his heart race. He had never anticipated encountering a zombie at their rear. As the last of the trio succumbed to pain, collapsing to the ground and desperately clutching at the wound in a futile effort to preserve his life. Li Xiaofeng opened his mouth wide, raising his hands to pounce upon the middleman. Though enveloped in terror, that man still made a valiant attempt to resist, swinging the frying pan forcefully at Li Xiaofeng's head. Bang! The two collided, but Li Xiaofeng paid it no mind, lunging once more to seize the middleman. As the infection from the zombie virus took hold, the middleman's vision blurred, and he gradually lost consciousness, collapsing to the floor. Moments later, a new zombie rose to its feet, once again pushed outside by Li Xiaofeng. The potency of the zombie virus was truly terrifying. If humanity did not act swiftly, this planet would soon become a paradise for the undead. Li Xiaofeng returned to his previous position, resuming his hunting strategy. The cycle repeating itself, that on the third day of the apocalypse, no one dared to descend further. It appeared that many could withstand hunger. However, the following days would be Li Xiaofeng's time to reap the rewards. Weakened humans would inevitably gamble with their lives. Without stamina, how could they hope to contend with Li Xiaofeng? The young man who had discarded his strength bar had indeed not returned on the fourth day. Others began to attempt descending the stairs once more. Li Xiaofeng remained motionless, akin to the most cunning of hunters, awaiting his prey to fall into the trap he had meticulously devised, to his surprise. A middle-aged man descended, brandishing an iron rod. Yet, despite his usual high standing, he was now filled with trepidation, his hands trembling slightly. It seemed the iron rod bolstered his courage. He cautiously approached the first floor, his eyes wide with fear as he scanned his surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of zombies, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the bloodstains on the ground caused him to shudder involuntarily. Evidence of the two individuals Li Xiaofeng had infected the day prior. Their blood splattered across the staircase. Gripping the iron rod tightly, the middle-aged man reached the ground floor, approaching the exit in search of sustenance, when suddenly he felt an unsettling chill caress his neck. As he turned to investigate, a wave of intense pain struck him. He spun around, swinging the iron rod ferociously at Li Xiaofeng's head. Bang! The impact echoed, yet Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed, lunging at the middle-aged man once more. As the grip of the zombie virus tightened, the man's eyes began to glaze over, and he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Moments later, another new zombie staggered to its feet, once again pushed outside by Li Xiaofeng. The virulence of the zombie virus was nothing short of alarming. If humanity failed to act swiftly, the planet would soon be overrun by the undead. Li Xiaofeng returned to his original position, continuing his hunting strategy, and the cycle resumed. The following 3 days, an increasing number of survivors attempted to venture out in search of food, some even banding together in groups. This not only instilled courage in them, but more importantly, it allowed them to evade the zombies. They merely needed to outrun their companions rather than the undead. A horde of famished individuals embarked on a perilous journey, yet they were nothing more than a disorganized mob. Li Xiaofeng's overwhelming presence frightened some into fainting from sheer exhaustion. When they awoke, they had already become zombies. Li Xiaofeng's evolution points surged wildly as he infected dozens, and with his subsequent advancement came a modest enhancement in his physical abilities. His status panel transformed into the following: Host, Li Xiaofeng level. Tier 3 Ordinary Zombie Evolution Points. 150300 Talent. Fractured Nerves, Viral Infection, Bloody Evolution Skills. None evaluation. This is an unremarkable advanced zombie, with a fighting chance against an ordinary adult male, provided one can keep pace with them. He now moved with a newfound grace. Were it not for his ghastly visage, one might mistake him for a young programmer from behind. His running speed had also improved. He could now confidently participate in an elderly running competition, certain he would at least secure a silver medal. Not question, for it is an innate confidence. His physical agility had likewise enhanced, allowing him to execute simple movements, such as bending down or leaning over, with remarkable fluidity. No longer burdened by the fear of dislodging organs, his strength had doubled, rendering him a veritable powerhouse among humans. Any ordinary adult would struggle to triumph in combat against him. Li Xiaofeng had truly transcended the basic survival crisis, having grown significantly stronger since his initial transformation into a zombie. With hands on his hips, he gazed skyward, experiencing a fleeting sentiment of the solitude that accompanies power. It is indeed lonely at the top. Roar, a zombie's howl echoed, and a wandering undead inadvertently collided with him, causing Li Xiaofeng to stumble, nearly losing his balance. Damn it. Stop interrupting my existential musings. It seemed time had come to depart from this building and venture into broader horizons. Li Xiaofeng sighed softly. Today, few dared to emerge that he had successfully infected dozens, accounting for nearly 1/10 of the building's population. Considering those who had not safely returned home or were not long-term residents, his meticulous calculations indicated an infection rate of approximately 80 to 90. This planet is home to billions, which implies there are between 8 to 9 billion zombies. A truly terrifying figure. Chapter 11. The disguise of the strong Li Xiaofeng returned home, preparing to gather his belongings and depart from this building to commence his journey of evolution. His physical agility had undergone a remarkable transformation, sufficient for him to wield ordinary weapons for self-defense. An hour later, a zombie with blood-red eyes, a pale complexion, and slightly parted lips, revealing congealed black blood, stood beneath a building. Gazing into the distance, this zombie carried an unusual weapon, a meter-long iron rod, the top of which was taped to a frying pan that a pink curtain, torn from somewhere, was tied around its neck. Fluttering slightly in the breeze, resembling a cape, with its hands in its pockets, the zombie began to swagger through the community, as if patrolling its territory. As Li Xiaofeng wandered, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to infect more individuals. Help! Help! A faint cry for help echoed, and with his enhanced hearing, Li Xiaofeng turned to see that the sound originated from the community's supermarket. His neighborhood was modest, comprising only 5 buildings, and not far from the exit lay a small supermarket. Typically bustling with shoppers, it had become even more frequented since the apocalypse, albeit under challenging circumstances, that a group of young individuals had ventured into the supermarket, risking their lives, and fortune smiled upon them, as they had not encountered any zombies on their way. However, upon packing various food items and attempting to leave, they found themselves confronted by 2 wandering zombies. The enticing scent of fresh blood and flesh immediately drew the zombies' attention, and the supermarket's entrance, though not large, was swiftly blocked by the 2 creatures, leaving the group with no means of escape. Even the slightest gap seemed perilous, as a mere claw from the zombies could spell their doom. Li Xiaofeng, equally exhilarated, let out a howl and, with an elegant stride and swinging arms, rushed towards the scene, his pink cape billowing majestically in the wind. Freedom lies in the direction of the wind. Chasing the power of thunder and lightning, observing that the group had been cornered deep within the supermarket, obscured from view by the shelves, he devised a plan to swiftly turn around, adopting an awkward, stiff gait as he entered the supermarket. His speed surpassed that of ordinary zombies, allowing him to swiftly overtake one of them. With a forceful push, he sent it crashing to the ground, knowing it would take some time for it to rise again. The 3 university students, witnessing this sudden appearance, wore expressions of astonishment that a figure clad in a pink curtain, wielding a black frying pan, moved with a peculiar gait, and despite its sparse hair and back turned towards them, it had bravely toppled a zombie with sheer audacity. In that moment, hope ignited within the trio. They felt as if a savior had descended upon them, though the savior's attire resembled that of a madman. Who cared, warrior? Hero, save us! The 3 students cried out at Li Xiaofeng, still facing away, subtly nodded, continuing to approach them with an air of flamboyance. That moment, tears shimmered in their eyes. This was a true savior. Finally, the 2 parties drew near. Their gazes trembled as they grasped the savior's pink curtain, akin to clutching a lifeline. Savior, we are moved. One bespectacled student felt tears streaming down his face, witnessing genuine emotion in this apocalyptic world. Savior, me too, another exclaimed, but as he caught sight of Li Xiaofeng's turned face, he suddenly screamed. Li Xiaofeng lunged forward, biting down fiercely, and the student was instantly infected by the zombie virus. Dare you move? I, Li the Zombie King, am here. Who dares to stir? The other 2 students stood frozen in shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that their savior was, in fact, a zombie, and an exceedingly bizarre one at that. Is biological evolution truly at such a stage? Ding. The host has successfully infected 1 individual. Evolution points 10. In the blink of an eye, another 30 evolution points were added to his tally. What a delight! Li Xiaofeng dispatched the 5 zombies within the supermarket, sending them to wander elsewhere, preparing to resume his ambush. This supermarket was a hub where survivors from the 5 buildings would converge, and such a substantial number would surely yield many fortunate souls able to arrive safely. As they transported supplies, he would quietly approach, and soon they would encounter the true zombie Overlord. He tightened the pink curtain around his neck and nestled against the shelves, the dim light ensuring he remained undetected. Chapter 12. The Mutant Beast. The day quickly passed, and although Li Xiaofeng did not encounter any survivors the following day, he suddenly heard the resounding roars of zombies echoing around him. Roar! What is happening? The zombies are in peril. Li Xiaofeng approached the supermarket entrance, eager to discern the situation that a young girl clad in a white dress, her complexion somewhat sallow, slowly approached the supermarket, evidently having gone many days without food and forced to venture out in search of sustenance. Zombies extended their arms towards her, but though fear flickered in her eyes, she suffered no harm. Beside her stood a large white dog, its fur resembling snow, measuring over 2 meters in length, with a swift paw. It dispatched one zombie after another, and in mere moments, for zombies lay defeated, their heads severed and unable to rise again. My goodness! Li Xiaofeng realized that at his current speed, he could never escape the white dog. With a graceful turn, he retreated into the supermarket, finding a spot deep within that he laid down with practiced ease, his pink cape draped over him, transforming into an inconspicuous corpse. The girl sighed in relief, grateful to have reached safety. "Goodbye, it's all thanks to you." She affectionately patted the dog's head. She lingered outside for a moment, observing that the supermarket harbored no zombies, only a solitary body lying on the ground. Presumably, it was another survivor seeking food, though its weapon was peculiar, adorned with a frying pan. Unconcerned, she began to scavenge for supplies: chocolate, compressed biscuits, bread, that a smile crept onto her face as she beheld these precious items. Suddenly, a startled yelp escaped her lips. Her exposed ankle had been grazed, as if stung by a bee. Li Xiaofeng, reveling in his cunning, had seized the opportunity as the girl passed by, extending his arm to swiftly scratch her smooth ankle. The girl, noticing the minor injury, assumed she had brushed against something and paid it no mind, continuing her search for food. However, her vision soon blurred, and her legs faltered, causing her to collide with a shelf. Roar! The large white dog, sensing something amiss, hurried inside, only to find its owner lying on the ground, pacing anxiously. With its limited understanding, it struggled to comprehend the situation, merely wagging its tail and circling its owner. The girl gradually regained her footing, but she was no longer human. She had transformed into a living zombie. The scent of fresh blood and flesh from the mutant beast quickly captivated her, and her pallid face contorted as she lunged forward. The loyal dog stood frozen, unable to comprehend why its beloved owner was suddenly attacking it. Yet, the faithful creature refrained from retaliating, instead barking desperately in an attempt to awaken her. But the zombie had long lost her former memories. The allure of the mutant beast's fresh flesh was irresistible. In a matter of moments, the white dog was drenched in blood as the girl relentlessly tore into its body. The dog's eyes grew dim, blood loss rendering it weak. Even the strongest beings would succumb in time. It collapsed, gazing at its owner with tear-filled eyes, still gentle and obedient as ever, having lost the strength to resist. It awaited its fate in silence. Suddenly, in its field of vision, it beheld the pink curtain beneath which a corpse slowly rose. The figure approached, delivering a powerful kick that sent the girl zombie flying, before turning to feast upon the dog. It was none other than Li Xiaofeng. Moved by the scene before him, he decisively rose. "The dignity of the zombie clan shall be upheld by me, the zombie overlord." The spark of life in the dog's eyes began to fade as it closed its eyelids. Succumbing to eternal slumber, dogs truly are humanity's best friends. Had he owned one before the apocalypse, perhaps it would have become his steed. Li Xiaofeng continued to feast tirelessly, now understanding why zombies exhibit aggression towards mutant beasts. Within their flesh lay a more advanced strain of the zombie virus. A wave of euphoric sensation washed over him, surpassing even the thrill of infecting humans. Chapter 13. The New Weekly Task Ding. The host is consuming the flesh of a first-tier mutant beast, evolution points 10. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh of a first-tier mutant beast. Evolution points 10. Ding. The host has completed the weekly task. Dignity restored. Exterminated a first-tier mutant beast. The rewards are currently being distributed, with selections being made at random. Reward locked. The host's agility has been moderately enhanced. A new weekly task will be announced tomorrow. Please check in a timely manner. Ding. The host's advancement value has reached 300300, fulfilling the conditions for progression. The host begins the advancement. Advancement complete. Current rank. 4th tier ordinary zombie. The host's strength has doubled. Speed has seen a slight increase. And both vision and hearing have been mildly enhanced, while agility has been improved. That a series of electronic sounds echoed in Li Xiaofeng's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, but he had not anticipated such a plethora of rewards from the slaying of a mutated beast. A mysterious force surged through him, making him feel genuinely stronger, particularly in terms of agility. The enhancement from the advancement and the rewards from the weekly task made him feel as though the joints within him were coming to life. Snap! He raised his right hand and unexpectedly snapped his fingers. At that moment, his advancement value had reached 50400.1. Mutated beast had granted him 200 points of advancement value, equivalent to infecting 20 humans. No wonder zombies actively sought to attack mutated beasts. Yet, why did he feel no thrill upon seeing the mutated beast? Ding. Due to the host's excessive weakness, in order to prevent foolish actions such as seeking death. The instincts of the zombie virus have been suppressed. The system indeed provided answers, displaying a degree of humanity. However, what did it mean to seek death? Hadn't he seen how swiftly he had fled upon first encountering the golden-haired beast? Li Xiaofeng tied a pink curtain into a bow around his neck, instantly feeling more refined, that a great demon king must possess the aura befitting such a title. He shooed the girl zombie away and dragged the corpse of the great white dog deep into the supermarket. Fearing it might frighten the survivors, this time he had thoroughly tasted the sweetness of success. Unexpectedly, at a crucial moment, he had completed the weekly task. Lucky one, come forth. Bow before me, the zombie demon king. Li Xiaofeng howled at the entrance of the supermarket. Abruptly turning, his right hand elegantly swaying the pink cloak as he returned to the shadows of the supermarket, commencing the next round of waiting. The days swiftly passed, with no survivors daring to approach. It seemed that the powerful and fortunate humans were but a minority. When Li Xiaofeng's gaze fell upon the supermarket clock, he realized it was already noon. Ding. A new round of weekly tasks has been released. Please check. Host. Weekly task. Divine talent. Obtain a talent. Task description. The arrival of the apocalypse has tainted humanity's future with bloodshed, yet every situation harbors a glimmer of hope. 7 days after the onset of the apocalypse, the sky began to rain down countless colorful rays. Any person who acquires a ray will randomly obtain a talent, a turning point for humankind. However, zombies are equally eligible to receive this. Difficulty: 2 stars. Task duration: within 7 days. Reward: the talent you acquire will directly elevate 1 grade. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated such a turn of events 7 days later. Humanity was beginning to see a glimmer of hope. It seemed he must hasten his evolution. Only by becoming a true zombie boss could he secure his place in this chaotic world. Chapter 14. The mutation of zombies. Roar, roar. Just then, the outside world erupted with a cacophony of zombies, their cries seemingly engulfing the entire city, ushering in a deeper despair. All the zombies let out their roars, and Li Xiaofeng slowly walked to the supermarket entrance, curious about the unfolding events. That am I being a bit unsociable by not joining in? Observing the zombies howling to the sky, he too began to howl. However, what transpired next left him astounded. The ever-falling blood sun in the sky emitted a powerful glow, illuminating each zombie beneath its rays. The zombies appeared to be absorbing the red light. This phenomenon persisted for 10 minutes before the crimson glow of the blood sun faded. Li Xiaofeng too received the red light, yet he perceived no differences. Just like before, these mindless zombies were merely making a racket. Indeed, they were devoid of intelligence. A sense of superiority washed over him. But then something shocking occurred. After the zombies ceased their howling, their bodies seemed to exhibit greater agility. Reminiscent of his own when he had just entered the 2nd tier. Had all the zombies advanced? This blood sun possessed such capabilities. This was not merely one zombie advancing, but billions across the planet. Yet why did he feel nothing at all? System, ding. The blood sun could provide energy to the system, hence it has absorbed it. You truly are honest, Li Xiaofeng smirked, surprised by the system's straightforward admission. No wonder he felt nothing. However, with the system at his disposal, his advancement speed surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Outside were all second-tier zombies, while he had already reached the fourth tier. A shiver ran down Li Xiaofeng's spine. It truly was lonely at the top. The multitude of zombie roars also stirred the survivors in the high-rise buildings. All were trembling in fear, faces etched with despair. Some even gazed out the window, witnessing the strengthening of the zombies, and began to weep uncontrollably. The pressure of the apocalypse was enough to drive many to madness. Li Xiaofeng returned to the supermarket, preparing to wait for the final 12 hours until the sky revealed the colorful rays. At which point he would pursue the talent. This week's task did not involve challenging mutated beasts, presenting little danger to him. Outside, it was perilous for humans. Yet for him, it was a true breeze. Time passed slowly until it reached 6 in the morning. Following the zombies' evolution from the previous night, it seemed no survivors dared to venture out any longer. Yet in the final 2 hours, 2 young men and a woman cautiously arrived at the supermarket. The trio tiptoed inside, encountering no other zombies along the way. One man appeared haggard, yet at that moment wore an expression of excitement as he exclaimed, "Through my meticulous calculations and analysis, I've cleverly avoided all the zombies. Trust me, it's foolproof." The other two, however, ignored him entirely, their eyes gleaming with the ferocity of starving wolves as they beheld the scattered food within the supermarket. They tore open a bag of chips, devouring it ravenously, and frantically stuffed their backpacks with food. It was only after the apocalypse that they truly understood the value of food. The haggard man also began to gather food at the entrance, while the woman ventured deep into the supermarket to collect supplies. Li Xiaofeng observed the approaching humans, a thrill coursing through him, as if every cell in his body were vibrating. This sensation was more intense than ever before. The advancement of the zombie virus had transformed him even further. The dim light of the supermarket barely allowed the red rays of the blood sun to penetrate, while the woman continued to frantically gather food. Completely oblivious to her surroundings, the allure of sustenance had rendered her irrational. Chapter 15. Divine Talent. Bang. The woman seemed to bump into someone, her heart racing with confusion. She turned her head to see a flash of pink swirling in the darkness, along with a pair of cold, crimson eyes. This eerie scene sent a jolt through her heart, her mouth agape as she screamed in terror. Li Xiaofeng, with a flourish of his pink cloak, enveloped the woman, swiftly wrapping his arm around her neck, pulling her into his embrace, and leaning in to kiss her. Outside, the 2 men immediately heard the woman scream. In such times, everyone's nerves were on edge. The 2 cautiously approached, one wielding a phone with the flashlight function activated, directing it into the depths of the supermarket. To their astonishment, they discovered a man with sparse hair shrouded in a pink cloak, assaulting the woman. "Damn it. Let her go. I'll rescue her." Upon witnessing the violence against a human, anger flared within the 2 men, who could hardly tolerate the existence of such scum, especially one dressed in such an outrageous manner. They charged forward, each brandishing a wooden stick, ready to strike the rogue in the head. But who could have predicted that the man would suddenly raise his head, his crimson eyes and bloodied mouth roaring at them? My God! The 2 felt as if their brains had short-circuited, utterly unprepared to confront a zombie committing such acts. One stood frozen, completely forgetting to flee, merely staring blankly as the zombie lunged at him, swiftly capturing him and sinking its teeth into him. Interruption. The other reacted quickly, executing a graceful turn, grabbing his backpack and bolting from the supermarket, thoroughly terrified. "You've disturbed my refined enjoyment." Li Xiaofeng knew he could not pursue, letting out a roar before relinquishing the chase. After yet another advancement, even the physically adept young man could not outrun him. Yet the fleeing individual was agile, muscular, and with that swift turn, he bore a certain resemblance to Li Xiaofeng. Clearly not an ordinary human. The host successfully infected one individual. Evolution value 10. The host successfully infected one individual. Evolution value 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value had reached a staggering 70/100, yet he found himself far from the next stage. Thus began yet another interminable wait, with no survivors in sight. Bored, he pulled out his phone and managed to locate a usable charger, only to be disheartened by the realization that it was completely devoid of power. Rising to his feet, he rummaged through the backpack of a recently infected female zombie and retrieved a phone, which was similarly rendered useless by a total loss of signal. Had the communication system collapsed as well? Stepping outside the supermarket, he casually picked up a cigarette, placing it between his lips, his crimson, indifferent eyes gazing into the distance. The blood-red sun cast its rays upon him, plunging him once again into a philosophical reverie. Memories of his youthful days, running beneath the setting sun, flooded back, a bittersweet reminder of his lost youth. To that moment, the clock struck noon. Suddenly, a multitude of vibrant, colorful rays began to appear on the horizon, casting a dreamlike charm in this otherwise despairing apocalypse. These radiant beams fell upon various corners of the globe, resembling countless shooting stars, prompting some to make wishes, praying for the swift end of this cataclysm. Startled, Li Xiaofeng leapt to his feet, discarding the cigarette from his mouth, straining to spot the nearest colorful ray. Unfortunately, his vision remained blurred, a far cry from what it once was that he felt an urgent need to acquire a pair of glasses. Chapter 16. The peculiar zombies. Li Xiaofeng strode directly out of the residential area, determined to locate the source of the nearest colorful ray. The once bustling streets lay deserted, overtaken by wandering zombies, with dried blood staining the ground and oppressive heat suffocating the air. Moving through the throngs of the undead, he remained unfazed, his eccentric attire making him stand out like a crane among chickens. Were a normal human to glimpse his silhouette, they might mistake him for a person, albeit one with a few loose screws. That as he strolled along the street, he spotted a clothing store not far off and felt compelled to spruce himself up. One must never underestimate the power of talent. Perhaps a stroke of luck would bestow upon him a divine gift. Upon entering the store, he encountered several zombies, former shop attendants, still aimlessly wandering about. "Roar!" Li Xiaofeng shouted, but the zombies remained unperturbed. What abysmal service! After a few minutes, he exited the store, now clad in a bright red down jacket, complete with a hood that enveloped him snugly, but he also seized a pair of sunglasses from the adjacent shop, donning them with flair. Yet, the remnants of blood still stained his lips, making his undead identity unmistakable. With masks being scarce, he hastily improvised by tying a black plastic bag around his mouth and slipped on a pair of white gloves meant for heavy lifting. Now, Li Xiaofeng had completely differentiated himself from the zombies, presenting as a decidedly abnormal human. The sight of a large white dog had warned him that zombies still posed a threat in this apocalyptic world. If the mutated beasts remained docile and obedient to their masters, they would thrive amidst the chaos, but he certainly did not wish to be ambushed by a sudden cat or dog-like creature in the street. Docile mutated beasts tended to heed their owners, and now, at the onset of the apocalypse, it was unlikely many would attack on sight. Thus, his human guise still afforded him a modicum of safety. The descent of his divine gift was slow, and it seemed he would need at least half an hour for it to fully dissipate. That Li Xiaofeng remained unhurried, calculating the likely location of the divine gift's fall, which appeared to be in the eastern part of the city. That he ambled forward, his nose twitching slightly as he sought out any potential survivors. The path of evolution continued onward. Suddenly, as he passed by an internet CAF, he caught a whiff of fresh blood mingled with a faint stench. That it was the very CAF he frequented. He entered with practiced ease, the room bathed in a crimson glow, illuminating the computer screens. Yet no living souls remained. Only zombies. Some wandered aimlessly, while others were slumped in their seats, seemingly unable to rise, still wearing headphones, likely infected while engrossed in their games. Perhaps their teammates were still berating them for going idle. Approaching the back of the CAF, he found the bathroom door tightly shut, completely locked from within. The source of the blood scent emanated from there. 2 survivors were inside. That he knocked on the door, but received no reply. However, even with his dulled hearing, he could detect the sound of fearful breaths from within. Knock, knock. He tried again. Unable to speak, he resorted to knocking to signal that someone had come to help them. Yet, they remained unresponsive. It seemed their recent experiences had left them thoroughly traumatized. Li Xiaofeng began to ponder alternative methods of communication. Unable to speak, and with knocking proving ineffective, he needed another means to convey his message. As he contemplated, he noticed a gap beneath the bathroom door. Slipping a piece of paper through should pose no issue. Yet where to find paper and a pen in the CAF? Perhaps if students had come to copy homework on the weekend. But who would actually engage in such drudgery? Except, of course, for the pre-zombie Li Xiaofeng that he wandered about, only to find no such dullards that he ventured upstairs and found the second-floor bathroom door ajar. But it was empty. An idea struck him. He entered the second-floor restroom and tore down a few advertisements from the wall. Cunningly, he returned to the first-floor bathroom door, tossing the ads onto the ground and kicking them one by one beneath the door. Chapter 17. The Great Heroes. Inside were two high school students who had come to the CAF to surf the internet on a weekend. Their joyous weekend had been abruptly shattered by the onset of the apocalypse. They had once fantasized about how they would save the world in such a scenario, yet now they trembled in fear. Luckily, they had managed to grab some food when they fled to the restroom, or they would not have survived this long. However, their provisions were merely a temporary reprieve from death. Outside, the streets teemed with wandering zombies, rendering escape impossible. Only now did they realize that the ones capable of saving the world were merely protagonists in novels. They were just ordinary individuals struggling for survival. Despair gradually crept in, with hunger even causing their vision to blur. Chigo, I'm starting to hallucinate. I even think I see someone pushing advertisements under the door, exclaimed one emaciated student. I thought I heard someone knocking on the door too. Could it be that someone is actually here? What nonsense, with so many zombies around, who would dare come to the CAF? But Chigo, it really looks like someone is slipping ads under the door. The two students watched as ads continued to appear beneath the door, swaying slightly as they approached. Call for service. Phone number. They stared at the content of the ads, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this precisely what was plastered all over the restroom walls? Xiaowei, hoist me up. The door has a transparent glass panel. I want to take a look outside. Hope surged within them as they realized that perhaps someone was indeed coming to rescue them. Zombies wouldn't be the ones pushing ads under the door. Wobbling unsteadily, one student climbed onto the other's shoulders, starved and weak. The sudden glimmer of hope sent adrenaline surging through their veins, granting them newfound strength. Finally, the one pressed against the transparent glass, attempting to peer outside. Li Xiaofeng, having heard the commotion, discerned their actions that he had already pushed the wandering zombies outside, and upon seeing the students observing the situation, he took 2 steps back, allowing them a clearer view, even offering a friendly wave. The student's face lit up with excitement as he caught sight of a figure clad in sunglasses, a black plastic bag around the mouth, and a bright red down jacket draped over their frame, topped with a pink curtain as a makeshift cloak. Although this individual appeared rather peculiar, the friendly wave reassured him immensely. Strong individuals often possess quirks, and he fully understood that such idiosyncrasies were what set them apart from ordinary folk. Xiaowei, let me down. Someone is truly here to save us. The other student's face brimmed with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes, that I in the midst of this apocalypse. Witnessing such kindness amidst the pervasive indifference was a rarity. Ignoring the peril surrounding them, a stranger had come to their aid. This heroic spirit was something they would cherish for a lifetime. With unsteady legs, he descended, nearly losing his balance. Creak. The door swung open, revealing 2 haggard students. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, they exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement, their voices trembling. That Li Xiaofeng froze momentarily at the term uncle. Hadn't he merely been a mere high school junior before his transformation into a zombie? How could they show such disrespect? Slowly, he approached, gently patting the heads of the 2 boys, that an inexplicable sense of safety enveloped them, and they instinctively embraced him, tears streaming down their faces. What audacity, to throw themselves into the arms of a zombie. Li Xiaofeng embraced them in turn, his right hand delicately lifting the black plastic bag from his mouth, reminiscent of the way heroines in television dramas reveal their veils. However, what he unveiled was a mouth stained with blood. Ah, it hurts. I'm dying. The 2 individuals nearly emitted a cry of alarm as a sudden, excruciating pain shot through their necks. They immediately pushed Li Xiaofeng away, their eyes wide with terror, only to discover that his lips were smeared with a copious amount of fresh blood. You? They clutched at their neck wounds, disbelief filling their eyes, that I in the midst of their horror. The zombie nonchalantly donned a black plastic bag once more, tossing its head in a dismissive manner, before turning away with an air of casual elegance. What on earth is this creature? Chapter 18. The speeding green car. The 2 could hardly muster a shout. The scene before them suddenly blurred, their consciousness beginning to fade. Ding. The host has successfully infected one individual. Evolution value 10. Li Xiaofeng abruptly flung his pink cloak and departed with flair, leaving the matter behind, obscured, and his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, were cold and merciless as he gazed into the distance, a gentle breeze weaving through, evoking a profound sense of solitude and grace. Suddenly, the realization struck him. He had become so engrossed in his own pretentiousness. He noticed a vibrant rainbow light descending nearby, and he mused, "Don't let the humans get there first." Spotting a small green car beside him, he effortlessly removed the lock with sheer brute force and smoothly hopped inside. Lowering his head, he focused intently, making every effort to evade the wandering zombies ahead. The wind generated by his forward motion billowed his pink cloak behind him as a dashing zombie sped down the street. Bang, bang, bang. His poor eyesight, coupled with his abysmal driving skills and stiff joints, resulted in him colliding with zombies all along the way. Had the zombies possessed awareness, they would have surely given Li Xiaofeng a thorough beating. After 10 minutes of riding, he finally arrived at his destination. Upon dismounting, he noticed that the front wheel of the small green car was bent at a 90-degree angle. Raising his gaze slightly, he beheld the nearby vibrant rainbow light, radiating a dreamlike beauty. Having settled atop a 5-story building with an open rooftop, that it seemed he still needed to find an entrance to ascend, that Li Xiaofeng began to wander around the vicinity, quickly discovering an iron gate on the left side of the building. Presumably the entrance, clang, it was locked? Good grief. Judging by the sturdiness of this iron door, it seemed impossible to open by sheer strength alone. Soon, Li Xiaofeng spotted several zombies beside the building. 2 of them were seated on stone benches, a chessboard placed between them. They were likely 2 elderly individuals engaged in a game, now transformed into zombies. Perhaps their legs had never been strong, as they remained seated, and from a distance, one might genuinely believe they were still playing. Li Xiaofeng approached, slyly rummaging through the pockets of the 2, swiftly uncovering a set of keys that should unlock the iron gate. Casting a glance at the chessboard, he audaciously captured one of the pieces. Declaring, "The advisor is a traitor. You have lost." With that, he turned and stealthily approached the iron gate, beginning to try each key, a surge of excitement swelling within him. After numerous attempts, he finally found the correct key and unlocked the door. Inside, the light was dim, and the lights did not flicker on. Li Xiaofeng looked at the staircase ahead, feeling a slight headache. This old building had no elevator. He would have to ascend step by step. Each floor housed 2 households, totaling 8 residences, yet 4 doors stood ajar. To his astonishment, he glimpsed zombies lying inside. Their limbs appeared to have been broken, struggling futilely to rise. Had someone entered? That seemed the only possibility. However, Li Xiaofeng paid them no heed and proceeded directly to the top floor. Heavenly gift. Here I come. Upon reaching the rooftop, he discovered that the door had been closed again, bolted from the inside with no keyhole in sight. Were there others above? Would my gift be taken away? A wave of concern washed over Li Xiaofeng, but he soon heard voices conversing. Songwen, though he was unsure what the radiant light signified, he was willing to take the risk. Brother Xiong, let me handle it. I'm young and unafraid of death. You must survive in this apocalypse. What are you 2 playing at? Just approach, and the information prompt will appear. Even illiterates can understand. Randomly acquire a talent that will enhance your survival in the apocalypse. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. There were indeed 3 individuals on the rooftop, but they had begun to argue. It appeared the talent had not yet been absorbed. Chapter 19. The Ruthless One's Knock. Knock, knock. A slow knocking reverberated through the air, causing the 3 youths to freeze. Is someone there? In this apocalypse, who would dare approach? The trio were not residents of the building, merely weekend visitors for a rooftop barbecue, and they were fortunate to remain untransformed. However, witnessing the zombies wandering the streets, biting anyone in their path, they promptly secured the iron door. All 3 were hardened individuals. As their food supply dwindled, they bravely ventured downstairs to search for provisions. To their surprise, the so-called zombies were nothing to fear. Rigid and slow-moving, they posed no threat as long as they were not tackled. The few zombies downstairs were dispatched by the trio, and they brought all the food they could find back upstairs. Yet today, a vibrant rainbow light began to descend slowly. Initially perceived as a meteor, they soon realized it bore no harm. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a reward of random talents. The 3 of them, once close-knit and spirited, found themselves at odds over this opportunity for survival. And no one would relinquish such a chance. The knocking interrupted their quarrel. Who is it? A burly man with a bare torso and a dragon tattoo on his chest appeared. His expression fiercely intimidating. The knocking persisted, rhythmic and insistent. The three were growing irritable. "What the hell, brother, something's being pushed in from below," cried a youth resembling a monkey, sporting glasses. The burly man approached slowly, glancing down. "Home service. What the hell is this? Which bastard dares to mock me?" he bellowed, flinging open the iron door that a strangely dressed person stood outside, leaving the three momentarily stunned, clad in black sunglasses and a plastic bag. Draped in a bright red down jacket, with white gloves and a frying pan strapped to his back, what in the world was this creature? A lunatic? Li Xiaofeng paid no mind to their astonished gazes and stepped inside. His eyes igniting with fervor as he beheld the swirling rainbow light in the corner. He turned, his crimson eyes coldly locking onto the 3.3 mortals dare to insult me, as Li Xiaofeng prepared to reveal his true self. Intending to deliver a shocking surprise to them, the burly man barked, "Song, when grab your weapons. He is probably a madman." The trio brandished gleaming cleavers and approached Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng halted abruptly. "What the hell? Are they all thugs? This script feels off." As he contemplated eliminating the burly man first, the latter swiftly brandished his cleaver and lunged, striking faster than Li Xiaofeng could react. Shing! The sound of the blade piercing flesh momentarily stunned him. Despite having evolved into a fourth-tier ordinary zombie, he found himself at a disadvantage against the armed brute that a cunning plan formed in his mind. He clutched his abdomen with one hand while pointing at the burly man with the other, feigning disbelief before slowly collapsing. The burly man withdrew his blade, spitting in contempt. "What the hell? What else with this lunacy? Wearing a red down jacket in this heat?" He turned to his companions, the dragon tattoo on his chest appearing more sinister. His face contorted with rage. "Brothers, it seems we're no longer safe that Tio survive. These talents should be crucial." Chapter 20. The crushing of intelligence. You all know my character. I will take this talent, and there are plenty more to be found. I can lead you both to them. How about that? The burly man thumped his chest, exuding a sense of camaraderie. "Brother Xiang, I feel my strength increasing. If I acquire the talent, I'll be even more formidable," spoke another similarly stout man, whose chest bore the tattoo of a lazy sheep, its poop playfully juxtaposed with his chest hair. "When I got my tattoo, I didn't utter a sound, brother. Your dragon is incomplete because you fear pain. Let the younger brother take this talent." "Humph. Let us settle this. Whoever wins takes the talent." A flash of anger crossed the burly man's eyes, a reminder of his humiliation. "Reawakened today. Today, my dragon will swallow your fat sheep whole." "Fine, but as brothers. Let us fight barehanded, no weapons." The sheep-tattooed man cast aside his cleaver, his gaze fierce. "All right, when you're too weak to join, so whether I or Song wins, we will take care of you." The frail youth remained impassive, stepping back to indicate his withdrawal from the impending brawl. The burly man, discarding his cleaver, advanced with bare hands, muscles bulging, exuding an intimidating presence. The second brother, eyes gleaming, stood resolute, watching as the elder approached. A smile creeping across his lips. "Brother, don't blame me." Suddenly bending down to pick up the machete from the ground, he lunged forward without the slightest hesitation. The older brother appeared momentarily stunned. Yet a smile crept across his face as he gazed at the brother approaching with the weapon, slowly uttering, "Do not blame me." In an instant, the machete pierced through the abdomen of the second brother. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned slowly that it was none other than the frail third brother, wielding the machete and glaring at him with a fierce expression. "When do you?" The burly man let out a chuckle, praising, "Xiaowen, well done." However, as soon as the words left his lips, the third brother seized the opportunity while the older brother was momentarily unarmed and charged forward with the machete. "Talent is now mine." The slender youth shouted fiercely. The hulking man, taken aback but quick to respond, narrowly avoided the first strike and soon found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Xiaowen, despite his frail physique, failed to make an impact with his first strike and was swiftly overpowered in close combat. "Damn it, daring to betray me." The burly man knocked Xiao into the ground, his expression fierce as he unleashed blow after blow, seemingly intent on beating him to death, but he never anticipated that the brothers he respected would turn against him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed and the burly man felt a searing pain at the back of his head, his vision blurring as he attempted to look back. Just then, with a thud, he turned to see a frying pan hurtling towards him. It was the peculiar individual who had previously appeared incapacitated. You thud before he could finish his sentence. The frying pan struck him down, that he had never expected that the seemingly incapacitated oddball would rise again. 3 fools. What are you playing at with this deception? Li Xiaofeng observed the 3 incapacitated individuals and slowly began to unveil his black plastic bag. With a roar, he revealed his true identity as the zombie demon king. Lunging forward amidst the terrified and despairing gazes of the trio, they could hardly fathom that a zombie would feign death, and the manner in which he wielded the frying pan was astonishingly adept. Chapter 21. The Talent of Dual Auras Ding. The host successfully infected one individual, evolution value 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value had now reached 120,400. He needed to infect 28 more individuals to evolve into a 5th-tier ordinary zombie. He had to hasten his progress. Li Xiaofeng stood in contemplation, indifferent to his wounds. There was no blood oozing from his abdomen, and it had no effect on him that he slowly approached the radiant multicolored light. Its brilliance on par with that of an ordinary person, its colors vibrant. Upon drawing closer, he indeed received a prompt, the voice akin to a neutral electronic tone, similar to that of a system. Randomly acquire a talent. It can enhance your survival capabilities in the apocalypse. He stepped into the light, and another prompt followed. Absorbing talent. Time. 10 minutes. He now understood why none of the 3 brothers had entered. It required time to absorb. Exiting the brilliance, he pushed the 3 newly turned zombies off the rooftop and secured the iron door. Now no one should disturb my absorption, Li Xiaofeng howled, beginning to absorb the talent. Talent absorption in progress. Absorption complete. Talent. Bystander aura. Tier. Unknown description. As a master of disguise, you can instantly transform into an ordinary bystander, significantly diminishing your presence. This is a perfectly crafted yet clumsy ruse. Effect. There is a 50 chance to completely reduce your presence. He stood frozen in place, the vibrant light gradually fading, lost in thought that this truly a talent. Not only was it unrelated to combat, but the success rate was merely 50%. It was not the talent of becoming a super zombie. At the very least, he expected enhancements to strength or speed. Ding. The host has completed the weekly task. Divine talent. Acquire 1 talent. Rewards are being distributed. Upgrading the bystander aura's tier. Ding. The bystander aura has no tier. Upgrade failed. Rewards will transfer to derive a new talent. Ding. The host comprehends a new talent. Protagonist aura. Talent. Protagonist aura. Tier. Unknown. Description. As a master of disguise, you can instantly transform into the protagonist, radiating brilliance and attracting the attention of other beings. This is a perfectly crafted yet clumsy ruse. Effect. There is a 50 chance to completely enhance your presence. In 7 days, a new weekly task will be released. Please pay attention. Host. Li Xiaofeng gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, a gentle breeze ruffling his pink cloak and black plastic bag. He found himself at a loss for words, astonished that after the bystander aura, the system had rewarded him with a protagonist aura, whose effects were diametrically opposed. What use is this? Initially harboring great expectations for the divine talent, he now realized his error. Was this truly divine talent? A zombie donned sunglasses, gazing into the distance, pulling a cigarette from his down jacket and lighting it, an expression of melancholy upon his face. With 2 talents at his disposal, his combat prowess remained unchanged. Rather than true talents, they resembled mere novelty skills, entirely contrary to his desires. Talents are unreliable. I should stick to the path of evolution. Thankfully, it was a zombie who obtained it. What if it had been a survivor? No matter how much they blended in, they would still be fresh meat to the zombies, who would eagerly pounce upon them. Li Xiaofeng tidied his disheveled hair and thoughts, adjusted his black plastic bag, and departed the rooftop. Chapter 22. The function of the bystander aura in this old building. Several households still had their doors tightly shut. Yet Li Xiaofeng could still scent the aroma of fresh flesh. Arriving at the door of one household on the 3rd floor, he could distinctly detect 3 individuals inside and politely knocked on the door. Knock, knock, Soistika. This household was a family of 3, a couple and their elementary school-age child, all huddled together in the bedroom. Their faces were pale, clearly having gone hungry for quite some time. The young boy bore traces of dried tears upon his cheeks. Damn it. How could this suddenly happen? How could it? The man, equally exhausted, struggled to accept the harsh reality. The apocalypse had arrived with such abruptness. Just the day before, he had been diligently working at the office, harboring hope for the future, finally managing to take a break over the weekend to spend time with his family. But then, a radiant light had descended, and the sun had never risen again, replaced by a blood-red sun that hung perpetually in the sky. The woman's face was now etched with a look of utter desolation, her eyes vacant, devoid of any semblance of hope. Every day, the trio gazed out the window, witnessing the streets teeming with wandering zombies, with not a single living soul in sight. The world had changed. They had initially believed rescue would come, but with such widespread infection, the army was likely overwhelmed, especially in this small city. The shadow of death loomed over them. A slow and rhythmic knocking on the door suddenly startled the three, their expressions filled with disbelief. Could it be that they were experiencing hallucinations? Knock, knock. Get your ass out here. Li Xiaofeng remained unhurried. As a zombie, he possessed ample patience. This was the most fundamental quality of a hunter. Is there really someone knocking? The man's face bore a hint of excitement, his voice trembling. Could help have arrived so swiftly? The woman, too, saw a glimmer of hope in her previously vacant gaze, but soon realized. What if it's the thugs from upstairs? Days prior, the three brothers had knocked on doors in the neighborhood. Their fierce appearance had instilled fear, preventing anyone from letting them in. The man struggled to rise. Shaking his head slowly, "I'll go take a look," he approached the door. Peering through the peephole, such close proximity, Li Xiaofeng could distinctly sense the tantalizing aroma of fresh flesh, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Stepping back 2 paces to ensure he was fully visible, he formed an awkward scissor gesture with his right hand. The man was momentarily stunned. The combination of sunglasses, black plastic bag, and blood-stained frying pan slung over his back, along with the peculiar scissor gesture, painted a picture that could hardly be mistaken for a good person. Could this be another thug? Perhaps a perverse one? Despair washed over the man's heart again, and he had no intention of opening the door to end the face of the apocalypse. Despair and fear revealed the darker sides of humanity. Allowing such a person inside would only hasten their demise. Li Xiaofeng began to grow anxious, sensing the man's reluctance to open the door, and promptly activated the protagonist aura. Protagonist aura activation failed. He was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was unreliable. Attempting to activate the protagonist aura once more. You cannot use the same ability on the same target within a short time. What the hell? What a joke. Bystander aura. Activate. Activation successful. Your presence significantly diminished. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected the probability of failure for both auras to be so low. The man glanced outside, then turned away, completely disregarding the door. Li Xiaofeng stood dumbfounded, realizing that activating the bystander aura may not have been a wise decision, as the individual had no intention of acknowledging him. Chapter 23. Protagonist aura. Had he completely ignored my presence? Li Xiaofeng stood in a daze, astonished by the other party's resolute and graceful departure. It seemed that the halo of a passerby had a rather formidable effect. Should the protagonist's halo prove successful, he would continue onward, as there were survivors on the first floor waiting for him to entice. The sole resident on the first floor was an elderly man, surviving on meager rations of rice soup, his eyes vacant, occasionally gazing out the window. The sight of the wandering zombies brought a complex expression to the old man's face, especially as he observed 2 old friends still engaged in a game of chess on the stone bench below. The world had changed, yet he possessed no means to alter it. The moment his food ran out would signal his demise. Suddenly, a series of knocks disrupted the old man's thoughts. Could it be those 3 rascally hoodlums again? The old man could not help but curse, "Get lost." He approached the door, his voice raised in anger. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. Was his polite knocking met with such vitriol? He persisted, continuing to knock gently, attempting to convince the survivor of his good intentions. The old man, puzzled, wondered if it was not those 3. Peering through the peephole, he beheld a figure that resembled a lunatic standing outside. Was he there to provide aid? Or was he merely another refugee? For a moment, the old man was taken aback by the stranger's appearance, finding it difficult to discern his true identity. The protagonist's halo activated. Success, Li Xiaofeng did not anticipate such ease. In an instant, he felt as if he radiated brilliance. Descending upon the world with divine purpose, he extended his arms wide, as if to embrace the sanctifying light. The old man's eyes widened, inexplicably feeling that this individual had come to rescue him. A wave of tranquility washing over him. Although he did not comprehend the stranger's sudden gesture, he sensed an inherent trustworthiness. "Are you here to save me?" The old man slowly opened the door. A hint of excitement gracing his features. "Bow down, mere mortal. This is the radiance of the zombie overlord." Li Xiaofeng kept his arms raised, awaiting the visitor to approach. A protagonist should never sully his hands. Wherever the protagonist roamed, he was met with reverence. The old man would likely rush to grasp his down jacket, his eyes shimmering with tears, urging him to lead the way. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, startling him. The door had slammed shut once more. Was the protagonist so lacking in stature? He had thought he was there to offer salvation, yet it turned out to be a lunatic. The old man lamented that the figure stood there like a fool, realizing perhaps he had overthought the matter. How could such a person be a savior? Bang, bang, bang. Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of impatience. This protagonist halo was not as effective as he had hoped. The old man remained unmoved, even contemplating turning away. Fortunately, Li Xiaofeng, in a moment of inspiration, slipped a flyer through the door to door-to-door service. The old man picked it up, his fury igniting, and he spun around and flung the door open. Ready to unleash a torrent of curses, "You bastard." Before he could finish, Li Xiaofeng lunged forward, tearing open the plastic bag to reveal a flurry of biting. "You old man," opening and closing the door like it's a game. "Can you not show me a little respect?" The elderly man, having gone long without food and lacking in strength, could not hope to withstand even a fourth-tier ordinary zombie, but he had never considered the possibility that this was indeed a zombie. Ding! The host successfully infected one individual. Evolution value 10. Chapter 24. The enormous orange cat Li Xiaofeng turned and departed, drawing closer to his advancement to 5th tier. The protagonist's halo seemed to still hold some value. Effortlessly luring survivors out, he approached the doors of 2 remaining households. Yet the protagonist's halo faltered. The inhabitants did not even acknowledge him. Was it possible that his attire was too striking? He left the old building with a sigh. Methodically trying each household was proving too slow, and as time passed, the efficiency of infection would likely dwindle, that he resolved to head to a more populous area. In no time, he mounted a small green bicycle and pedaled toward the city center. The school to advance, he needed to infect over 20 more individuals, and surely a place like a school would facilitate that. Li Xiaofeng whistled as he rode, his gaze flitting about, exuding an air of nonchalance as if reveling in a golden age. A multitude of private cars were ensnared in traffic, while only bicycles could navigate the streets with ease. However, he soon noticed a yellow bus in the distance, surrounded by a throng of zombies. Their cries echoing, eyes blazing crimson. Was there someone inside the bus? The doors were tightly shut, yet the zombies clawed and gnawed at the bus's exterior, as though something within drew their attention. Intrigued, Li Xiaofeng approached the bus. Surely, he would seize this opportunity. It would be a waste to let these lowly, ordinary zombies have it. As he drew nearer, he realized the zombies were not attempting to enter the bus, but rather to scale its roof. Something must be atop the bus, not within. His gaze shifted upward, and he was struck by a sudden chill. He spotted a gigantic orange cat lounging on the roof, its size nearly equal to that of the bus. Appearing utterly lethargic, due to its similar hue to the bus, and Li Xiaofeng's less-than-perfect eyesight, he had initially overlooked this beast. The zombies below were evidently attracted by the high-level virus emanating from the orange cat. The large feline basked in the sun, its enormous eyes glancing curiously at something that had just darted past. Li Xiaofeng tread cautiously. This orange cat was alarmingly large. He suspected it had reached 2nd-tier mutated beast status, far surpassing that of the large white dog and the yellow-haired dog. Abruptly, the great orange cat seemed to grow bored, slowly rising to its feet and leaping down from the bus. Bang! A nearby car crumpled beneath its weight, and with a casual swipe of its paw, several zombies were dispatched. "How dare you disturb my rest, lowly creatures?" The enormous orange cat turned its gaze to the mass of zombies gathered around the bus. Its claws moved with astonishing speed, each strike claiming multiple zombies, that in a chaotic flurry. Limbs, thighs, and heads flew through the air. Bang! An arm even struck Li Xiaofeng on the head. Damn it, what terrible luck. He continued to crawl forward. Having activated the passerby halo, he should remain unnoticed, resembling a red fuzzy caterpillar as he swiftly vacated the area. Behind him, a multitude of zombies were vanquished, unable to inflict even a scratch on the orange cat. Soon, a tranquil zone was cleared, and the plump feline returned to the bus roof, stretching leisurely before resuming its nap. Such a massacre of the zombie clan. I shall settle the score when I grow stronger. Chapter 25. The boys' dormitory. Li Xiaofeng rose gracefully, casting a glance back at the hefty cat before hastily departing. Navigating through several streets, he finally arrived at the entrance of a school, the educational haven of the entire city. Wanting Education Institute. It was the very institution Li Xiaofeng had longed for. While it may not rival prestigious universities, it held its own merits, just as he had his shortcomings. Stepping onto the campus, he beheld various educational buildings and dormitories standing tall, though devoid of their former vibrancy. Along Xiaolin Road, on the playground, and before the sports center, only a throng of zombies roamed. Li Xiaofeng made his way to the school's playground, where even a multitude of zombies donned camouflage uniforms. What luck! I perfectly dodged military training, he mused, noting that the new students had escaped hardship. As he strolled through the campus, he caught a whiff of food. With a flick of his pink cape, he glanced ahead and spotted a 6-story building. The entire structure was divided into over 100 small rooms, each balcony adorned with various garments. The boys' dormitory, he discerned upon observing the hanging clothes. Yet, what were a few women's garments doing there? What strange times these were! Li Xiaofeng sighed softly, yet found the attire rather appealing. With a loud call, he strode into the student dormitory building. The corridors of the dormitory were still haunted by several zombies, even lacking clothing. Truly uncivilized zombies. His flamboyant attire rendered him conspicuous. Feeling a surge of pride, he deftly maneuvered past each zombie. His keen sense of smell informed him that the scent of flesh was not emanating from the first floor. After locating the stairs, he laboriously ascended to the second floor, grumbling about the absence of an elevator in a 6-story building. What had those exorbitant tuition fees been spent on? Upon reaching the second floor, his body jolted with excitement. I found it. He adjusted his sunglasses and swaggered down the corridor to stand before a dormitory door marked 218. The door was firmly locked, with dried blood smeared across it. Just as he prepared to knock, he suddenly heard voices from within. Son, do you think we should head over to the activity center? A weak voice inquired. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. A father-son pair at the school? What was going on? For decades, my father has strived to gain entry into the College of Education. Is that not a tad absurd? Calling him daddy truly feels like an act of rebellion. A voice, though faint, resolutely countered this notion. Li Xiaofeng quickly realized that it must be his roommate. Venturing to the activity center proved futile. Despite the gathering of hundreds, did one not notice that every couple of days a few boys ventured out in search of food and water? How many could possibly return alive? Li Xiaofeng halted mid-knock, astonished to overhear such insider information. Hundreds of individuals, that translated to thousands of evolution points, which could elevate him 2 tiers. At that point, even an armed adult man would stand no chance against him. A glimmer of crimson ignited in his eyes, and he could not suppress a primal howl. "Oh!" A student inside, visibly shaken, involuntarily exclaimed. Both of them appeared uncertain, suspecting a zombie, yet something felt amiss. Why did it sound so twisted? Li Xiaofeng mused. Could he have been discovered? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to continue knocking. Bang, bang, bang. Inside, there was no response. Both were too frightened to speak. He persisted, attempting to convey that he was also a survivor. 10 minutes elapsed, and Li Xiaofeng stood awkwardly, wondering if perhaps he had overstepped his bounds. Chapter 26. The activity centered at last. He received a reply. Is there a code? Li Xiaofeng froze, his hand suspended midair. Did zombies truly require a code to knock? Was this a theatrical performance? What was happening? He regained his composure and continued to knock, simultaneously tossing a flyer through the gap at the bottom of the door. Unfortunately, the university's door lacked transparent glass, preventing them from making eye contact. Otherwise, with his striking appearance and protagonist aura, dealing with 2 college students would have been a trifling matter. Door service. A university student cautiously picked up the flyer, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Son, He doesn't seem like a zombie. He appears to be a pervert. Should we open the door? A student inquired with caution. Open what? In this apocalypse, some individuals are more dangerous than zombies, especially those who are still thinking about services in the midst of the end times. It's evident they must be vile. Li Xiaofeng tilted his head slightly, feeling utterly insulted. Was this not the boys' dormitory? Why was the effect of his flyer so bizarre? He knocked again, but the two inside remained unresponsive, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. What a world, as a zombie. He had neither infected anyone nor deserved such baseless insults. If only he could speak, would he truly resort to distributing flyers? It seemed he would need to find some paper and a pen. Although his dexterity was lacking, he could certainly manage to sketch some symbols. Knowing that the two had labeled him a pervert, he realized it was futile to expect them to open the door. He quietly departed, his silhouette concealed by the pink curtains, exuding an air of desolation. Li Xiaofeng left the dormitory building. Could it be that of the entire building, only this one dormitory housed two individuals? Was the survival rate truly that low? He sought the activity center mentioned by the two. Hundreds of people. His nose twitched as his keen sense of smell began to hunt for the scent of blood and flesh, likely quite potent with so many individuals present. Although it was merely the College of Education, the area was expansive, situated in the outskirts rather than a bustling hub. N hours swiftly passed, yet he sensed nothing to shouldn't the activity center be prominently located. He gazed ahead, where the words Western Restaurant were boldly displayed. Had the student cafeteria become so luxurious? Yet he soon meandered to another dining hall, Eastern Restaurant. What sort of nonsense was this? Did they truly expect a student cafeteria to be this extravagant? Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng's body convulsed, his sunglasses tumbling to the ground, his expression one of overwhelming excitement. Of course, it was not merely the proximity to the cafeteria that thrilled him. Rather, it was the sight of a two-story building adjacent to it, marked Activity Center. He detected an abundance of the scent of blood and flesh. Minutes later, Li Xiaofeng composed himself, adjusted his sunglasses, straightened his frying pan, and dusted off the black plastic bag. With renewed confidence, he strode forward, declaring, "I have arrived." The activity center was only 2 stories tall, but was not insignificant in size, flanked by 2 trees, one of which Li Xiaofeng did not recognize, but the other remained unfamiliar as well. With a slight flick of his cape, he approached, striving to make his knocking sound irresistibly enticing. Bang, bang. At that moment, a cold, indifferent electronic voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 27. Random mission. Ding. Random mission triggered. Generating mission. Ding. Release of random mission. Efficiency infection. Mission synopsis. Within the building ahead lies 100 survivors. A tremendous temptation for you to go forth. Infect more humans. Gather more evolution points. And become a stronger zombie. Difficulty. Unknown. Mission duration. None. Mission rewards. Divided into 3 levels. Infect 50% of survivors for 3rd level rewards. Infect 80% of survivors for 2nd level rewards. Infect 100% of survivors for 1st level rewards. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated not only the accumulation of evolution points, but also the issuance of a random mission. The system was remarkably considerate. Inside the activity center, numerous seats were arranged, and a stage was located at the front, where student events were typically held. Yet at this moment, the atmosphere was devoid of the usual merriment, replaced by a cluster of students, clad in soiled garments, their complexions pale and weak, huddled in various corners. Each face bore the pallor of death, stripped of the vitality they once possessed. "Everyone, we need not be so despondent." A plump, middle-aged man ascended the stage. His name was Chen Qinsher, the dean of the college. Unlike the other students, he was well-groomed, dressed in a suit, and tides the dean. "I will ensure that each of you survives." The middle-aged man relished his time on stage, radiating authority and righteousness, "that I believe that this aberration will soon be quelled by the military. When that happens, as the sole university in the city, we shall undoubtedly be the primary rescue target. I have faith that the government will not abandon its elite talents. We must hold on to hope, strive to survive. In the future, you shall all become true elites. The world will ultimately require your salvation." The middle-aged man spoke with fervor, yet the response was scant. Indeed, we must not disappoint the dean's expectations. We must trust in his leadership. A bespectacled, refined student attempted to elicit a response from the others. As the student council president, He naturally sought to align himself with the dean. In fact, his approach proved accurate. Aside from those two female students, he was the only one not compelled to venture out in search of food. Each foray felt akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice, fraught with peril. Especially now, with the Eastern cafeteria's supermarket nearly emptied, his only option for food lay in other cafeterias. What was once a short distance now brimmed with danger. One misstep could incite a horde of zombies. The aftermath would be harrowing. Many students remained expressionless, their faces devoid of life. Utterly unmoved, in the past, they might have reacted to such rhetoric. But now, with hunger gnawing at them, how could they muster any enthusiasm? The middle-aged man felt a tinge of awkwardness, clearing his throat as he prepared to rally their spirits that he was about to send someone out on a food run when a sudden series of knocks interrupted him. Bang, bang, bang. Chinchincher's expression froze momentarily, quickly replaced by a look of confusion. The others were similarly jolted. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had never heard knocking from the outside, and today, no students had ventured out for food. This could only mean other humans. As for zombies, that notion had never crossed their minds. Who among the undead would knock? And so politely. At that, Chapter 28, The Light of Justice. Upon hearing the knocking, a flicker of excitement crossed the middle-aged man's face. Whether it was a rescue or fellow survivors fleeing, it would only serve his interest at the very least. It might provide him with someone to do his bidding. Though Chinchincher trembled, he endeavored to maintain an air of authority. Signaling to the student council president, who promptly understood, the refined student rushed to the door, peering through a small pane of glass. Yet, he was instantly taken aback, his expression frozen in disbelief as he gazed outside. There stood an individual donning sunglasses, obscuring their eyes, and bizarrely, a black plastic bag over their mouth, with a frying pan slung across their back, draped in a pink curtain. Zhang Xingming was stunned. The person's appearance shattered his previous understanding. He had never encountered such a sight in peacetime. Who could have imagined that in the wake of the apocalypse, all manner of eccentricities would emerge? What truly made him twitch was the fact that the individual raised their hand above their head, forming a heart shape. What in the world was this person? What happened? Xingming, what is going on? The middle-aged man, observing the prolonged silence, was overcome with a sense of perplexity. Zhang Xingming, snapping back to reality, still bore a profound and peculiar expression in his eyes. He shook his head and turned to say, "Director, it seems a lunatic has escaped." Li Xiaofeng's hands suddenly stiffened, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. What does it mean to be called a lunatic? I merely aim to foster a sense of camaraderie by forming a heart shape, and yet I am deemed insane. Unleash the aura of the protagonist. Mortals, prepare to be bathed in my divine light. Ding! Activation failed. A lunatic, you say? Then do not open the door. The middle-aged man approached the entrance, where he too was taken aback by the sight of Li Xiaofeng, whose appearance was equally unsettling. After regaining his composure, he decisively refused entry. Allowing a lunatic inside would not only endanger everyone, but would also render him uncontrollable. Letting him in would be inviting calamity. Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of hurt, bending his legs slightly to form another heart shape. Yet the others wore expressions of disappointment as they departed from the entrance, astonished that the apocalypse had unleashed lunatics freely. Damn it. Li Xiaofeng's heart felt as if 1,000 beasts were howling within. What kind of absurdity is this? I must change my attire. These people seem ill-prepared to accept my radiant brilliance. Li Xiaofeng began to reflect upon himself, ultimately concluding that the taste of those within was dreadfully pedestrian. Boutique, boutique, he murmured silently to himself, preparing to revamp his appearance. Mortals, brace yourselves for my splendid new persona. As he was about to leave, seizing the moment when everyone had distanced themselves from the door and were not looking outward, he kindly piled 10 zombies at the entrance, even going so far as to tie them in place using a rope secured to the 2 trees flanking the door. Admiring his carefully crafted masterpiece, Li Xiaofeng let out a triumphant roar. This should deter anyone from venturing out. As the king of zombies, one must seize the highest rewards that if someone were to venture out in search of food and become infected while he was away. Whom could he hold accountable? He turned slightly to glance at the pink curtains behind him, which seemed even more vibrant, and a sense of satisfaction welled within him. The crimson glow of the blood sun illuminated his form as Li Xiaofeng stood tall and strode away. Is this the light of righteousness? Chapter 29. Chen Qinshou, meanwhile, those inside remained oblivious to Li Xiaofeng's benevolent acts. The middle-aged man continued to indulge himself in a self-aggrandizing speech. Before the army arrives for rescue, we must first undertake self-rescue. The scarcity of food and water is something we are all acutely aware of, but fortunately, we have brave and responsible New Age university students among us. This era requires them, and we need them even more. With that, he extended his blessings to the heroic Xiao Wei and Aji, wishing them success in procuring sustenance. Just as his words fell, two pale-faced students, their eyes reflecting fear, rose to their feet. To remain here. Every 2 days, 2 individuals must venture out in search of food and water. This was the rule established by Chen Qinshou. Initially, entering the supermarket in the Eastern Dining Hall was not particularly challenging, as the distance was manageable. However, as the supermarket gradually emptied, students were forced to travel further afield, multiplying the risks. The last 2 students returned empty-handed, one of whom had even transformed into a zombie, intensifying the collective dread. Listening to the director's encouragement, the 2 students felt increasingly terrified, their legs trembling slightly. Yet they approached the door, each carrying a massive backpack and wielding iron rods. Just as they were about to push the door open, a zombie's face suddenly pressed against it. Gazing into those wide, red eyes, with dried blood at the corners of its mouth and a pallid complexion, they screamed, losing control of their bodies and collapsing to the ground. What the hell? How are they in such a state before even stepping outside? The middle-aged man, his face flushed with anger, approached the door, astonished at the ineptitude of the 2. Who the hell did this? Peering outside, he was met with a throng of zombies, densely packed and lingering outside, refusing to disperse. With over 100 people inside, it was not uncommon for zombies to wander outside, but the sheer number blocking the door today was unprecedented. The presence of these creatures thwarted everyone's plans to venture out for food, resulting in a halving of today's rations. The middle-aged man, his face a mask of fury, spoke darkly, while the students remained silent, their anger stifled. The first brave soul to resist had been unceremoniously thrown outside, and all bore witness to his grisly fate as countless zombies descended upon him, employing exceptionally brutal methods. After consuming a meager portion of food, the students lay down in place, refraining from any movement to conserve their energy, resembling lifeless corpses. The eternal blood sun outside rendered the world devoid of day and night, yet humanity still required rest. Gradually, the students succumbed to slumber, finding a fleeting glimmer of hope only within their dreams. Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, slowly rising and feigning a trip to the corner restroom, all the while making his way to a small room, the exclusive domain of the director, which other students were forbidden from entering. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside, but he regarded the middle-aged man within, a flicker of disdain and hatred crossing his eyes. Yet he stood respectfully in place. The middle-aged man patted his ample belly, a satisfied expression gracing his countenance. Quite delightful. Here's a can for you. The director retrieved a can from the corner of the room and tossed it casually to a female student on the floor. This student, possessing a pure visage and an alluring figure, bore eyes that were hauntingly vacant. Upon sight of the can, a spark of vitality flickered across her face as she accepted it and exited the room. Lu Yuan watched the former class beauty barter her body for a mere can, feeling a bitter irony wash over him. Yet upon seeing the can, a wolfish gleam ignited in his eyes. Should the director express interest in him, he would not hesitate to offer himself. Chapter 30. Successfully infiltrated as the apocalypse descended, countless souls lacked the courage to take their own lives, preferring to exist like walking corpses that a morsel of food was enough for them to relinquish all traces of dignity. Lu Yuan had arrived. The director slowly donned his clothing, maintaining an air of authority as he spoke. No one wishes to rebel, do they? Lu Yuan shook his head. He was the director's planted spy among the students. Should anyone dare to oppose, he would promptly report to the director that a group of Navi students, even in the face of the apocalypse, behaved like lambs, incapable of outmaneuvering him. Chen Qinshou. Lu Yuan himself was unaware of how many more spies like him existed. The director tossed a sausage carelessly, signaling Lu Yuan to leave. His hands trembled slightly as he accepted the sausage, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the corner of the room, where a massive backpack filled with food lay. Greed etched deeply in his eyes. Chen Qinshu observed as Lu Yuan exited the room, retrieving some beef jerky from his backpack and savoring it slowly. Even in the apocalypse, his life remained remarkably carefree. Prompting him to reflect on his astonishing methods that end peaceful times, he effortlessly ascended to the director's position. Even amidst the apocalypse, he remained above the fray. Soon, the following day arrived. All awakened gradually from hunger. A ludicrous thought forming in their minds. They had survived yet another day. Chen Qinshu rose slowly, pulling out milk and bread to satiate his hunger, before grooming his appearance and stepping outside. Surely the zombies at the door must have dispersed by now. He nodded at each emaciated student, presenting himself as incredibly approachable as he approached the door, just as he was about to peer outside. A sudden knock startled him, compelling him to glance outward at a figure clad in black leather, donning sunglasses and a black mask, stood at the door, a long sword sheathed in gold strapped to their back. This appearance seemed utterly bizarre in the apocalypse, yet Chen Qinshu sensed immense power emanating from the individual. Likely a savior, that Li Xiaofeng, his expression cold, had successfully activated the protagonist's aura, feeling an overwhelming surge of brilliance. The hundreds inside were utterly under his control. Clad in leather, he exuded the aura of a master, particularly with that sword acquired from the toy store, a true display of dominance, upon noticing the hero outside. Chen Qinshu's gaze shifted, realizing that the multitude of zombies from yesterday had vanished without a trace. Could it be that they had been eliminated? In an instant, Chen Qinshu donned a sycophantic smile. Eagerly opening the door, Li Xiaofeng's heart raced, his body trembling with anticipation, yet he strove to maintain his composure as he stepped inside. "Might I inquire, hero, are you here to rescue us?" Chen Qinshu inquired. Bending slightly to lower his height beneath Li Xiaofeng's, his face radiating warmth and friendliness, Li Xiaofeng offered no reply, turning his back and wiping the drool that had escaped his mask, feeling as if he had tarnished his image. Yet, it was difficult to contain himself. He longed to transform into a demon, infecting everyone to amass thousands of evolution points. However, he held back. Should he unleash chaos now, a multitude would surely seize the opportunity to flee. And he could not single-handedly thwart them, that he needed to employ cunning. As an intelligent zombie, how could he resort to brute force? That would be a disservice to his elegance. After all, grace is eternally timeless. Chapter 31. A fortuitous opportunity, Li Xiaofeng wiped away his drool, adjusted his black mask, and absent-mindedly flicked his non-existent bangs. He gazed at the seemingly authoritative middle-aged man before him and shook his head. He had no desire to admit that he was there to rescue them, and being unable to speak would certainly reveal his true intentions. The halo of an ordinary passerby had been activated. Ding! Activation successful. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy within, immediately commencing his performance. He crouched down, covering his face with his hands, shaking his head and swaying, embodying the visage of someone overwhelmed by grief. Chen Qinshu sensed something odd. Previously, he had felt an intangible aura emanating from the other, which made him hesitant to act. But now, this individual appeared as mundane as any passerby. Especially in his current state, he resembled a survivor who had barely escaped a dire fate. Could it be that he had misjudged? Chen Qinshu straightened his posture, adopting a stern expression, and cleared his throat theatrically. This student. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone witnessed Li Xiaofeng growing increasingly animated, his gestures becoming more exaggerated. Ultimately, he rolled on the ground, his legs kicking wildly, and grasped at his sparse hair, resembling someone in profound despair. Chen Qinshu's mouth twitched. He had never seen such a vibrant student. "Could you tone down the theatrics?" He remarked, "Do not grieve any longer, my friend. You must live on for your loved ones. As long as you abide by the rules here, we shall not expel you." A smile crept onto Chen Qinshu's face as he spoke gently, though internally he felt pleased. After all, he had gained another free laborer. Li Xiaofeng seemed to gradually calm his sorrow, nodding obediently before squatting in a corner to contemplate strategies. How could he infect everyone? The main entrance could not be locked from the inside. If he acted recklessly, someone would surely escape. The greater challenge was that he needed to infect everyone within a short span of time. If even one person were infected first and subsequently spread the infection to others, it would not count as his own. Not only would he lose evolution points, but the reward for the task would also diminish. Everyone overlooked Li Xiaofeng. An additional survivor was merely one more person to await their fate. Taking advantage of this moment, the middle-aged man moved forward to deliver a speech. Today, we are fortunate. Not only do we welcome a new student, but the zombies that lingered at the entrance yesterday have also vanished. I believe today will yield greater rewards. Tomorrow will be even brighter. Chen Qingshou cleared his throat and suddenly turned to Li Xiaofeng, his gaze profound and glistening with unshed tears, as he fervently asked, "Would you be willing to join two others in searching for food? To save each and every one of us?" Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Searching for food, and with others? What a providential opportunity. He glanced at the middle-aged man ahead, thinking to himself, "You truly are a remarkable talent." Li Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. The others stared in disbelief. Is there truly someone who fears not for their life in this era? Chen Qingshou was equally stunned. Has this person's awareness transcended such bounds? He nodded slightly, admiration etched upon his face. Excellent. The new era requires talents like you. You are the backbone of society. Xiaowei, you shall accompany this new student. I am certain that today you will achieve great success. The two students, pale as ghosts, slowly rose, their eyes still filled with dread. There was no escaping their fate now. Chen Qingshou deliberately produced a sausage and handed it to Li Xiaofeng as encouragement. Previously, whenever someone ventured out in search of food, they were given some incentive. But as food became increasingly scarce, that regulation had fallen by the wayside. In Chen Qingshou's eyes, a human life was not worth a single sausage. Since Li Xiaofeng was new, he needed to offer something to win him over. Everyone's eyes sparkled with greed, eager to snatch that sausage away. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. What use is this to a zombie? Chapter 32. The playground restroom. The three eventually made their way out of the activity center, with the two remaining filled with trepidation. One misstep could lead to death. Li Xiaofeng, however, exuded confidence, even patting the shoulders of his companions in a gesture of encouragement. Xiaowei and Azhi were somewhat swayed by his demeanor, their fears slightly alleviated. This new student is so composed. Could he possess extraordinary skills? In an apocalyptic world, perhaps a savior or an extraordinary being might emerge. However, as they approached him, they couldn't shake the feeling of trepidation. As if faced with a formidable adversary, everyone watched the three depart with eager anticipation, even waving goodbye, hoping they would return with copious amounts of food to sustain them for a few more days. Li Xiaofeng was quite familiar with the two, wrapping his arms around their shoulders as if they were brothers. In truth, it was merely to prevent them from fleeing and being infected by other zombies, which would surely be counterproductive. "Brother, where shall we find food?" Xiaowei's voice trembled slightly as he spotted zombies wandering in the distance, his fear intensifying. Li Xiaofeng led the two directly to the nearby playground restroom. "Brother, we are supposed to go out and search for food, not to the restroom." Both were puzzled. Could this older brother have some peculiar hobby? In a hurry to find food, why would he head to the restroom? Li Xiaofeng merely shook his head and adjusted his sunglasses, adopting an air of nonchalance as he guided them to the restroom door, signaling for them to wait patiently. He entered the restroom, glanced around and found no zombies. It seemed they were not fond of this scent. Giving the two an okay sign, he ushered them inside, cautiously closing the door behind them. "Brother, we are starving every day. How can we afford to use the restroom?" With empty bellies, what use did they have for a restroom? The two gazed at their reflections in the restroom mirror, appearing haggard and worn, their former vitality a distant memory. "Brother, what are you doing?" Xiaowei suddenly noticed Li Xiaofeng locking the restroom door tightly and wrapping his arms around his neck. What sent chills down his spine was Li Xiaofeng leaning in closer, but a wave of dread washed over him. Is this person a pervert? Azhi, witnessing Li Xiaofeng's actions, trembled but did not intervene. Is it really this exhilarating? As Xiaowei attempted to push him away, a sudden, intense pain shot through his neck, blood spurting forth. Li Xiaofeng had pulled down his mask, revealing his fangs, with blood staining the corners of his mouth. Xiaowei clutched his neck, his eyes wide with sheer terror. He never expected this individual to be a zombie, one whose behavior was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Azhi's eyes widened in panic as he cried out, but no one was coming to their rescue. Li Xiaofeng discarded Xiaowei and slowly approached Azhi. Go ahead and scream, even if you shout until your throat is raw. No one will heed your cries. Scream until your throat is raw. Ding. Host successfully infected one individual. Evolution points 10. Evolution points have now reached 150 for 100 based on his calculations. If he infected the hundreds of individuals in the activity center, he would directly ascend to a 6th-tier ordinary zombie. That Li Xiaofeng tidied his hairstyle, feeling increasingly dapper. Perhaps he should acquire a folding fan to complement his distinguished demeanor, striding with an air of indifference. He wondered while contemplating his next moves. Would returning now be too conspicuous? It would be difficult to explain losing someone in less than an hour. Suddenly, he twitched his nose and lifted his gaze toward the building ahead. The school's sacred library? He caught a whiff of the scent of books. No, it was the aroma of fresh flesh. Chapter 33. The library. Li Xiaofeng made his way to the library. Since he couldn't return anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to infect the survivors scattered throughout the school. Consider it a little side hustle. As he entered the library, his senses were immediately overwhelmed. The library was indeed different. Its exquisite decor exuded an air of solemnity. Countless zombies meandered among the bookshelves, resembling university students in peacetime. Yet sadly, the atmosphere was entirely transformed. Hey, zombie, don't gnaw on the bookshelf. Show some decorum. Li Xiaofeng raised his right hand, his expression stern. How could a new species possess so little civility? The entrance of the library was equipped with barriers akin to those at subway stations, requiring a student card to pass. But how could that possibly deter Li Xiaofeng? With a push of his left hand and a step with his right foot, he vaulted over the barrier as if performing a hurdle in a film from peacetime. The sequence of movements was fluid and graceful. Bang! Crack! Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Li Xiaofeng propped himself up, rising nonchalantly, brushing off the dust from his leather jacket as if nothing had occurred. With a slight twitch of his nose, he surveyed the first floor before decisively heading upstairs to continue his search. Li Xiaofeng's body trembled slightly as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Slowly drawing out the toy sword from his back, in an instant, a murderous intent emanated from him, and the air around him crackled with tension that he moved forward with the poise of an ancient swordsman. Heading toward the women's restroom that moment, Zhang Shui's face was ashen, her petite frame trembling, evoking a sense of compassion. As the class's academic prodigy, she had been studying in the library even on weekends. She had been immersed in the ocean of knowledge, but then a blinding light pierced through, and the blood-red sun loomed ominously. Without a hint of forewarning or a shred of concern, the apocalypse arrived in an instant. Fortunately, despite being an academic prodigy, she relished bringing snacks to the library, for weekends were typically devoid of visitors. This pastime, which she cherished, unexpectedly turned into her salvation. She witnessed a male scholar nearby collapse suddenly, his legs convulsing violently, scattering chairs in his wake. Initially, she presumed he had taken up dance during his studies merely to capture her attention. However, when she saw him rise, resembling a ghoul, she was struck with terror. Hastily retreating to the farthest stall of the ladies' restroom, too frightened to emerge as time elapsed, she anticipated rescue, considering that Monday was approaching and students would inevitably return to the library. Yet, her hopes dwindled. The outside world echoed with the ferocious roars of beasts, plunging her into despair. Peering through the window, she glimpsed the blood-red sun and the alumni wandering the campus. The world had irrevocably changed. Zhang Shuishan was fortunate to have ample snacks to sustain her for a while longer. Coupled with the fact that the restroom still functioned, that on the 10th day of the apocalypse, Zhang Shuishan found herself utterly despondent. Nothing had altered, save for the dwindling food supply. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the unsettling noise of something scraping the floor. Li Xiaofeng, his nose twitching, dragged a toy sword across the ground, heading straight for the last stall of the restroom. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking resonated. Zhang Shuishan gasped but forced herself to remain silent. The knocking persisted, yet no voice followed. This bizarre circumstance sent shivers down her spine. She could no longer contain herself and whispered, "Is someone here to rescue me?" Li Xiaofeng glanced at the restroom door, realizing he couldn't squeeze through, especially after stumbling at the entrance moments ago. There was a significant gap at the bottom of the door, in peacetime, out of sheer curiosity. He had once peeked under the stall to glimpse the fellow occupant next door, marking it as the most embarrassing moment of his life. Chapter 34. You're not even handsome. Li Xiaofeng regained his composure. extending his gloved right hand into the restroom, forming an O gesture, hoping the occupant would understand. Despite her excitement, Zhang Xuexian maintained her composure. I am the face of the apocalypse. A zombie would forever remain a zombie. But a human could still possess humanity. Can you speak? Do you have identification? Li Xiaofeng froze, momentarily perplexed. Identification? A legal document for infected humans? There was nowhere to obtain such a thing. Aware of her heightened wariness, he feared she wouldn't easily open the door, and he turned away, determined to find something to prove his identity. He initially thought it would be simple to locate paper and a pen in the library. But after a fruitless search, he discovered the harsh reality. Only phones remained on the tables, and not a single person possessed a pen. You have tainted the ocean of knowledge, he lamented, grabbing a phone. He pressed a button, and to his surprise, the screen lit up. It was the 10th day of the apocalypse, and a phone capable of lasting 10 days on standby. The logo displayed a plump pair. A counterfeit device, truly impressive. Upon opening it, he found no password was set, allowing immediate access. Lacking paper and pen was no hindrance. This device could suffice. That he opened the messaging app, prepared to send information to the restroom survivor. But the preloaded content left him momentarily speechless. 8:00 a.m. to 11:00 a.m. Play Arena of Valor. 2:00 p.m. to 5:00 p.m. Play League of Legends. 6:00 p.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. Play PUBG. 10:00 p.m. to 11:00 p.m. Study. What a fulfilling and joyous day. Li Xiaofeng swiftly deleted the original message that, if seen by others, they might think he was not a proper zombie. Hello, I'm here to rescue you. He thrust the phone into the restroom, initiating his seduction plan. Moments later, the phone was tossed back out. Li Xiaofeng stared in astonishment. Was she truly that cautious? No wonder she was an academic elite. Instantly seeing through his scheme. He had intended to bite her the moment she extended her hand, for a bite to the neck or hand could both lead to infection. Are you a student of this school? Why are you silent? 10 minutes passed. Zhang Xuexian began to regret her caution. Had she been too wary, causing the other party to grow impatient and leave? Though I may be quite handsome, I am mute. And I specifically came from the activity center to rescue you. Li Xiaofeng extended his left hand inside, while his right hand twitched uncontrollably, akin to a chicken with a nervous disorder. Typing as a zombie was indeed torturous. Zhang Xuexian observed the words on the phone, feeling a slight sense of relief. Despite his narcissism, he likely wasn't malicious. Creak. The restroom door swung open, leaving Zhang Xuexian in shock. She beheld a figure crouched down, wearing sunglasses and a mask, clad in leather, with a toy sword lying on the ground. The most peculiar sight was his right hand, which trembled incessantly. Did I ask your Parkinson's acting up? Zhang Xuexian crouched down. Concerned for his trembling hand, the Parkinson's. How could that be? If it weren't for typing on the phone, would I be in such a state? Li Xiaofeng, seeing her delicate features so close, emitted a strange growl and lunged forward. Pervert! Rogue! Yell all you want! Li Xiaofeng roared inhumanly, his shaking right hand finally removing the mask, and his heart raced with excitement as he bit down. A wave of pain struck, and she seemed to realize he was not a rogue. She finally beheld Li Xiaofeng's visage. Though he still wore sunglasses, blood stained his lips as he continued to howl. A zombie. Zhang Xuexian had no time to ponder. Her consciousness began to fade, just before collapsing entirely. She murmured, "You deceived me. You're not even handsome." Chapter 35. The zombie's evolution. Li Xiaofeng heard her final words. His graceful rise abruptly halted. His entire being froze, save for his twitching right hand. Then am I truly not handsome? Li Xiaofeng spiraled into deep contemplation, as if confronting a world-altering enigma, ultimately achieving clarity. What a terrifying zombie virus. It had swiftly driven her to utter nonsense. He slung the toy sword over his back, shook his trembling right hand, and exited the ladies' restroom. The library boasted 5 floors, and he continued his patrol, yet no survivors remained. Before departing, he casually picked up a book, intending to bring it back for the activity center's occupants. For books were the true sustenance of the spirit. Though the title read Postpartum Care for Sows, it was still a treasured the university's activity center. Everyone awaited eagerly, yearning for the sound of a knock. The trio's ability to return with food was intimately tied to their survival. Chen Qinsho lingered at the door, his enthusiasm for a speech evaporating. Suddenly, he spotted a silhouette approaching in the distance. The toy sword on the person's back instantly revealing their identity. The new student. But why has only he returned? A sense of foreboding washed over Chinshinsho. Where are Xiaowei and Aji? Everyone seemed to grasp the situation. Some were numb, others sorrowful. Li Xiaofeng clutched his head, removed his backpack, and squatted in a corner, appearing utterly heartbroken. Chinshinsho felt a twinge of embarrassment, surprised that the other party ignored him entirely. Is there something in the backpack? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chinshinsho's eyes. As long as there were gains, that was sufficient. The absence of a person mattered little. Fewer mouths to feed would reduce the consumption of food. He noticed the book in the backpack, his expression freezing. That I instructed you to find food, and you returned with a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. Chinshinsho's face darkened as he glared at Li Xiaofeng, who, wearing sunglasses, remained indifferent. Tomorrow, 5 of you will venture out to gather food. The new student. Since you returned empty-handed today, you must go tomorrow as well. With that, he tossed the book onto the ground, turning his back as he retreated into his small room. Li Xiaofeng, however, trembled with delight upon hearing this. What a splendid leader! From that moment, he embarked on his hunting journey, his evolution process significantly easier than that of other zombies. 5 days swiftly passed, and the third weekend of the apocalypse dawned. Li Xiaofeng's heart brimmed with excitement. Thanks to Chinshinsho's benevolent cooperation, his evolution value had reached 390. For 100, he had newly infected 23 individuals, 16 of whom had accompanied him in search of food, lured into the sinister restroom by his cunning act. The remaining 7 were survivors he had skillfully enticed from various locations around the school. That Li Xiaofeng sat on the playground, a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazing at the blood-red sun above, filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, he would successfully ascend to the 5th tier of ordinary zombies. Time flew, swiftly ushering in midnight, that a new week had begun. The sanguine sun once again cast its crimson glow upon every wandering corpse. Suddenly, primal roars erupted in a cacophony, reverberating throughout the campus, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. That a similar red light enveloped him, and he felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Fortunately, his cunning had kept him from the activity center. Had he been there while everyone else appeared utterly normal, he would have stood out like a beacon, indistinguishable from the zombies outside. What an embarrassing scene that would have been. Chapter 36. The elite zombie Li Xiaofeng S. Cold. Scarlet eyes surveyed the peculiar behavior of the nearby zombies. Had they evolved again? The red glow lingered only for a few minutes before dissipating, yet it had granted all the zombies a significant boost in their foundational strength, successfully evolving them into 3rd-tier ordinary zombies. Was this not somewhat too easy? System. Do zombies evolve every week? Ding. The energy of the sanguine sun can only elevate zombies to 5th-tier ordinary zombies. To evolve further, they must consume mutated beasts or infect humans. That's a relief. It would be unfortunate to toil away only to end up as the weakest among zombies. For what good is intelligence if it leads to such a fate? Ding. A new weekly quest has been initiated. Please check host. Weekly quest Path to Evolution. Successfully evolved into an elite zombie. Quest overview. In this apocalyptic world, the radiance of the sanguine sun enables every zombie to evolve. As the only intelligent zombie, how could he allow them to catch up? Strive to evolve and become the king of the zombie race. Quest difficulty. 3 stars. Quest duration. Within 7 days. Quest reward. A random rare talent. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. An elite zombie. Ding. An ordinary zombie can reach a maximum of 5th tier. Further evolution will result in becoming an elite zombie, with a substantial enhancement in foundational strength, as well as the random acquisition of a skill. No wonder the energy of the sanguine sun only enhances zombies to 5th tier ordinary. Beyond that lies the elite level. At that point, the zombie's strength would likely see a dramatic increase, enabling them to keep pace with even ordinary humans. After relentless efforts from Li Xiaofeng, the students in the activity center had dwindled from a total of 108 to just 90. Each individual found sleep elusive that night. Even Chinshinsho wore a troubled expression. The outside world echoed with the terrifying roars of zombies, and they, having experienced it once, understood the implications. Damn this apocalypse. Chinshinsho puffed on a cigarette, a rare luxury in these dire times, which he usually refrained from indulging. His face was clouded with gloom. None of the 5 who had ventured out for supplies returned today. Over the course of 6 days, only once had all returned, while on the other 4 days, only Li Xiaofeng had made it back, and today, even he was absent. What he did not realize was that on that day, Li Xiaofeng had intentionally spared them, seeking to avoid suspicion. Chen Qinshu had never doubted him, as they shared no conflicting interests. All were huddled on the ground, trembling in fear. The zombies' night of revelry had plunged humanity into deeper despair. The night passed swiftly, and everyone's spirits plummeted, falling into silence as food dwindled and the specter of death loomed ever closer. Today, another 5 would venture out for supplies. What had once been an expedition every 2 days had now turned into a daily necessity. The 5 wore expressions of despondency and numbness as they donned their backpacks and approached the door. Just then, someone knocked that Li Xiaofeng had arrived early from the playground at the activity center. Just in time. Had the 5 gone out, infection would have spelled disaster. That a flicker of joy appeared in Chen Qinshu's eyes as he hurried to open the door, his gaze constantly darting to Li Xiaofeng's backpack. Despite his frequent solo returns, the bag always contained food. That it could be said that the survival of the group hinged on Li Xiaofeng, that he had gradually established a reputation among the students. Chapter 37. Evolution again, back already. Chen Qinshu exclaimed with a smile, having grown accustomed to the silent figure before him. As long as he returned with food, nothing else mattered. With a comforting gesture, he kindly took Li Xiaofeng's backpack. Upon opening it, he found it brimming with provisions. Mineral water, potato chips, and compressed biscuits. Classmate, you've worked hard these past few days. You need to go out today. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. With evolution points in hand, what hardship had he endured? He quickly shook his head, his expression one of indignation at being prevented from participating. Classmate, just stay here today. We are all immensely grateful to you. A female student stood, tears brimming in her eyes. Indeed, we are all very thankful for your efforts. Everyone rose, their grimy faces reflecting deep emotion that I in this apocalyptic world. Such awareness was rare, and Li Xiaofeng deserved their utmost respect. He too was astonished at the esteem he had unwittingly garnered. Raising his trembling hands, he signaled for silence, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, scanning each individual before he slowly shook his head. With determination, he slung the backpack over his shoulders and resolutely departed the activity center with the 5 classmates, leaving behind a powerful and unwavering silhouette. The gaze of all upon Li Xiaofeng sent a shiver through them. Yet his actions stirred profound gratitude, allowing them to overlook their strange feelings. This was the true hero, a hero without a name. Chen Qinshu, equally stirred, spoke with fervor, though a barely perceptible shadow flickered in his eyes. The rise of a student to such prominence could threaten his dominion. He must find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would soon usurp his position. Li Xiaofeng remained blissfully unaware, unconcerned, was plotting against a zombie, not an act of folly. The 5 companions looked at the noble-hearted student before them, their hearts ignited with a glimmer of hope. Half an hour later, the 6 gathered in the restroom. The 5 stared, astonished at the food within. Their eyes filled with disbelief that there really food in the restroom. I can't be dreaming. Can I? Li Xiaofeng quietly lingered at the back, expertly closing the restroom door behind them. What I've painstakingly brought from the supermarket is no dream. To entice them, he had orchestrated this deception, and it had proven remarkably effective. All the students had fallen for it. Minutes later, several zombies, drawn by the scent of humanity, began scratching at the door. Bang! Li Xiaofeng opened the door from within, shoving the 5 new zombies outside. With a slight twist of his body, he felt himself grow stronger. Ding! Host has successfully infected 1 individual, evolution points 10. Ding! Host has successfully infected 1 individual, evolution points 10. Ding! Host evolution points have reached 400,400, satisfying the conditions for evolution. Host begins to evolve. Host evolution complete. Current tier. 5th tier ordinary zombie. Host strength has increased, speed slightly enhanced, vision and hearing have received minor improvements. And agility has been bolstered. Ding. Host has ascended to 5th tier ordinary zombie, and the system has unlocked a new feature. Backpack. Items can now be transferred to the system's exclusive backpack. Current capacity, 6 items. Li Xiaofeng was pleasantly surprised to discover this new backpack feature. He could retrieve his long-lost battle gear. A down jacket, plastic bags, the high-flying elite among zombies. A frying pan, a powdery cape. Walking down the street would be quite the spectacle. Chapter 38. Poisoning. Li Xiaofeng's evolution points panel had reached 40500, that he was still 460 points shy of the next tier, elite zombie, and the students at the activity center were more than sufficient for his evolution. The weekly quest allowed only 7 days for completion, and he must secure that rare talent. Given the current rate of infections, it would be challenging to infect everyone. Other strategies would need to be devised. A zombie sat on the playground, wearing sunglasses and smoking, lost in thought. An hour later, Li Xiaofeng erupted with a howl, abruptly rising with a flawless plan in mind, instead of seeking out other survivors. He returned directly to the University Activity Center. Upon witnessing the loss of 5 more individuals and no food returned, Chen Qinshou's expression darkened considerably. Li Xiaofeng appeared listless, even banging his head with his hand in frustration. I loathe my own uselessness. He discarded his empty backpack and walked straight toward a wall. Bang, bang. Li Xiaofeng began to repeatedly strike his head against the wall, exhibiting a visage of despair and guilt. This display left all present momentarily stunned. Was this awareness not excessively high? No one dared to voice blame, for they could see his state of distress. Classmate, it's all right. Don't be so hard on yourself. Indeed, you've risked your life for so many days. It's not your fault if food wasn't found. Though everyone felt a profound sense of disappointment, they rose to console Li Xiaofeng. Listening to the sound of his head against the wall, they too felt a pang of pain. In an apocalypse, such qualities were exceedingly rare. Li Xiaofeng grasped his head with both hands, gradually ceasing his actions. Seeing the emotion in their eyes, some of the girls were already in tears. He dejectedly retreated to a corner, his body twitching uncontrollably, making him all the more pitiable. Yet within his heart, Li Xiaofeng found joy. It seemed he could execute his plan the following day. The following day swiftly arrived, marking the 17th day since the apocalypse erupted. Everyone endured yet another day in hunger. Li Xiaofeng proactively took the lead. Departing with 5 companions from this place, they beheld his retreating figure. Tears welled up in the eyes of the onlookers. Chen Qinshou, witnessing this scene, felt an intensified desire to frame Li Xiaofeng. Such adept manipulation of hearts. How could it be overlooked? 3 hours later, Li Xiaofeng entered a supermarket alone, his former companions now transformed into 50 points of evolution value. The supermarket was well stocked, and the overwhelming number of zombies outside deterred any survivors from approaching. He relentlessly transported various supplies out. Outside, an electric tricycle awaited him. Soon, the vehicle was laden with an array of provisions, including copious amounts of drinking water and food that he deliberately collected over 100 paper cups and, after a thorough search, ultimately seized 3 lollipops. Li Xiaofeng opened all the drinking water bottles, allowing his blood-stained fingers to soak inside for a moment. The water instantly appeared somewhat murky, but was quickly diluted, its color faint under the dim red light, making it difficult to discern. Let's have a hearty meal before we set off. Li Xiaofeng sighed inwardly, marveling at his own brilliance for devising such a cunning plan. Mortals, prepare to face the retribution of the zombie Overlord. With a toy sword drawn in his right hand, he pointed it at the blood-red sun above, unleashing a chilling roar, exuding an aura of malevolence. Bang! The electric tricycle crashed straight into a tree. He lurched forward, his head colliding with the front of the vehicle. Chapter 39. Brotherhood. Chen Qinshou was still plotting his scheme at the activity center. He resolved to send a few trusted subordinates to accompany Li Xiaofeng the following day, planning to attribute everything to the zombies. Suddenly, a blaring horn interrupted his thoughts, followed by exclamations of astonishment from many students. Wow, so much food! How did this happen? Hero! You are my reborn parents, my dear elder brother. Chen Qinshou's expression shifted as he stepped out of the small room, immediately spotting Li Xiaofeng, clad in leather, returning with an electric tricycle. How could someone navigate the apocalypse with such nonchalance? Was he not afraid of zombie infection? However, he quickly dismissed this concern upon seeing the vast quantities of food and water on the vehicle. The students, too, shed their despondency. Food had rekindled their hope. Chen Qinshou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastened forward, calling out to everyone, "This food belongs to me from now on. Quickly, let us assist our hero in moving everything inside." Dozens of students suddenly found an inexplicable surge of strength, transporting an abundance of food and water into the building, an entire cart's worth. Since the apocalypse began, it was the first time everyone felt such joy. Fearing the approach of zombies, they hurriedly moved the supplies indoors. Everyone has worked hard. Today, each person shall receive a piece of bread. Chen Qinshu smiled as he instructed Zhang Xingming to distribute small loaves to all. Tears glistened in everyone's eyes, their gratitude towards Li Xiaofeng growing even stronger. It was time. Li Xiaofeng stepped before the crowd, adjusting his sunglasses and tossing his hair. Let the protagonist's aura shine. Activation successful. He extended his hands, signaling for silence. In that instant, the entire activity center fell silent. All gazes fixed upon him, inexplicably sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from Li Xiaofeng. Emotions ran high, as many could not contain their cheers. Such a person is our true leader. Brother, I, Xiaolong, will follow you from now on, so will I, Xiaodong. Even Xiao Chong pledged his loyalty. The sudden influx of food, coupled with Li Xiaofeng's commanding presence, had imbued the atmosphere with a palpable energy. Each person gazed at Li Xiaofeng with tears in their eyes, moved by the moment. Chen Qinshu, however, wore a grim expression, shocked by the rapid turn of events. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor, concealing his turmoil. Li Xiaofeng himself was astonished by how smoothly everything unfolded, his heart racing with excitement. Trembling hands grasped the paper cups, distributing them to everyone present, pouring in the drinking water he had brought back. Each person clutched his hand, trembling with anticipation. This scene was indeed a rare occurrence, destined for the annals of history. As they shook hands, despite the gloves, they felt an authentic warmth and reassurance. Soon, some began to realize Li Xiaofeng's intentions. Eagerly lifting their cups and pouring in the drinking water, no one drank first. They all quietly awaited Li Xiaofeng's next move. Chen Qinshu, feigning calm, held a paper cup, though resentment flickered in his eyes. Seeing everyone holding their cups heightened Li Xiaofeng's excitement, causing his body to tremble with anticipation. Hundreds of evolution points. Here I come. He retrieved a small loaf of bread, skewered the 3 lollipops onto it, and ignited the candy wrappers with a lighter. Observing the 3 flaming lollipops, he felt an overwhelming sense of ritual. Everyone's expressions were stirred. Was this a pledge of brotherhood for all? Chapter 40. A surge in evolution points. Li Xiaofeng slowly scanned each face before him. His demeanor solemn and grave, he raised his paper cup high, and all responded in unison, elevating their cups as well that Li Xiaofeng downed his drink in one go. Afterward, he presented the empty cup to the crowd. Everyone followed suit, drinking deeply, feeling a sense of camaraderie reminiscent of ancient bonds of righteousness amid this apocalypse. From now on, our rank shall be established as before, from left to right, Zhang Xingming exclaimed. Caught up in the atmosphere, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother, 32nd brother, 79th brother. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the touching scene before him, his body quaking as he removed his sunglasses, revealing his blood-red eyes. Brother, your eyes are so red. Don't cry. Indeed, brother, your eyes look quite abnormal. The crowd offered words of comfort as they beheld his gaze. That Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly, his crimson eyes scrutinizing each person, devoid of tears, exuding a primal coldness. Brother's eyes seem a bit eerie. Why do I feel as if they resemble those of the zombies outside? The crowd sensed something amiss, awakening to a chilling realization. An overwhelming fear began to seep through. Countless paper cups clattered to the ground as disbelief washed over everyone. Roaring, Li Xiaofeng shouted, exhilarated, struggle within the abyss of blood and darkness. Suffer in the hell of hatred and vengeance. Panic-stricken screams erupted, even attracting nearby zombies. Yet soon, individuals began to sense their consciousness fading, that we actually pledged brotherhood with a zombie. This was the singular thought coursing through everyone's minds. Like a tragic play, the conclusion was steeped in calamity. Chen Qinshu, horrified beyond measure, found himself utterly unprepared for Li Xiaofeng's true nature as a zombie. He now understood why those who had ventured with Li Xiaofeng in search of food had vanished. Was this not a pure invitation to death? His awareness, too, began to blur. Though he had only taken a sip, he was still infected. Li Xiaofeng disregarded the panicked crowd, fixated on the 3 lollipops ablaze before him. For the first time in his life, The act of brotherhood brought him immense joy. Ding. The host successfully infected one individual. Evolution points 10. The host successfully infected one individual. Evolution points 10. Ding. The host successfully infected one individual. Evolution points 10. Roar. A bountiful harvest. Li Xiaofeng howled in delight, listening to the continuous electronic chimes in his mind. The cold, indifferent voice felt remarkably familiar at that moment. Brother has lurked for many days. The rewards have finally arrived. Ding. The host's evolution points reach 500500, meeting the evolution criteria. The host begins to evolve. Evolution completed. Current tier. First tier elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and overall abilities are significantly enhanced. Li Xiaofeng clenched his fists. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he now felt his speed, strength, and agility far exceeded that of any human. Forget the silver medal in the elderly category. He could easily claim gold in the most prestigious athletic competitions. A sense of unparalleled power surged within him. Some students, their minds beginning to cloud, harbored intense hatred towards Li Xiaofeng. Charging at him recklessly, Li Xiaofeng extended his right hand slightly, gripping the neck of one student. His blood-red eyes gazing coldly at him. Bang! With a casual flick, he sent the student flying several meters, crashing into multiple others. This newfound strength was unlike anything he had ever experienced. The disparity between elite zombies and ordinary zombies was monumental. But the surprises were far from over. The cold, emotionless electronic voice continued to resonate. Chapter 41. The Strong Ding. The host has completed the daily task, successfully evolving into an elite zombie. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards locked in. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the rare talent. Domination. Upgradable as the king of zombies. You can command 2 zombies of the same tier. You will also gain the derived skill. Will transfer. You may choose to transfer your will to the zombies under your dominion, thereby exerting control over them. Note 1. Please safeguard your original self. Note 2. The zombies you manipulate will still retain access to certain functionalities of the system, as well as some of their innate talents and skills. Note 3. 25% of the evolution points gained by the dominated zombies will be yours. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned, only to be overcome with ecstatic joy that he had initially believed it was merely a matter of commanding zombies. But to his astonishment, he discovered he could transfer his will. More importantly, the ability to utilize certain system features alongside their inherent talents implied the emergence of 2 formidable avatars, as long as he concealed his original self in a secure location. Employing the avatars for combat, what could possibly threaten him? Furthermore, the addition of the phrase upgradable was a true life-saving skill. It resonated deeply with him. Li Xiaofeng let out a triumphant roar. As the king of zombies, it was imperative that he refrain from engaging in any risky endeavors personally. Accumulating evolution points while reclining was the epitome of a true monarch's demeanor. Ding! The host has ascended to an elite zombie. Randomly comprehending the skill. Hardened skin. Your skin can instantaneously become as tough as iron, diminishing or even rendering you immune to various attacks. Note: activating this skill will affect your speed. Ding! The host has completed the random task, Efficiency Infection. Rewards are being distributed. Reward locked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Insight. Ding! Eye of Insight allows you to perceive the information panels of every creature. The greater the disparity in strength, the more detailed the information. The random task's perfection level has reached 80%, enhancing the reward. The range of the Eye of Insight has significantly increased. The random task's perfection level has reached 100%, further elevating the reward. The Eye of Insight now disregards any barriers between entities, with the addition of 2 more skills, both of which are exceptionally practical. His meticulous planning was not in vain. Li Xiaofeng's panel transformed as follows. Host, Li Xiaofeng rank. First tier elite zombie, evolution points. 3902000. Talents: fractured nerves, viral infection, bloody evolution, domination, bystander aura, protagonist aura. Skills: Eye of Insight enhanced. Hardened skin. Evaluation: this is a rare elite zombie, evolving at a pace that far surpasses other zombies, even capable of rivaling powerful mutated beasts. The evolution points required for elite zombies have significantly increased. Yet his infection efficiency has also risen substantially, enabling him to hunt formidable mutated beasts. Initially, a single large white dog could provide him with 200 evolution points. The future indeed looks promising. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the blood-red sun, feeling a profound solitude of invincibility. Not only had he acquired a rare talent, but he also possessed two skills, complemented by enhanced foundational strength. Was this the essence of being a strong individual? He propelled a punch towards the activity center's door. Bang! Observing the immovable door, he adjusted his sunglasses, calmly unlocking it and stepping outside. How naive! It was no wonder these individuals could remain safe within for so long. Chapter 42. Mutated Mouse. Li Xiaofeng first sought out his former battle god ensemble. A red down jacket, pink curtains, a black plastic bag, bricklaying white gloves, and a black frying pan. Upon inventorying, he found every piece intact and promptly stored them in his system backpack. Occupying merely one slot, as he passed by the male dormitory, he planned to infect the two students who had deemed him a pervert. Just as he stepped onto the second floor of the dormitory, a wave of unprecedented excitement surged through him. His eyes turned increasingly crimson, filled with greed and fervor. A mutated beast. Due to his enhanced strength, the system had lifted the previous restrictions, allowing him to sense the more advanced virus within the mutated beast. Li Xiaofeng refrained from acting rashly and simply lifted his head. Eye of insight. In an instant, his vision engulfed in darkness, but as he shifted his gaze, a red phantom resembling a mouse abruptly materialized. The enhanced Eye of Insight had significantly increased its range and disregarded obstacles, proving to be a divine skill, effortlessly allowing him to seize the initiative. Name. Mutated Mouse. Rank. First tier, strength equivalent to a first-tier elite zombie. Talent. Evil evolution. Skills. Bite. Agility. Li Xiaofeng stood still, realizing why the mutated beasts he had previously encountered were so formidable. Their baseline strength was that of elite zombies. They possessed two skills, both likely combat-oriented. However, what held him in place was the talent of the mutated mouse. Only an evil evolution. Moreover, unlike the zombie's bloody evolution, it lacked the viral infection talent. Were the viruses within them not of the same variety? Or did the host's differences lead the virus to evolve in divergent directions? At that moment, the mutated mouse seemed to become frenzied, continuously moving in search of the source of its excitement. Discovered, the virus of the elite zombie within him also possessed a lethal allure for it. Sensing impending danger, Li Xiaofeng swiftly exited the male dormitory, contemplating a different strategy that he had yet to utilize his domination talent. So he would first control two slightly stronger zombies. Given that their strength was on par with his, the odds were more favorable in a 3-on-1 scenario. Li Xiaofeng made his way to the playground. Persistently utilizing the Eye of Insight, preparing to dominate two relatively powerful zombies. The uniformity of their panels left him somewhat disheartened. Name. Ordinary zombie. Rank. Third-tier. Talents. Nerve breakdown, bloody evolution, viral infection, skills. None. A glance revealed a sea of third-tier ordinary zombies. Nothing but dregs. Even with 3 against 1, they would likely serve merely as cannon fodder. Finding higher-tier zombies now proved exceedingly difficult. His gaze shifted, and he spotted 2 corpulent zombies, an idea forming in his mind. Perhaps they could counter the mouse's agility skill. Though their strength was questionable, their weight could still prove advantageous. Ding. Successfully dominated a third-tier zombie. The zombie's rank is too low. It can only execute simple commands. The panels of the 2 zombies he dominated remained unchanged. Yet they each gained evolution points of 10,300 and 300, respectively. Ordinary zombies could also evolve by consuming mutated beasts and infecting humans. The 2 zombies had likely advanced through the blood-red sun, one of which had successfully infected a person. Li Xiaofeng, accompanied by 2 imposing corpulent zombies, sought suitable weapons but found none readily available. Settling for 2 kitchen knives, he placed them in his system backpack. As he passed by the supermarket beneath the dormitory, he stumbled upon mouse traps. In peacetime, the male dormitory must have been rife with rodents, explaining the emergence of a mutated mouse. Li Xiaofeng bound the hands of both corpulent zombies with the traps. Though their efficacy was minimal, any effect was better than none. The 3 zombies entered the male dormitory, the first floor remaining unchanged. According to the Eye of Insight's guidance, the mutated mouse should be on the 5th floor. He lingered on the first floor, casually entering a dormitory while instructing the two corpulent zombies to continue ascending. Should he proceed further, it would undoubtedly provoke the mutated mouse. He would join the fray once the corpulent zombies ensnared it. The distance to the fourth floor was negligible for his agile body, reachable in the blink of an eye. Utilizing will transfer. Chapter 43. Devastating the mouse, that a peculiar sensation enveloped him. He felt as though he had commandeered a new body. The body felt incredibly rigid, incomparable to his own, and a mere glance downward revealed a hefty belly that he had officially taken control of the corpulent zombie-esque body, employing the domination talent. Ding, talent unavailable. As he had anticipated, the system prohibited such recursive domination that if unrestricted, given sufficient time, he could dominate all zombies, amassing billions of avatars. Utilizing hardened skin. Ding, activation successful. The skin of the corpulent zombie instantaneously hardened, and its speed diminished. Akin to donning a heavy suit of armor, when he transferred his will again, the zombie surprisingly did not deactivate hardened skin. This revelation filled him with elation. This skill was somewhat overpowered. The two corpulent zombies, now endowed with hardened skin, advanced slowly. Utilizing the Eye of Insight. Ding, activation successful. A colossal red phantom materialized at the end of the corridor. The fifth floor was littered with corpses, dozens of zombie remained strewn about. Squeak, countless large rats gnawed at their corpses, each rodent measuring approximately 30 centimeters. Though not yet a first-tier mutated beast, they had similarly turned ferocious and bloodthirsty. Two plump zombies ambled forward, oblivious to their surroundings. The dim light rendered the zombies' vision impaired, making it difficult for them to see. However, with the inside eye active, the mutated rats were utterly exposed, and in reality, their adversaries remained motionless as the distance between them closed. Li Xiaofeng deactivated the inside eye, finally perceiving the full form of the mutated creature. It was a colossal rat, its head and body exceeding a meter in length, coiled there like a small monster. Its eyes gleamed a blood-red hue, and its long tail, several meters in length, flicked mindlessly. Indifferent to the two zombies ahead, it showed no concern for such inferior beings. The two zombies continued their advance. And as they approached a certain threshold, the mutated rat suddenly sprang into action. Its speed, imperceptible to the zombies' weakened sight, manifested as a massive black shadow that pounced, toppling one of the zombies to the ground. Yet, to the mutated rat's bewilderment, its claws failed to rend flesh, leaving the creature unharmed. Meanwhile, the other zombie wasted no time, its hands encased in sticky traps, grasping the rat's hind leg. In a furious frenzy, the mutated rat unleashed a biting attack. The downed, rotund zombie sustained injuries, though fortunately not fatal, as its hardened skin mitigated the rat's assault. Simultaneously, Li Xiaofeng commanded the two zombies to entangle their foe tightly, his will returning to him. His agile form ascended to the fifth floor of the dormitory. Charging toward the corridors in a brief moment. The plump zombie on the ground had been grievously wounded. Li Xiaofeng leaped, raising a frying pan high, and brought it crashing down upon the rat's skull. Bang! The pan crumpled upon impact, rendered utterly useless. The mutated rat lifted its head, glaring fiercely at Li Xiaofeng, drawn to the virus within the zombie's body. With a roar, the injured zombie obeyed the command. Clinging tightly to the rat's head, Li Xiaofeng stowed the damaged frying pan and retrieved two sharp kitchen knives from his system backpack, wielding them with intent. The mutated rat attempted to evade, activating its speed skill, yet its once proud swiftness faltered at that moment, hindered by the weight of the two plump zombies clinging to it. Li Xiaofeng swung his knives wildly, akin to chopping pork. Despite lacking combat finesse, his overwhelming presence was undeniable. Swoosh! The sharp blades pierced into the mutated rat's flesh, crimson blood erupting forth, splattering across Li Xiaofeng's face. Unfazed, he intensified his assault. Chapter 44. Extermination of the Rat. Squeak! A shrill cry pierced the air. The mutated beast was unlike the zombies. Its nerves remained intact. The zombie virus had merely augmented its strength and savagery without imposing any adverse effects. Pain surged through it, inciting a frenzy. Squeak, squeak! A horde of black rats surged forth on the fifth floor, intent on tearing Li Xiaofeng and his companions into shreds. Like a wave of darkness, they completely filled the corridor. A sight that would instill despair in any observer. Yet, at that moment, the might of hardened skin became evident, capable of diminishing and even nullifying various attacks. The assault of the black rats paled in comparison to that of the mutated rat. Their sheer numbers proved futile, in gaming terms. Ordinary rats simply could not breach defenses. The mutated rat's cries echoed mournfully as it savagely tore at the plump zombie beneath it, even with hardened skin. The onslaught was relentless. At last, the rotund zombie met its noble demise. However, the mutated rat was now riddled with numerous wounds, blood flowing freely that a wave of weakness washed over it, and even with its speed skill activated. It struggled to maintain its pace that Li Xiaofeng's knives had become dulled, far more exerting than chopping pork. The mutated rat's defenses were not particularly robust. It turned its gaze toward Li Xiaofeng, disregarding the plump zombie on its hind leg. In its current state of madness, its eyes gleamed blood red as it lunged at Li Xiaofeng. The first order of business was to eliminate the zombie wielding the knife. Activate hardened skin. Li Xiaofeng felt as though he had donned a layer of impenetrable armor. Though his speed was affected, he had no intention of retreating. Simultaneously, he retrieved a red motorcycle helmet from his backpack and secured it upon his head. With a bellow, he raised his knives high, relentlessly hacking at the advancing mutated rat. Meanwhile, the remaining plump zombie continued to gnaw at the rat's hind leg. Although the mutated rat had grown considerably stronger than the previous large white dog, it remained merely a first-tier mutated beast. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, yet it was evident that the mutated rat was nearing exhaustion. Squeak, a cry of despair echoed, and the mutated rat succumbed. Lifeless in an instant, the multitude of black rats scattered, retreating like receding tides that Li Xiaofeng prepared to bend down and consume the flesh and blood of the mutated beast. Valuable evolution points. An unexpected figure darted forth. Lunging for the corpse of the mutated rat, Li Xiaofeng froze momentarily, then erupted in fury. Who dared so brazenly to pilfer his hard-earned spoils? He kicked out, sending the figure crashing against the wall. To his astonishment, it was another zombie. How audacious to attempt to snatch food from his grasp. But soon, Li Xiaofeng was left in shock. There were zombies on the 5th floor. This was the territory of the mutated rat. Realizing something was amiss, he activated the inside eye, receiving information on the zombie. Ordinary zombie tier. 4 talents. Nerve collapse, bloody evolution, virus infection, disguise skills. None before him stood a zombie that had acquired an additional talent. Having reached the 4th tier, a genuine powerhouse compared to the others. Talent in use. Domination. Ding. Talent on cooldown. What the hell? Li Xiaofeng commanded the plump zombie to rise and bind the newly encountered zombie while he crouched down to feast upon the mutated rat. A wave of soul-soothing sensation washed over him, causing Li Xiaofeng to tremble with delight. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng successfully acquired 200 evolution points. However, as he continued to devour the mutated rat, he found no further evolution points forthcoming. Li Xiaofeng rose, struck by inspiration, and directed the plump zombie to continue feasting. Chapter 45. The Intelligent Zombie. Ding. The zombie you dominate is consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 2.5. Ding. The zombie you dominate is consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 2.5. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He had truly grasped the monstrous benefits of the domination talent. The IT served as a veritable experience accelerator. An unexpected additional 50 evolution points significantly hastened his evolution rate. If he had 2 zombies under his command, he would accrue an additional 100 evolution points on the 19th day of the apocalypse. The clock had struck midnight, and the outside world remained awash in a crimson glow. Li Xiaofeng's domination talent would once again be usable in 24 hours. The panel of the 4th tier zombie manifested before him. Name. Ordinary zombie tier. 4 evolution points. 120,400 talents. Nerve collapse, bloody evolution, virus infection, disguise skills. None note. This zombie has developed intelligence. Disguise, upgradable, actively used to conceal your presence, blending with the environment, making detection challenging. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. This zombie's disguise talent was indeed upgradable. More importantly, it had developed intelligence. This marked Li Xiaofeng's first encounter with a zombie possessing cognitive abilities. He promptly issued a command: "Dance, go catch a rat, strip." Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng concluded that this intelligence was not as he had envisioned. Compared to the plump zombie, it could follow more complex commands, albeit still quite limited. This fourth-tier zombie had survived on the 5th floor not only due to its disguise talent, but also because it had refrained from engaging the mutated rat, exhibiting a survival instinct. This alone set it apart from countless other zombies. Its ascension to the 4th tier indicated it had likely infected dozens of individuals. This was a zombie of considerable potential, since it was a 4th-tier zombie. He decided to name it Shao Si, while the 3rd-tier zombie would be dubbed Shao, S-A-N.L. Li Xiaofeng commanded Shao Si to consume the flesh of the mutated rat, yet no anticipated notification sounded. Had the domination talent faltered, or had the virus within the mutated rat's body dissipated? Li Xiaofeng discarded the corpse of the mutated rat downstairs, and indeed, the passing zombies paid it no mind. Did the virus vanish shortly after the mutated beast's demise? Li Xiaofeng, incessantly pondering, recognized that as a genius among the undead, gathering such information was imperative. Accompanied by 2 zombies, he exited the male dormitory, contemplating his next course of action. His evolution value had reached 6 for 02000. To achieve another advancement, he needed to hunt 5 first-tier mutated beasts or infect hundreds of individuals. However, both conditions proved to be rather stringent. The number of mutated beasts was scarce, and their formidable power rendered the hunting endeavor perilous for humans. Locating hundreds of them represented a monumental task, unless he could discover a human congregation. Li Xiaofeng found himself in Wanning City, an insignificant 3rd-tier city in the country, where sustaining a large human population was a daunting challenge, save for the truly grand metropolises. The apocalypse arrived abruptly, decimating at least 80% of humanity in an instant. Yet Li Xiaofeng did not believe a single viral outbreak could annihilate humankind entirely. Given a modicum of time for development, stability would soon be restored. Presently, humans, mutated beasts, and zombies appeared to possess distinct advantages. The intelligence of humanity, the sheer numbers of zombies, and the might of mutated beasts. Although on the surface, humans seemed to be at a disadvantage. With zombies and mutated beasts prevailing, the future remained uncertain. Should humanity seize control of the power, or should mutated beasts and zombies acquire intelligence? The balance among the 3 factions could swiftly tip. Despite being a zombie, Li Xiaofeng did not indulge in blind optimism. Currently, zombies besieged and infected humans. In the future, humans might retaliate by hunting zombies. The rate of transformation between hunter and prey could often surpass one's imagination. He needed to evolve swiftly, for his strength was the foundation of survival in this apocalyptic world, but if he could transcend to an elite zombie and attain a higher tier of existence. Even if humanity turned the tide, he would possess the means to ensure his survival. The terrifying number of zombies currently afforded him the best opportunity. Chapter 46. Farewell to the Orange Cat. Li Xiaofeng departed the campus with Shao Si and Shao Peng. First, he adorned the 2 zombies with disguises. The trio, with sunglasses perched upon their eyes and clad in suits, swaggered down the street, nonchalantly holding cigarettes, appearing indistinguishable from humans at a distance. Li Xiaofeng intended to venture to the city center, the most bustling area of the city, where numerous opportunities for evolution awaited. 2 hours later, they arrived at an intersection, merely a street away from the city center. Once a thriving locale, it was now desolate. The traffic lights had long ceased functioning. The road barriers lay in ruin, and bloodstains could be seen staining the white crosswalk. Suddenly, a peculiar buzzing sound filled the air. Li Xiaofeng's hearing had sharpened significantly. He glanced sideways, his heart racing with alarm. In the next moment, he abruptly turned, and the 3 zombies elegantly fled into a nearby shop. Not far from the intersection, a fierce battle raged between mutated beasts. One side comprised a swarm of enormous, green mosquitoes, flitting about in the air, the eerie sound emanating from their flapping wings. The smallest among them measured a full decimeter in length, their proboscises resembling iron needles. Should an ordinary human be pierced, their blood would likely be drained in a matter of moments. Leading the swarm were 3 giant mosquitoes, each spanning a meter, undoubtedly the leaders of the swarm. Such a horde of mutated beasts could instill terror in any living creature. Yet, at this moment, the formidable mosquito swarm was being decimated, their green blood splattering the ground. Engaged in combat with the mosquitoes was a single mutated beast, its size reaching several meters, resembling a creature from a film. That Li Xiaofeng instantly recognized it as the orange cat that had lain on the bus that day. Its fur had become increasingly golden, resembling a gigantic tiger, while its claws could effortlessly eviscerate the giant mosquitoes. The tide of the battle was decidedly one-sided. Insightful name. Mutated green mosquito tier. First tier talent. Evil evolution, flight skill. Blood-sucking. The three leading mosquitoes were all first-tier mutated beasts, possessing the talent of flight, their power surpassing that of the mutated rat. However, the orange cat's profile astonished Li Xiaofeng. Name. Mutated orange cat tier. Second tier talent. Evil evolution. Keen senses skills. Claw slash. Intimidation. Extreme berserk. Remarkably, this second tier orange cat possessed 3 skills and 2 talents, all appearing to be exceptionally powerful abilities that it seemed that vengeance for the zombies of that day would have to wait. Although the orange cat faced a swarm of mutated mosquitoes, it remained remarkably composed, not exerting its full strength. Seemingly growing impatient, the orange cat let out a mild meow. Meow. Its claws shimmered momentarily, moving with astonishing speed, creating a myriad of afterimages that enveloped the entire mosquito swarm. Claw slash. Countless green mosquitoes were instantaneously obliterated, their verdant blood saturating the ground. Their bodies strewn haphazardly. One of the 3 leading mutated green mosquitoes was killed outright, while the other 2 sustained severe injuries, their wings partially severed. With just 1 skill, the entire mosquito swarm disbanded, and the 2 leaders, dragging their wounded bodies, fled in panic. The orange cat did not pursue. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and devoured one of the mutated green mosquitoes. Meow. It emitted a resounding cry, its fur transforming into a dazzling golden hue, exuding an imposing presence, as if it had undergone a transformation. Through Li Xiaofeng's insightful eye, the orange cat's tier had undeniably risen to the 3rd tier. This was undoubtedly the most formidable mutated beast he had ever encountered. Chapter 47. Mutated green mosquito. The orange cat paid no heed to the 2 fleeing green mosquitoes. First-tier mutated beasts had lost their allure. It turned its gaze towards the city center, its massive form surprisingly agile, vanishing in a few leaps. Once Li Xiaofeng confirmed the orange cat's departure, he cautiously emerged, utterly astonished by the cat's advancement, that he began to grasp the nature of evil evolution. The virus within mutated beasts evolved not through infection, but through consumption. In contrast, the virus within zombies could evolve through both infection and consumption. It appeared that the zombie virus was more potent. Yet without witnessing the specific effects of evil evolution, he could not ascertain its true strength. That if the 2 viruses could mutually consume one another. A terrifying notion arose in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Mutated beasts in the city were always scarce, but what of the deep mountains and forests? If countless mutated beasts engaged in ferocious battles, successfully evolving, what tier of powerful mutated beasts had they reached now? Li Xiaofeng suddenly shuddered, envisioning the vast, boundless oceans of the planet. That was the true paradise for mutated beasts. The pinnacle of their evolution had long surpassed his imagination. Though Li Xiaofeng was among the fastest evolving zombies, he remained merely a first-tier elite zombie. Even that large, fat cat could easily dispatch him. Gradually, he reined in his thoughts. Overthinking at this juncture served no purpose. At the very least, he possessed a system, a unique advantage over all other beings. That he glanced towards the 2 fleeing mutated green mosquitoes, his heart brimming with greed. Their tattered wings could no longer sustain flight, leaving them staggering in midair. Their speed significantly reduced. Li Xiaofeng and the other 2 zombies swiftly pursued. Such an opportunity to exploit the chaos could not be missed. However, the 2 ordinary zombies were far too slow. Li Xiaofeng surged ahead, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed. The 2 mutated green mosquitoes, seeing that the orange cat had not pursued, slowed down to search for zombies wandering the streets. The nearby zombies had all been slaughtered. But fortunately, zombies were ubiquitous. They finally spotted several wandering zombies, poised to utilize their blood-sucking skill. That a thrill of excitement coursed through the bodies of the 2 mutated green mosquitoes. Yet, this excitement gave way to fear. Had a creature of the same tier arrived? They turned to see a suited zombie wielding 2 kitchen knives, sprinting towards them with alarming speed. With no choice, they abandoned the opportunity to feed and continued their desperate flight. Li Xiaofeng, gazing at the mutated green mosquitoes hovering just 3 to 4 meters above him, found himself at an impasse, brandishing the two kitchen knives and staring blankly. The two sides seemed locked in an awkward standoff. Li Xiaofeng remained unperturbed. The two green mosquitoes were already severely injured, and prolonging the stalemate would only benefit him. Perhaps he could seize two mutated beasts without a fight, a scenario he relished. The two mutated green mosquitoes, acutely aware of the impending danger, fixed their multifaceted eyes on Li Xiaofeng. Buzz! The sound of their wings surged once more as they charged towards him, a desperate gambit for survival. "Come at me!" Li Xiaofeng felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him as he gripped the kitchen knives tightly, swinging them towards their abdomens. Simultaneously, he activated his hardened skin. The proboscises of the mutated green mosquitoes found their mark ineffective, producing a metallic clang upon contacting Li Xiaofeng's skin. Unable to penetrate, Li Xiaofeng's heart soared with joy. They could not breach his defenses. The kitchen knife plunged directly into the soft abdomen of a green mosquito, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Their defensive capabilities were inferior even to those of mutated rats. Flight and bloodsucking were their true advantages. The mutated green mosquito exhibited remarkable efficiency in preying upon the weak, yet often found itself outmatched by creatures of equal rank. One green mosquito sustained increasingly severe injuries, ultimately struggling to even achieve simple flight before succumbing to death, observing the rapid demise of its companion. Another mosquito hurriedly flapped its wings, seeking to hover once more. However, the stout and slender zombies finally caught up, leaping forward to ensnare the mutated green mosquito. The creature's movement abruptly halted, descending instead of ascending, as its multifaceted eyes glinted with malice, and its sharp proboscis lunged towards the plump zombie. Unable to breach the defenses of its equal, could it truly fail to vanquish this lesser zombie? In that fleeting moment, Li Xiaofeng activated his will transfer, hardening his skin, which instantly appeared on the stout zombie. The mutated green mosquito's assault faltered once more, its blood-sucking ability rendered ineffective to its simplistic thought process. It could not fathom why this lowly zombie possessed such formidable defenses that it turned to attack another, only to be met with utter despair. It found itself incapable of breaching the defenses of two lowly zombies. Had these inferior creatures truly evolved to such an extent? Li Xiaofeng approached wielding the kitchen knife, and in a matter of moments, amidst the encirclement of the three zombies, he stepped into the realm of death. Gazing at the lifeless forms of the two mutated green mosquitoes sprawled on the ground, Li Xiaofeng was filled with exhilaration, promptly crouching down to consume them. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 10. Ding. The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 2.5. Chapter 48. New system function. In a brief span, his evolution value surged by 600, reaching 12,402,000, bringing him closer to becoming a second-tier zombie. Even more delighting was the fact that after the consumption was complete, the stout and slender zombies had also advanced, becoming 5th-tier and 4th-tier zombies respectively. For now, they could only engage in auxiliary combat, but once they evolved into elite zombies, their contributions would be immensely significant. Just as Li Xiaofeng and the stout and slender zombies departed the area, ordinary zombies swiftly converged, voraciously consuming the corpses of the mutated green mosquitoes to gain evolution value, potentially giving rise to several advanced zombies. Li Xiaofeng abandoned his plan to head towards the city center. He had witnessed the orange cat, after its advancement, rampaging towards the city center. The sole reason for the excitement of mutated beasts was the presence of equally ranked creatures. He surmised that the city center also housed third-tier mutated beasts, a probability that seemed highly plausible that he could not contend with second-tier mutated beasts. Venturing recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. He continued along the street, not far from the city center, where first-tier mutated beasts should be plentiful. If there were any survivors, it would be ideal, representing a truly risk-free evolution. The three zombies no longer swaggered but instead observed cautiously, behaving rather stealthily, wary of the sudden appearance of mutated beasts. The orange cat and mutated green mosquitoes had made him realize that the city center did not seem to be the dominion of zombies anymore. The three zombies passed by a shopping mall. A cold, indifferent electronic voice suddenly resonated in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Generating task. Ding. Random task issued. Annihilation of the ant swarm. Task summary. Within the shopping mall ahead exists an ant swarm. Fraught with danger yet brimming with temptation. Is this not the very essence of evolution? Difficulty. Unknown. Task duration. None. Reward. System unlocks new function. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, astonished that a task had been issued, and that the reward would be a new function for the system. The current functions of the system included host information, tasks, and inventory, all of which were immensely beneficial to him. Rather than plunging directly in, Li Xiaofeng activated his insight. He raised his gaze, scanning the area in an attempt to ascertain the number of mutated ant beasts. Name: Mutated Ant Queen. Rank: Second Tier. Talent: Energy Absorption. Rapid Reproduction. Skills: None. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Despite it being a second-tier mutated beast, the Ant Queen appeared to lack offensive capabilities. Even the virus merely amplified its reproductive prowess. As his vision continued to whirl, he sought out other mutated ants. Name: Mutated Soldier Ant. Rank: First Tier. Talent: Great Strength. Skill: Large Mandible Bite. In a brief time, Li Xiaofeng confirmed the combat power of the ant swarm. One first-tier mutated beast alongside a non-combative ant queen. A true haven for evolution. Should he consume them, it would undoubtedly elevate him directly to a second-tier elite zombie, significantly enhancing his strength. He bestowed the stout and slender zombies with hardened skin, sending them ahead as they boldly entered the shopping mall. According to the feedback from his inside eye, only 2 mutated ants remained, both situated on the 5th floor. He could effortlessly choose to press onward floor by floor. Hardened skin was a quintessential skill designed for bullying the weak. Incapable of withstanding even a single strike from the orange cat, yet effortlessly effective against creatures as weak as first-tier mutated beasts. Chapter 49. Annihilation of the Ant Swarm. The shopping mall was not expansive, comprising only 8 floors, each selling different wares that in days gone by. It bustled with visitors. Yet today, the first floor lay desolate. Originally a jewelry store, it was now strewn with necklaces and rings scattered across the ground. The glass of the counters lay shattered, clearly indicative of a struggle on the first floor. He found no anomalies and proceeded to the elevator, which had ceased operation, necessitating a slow ascent. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he began to discern traces of black ants. Fortunately, their numbers were limited, with only a few dozen scuttling about. The black ants measured around 2 decimeters in length, each carrying various food items, human arms, thighs, and the flesh of mutated beasts, transporting them to the upper levels of the mall. Beside the black ants stood 2 much larger ants, their size reaching half a meter, exuding an aura of ferocity. Li Xiaofeng speculated that those carrying the food were worker ants, while the fierce ones were soldier ants. The virus of his elite zombie instantly provoked the hostility of the 2 soldier ants. The 2 soldier ants lunged at him, their powerful mandibles quivering. Li Xiaofeng remained steadfast, activating his hardened skin as he engaged them in battle. In a brief span, he dispatched the 2 soldier ants. Their strength was comparable to that of a 5th-tier ordinary zombie. The prowess of his elite zombie was overwhelming, and this was the kind of combat in which Li Xiaofeng excelled. The remaining worker ants scattered in chaos towards the upper levels of the mall. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng, brimming with confidence, strode boldly ahead of the stout and slender zombies, advancing to the 3rd floor. Upon arrival, dozens of soldier ants awaited them, fully prepared. The 3 zombies remained immensely formidable, bulldozing their way through. Thanks to their hardened skin, even the 4th-tier stout zombie emerged unscathed. An hour later, the 4th floor was strewn with corpses, shallow yellow bodily fluids pooling across the ground. Finally, they reached the 5th floor, where the 2 mutated ants resided. The moment Li Xiaofeng set foot on the 5th floor, a massive black soldier ant awaited him, its size nearly double that of an ordinary soldier ant. Reaching a height of about 1 meter, its mandibles opened and closed menacingly, a bona fide first-tier mutated beast. Li Xiaofeng abruptly retreated a step, positioning himself behind the stout and slender zombies that go for it. The 2 stout and slender zombies, emboldened by their hardened skin, valiantly charged forward. Despite the soldier ant's immense strength, the 2 zombies clung to it like a persistent adhesive, unable to be killed or shaken off. Much to the soldier ant's chagrin, meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng wielded his kitchen knife. Though slightly dulled, it still managed to inflict damage upon the mutated ant. The conflict devolved into a protracted battle, with both sides exchanging blows. Li Xiaofeng's offensive options were limited, yet his defense was robust. As long as he could penetrate its defenses, he could wear it down over time. The stout and slender zombies continued to gnaw at the mutated soldier ant. Thus, a mutated beast met its demise at the hands of the three zombies. However, the stout zombie sustained significant injuries, with one of its arms severed and lying on the ground. Fortunately, zombies possessed formidable vitality. Preventing them from dying, Li Xiaofeng chose not to consume it, but instead turned his gaze towards a massive ant not far away. Its body stretched over 2 meters, with an enormous abdomen occupying a substantial portion of its form. Chapter 50, Crafting Functions. The enormous ant was none other than the mutated ant queen. Even amid the looming crisis, it continued to leisurely devour various food items beside it. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but admire its composure. Such an unflappable demeanor was rivaled only by his own. With a swift stroke of his knife, he dispatched the feeble second-tier mutated beast in mere moments. Was this the sensation of battling beyond one's rank? Li Xiaofeng's confidence surged. Engaging in battles beyond one's rank was the hallmark of a genius. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 10. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a second-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 20. Ding. The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 2.5. Ding. The undead minions under your command are voraciously devouring the flesh and blood of the second-tier mutated beasts, resulting in an evolution value increase of 5. Ding. The host's advancement value has reached 20002000, fulfilling the conditions for promotion. The host begins the advancement process, which is now complete. Current tier, second tier elite zombie. The host's attributes, including strength, speed, vision, and hearing, have all been significantly enhanced, and the skill-hardened skin has received an upgrading. The host has comprehended the skill. Heavy Strike Execution. Heavy Strike Execution. Upon activation, the host's strength is amplified by 300, and there is a certain probability of dealing a heavy blow during attacks. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown time: 2 hours. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy within. He finally possessed a formidable offensive skill. A display of power for 5 minutes, followed by a 2-hour cooldown. More importantly, this skill, combined with will transfer, could enable the fat and thin zombies to pose a threat to first-tier mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng collected his thoughts, bemused. Why had there been no notification regarding the completion of the task? The Ant Queen was dead, yet the ant swarm remained unvanquished. He lifted his gaze to the 6th floor of the shopping mall, commanding the fat and thin zombies to lead the way. Instead of the anticipated mutated ants, he was met with an expanse of white giant eggs. It turned out to be the incubation chamber of the ant swarm. Just as Li Xiaofeng was about to exterminate them, he noticed the fat and thin zombies uncontrollably beginning to feast. Could these be valuable? He ordered the 2 zombies to stand still. Did they not understand decorum or their own identities? Ding! The host has consumed mutated ant eggs, resulting in a slight increase in strength. Ding! The host has consumed mutated ant eggs, resulting in a slight increase in strength. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng managed to consume nearly half of the ant eggs from the incubation chamber, and the system's notification finally ceased. Allowing the fat and thin zombies to continue their consumption, he exerted himself slightly, relishing his surging power. He estimated his strength had at least doubled. Who would have thought the mutated ant eggs held such benefits? With such terrifying strength combined with heavy strike execution, it was likely that most second-tier mutated beasts would be no match for him. After the 2 zombies had devoured all the ant eggs in the area, the system's notification finally rang out. Ding! The host has completed the random task. Annihilation of the ant swarm. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! The system has unlocked a new feature. Collection and crafting. Collection. The host may collect materials from the corpses of deceased mutated beasts, randomly obtaining resources, with the rarity of the materials being proportional to the tier of the mutated beast. Crafting. By synthesizing various materials, the system will create different equipment. Note: high-tier mutated beast materials are optimal. Crafting equipment. This system is remarkably powerful, almost perverse, yet I find it delightful. Chapter 51. Upgraded Frying Pan. Li Xiaofeng turned and descended the stairs, arriving beside the mutated ant queen and soldier ants, whose flesh had now been devoured to a considerable extent. Ding, collection successful. Acquired the mandibles of a mutated soldier ant. Ding, collection successful. Acquired the crystal core of the mutated ant queen. Li Xiaofeng was astonished to have collected a crystal core. Mandibles of the mutated soldier ant. Materials from a first-tier mutated beast. Extremely hard, suitable for crafting weapons or armor. Crystal core. Can only be formed by second-tier or higher beings. Widely useful. Currently usable as a crafting aid to enhance crafting effects. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. This crystal core could only be formed by beings of at least second tier. Having now advanced to a second-tier elite zombie himself, he too possessed one touching his abdomen. He wondered if it could be a gallstone. After the system completed the collection, the materials were stored in a dedicated crafting space, not occupying any of his backpack space. A truly user-friendly design. With a thought, he found that in addition to the host information, tasks, and backpack, a crafting option had appeared in his mind. Ding. Please add materials, host. 3 large frames appeared in his mind. The first 2 were empty, while the third bore a symbol, indicating the possibility of fusing multiple materials for crafting. Above the large frames was a small frame specifically for the crystal core, while below were the materials he currently possessed, a black mandible and a white diamond-shaped object. He placed both into the frames, glanced at his backpack, and ultimately decided to add the dented frying pan as well. Selecting the frying pan model, he initiated the crafting process that a flash of brilliance illuminated the space. And a new frying pan materialized, instantly appearing in his backpack. Li Xiaofeng retrieved it, discovering that the frying pan had doubled in size, entirely black, with its material having undergone a complete transformation, having been reinforced with 2 mutated beast materials. Is this the upgraded frying pan? Li Xiaofeng pondered, finding it remarkably easy to handle. Could it be that the frying pan is my destined weapon? Now, wielding the frying pan, he felt capable of crushing the head of that mutated rat with ease. Stowing the frying pan in his backpack, he felt a surge of combat fervor. Li Xiaofeng returned to the location of the mutated green mosquito, intending to collect, but upon arrival, he was dismayed to find not a single hair remained. With no choice left, he pressed onward, still avoiding the business district. Third-tier mutated beasts were beyond his current capabilities. Hunting first- and second-tier mutated beasts was the prudent path to evolution. Continuing to navigate this street, he prepared to cleanse the area surrounding the business district. His evolution value had now reached 1404000. Each advancement seemed to double the evolution value, significantly increasing the difficulty of progression that he now needed to hunt 7 second-tier mutated beasts, which still accounted for the bonuses from his commanding talent. For ordinary zombies, evolution was truly arduous, unless they could infect a large number of humans. Infecting 400 would allow for advancement, with minimal risk. With his current strength, even ordinary doors were insufficient to impede him. He could easily force them open, and no longer would he endure the pitiful days of dodging pesky flyers. Yet, regrettably, he had not encountered any human gathering spots. For now, hunting mutated beasts seemed the most reliable option. With every distance he traversed, he activated his insight to survey the surroundings. Based on his experience, he concluded that the maximum effective range of the insight was approximately 1 kilometer. As long as he did not encounter extraordinarily fast creatures, his safety was assured. The fat and thin zombies led the way, while he stealthily followed behind. This street was soon traversed, arriving at the eastern side of the business district. Once bustling with activity. Chapter 52. Mutated venom spider. Li Xiaofeng suddenly halted, standing still. In his line of sight, a colossal red phantom hovered in the name. Mutated venom spider. Tier. Second tier. Talent. Rapid climbing. Skills. Neurotoxic venom. Web binding. It was indeed a second-tier mutated beast, albeit not as terrifying as the orange cat. Li Xiaofeng gazed ahead to find a restaurant. The establishment was merely a single story. Yet the mutated venom spider floated above, likely clinging to the ceiling. If any human survivors ventured in search of food, a gigantic spider would be silently observing them from above, a sight that was chilling to behold. Li Xiaofeng refrained from rushing in. A second-tier mutated beast matched his tier, and his combat abilities were not particularly remarkable. Based on his estimates, 3 zombies would have only about an 80% chance of defeating a second-tier mutated beast. It would be unwise to recklessly put himself at risk. Nearby, He stumbled upon a large supermarket and found two machetes, their blades remarkably sharp, clearly well-crafted. It seemed fortunate survivors had once visited, only to meet an unfortunate end and drop their weapons. The fat and thin zombies wielded the machetes, and with a heavy strike execution skill, they could inflict considerable damage on second-tier mutated beasts. Additionally, he discovered some alcohol and a lighter, storing them in his backpack in preparation for the venom spider's webs. The once bustling restaurant now lay desolate, its glass doors shattered, littering the ground. The fat and thin zombies activated their hardened skin, boldly leading the charge, clad in suits and wielding machetes, exuding a formidable presence. Although the plump zombie had lost an arm and walked unsteadily, it did not diminish his charismatic demeanor. However, the mutated venom spider seemed utterly indifferent to the zombies. Its numerous eyes of varying sizes darted about, and the sight of the low-tier zombies elicited no predatory instincts within it. The two sides remained in an awkward stalemate, the spider clinging to the ceiling while the zombies found themselves unable to attack. Li Xiaofeng observed from a distance, puzzled by the lack of movement from either party, that he directly employed will transfer, taking control of the small, fat zombie's body. Raising his head, he beheld the mutated venom spider on the ceiling. Its body was over a meter long, with 8 spider legs exceeding 3 meters, its entirety a striking red and black, its mouth quivering slightly, sending shivers down his spine. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, he cursed both sides for their foolishness. He promptly hurled a machete, though his aim was lacking, merely grazing the giant spider's leg. Nevertheless, it succeeded in provoking the mutated venom spider, which emitted a strange, eerie screech. The crow flies the airplane with a swift dive. He forcefully pinned the plump zombie to the ground. Li Xiaofeng commanded 2 other zombies to restrain it, regaining his awareness as he approached with a massive frying pan in hand at that moment. The overweight zombie found itself in dire straits. Despite its hardened skin being reinforced, it still struggled to defend against the mutated venomous spider's assault. The creature's fangs pierced deep into the zombie's flesh, injecting neurotoxins into its system. Simultaneously, several eyes fixated intently on Li Xiaofeng, an overwhelming urge to devour the zombie before it surged through its body. The spider's 8 legs scuttled back and forth, poised to strike once more, yet the plump zombie clung tightly to it with all its might. Had the neurotoxin lost its efficacy? The mutated spider's small eyes brimmed with confusion. The zombie's crumbling neural talent was its nemesis. However, Li Xiaofeng would not grant it the luxury of time to ponder. Brandishing the oversized frying pan with formidable presence, he unleashed a powerful strike. A tremendous force surged within him as he struck down. Bam! A resounding noise echoed, and the mutated spider's eyes widened in stupor, a buzzing sensation overwhelming its mind. Chapter 53. Xiao Xi's advancement. Simultaneously, Li Xiaofeng activated a devastating strike for Xiao Xi, the machete cleaving towards one of the spider's legs, effortlessly triggering a critical blow that severed it. Li Xiaofeng grimaced. What a ridiculous beheading! The excruciating pain jolted the mutated spider back to consciousness, emitting an eerie shriek, but its cry was abruptly cut short. For Li Xiaofeng swung his arm once more, the colossal frying pan descending upon it. Bam! The spider felt a searing pain, its rage boiling over. Enduring 2 consecutive strikes to its head was intolerable. It prepared to unleash a web. Yet upon seeing the massive frying pan barreling towards it again, it trembled in fear, dragging the plump zombie away to retreat, unwilling to clash head-on. That a shadow of dread had formed in its mind regarding that frying pan. Its mouth writhed and a mass of white substance was expelled in an instant. Yet Li Xiaofeng was already prepared, having instructed Xiao Pang to block its mouth, nullifying the offensive. The mutated spider, too, realized the precariousness of its situation. Its talents and skills were being countered. Moreover, having sustained injuries and losing a leg, its fighting spirit had all but vanished. With a sudden push, it leaped off the ground, climbing towards the ceiling, dragging Xiao Pang along. It shot Li Xiaofeng a venomous glare, activating its talent for rapid climbing in a bid to escape. That Li Xiaofeng chuckled coldly. How could he allow it to escape? Consciousness transferred. He instantly took control of Xiao Pang's body, whose face was now ensconced in white webs. Nevertheless, The plump zombie's legs remained tightly wrapped around the spider. He opened the system's backpack, pouring copious amounts of alcohol over both their bodies and deliberately forcing some into the spider's mouth. Then he produced a lighter and decisively ignited the alcohol, opting for a mutual demise. The flames erupted fiercely in an instant. The spider writhed in agony, emitting a wail as its body plummeted from the ceiling. Li Xiaofeng continuously retreated to avoid being scorched by the flames. The spider's legs flailed wildly, toppling nearby tables and chairs. Ultimately, it let out a desperate shriek, succumbing to its demise. Only then did Li Xiaofeng take his time to extinguish the flames with a fire extinguisher. Although he had lost one plump zombie, eliminating a second-tier mutated beast was entirely worth it. He began to consume the flesh and blood of the mutated spider, while raw meat and cooked meat held no distinction for him. The roasted spider meat appeared to possess a unique flavor. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh and blood of a second-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 20 ding. The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of a second-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 5 ding. The evolution points of your commanded zombies have reached 500. Commencing advancement. Your commanded zombie has advanced to a first-tier elite zombie. Strength, speed, vision, and all aspects enhanced. Camouflage talent upgraded. Randomly comprehended skill, swiftness. Swiftness, double speed and provides a chance to evade attacks. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Li Xiaofeng rejoiced. Xiaoxi finally ascended to elite zombie status. What a pity for Xiaopeng, who met an untimely end. Li Xiaofeng then reasserted control over a female zombie by the street, instructing her to consume the flesh of the mutated spider, garnering an additional 100 evolution points. Once the flesh of the mutated spider was entirely consumed, a white diamond-shaped object fell to the ground. Indeed, the crystal core of a second-tier mutated beast. He suddenly remembered he hadn't yet utilized the collection feature. Ding, collection failed. It turned out that collection was not a miraculous process, but rather a means to swiftly obtain the most valuable materials he should have collected first and then consumed. He stored the white crystal core in the system's crafting space, sensing that this crystal core surely held further significance. Far beyond simplicity. Chapter 54. Your life is forfeit after consuming the flesh of the mutated spider. The newly commanded female zombie also reached the 4th tier, howling in delight that a second-tier mutated beast was sufficient to yield 300 evolution points. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of elation. Indeed, following him brought bountiful rewards. Even ordinary zombies could now consume second-tier mutated beasts. At this moment, he completely disregarded the charred plump zombie nearby. His nose twitched slightly. Is that the scent of survivor's flesh? Previously distracted by the aroma of the mutated spider's blood, he had failed to notice. Could there be an unexpected delight? Li Xiaofeng turned on his heel and strode into the restaurant. The venomous spider's location was in the main hall, which housed numerous private rooms that he cautiously entered, discovering that above the private rooms were large eggs entirely enveloped in white webs that Li Xiaofeng distinctly smelled the scent of flesh. Could it be humans inside? Standing atop a table, he carefully tore apart the webs, revealing that inside were indeed humans, many of whom had perished, reduced to mere corpses, presumably the food stored by the mutated spider. Li Xiaofeng opened one of the egg-like webs, and to his delight, a sound emerged from within that a pale girl rubbed her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. She was likely captured not long ago by the mutated spider. The girl had delicate features and striking beauty that as she slowly opened her eyes, she sensed that she was cradled in someone's arms. Due to hunger and being suspended upside down, her vision was obscured. But she could tell that the individual was human. Having believed she was doomed, she was overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of rescue. For a moment, an immense sense of happiness enveloped her. Suddenly, a classic line came to mind, and she murmured, "My destined one is a great hero. One day, he will don golden armor and tread upon colorful clouds to marry me." Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the girl's dazed eyes and entranced expression. "I can't believe this. We are amidst an apocalypse, and she is still lost in such thoughts. I am indeed here to claim your life." Li Xiaofeng bent down and bit in her neck, injecting her with the zombie virus. Ding. Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Li Xiaofeng thoroughly searched the entire private room of the restaurant. ultimately infecting 12 individuals and gaining 120 evolution points to AT this moment. He felt invigorated, stowing away the frying pan as he continued his path of evolution with his 2 zombies. Xiao Si had also become an elite zombie, and with the acquisition of a new skill, the strength of his trio had significantly increased to Li Xiaofeng sensed a burgeoning feeling of invincibility. Even encountering that fat cat would be a mere trifle. Meow, a cat's cry echoed from afar. Li Xiaofeng's entire body jolted, dropping to the ground and activating his inside eye. What the heck? No way, I was just joking. To the right, he indeed spotted a massive red phantom rushing towards him. Activating the bystander aura. Ding. Activation failed. Why does it fail at such a crucial moment? An idea struck Li Xiaofeng, and he activated the will transfer that he directly controlled the newly commanded female zombie, activating the protagonist's aura. Ding. Activation successful. He maneuvered the female zombie away from the area, hoping to lure the enormous fat cat away. Both he and Xiao Si lay low beneath the tables in the restaurant, praying not to attract attention. He certainly did not wish to be torn to shreds by the fat cat. Through the female zombie's perspective, he observed the rapidly approaching fat cat, its speed astounding, nearly arriving in the blink of an eye. Yet, to his astonishment, the enormous fat cat was drenched in blood, its golden fur completely obscured by the crimson liquid. That moment, it was chewing on something, its large eyes narrowed in delight. Suddenly, it turned its head, casting a curious glance at the female zombie. This little creature is rather intriguing. Chapter 55. The Awakening of Humanity. At that moment, the orange cat scrutinized the female zombie for a few more moments but ultimately ignored her. Preoccupied with savoring its meal before departing the city center, Li Xiaofeng glanced around, confirming that the orange cat had left the vicinity before slowly rising and exiting the restaurant. But he couldn't help but ponder. Could that fat cat be feasting on a third-tier mutated beast? Having just advanced, could it annihilate a beast of the same tier? Could it be a genius like me? Li Xiaofeng gathered his thoughts and continued forward with 2 zombies in tow. Meanwhile, on another street near the city center, a group of fully armed humans was cautiously advancing, constantly glancing around. There were 8 individuals in total, 7 of whom were clad in leather, wearing gloves and even helmets, leaving no part of their bodies exposed. This attire provided a certain level of protection against ordinary zombies. The leader of the group was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt, wielding a tang knife, his expression calm and composed. The other 7 gazed at him with a mix of reverence and envy. What was even more astonishing was that the distant zombies did not converge upon them. It seemed they had masked their bodies' scent of blood, as only zombies within a 10-meter radius approached. The leader struck decisively, swiftly decapitating a nearby zombie with ruthless efficiency. The group of humans appeared utterly out of place in the city center, a known gathering ground for mutated beasts and zombies. Brother Hua, are we really going to the city hospital? A lean man among them asked, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at the young leader. We must go. Professor Liang's condition cannot be delayed, the young man replied, nodding slightly with determination. But I've heard there are terrifying monsters in the hospital. Those who sought medicine before? I will handle the mutated beasts. You just need to protect yourselves. The young man's brow furrowed as he dispatched another approaching zombie with a swift motion of his knife. His strength seemed extraordinary. It was not merely a sharp weapon that could sever a zombie's head in one strike. The group gradually approached the city center hospital, while Li Xiaofeng suddenly halted in shock. His inside eye revealed a human-shaped red phantom. Name. Human awakened rank. First rank, equivalent to a first-rank elite zombie. Talent. Strength enhancement skill. Mastery of blade techniques. This was the first time he had encountered a human with a panel. And astonishingly, it was an awakened individual, possessing both a talent and a skill. Though not particularly powerful, this discovery bore significant implications. Humans were beginning to show signs of turning the tide. The strength of an awakened individual was sufficient to contend with elite zombies and mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng closed his inside eye, noting that there was still a cluster of buildings separating them, that if they continued forward, a meeting at the street corner was inevitable. His mind stirred slightly as he tidied his appearance and donned a mask. The 3 humanoid zombies slowly approached the group of humans that a surge of excitement coursed through Li Xiaofeng. What would it feel like to infect an awakened one? Finally, they reached the street corner. Li Xiaofeng, having advanced to a second-rank elite zombie, possessed vision surpassing that of ordinary humans, that he was the first to spot the group of humans, the leader, an awakened, appearing indifferent, wielding a tang knife, while the 7 others remained fully armed. Those who had survived to this point were not just fortunate. Their capabilities were far beyond that of ordinary humans. That Li Xiaofeng scrutinized the group, and in an instant, his form froze, his face stiffening as he leapt into a nearby shop. Chapter 56. Failed plan. The 2 individuals standing behind the awakened maintained icy expressions, unfazed even in the presence of zombies. More importantly, both had service pistols strapped to their waists. This was the first time Li Xiaofeng had seen a gun. This was merely a small city, and the arrival of military forces was implausible. If such a situation arose, it would signify a complete stabilization of the national situation. However, in less than a month, that was unlikely to happen. The world was still dominated by zombies and mutated beasts. The 2 pistols were likely obtained from a police station. That in this early stage of the apocalypse, firearms remained incredibly potent. According to Li Xiaofeng's assessment, first and second rank mutated beasts would find it challenging to withstand them. It was merely a matter of firing a few shots. However, the threat posed by firearms would significantly diminish against third-rank mutated beasts. At the very least, that orange cat could not be dealt with using just a gun. Yet, the defensive capabilities of zombies were not inferior to those of mutated beasts. It was probable that even a third-rank elite zombie would struggle against them, that he had initially intended to surround the group forcefully and infect them, showcasing his prowess, but it seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. The 3 zombies quickly took refuge in the shop. Awakened Wang Hua looked quizzically at the street, sensing they were being watched. Be cautious. It seems something is observing us, Wang Hua warned, slightly bending his body, increasing his vigilance. The 7 individuals behind him changed expressions, their faith in the awakened unwavering despite their jealousy. Li Xiaofeng and the female zombie concealed themselves deep within the shop. Mind transfer. He chose to control the body of zombie Xiao Si. After advancing to elite zombie, Xiao Si's strength had also significantly improved. Coupled with the disguised talent and swift skill, its survival abilities surpassed even his own. Xiao Si donned a mask and sunglasses, stowing the knife in his backpack, and cautiously approached the group, intending to blend in before formulating a plan. Wang Hua, the awakened, possessed the keenest perception. When both parties were still 100 meters apart, he suddenly turned and shouted, "Who goes there?" Xiao Si trembled, seemingly startled. Mimicking a typical human reaction, he raised both hands, signaling that he was merely a survivor. However, to Li Xiaofeng's astonishment, Wang Hua bellowed in anger. "Get lost if you don't want to die." Why was this scenario deviating from his expectations? Controlling Xiao Si's body, he raised his trembling hands, hoping to evoke their sympathy. Wang Hua's tang knife was abruptly drawn, its blood-red light reflecting off the blade, enhancing its sharpness. Li Xiaofeng decisively turned to leave, prioritizing Xiao Si's survival. Having just ascended to elite zombie, he could not afford to sacrifice it easily. That he also recognized that this group of humans was not ordinary. They had undergone a transformation, distinct from humans of the peaceful era. This transformation might not enhance their strength, but it could significantly improve their survival rate. That a new strategy was required. Brother Hua, is such an attitude truly necessary? A university student among the group inquired, perplexed that in this apocalypse, humans should support one another. Wang Hua seemed to hold that student in high regard and shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his cold face. First, the individual who approached walked steadily and was fully armed. He must possess strength. Such a person would not find it difficult to procure food, yet he presents himself as a victim. Second, his feigned fear seems genuine, but his expression remains unchanged. It's a classic case of burying one's head in the sand. Most importantly, a survivor wandering in the most perilous city center possesses no weapon. Xiao Chun, remember this, in the apocalypse. The only person you can trust is yourself. In an instant, Wang Hua discerned Li Xiaofeng's suspicions with a level of insight far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The university student appeared to grasp the situation. Chapter 57. Hospital. The other party was undoubtedly ill-intentioned. However, I do not wish to complicate matters further. Our primary focus is to locate the medicine. The expressions of the 8 individuals grew, increasingly cautious as they slowly moved toward the city center. Li Xiaofeng felt a sense of frustration, never having anticipated that his previously foolproof tactics would fail. That he and the female zombie found a tall building, conducted a thorough search, and found no mutated beasts inside. Ultimately, they concealed themselves on the rooftop, a vantage point sufficient to keep his main body safe. Based on his analysis, the virus-sensing distance among beings of the same rank did not exceed 100 meters. He maneuvered Xiaoxi, intending to follow the group discreetly using the disguise talent. However, he was astonished to discover that the scent of blood and flesh emanating from them seemed to be masked. He was unable to pinpoint them at all. This concealment of the flesh scent was not a simple feat, even if one were to cover themselves in excrement. To his zombie's sense of smell, they would still appear as though wrapped in filth. The group must have employed some special means, perhaps advancements in scientific research or talents and skills of the awakened. Yet, if this method were to become widespread, the survival rate of ordinary humans seeking food would drastically improve. That Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye. Following the group's trajectory, the awakened, with their panel, resembled fireflies in the dark, constantly guiding the way. Xiaoxi followed from a distance of about 1,000 meters. Even the awakened would not be able to sense him. Li Xiaofeng soon realized the destination of the group. The city center hospital. The 8 individuals arrived safely at the entrance of the hospital, with the zombies along the road posing no threat to them. Each of them could easily dispatch a standard third-tier zombie. It was evident that they were seasoned veterans, well-versed in combating the undead. The leader, Wang Hua, stood at the hospital's entrance, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed upon the once bustling facility. This moment, the crimson light of the blood-red sun illuminated the hospital's facade, and the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even a single zombie. Yet, this tranquility sent a shiver of unease through everyone. In peacetime, this hospital was the finest in Wuning City, bustling with crowds. During the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly attract hordes of zombies, arguably becoming the most densely populated area with the undead in Wuning City. However, the scene before them was starkly contrary to expectations. Wang Go, a burly man, said, a hint of trepidation in his voice, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Wang Hua waved his hand slightly, gripping his tang knife tightly, and boldly stepped into the hospital. The rest of the group hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed closely behind. The main building of the hospital boasted 9 floors, adorned with opulent furnishings and state-of-the-art facilities. Yet, as the 8 entered, they sensed something amiss. The feeble rays of the blood-red sun filtered through, casting a dim, somber light within the hospital, and an unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the air. Before them lay the registration area, where long lines of patients once formed. Wang Hua suddenly halted, gradually crouching down. Scattered across the floor were disarrayed medication boxes and torn consultation papers. Yet beneath his feet lay a pool of green liquid along with several tufts of animal fur. A contemplative glimmer flickered in his eyes as he rose slowly to be cautious. Wang Hua continued to lead the way. Striding purposefully down the corridor of the hospital, they needed to reach the pharmacy on the 5th floor to procure the specialized medication. After they vanished into the corridor, a frail zombie stealthily followed them inside. Chapter 58. The fearless mutated beast. Wang Hua, an outsider, was unfamiliar with the hospital's layout. Fortunately, a university student among them was knowledgeable enough to guide him. Utilizing the faint red light, they ascended the safe staircase to the 2nd floor. The pharmacy was located on the 5th floor, designed for the convenience of patients throughout the building. Upon entering the 2nd floor, they found themselves in a small hall branching into 4 corridors, each lined with various departments. But as they scanned the area, they spotted 2 green glows in a dimly lit corridor. A figure emerged slowly, an enormous insect. Its shell was pitch black, its eyes glowing a deep green, and its mandibles quivered as if it were intensely interested in its prey. Buzz! The mutated insect's wings slightly unfurled as it lunged forward. Wang Hua, however, remained unfazed. The confined space limited the mutated beast's ability to maneuver. He drew his handgun from his waist and aimed directly at the airborne creature. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and an instant later, a wound appeared on the mutated beast. Yet, Wang Hua furrowed his brow in confusion. No blood flowed from the wound, and the creature seemed undeterred by the assault. Open fire, he commanded, and the 2 others armed with handguns swiftly followed suit, firing decisively. The trio was far from ordinary. At this range, their aim was nearly infallible. Multiple gunshot wounds appeared on the mutated insect, One of its legs shattered that it seemed to realize it was no match for them and abruptly veered away, vanishing into the dark corridor. Remarkably, the beast had emitted no sound throughout the encounter. Wang Hua's pupils constricted as he glimpsed a green tendril, about 5 centimeters thick, piercing through the creature's body as it fled, and he sensed that these mutated beasts were somehow being controlled. Yet, seeking the medication remained their pressing priority. They had to take the risk despite the dangers. The group did not linger on the second floor, but continued their ascent. The third floor was eerily calm, devoid of any mutated beasts. Yet they encountered more pools of green liquid and tufts of fur. The surrounding glass lay shattered, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place as they prepared to ascend to the fourth floor. A massive shadow suddenly loomed before them. Wang Hua, wielding his tang knife in one hand and his handgun in the other, remained vigilant that a mutated wasp appeared, blocking the staircase to the fourth floor. The group was taken aback by the emergence of yet another mutated beast. No wonder not a single zombie was present. The three opened fire in rapid succession, the sound of gunfire reverberating throughout the hospital. The mutated wasp's defenses were not particularly strong, and with the firepower of their handguns, it was quickly reduced to a sieve. Yet astonishingly, no blood flowed from the wasp, and it remained silent even in death. However, Wang Hua observed as a vibrant green tendril withdrew from the creature's corpse. Just as the group began to relax, thinking the mutated beasts were not as formidable as they had feared, a mass of shadows emerged from the depths of the fourth-floor corridor. Panic gripped everyone, their legs trembling in terror. It was a swarm of dozens of mutated wasps, their eyes glowing with a menacing green light. Wang Hua was the first to fire, his marksmanship unrivaled, and he quickly struck a mutated wasp squarely in the head. "Run," he shouted, urging everyone to escape while he saw an opportunity to evade. The wasps moved swiftly, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. Chapter 59. The mutated Ivy. Wang Hua swiftly holstered his handgun, with his enhanced strength and expertise in blade techniques. It was more fitting to engage in close combat with his tang knife. The remaining 7 fled in panic, attempting to retreat to the third floor. Yet the mutated wasps appeared to possess a certain level of intelligence. Over a dozen quickly darted toward the fleeing group. "Run, quickly!" shouted the 2 armed individuals, firing rapidly in an attempt to deter the wasps. But their efforts were futile. There were simply too many. The handguns proved ineffective against the overwhelming numbers. The mutated wasps surged forward, instantly scattering the formation of the 7. Meanwhile, Wang Hua found himself besieged by 4 mutated wasps. Although he had awakened his abilities, he was still merely at the first tier. And facing 4 opponents of the same rank posed a precarious situation. Each of the 7 wielded various melee weapons, but the disparity in strength between ordinary humans and mutated beasts was stark. "Split up and flee," one individual decisively declared, breaking away from the group and heading toward a corridor on the 3rd floor. The other 6 followed suit, panic-stricken, each fleeing in different directions. Li Xiaofeng's small vehicle was stationed on the 2nd floor, and he was filled with astonishment. Through the vision provided by his insightful eye, a crescent-shaped red phantom appeared. The phantom was not large, easily overlooked at a glance, yet the information it conveyed was astonishing. Name: Mutated Ivy Tier. 4th abilities: Mental Enhancement, Regeneration Skills, Corpse Manipulation, Tendril Strangulation. Li Xiaofeng had never encountered a 4th-tier entity, especially one that was a mutated plant, that he had considered the possibility of plant mutations. But plants inherently lacked the instincts of animals. They possessed only their primal urges, devoid of intelligence. Even if they were to mutate, such beings would likely lack lethality. In his mind, he leaned toward the notion that plants served to assist humanity. After all, in the face of the apocalypse, food and water sources pose significant survival challenges alongside the threats from zombies and mutated beasts. In peaceful times, many plants depended on sunlight to thrive. However, under the current blood-red sun, it was impossible for them to grow normally. Mutated crops could sufficiently meet human survival needs. Yet today, the mutated ivy served as a stark warning. Plants could also pose a threat once they had mutated. He crouched down and picked up a tuft of fur, almost immediately recognizing its origin. It belonged to that mutated orange cat. To be able to contend with a 4th-tier mutated plant and seemingly gain the upper hand, that hefty feline was undoubtedly extraordinary. Gazing at the incomplete red phantom, he began to grasp what the orange cat had been chewing on earlier. This mutated ivy had certainly sustained serious injuries. Suddenly, an overwhelming scent of fresh blood and flesh wafted through the air, bringing him back to his senses. From the third floor, urgent footsteps echoed, signaling that danger had befallen the group. 3 individuals were frantically fleeing, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment upon spotting Xiao Si. The peculiar survivor from that day had unexpectedly arrived at the hospital. There was no time for contemplation. Excitement shimmered in their eyes. Among them, a man clad in black, wielding a handgun, wore a chilling demeanor as he decisively fired a shot at Xiao Si. In an instant, he made the most correct yet cruel decision: to incapacitate Xiao Si, diverting the attention of the mutated venomous bees, thereby buying precious time for the trio's escape. Li Xiaofeng was equally prepared. He activated his skill, swiftness, causing his speed to surge dramatically. Yet even this heightened velocity could not evade the bullet. He felt the searing impact as it struck his right leg joint. However, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. Xiao Si emerged unscathed, his speed unfalteringly swift. The evasion effect of swiftness had successfully activated. That was a scientifically inexplicable occurrence. The bullet had seemingly struck him without inflicting any harm. Chapter 60. Acquiring a handgun, the remaining 3 were equally stunned, their movements momentarily stilled. Yet, Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed. His accelerated speed rendered the mutated venomous bees nearly unable to catch up. He approached the trio, removing his mask to reveal a fearsome visage. "Zombie," one of them exclaimed, their gaze fixated on the bloodstains around Xiao Si's mouth, an expression of sheer terror washing over them. This brought to mind the incident when this zombie had attempted to approach them. Had it not been for the awakened Wang Hua forcing it away, the consequences would have been dire. Perhaps they would have succumbed to infection before even reaching the hospital. Zombies have evolved intelligence. This was a harsh reality, one that would complicate humanity's plight even further. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xiaofeng was merely an anomaly among countless zombies. Xiao Si bared his sharp fangs and lunged at one of them. While leather jackets might withstand an ordinary zombie's assault, Xiao Si had become an elite zombie, possessing a significant enhancement in all aspects of strength. The virus surged into his victim. Thanks to his swiftness talent, none of the 3 managed to escape. Ding! One of the zombies under your command has successfully infected a person. Your evolution value 2. 5. All 3 were infected, and Li Xiaofeng successfully accrued 7.5 evolution points. Yet more crucially, he had obtained a handgun. This posed a formidable threat to second-tier mutated beasts. However, he had no time to revel in his fortune, as several mutated venomous bees zeroed in on him. The buzzing of their wings sent a jolt through him. Yet, with his astonishing speed, first-tier mutated beasts found it nearly impossible to approach. After fleeing into a corridor, he activated his camouflage talent. The mutated venomous bees lost his trail and soon vacated the floor. Li Xiaofeng also noticed the green tendrils within the bodies of the mutated bees. Suddenly, he recalled a skill of the mutated ivy: corpse manipulation. The mutated beast before him was merely a lifeless shell, explaining why the Eye of Insight revealed no information about it. Their strength was also inferior to that of first-tier mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng intended to leave, seeking further opportunities to infect the remaining individuals. As he slightly turned, he realized he was at the hospital's elevator. To his astonishment, the elevator that had stopped at the 3rd floor displayed a downward arrow. Was someone using the elevator? He quickly pressed the button. Inside was a figure dressed in black leather. A gun in hand, he and T planned to use the elevator, but the safe stairwell had been overrun by mutated venomous bees, making it impossible to descend. What he had presumed to be a safe escape now filled him with dread, for the elevator had halted at the 2nd floor. Could it be a teammate? He speculated, gripping his handgun tightly and aiming towards the elevator doors in anticipation of any potential threat. Li Xiaofeng watched as the elevator came to a slow stop at the 2nd floor, but did not step out, wishing to avoid revealing his position prematurely. The individual inside felt a flicker of confusion to N01. Instead of stepping out to investigate, they pressed the close button, opting to avoid unnecessary complications. Li Xiaofeng, however, held down the elevator button, thwarting their intentions. Just as that person was about to press the button again, Xiao Si, with astonishing speed, burst into the elevator. The individual was momentarily distracted, allowing a shadowy figure to pounce upon them. They quickly regained composure. Although the assailant appeared human, Trust was a luxury they could not afford at that moment. They aimed their handgun directly at the intruder's head, preparing to fire without uttering a single warning. Yet, a sharp pain pierced their neck that Li Xiaofeng wiped the blood from his lips and stowed the second handgun into his system backpack. A&T anticipated such fortune, acquiring 2 handguns, even in the hands of an ordinary zombie. These could pose a significant threat to second-tier mutated beasts. However, ordinary zombies lacked the agility to wield them. At least a 5th-tier zombie would be required for that. Chapter 61. A surprise attack at that moment. Xiao Ci's vision caught sight of a humanoid silhouette ascending the stairs once more. The awakened human. The opponent's strength was indeed formidable. Although he was unaware of the crisis unfolding, everyone else was fleeing. Yet this individual pressed onward. Had they resolved the danger? Li Xiaofeng activated his camouflage talent again, cautiously making his way up the stairs. At this juncture, Wang Hua had dispatched 4 mutated venomous bees, successfully diffusing what appeared to be a precarious situation. He was concealing his true abilities. Had he slain the 4 mutated venomous bees outright, it would likely have attracted even more to swarm him, easily ensnaring a first-tier awakener to ensure his escape. He chose to utilize the remaining 7 as bait. At this moment, he ascended to the 5th floor, where a massive venomous bee loomed before him, significantly larger than the others. Wang Hua's heart raced with surprise, for the creature was merely a corpse, seemingly cleaved by razor-sharp claws. With a cold expression, he stepped over the dead bee, relentlessly searching for the hospital's pharmacy. The corridor was strewn with various enormous mutated beasts, all meeting similar fates. Unbeknownst to him, countless green tendrils descended from the 6th floor like a silent wave, approaching Wang Hua. Meanwhile, he continued his search for medicine, his countenance brightening as he finally found it. Whoosh! Countless tendrils surged forward, intent on ensnaring Wang Hua. He sensed the disturbance and, with a wealth of combat experience, did not turn to face it. Instead, he propelled himself forward, attempting to create distance. Simultaneously, he drew his tang knife, its sharp blade slicing through the air behind him. Numerous tendrils were severed, revealing that the knife appeared to be specially crafted, far superior to ordinary iron. At that moment, Wang Hua turned, witnessing the tendrils, and his expression shifted in shock. As he had suspected, within the city hospital lay a mutated plant, though he could not ascertain its precise strength. The severed tendrils oozed green liquid, indistinguishable from the liquid pooling on the floor below. To Wang Hua's astonishment, the severed tendrils began to regenerate. The battle resumed. Although the mutated ivy had reached 4th-tier status, it seemed gravely injured, its tendrils now exceedingly frail. Meanwhile, the mutated beasts it controlled were reduced to the remaining mutated venomous bees, which were hastily returning. At this juncture, Li Xiaofeng intended to ascend the stairs, catching sight of the multitude of green tendrils cascading from above. However, thanks to his camouflage talent, the tendrils seemed oblivious to his presence. He retreated, pondering the situation. The mutated ivy was engaged in battle with that awakened human. He opted to take the elevator, guided by the Eye of Insight's information. The Awakener was on the 5th floor, while the mutated ivy occupied the 6th. He planned to seize the opportunity during their skirmish to infiltrate their base. The 6th floor was indeed remarkably secure, devoid of any mutated beast in his line of sight. The mutated ivy was positioned in the center of a corridor. At this point, he stealthily avoided the numerous tendrils and approached the mutated ivy from behind, simultaneously shutting off the Eye of Insight. Before him floated a sphere of green light, suspended in midair. This must be the core of the mutated ivy. The fragmented green orb was surrounded by a plethora of roots, extending tendrils that reached downwards. At that moment, he drew his handgun, utilizing his camouflage talent to stealthily approach within several meters of the green light. The mutated ivy, wholly absorbed in the battle on the 5th floor, remained oblivious to the zombie that had appeared behind it. Chapter 62. A new task. Bang! Bang bang! The sharp sounds of gunfire echoed, even reaching Wang Hua on the 5th floor. His expression shifted dramatically. Gunfire from above. He sensed that it was not his teammates, but rather an intruder that had infiltrated their ranks. There was no time for further contemplation. The green tendrils ahead became agitated, exhibiting a feral savagery. Most of the tendrils began to retreat rapidly, unwilling to engage Wang Hua any longer. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback by his own marksmanship, at a distance of mere meters. He had fired 7 or 8 shots, yet had only struck once. Damn, this is utterly absurd. As he observed the anomaly, the mutated ivy appeared unable to retaliate. Its verdant tendrils were swiftly retracting. Yet time was still required. He approached directly, pressing the muzzle of his firearm against the luminous green orb. "I shall escort you on your journey." Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, and in an instant, the green orb dimmed significantly. Ultimately, its radiance dissipated entirely, falling helplessly to the ground. Countless tendrils, too, seemed to have lost their vitality, turning from tender green to a desolate yellow. An uncontrollable instinct surged within Xiaoxi, seemingly yearning to consume the green light. But Li Xiaofeng forcefully suppressed it. He grasped the orb, feeling its softness, akin to holding a large jelly, and stowed it away in his backpack. Such a valuable item was certainly meant for his own use first. At that moment, Wang Hua gazed at the fallen green tendrils, equally astonished. The mutated plant was dead. Were there others upstairs? He gave it little thought. The demise of the mutated plant could only benefit him. Wang Hua swiftly entered the pharmacy, seeking the necessary potions before preparing to leave the hospital. The presence of others upstairs held no significance for him. Li Xiaofeng instructed Xiaoxi to employ his camouflage ability. Quietly remaining in a corner of the hospital, his consciousness returned. He retrieved the green orb from his backpack and ingested it directly. It felt similar to jelly, albeit devoid of taste. He was unaware of its specific flavor. Ding! The host has consumed the flesh and blood of a 4th-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 80. Ding! The host has consumed the flesh and blood of a 4th-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 80. Ding! The host has consumed the flesh and blood of a 4th-tier mutated beast. Recovery ability significantly increased. Li Xiaofeng felt an immense sense of satisfaction as his evolution value surged by 1600, simultaneously enhancing his recovery capabilities. How exhilarating! Yet despite it being a mutated plant, why did the system still categorize it as a mutated beast? Upon reflection, it seemed that after mutation, the distinction between flora and fauna had blurred, leading the system to classify mutated plants as mutated beasts as well. Li Xiaofeng smacked his lips, savoring the thought. His consciousness shifted back to Xiaoxi, contemplating a coordinated attack to eliminate the awakened individuals downstairs. However, to his surprise, they showed no signs of lingering, seemingly having found what they sought, and dashed towards the exit of the hospital. Disregarding even their teammates, Xiaoxi hastened downstairs as well, yet arrived a moment too late. He stood at the hospital entrance, watching as they fled northward. That moment, a cold, impersonal electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Random mission triggered. Rescue interrupted. Mission summary. Awakened individuals from Nanyu City seek to extract a certain professor from Wuning City, a specialist in biological sciences who may play a significant role in combating zombies. As a member of the zombie clan, it is your undeniable duty to intervene. Mission difficulty: unknown. Mission duration: none. Mission reward: acquire new skill, ability extraction. Chapter 63. Two awakened individuals. Li Xiaofeng did not anticipate the activation of another random mission. Observing the departing awakened individuals, he noted they hailed from Nanyu City. In this apocalyptic scenario, transportation had likely collapsed long ago. For them to reach this place, they must have faced considerable risks, all for the sake of rescuing a professor. Underscoring the gravity of the situation, Nanyu City, unlike Wuning City, was renowned as a major metropolis. The military had undoubtedly converged there, and as a prominent city, it served as a bastion for humanity, continually sheltering survivors and rebuilding order. This was the most prudent course of action. Li Xiaofeng led his two zombies away from the city center, heading toward the direction the awakened individuals had fled. Given the stature of the professor, his residence was likely situated in a more upscale neighborhood within the city, particularly to the north of Wuning City. In Li Xiaofeng's recollection, only one community fit that description. Chifei Community, nestled beside a picturesque lake within Wuning City. It was the only lake in the area, aptly named Wuhu due to its scenic beauty. Years prior, developers had erected a high-end residential complex. Li Xiaofeng proceeded directly to Chifei Community, unwilling to waste a moment. The individuals who had come to the hospital for medicine were undoubtedly there for the professor. If he delayed even a day, they might abscond with him. 2 hours later, Li Xiaofeng arrived at Chifei Community, gazing at the tightly closed gates. While they might deter ordinary zombies, They were merely a FAAD for mutated beasts and elite zombies. He successfully infiltrated the community with Xiao Si and the female zombie. His main body and the female zombie concealed themselves in a patch of grass. Transferring his consciousness, he seized control of Xiao Si once more. With his agility and camouflage abilities, Xiao Si was perfectly suited for reconnaissance. The community comprised 9 buildings, sprawling over a vast area, with commendable landscaping. Searching for the professor within this community would undoubtedly be a monumental task. Fortunately, with his insightful eye, he merely needed to pinpoint the awakened individual's location, that it was akin to possessing a radar with a range of a kilometer, significantly enhancing his search efficiency. Although it was an upscale community, the outbreak of the apocalypse had likely transformed most residents into zombies. However, the area remained eerily quiet, devoid of any visible zombies. Nonetheless, bloodstains lingered on the ground, suggesting a prior cleansing. Utilizing his insightful eye, he swiftly locked onto his target, a tall building at the northern edge of the community. To his astonishment, there were 2 humanoid red phantoms within .2 awakened individuals. Name: Human awakened individual, Tier 1, talent none. Skill: Mastery of firearms. While both were first-tier awakened individuals, one lacked a talent that Li Xiaofeng surmised that the other individual's power enhancement talent was likely derived from the colorful radiance. The awakened individuals were located on the 3rd floor, and the professor was presumably there as well. However, at the building's entrance stood a figure clad in black, armed with a firearm. Upon seeing the rifle in the black-clad figure's hands, Li Xiaofeng realized he couldn't withstand a handgun. Let alone a rifle, that a direct assault was not an option. He swiftly decided to maneuver Xiao Si away from the building. Simultaneously, he pondered his plan that he needed to eliminate the armed individual downstairs without alerting the 2 awakened individuals, as doing so could lead to disastrous consequences. Although the other awakened individual lacked a talent, their skill in firearms posed a significant threat to mutated beasts and zombies. Chapter 64. Camouflage Guardian. 2 hours later, Li Xiaofeng once again directed Xiao Si back near the building. The female zombie had vanished, and he had taken command of a robust zombie. The new zombie's physique resembled that of the armed guardian. Together with his new zombie, he approached the vicinity of the building. 3 zombies lingered nearby, their predatory gazes fixed, while the humans inside remained oblivious to that moment. On the 3rd floor, 4 individuals occupied a room. Among them, 2 bore cold expressions, their features strikingly similar, evidently brothers, and were the 2 awakened individuals. The 3rd was a middle-aged man, a renowned doctor in Wanning City. During peacetime, it was he who treated Professor Liang's ailments. Presently, an elderly man lay on the bed, gaunt and white-haired. "Dr. Li, is this medicine truly effective?" Wang Hua inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the still unconscious professor. He hailed from a time-honored martial arts family. In peacetime, the family remained hidden, but with the onset of the apocalypse, as ancient warriors with formidable physical prowess, only a few family members fell victim to infection. The family head acted decisively, issuing orders to eliminate the infected kin. The turmoil within the family was swiftly quelled, and the rapid stabilization of Nanyu City was also attributable to their clan. This mission was similarly mandated by the family, for this professor was of utmost importance. In this apocalypse, every fleeting opportunity for a turnaround must not be overlooked. Just wait a moment. Before the doctor could finish speaking, the elderly man on the bed slightly opened his eyes, that a glimmer of joy appeared on the faces of Professor Liang and the other 2. Just as the 3 tended to the professor, Li Xiaofeng had already commenced the execution of his plan downstairs. He directed the robust zombie to don the battle god ensemble, red down jacket, sunglasses, black plastic bag, and pink curtain. That a sense of inexplicable calm washed over Li Xiaofeng. The sturdy zombie approached the opposite side of the building, facing away from the armed guardian below. The guardian furrowed his brow and immediately aimed his weapon at the zombie. "Who goes there?" Unable to see the face, it was difficult to distinguish between the zombie and a human based solely on the silhouette. However, an innate sense of caution prompted him to raise his gun, and he issued a warning: "Leave this place immediately." The robust zombie, however, remained unfazed, instead waving its hands as the pink cape billowed, commencing a bizarre dance while clapping. The guardian's lips twitched. Was this some sort of performance art? The intruder showed no inclination to approach. Merely dancing there, he chose not to fire immediately, But with the professor inside, they could not allow any potential threats. For this reason, they had specifically expelled any survivors from the building. Leave at once. The Guardian's command was abruptly interrupted as a hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind, followed by a sharp pain radiating from his neck. However, his formidable physical constitution did not cause him to faint immediately. He attempted to turn and fire, but found it exceedingly difficult that as an elite zombie, Xiaoxi possessed strength far surpassing his own. Soon, a new zombie emerged at the base of the building that Li Xiaofeng commanded Xiaoxi to continue covering the zombie's mouth to prevent it from emitting any sound. After ascending to elite zombie status, Xiaoxi's intelligence had also seen a notable enhancement that Li Xiaofeng maintained control over the zombie, which began changing its attire downstairs. Before long, a new guard appeared, without a view of the face. It was nearly impossible to detect any flaws by merely observing the silhouette. Xiaoxi activated his camouflage ability once more, concealing himself in a patch of bushes. The infected zombie also rose to its feet. Releasing a fearsome roar, Li Xiaofeng then directed the zombie to fire its weapon. Bang! Chapter 65. The infected Wang Li. The sound of the gunshot immediately alerted the 4 individuals on the 3rd floor. Wang Hua's expression shifted, and he subtly raised his head, giving a knowing glance to the awakened beside him. Another awakened drew 2 handguns from his waist, performing an impressive flourish before descending the stairs. The distance from the 3rd floor was but a blink of an eye for the awakened, but he soon spotted a zombie clad in a red down jacket, incessantly howling. Due to the zombie's bloodshot eyes, Wang Li could not immediately recognize it. More importantly, the guard remained stationary, that he harbored no suspicions and instead inquired, "I, what is the situation?" The zombie controlled by Li Xiaofeng continued to face away from him, gesturing with its left hand towards the zombie to convey its meaning. Wang Li furrowed his brows, feeling perplexed. How could zombies suddenly appear in the community? With no time to ponder, the zombie lunged directly at him. Bang, bang. The gunfire rang out as Wang Li accurately shot the joints of the zombie's legs. Deprived of support, the zombie collapsed to the ground, but continued to crawl forward. Wang Li smirked coldly, drawing a military dagger as he approached, prepared to eliminate the zombie. Yet just as he neared, a series of gunshots erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Witnessing the awakened's back turned to him, Li Xiaofeng decisively seized his rifle and commenced a barrage. The tremendous recoil nearly rendered the rifle unmanageable, but the proximity of both parties proved advantageous. Although the majority of bullets missed their target, 2 struck Wang Li. "IU." Wang Li stifled the searing pain and spun around, firing continuously. Shock washed over his face as he realized that the guard had transformed into a zombie. He had been deceived by a mere zombie, and this zombie could even wield a firearm. In that instant, Wang Li felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Li Xiaofeng, however, paid no heed to Wang Li's thoughts, raising his rifle to continue firing that he feared not death. This was merely an ordinary zombie under his command. To him, as long as he remained unharmed, anyone else could be sacrificed without hesitation. Despite the disparity between handguns and rifles, the outcome was clear. Most of Li Xiaofeng's ammunition had been expended, while Wang Li, a skilled marksman, rarely missed the shots that it appeared that the zombie under Li Xiaofeng's control would succumb first. To be careful. At that moment, a scream accompanied by a flash of a blade emerged simultaneously. Wang Hua had descended the stairs the instant gunfire erupted. The rifle and handgun fired almost in unison, indicating the presence of a formidable foe. However, upon reaching the ground, he was astonished to find that his own people were engaged in combat. Standing behind Li Xiaofeng, he could not discern their identities. Nevertheless, as a loyal brother, Wang Hua instinctively trusted Wang Li that he unsheathed his tang knife and swiftly dispatched the zombie controlled by Li Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while Wang Li was focused ahead, Xiaoxi had already received his orders. Utilizing his camouflage ability, he stealthily approached Wang Li that he opened his mouth and bit down. Wang Hua noticed this scene and called out a warning. But it was too late. Damn it. Wang Hua seethed with anger. After eliminating the zombie under Li Xiaofeng's command, he drew his sidearm, preparing to deal with Xiaoxi, recognizing Xiaoxi as the individual who had attempted to infiltrate their group. He could hardly fathom that the figure was, in fact, a zombie, moreover, that it had even ventured into the community. His heart surged with shock, sensing that this was not merely a zombie attack, but rather a calculated arrangement. Everything transpired far too bizarrely. Chapter 66. Abilities extraction. Once the zombie perished, Li Xiaofeng's will return to him. However, seeing that Xiao Si might be in peril, he initiated a transfer of his will. Taking control of Xiao as, in the astonished gaze of Wang Li, a zombie astonishingly drew out a handgun, standing in opposition to him. Neither side fired. The situation appeared to have reached a stalemate. Bang! The sound of a gunshot shattered the deadlock. A bullet pierced Wang Hua's skull, instantly eliminating an awakened individual. Yet the opposing zombie had not fired. The shot had come from the side. Wang Hua's eyes were still filled with shock. But he could not fathom who had pulled the trigger. Li Xiaofeng emerged slowly from the nearby bushes, blowing the smoke from the barrel of his gun, but he had not anticipated that this shot would result in a fatal outcome. Had he failed, he would have sacrificed Xiao Si. The skill of will transfer had been utilized to perfection. First, he had manipulated the newly controlled zombie to attract the guard, silently infecting him. Then, disguised as the guard, he had severely injured an awakened individual. Using the guise of the guard, he diverted Wang Li's attention, commanding Xiao Si to take advantage of the moment to infect him. Subsequently, he had employed Xiao Si to draw the attention of another awakened individual, while he himself emerged from the bushes to eliminate him once more. He holstered both his handgun and rifle, retreating back into the underbrush. This moment, Wang Li had been infected and had transformed into a zombie, which Li Xiaofeng reasserted control over. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a fifth-tier ordinary zombie. Upon infection, awakened individuals started at a significantly higher baseline compared to ordinary humans, yet they did not inherit the skill of marksmanship. The zombie Wang Li entered the building. Heading directly for the third floor, Dr. Li Quan, currently in his room, felt a flicker of dread. The sounds of gunfire echoed, interspersed with the growls of zombies. Had zombies launched an assault? Bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Li Quan glanced outside, only to find Wang Li standing there. Yet at that moment, his right hand was clutching his head, inadvertently obscuring his eyes. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, as though he had sustained injuries. The knocking was frantic, and without much thought, Li Quan opened the door for one reason. Ordinary zombies could not infect awakened individuals. The levels of the zombie virus within them were too low. Once inside an awakened individual, it would be purged by the mysterious energy within them. However, Xiao Si was an elite zombie, comparable in tier to Wang Li, and could easily infect him. For this reason, Li Quan never considered that Wang Li could be infected, and thus opened the door without any caution. In a brief moment, a cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding! The zombie under the host command successfully infected one individual. Evolution value 2.5. Ding! The host has completed a random task, interrupting the rescue. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Abilities extraction. Abilities extraction. When you slay a human awakened individual or a mutated beast, you have a chance to gain one of their talents or skills. Li Xiaofeng was astounded. He had not anticipated being rewarded with such a divine skill, the ability to directly plunder a talent or skill from others. Had he awakened this skill sooner, the prospect of seizing control over the corpses of those mutated beasts would be utterly terrifying. Just imagine, if he could manipulate a greater number of these aberrant creatures' remains, Li Xiaofeng would be able to traverse the world with impunity. However, the corpse manipulation ability likely comes with its own limitations. Yet the power of ability extraction is undoubtedly a divine skill, potentially rivaling the talent of domination. Although Li Xiaofeng possesses a plethora of talents and skills, they are by no means comparable within the same tier, but he has always understood that any talent or skill is immensely valuable, capable of directly enhancing one's strength. Without the system, it would have been impossible for Li Xiaofeng to acquire such a multitude of talents and skills. Only upon advancing to the elite zombie rank does one gain a guaranteed understanding of a specific skill, while each progression of an elite zombie carries a chance of comprehension. For instance, Li Xiaofeng's heavy strike execution, though the odds of success are likely quite low. The ability extraction has now afforded him an opportunity. Slaying more mutated beasts or awakened humans will yield greater skills and talents. The system's reward for this skill is a tantalizing temptation, one that no soul could possibly resist. Chapter 67. The mutated mantis. As Li Xiaofeng pondered, the zombie king he commanded approached him. Just as the zombie stepped out of the building, an unexpected event occurred. that in an instant, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, cleaving Wang Li's body in two, blood gushing forth. Li Xiaofeng's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as he gazed ahead, where a massive green mantis had manifested. Hidden amidst the grass, Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye, revealing the mantis's information. Name: Mutated Mantis Tier. Level 3 Talents: Precise Evasion, Razor-Sharp Power Skills. Execution. Li Xiaofeng was equally astonished by the sudden appearance of a Level 3 mutated beast in the neighborhood. The mantis appeared to be searching for something. Had the zombie virus within him drawn its attention? Remaining motionless in the grass, he shifted his will, commanding Xiao Si to retrieve the rifle from his backpack. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously. The mutated mantis twisted its form in a bizarre manner, activating its talent of precise evasion in an attempt to dodge the bullets. Yet, for a marksman like Li Xiaofeng, its talent held little significance. Whether it was activated or not, dozens of bullets would inevitably find their mark. Like a chaotic flurry of punches against a seasoned master, the mantis's defenses were feeble, unable to withstand the rifle's damage, as green blood sprayed forth in torrents. Enraged, the mutated mantis couldn't fathom that this lowly creature before it posed a genuine threat. With a slight leap, it aimed to slice him apart. Xiao Si's swift skill activated, commencing a practiced dance of kite flying. The combination of long-range firearms and Xiao Si's swiftness enabled them to engage in combat beyond their tier. Though his marksmanship was lacking, bullets still managed to hit their target. Green ichor continued to spray as the mutated mantis grew increasingly frenzied, letting out a monstrous screech as its speed surged dramatically. After all, it was a level 3 mutated beast. Swiftly closing the gap between them and pouncing at Xiao Si. Seeing that Xiao Si could not escape, Li Xiaofeng quickly activated the hardened skin ability for him. While it wouldn't grant immunity to the mantis's attacks, it would at least prevent instant death. Seizing the moment during their entanglement, Xiao Si continued to fire as they were now in close quarters. Even if Li Xiaofeng's aim was poor, he could still ensure that bullets found their mark. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, green fluids erupted as the mutated mantis sustained severe injuries. Thanks to the evasion effects of the swift skill and the hardened skin, a level 3 mutated beast was vanquished by Xiao Si. Its corpse collapsing to the ground, Li Xiaofeng then emerged nonchalantly, evoking a sense of casual triumph amid destruction. But he crouched down, initiating the newly acquired ability extraction, contemplating whether razor-sharp power or precise evasion would be superior. A flicker of uncertainty gripped him. Ding, ability extraction failed. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched in surprise at this unfortunate outcome, a disheartening start. Ding, collection successful. Obtain the forelimbs of the mutated mantis. Ding, collection successful. Obtain the mutated mantis's crystal core. At least he had acquired some materials, providing a modicum of consolation. That he sighed, crouching to begin devouring the flesh of the mutated mantis. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh of a level 3 mutated beast. Evolution points 40. Ding. The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh of a level 3 mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Chapter 68. New weekly task. The evolution points for a level 3 mutated beast amount to 800. Together with Xiao Si's share from consumption, a total of 1,200 evolution points were acquired. At this moment, his domination talent was on cooldown, preventing him from commanding a new zombie. Observing the remaining corpse of the mutated mantis, he felt a pang of wastefulness. An idea sparked. He stored the mantis's corpse in his backpack, curious whether the system's storage could halt the decay of the virus. The following day arrived swiftly. Li Xiaofeng once again dominated an ordinary zombie and retrieved the corpse of the mutated mantis. The outcome filled him with joy. Ding. The zombie you command is consuming the flesh of a level 3 mutated beast. Evolution points 10. He received another 200 evolution points, bringing his total to 38404000, just 160 points shy of becoming a level 3 elite zombie. As he gazed at the remaining mutated mantis corpse, another idea struck him. If he were to dominate another zombie and allow it to consume the flesh, would he continue to receive evolution points? If this theory proved correct, the evolution points gained from hunting larger mutated beasts would be unimaginable. To test this hypothesis, he waited another day, but the result was disappointing. This bug had indeed failed. The newly dominated zombie could gain evolution points, but he received none. Was this a limitation of the domination talent? Or did he make an error somewhere? Suddenly, a cold electronic voice interrupted Li Xiaofeng's musings. Ding. A new weekly task has been released. Please check it carefully. Weekly task. Battle beyond your tier. Task description. As the most intelligent among the zombie kin, the foolish mutated beasts stand little chance against you. True power will ultimately yield to wisdom. Go forth and slay a level 5 mutated beast to prove your strength. Task difficulty. 4 stars. Task duration. Within 7 days. Task reward. The system will unlock the basic pet function. Note, your own tier must be lower than that of a level 5 elite zombie. This system is truly remarkable. If he could acquire a pet, his combat prowess would surge once again. However, fulfilling this task would not be an easy feat. Slaying a level 5 mutated beast within 7 days presents 2 significant challenges. The first being locating a level 5 mutated beast. Given the current state of evolution, level 5 mutated beasts are undoubtedly apex predators. Even the aberrant spring vine in the city center hospital is merely level 4. Making the search for a level 5 beast quite arduous that if all else fails, he would have to venture into the wild. Yet the wilderness is far more perilous than the city, where the likelihood of encountering groups of mutated beasts is substantially higher. Currently, his domination talent could only control 2 zombies, falling short in both quality and quantity. Unless absolutely necessary, he would prefer to develop cautiously within the city. He could only proceed to the city center for further exploration. At that time, he had merely visited the city center hospital. Places like the library and cinema remained unexplored. Perhaps he might discover a level 5 mutated beast there. The second difficulty of the task lies in how to slay a level 5 mutated beast. While he possesses 2 handguns and a rifle, the ammunition for the handguns is limited, and he has yet to find more bullets. Fortunately, he had discovered several hundred rifle cartridges in that room on the 3rd floor, sufficient for a time. However, it would be exceedingly difficult to inflict damage upon a level 5 mutated beast with just a rifle. Moreover, his marksmanship is far from impressive, unless he were to shove the rifle directly into the maw of the level 5 mutated beast. Chapter 69. The terrifying library. He must first acquire evolution points to complete his advancement. If one can ascend to the 4th tier of elite zombies within 7 days, and fortuitously comprehend 1 or 2 potent skills, the odds of success would significantly increase. Li Xiaofeng chose not to search for humans within the community, as he deemed the efficiency of acquiring evolution points through such means to be too low. Were it not for this random task, he would not have ventured into a human settlement at all. Thanks to the effect of his domination talent, hunting mutated beasts was, in his view, the swiftest route to evolution. Once more, Li Xiaofeng, accompanied by 2 subordinates, prepared to return to the city center. The newly dominated zombie was extraordinarily robust, standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.9 meters, starkly contrasting with the slender physique of Xiao Si. Prior to returning to the city center, Li Xiaofeng activated the crafting function. The crafting interface reappeared in his mind, and he placed the forelimbs and crystal core of a mutated mantis alongside a cleaver. Intending to forge a new weapon, that he opted for a cleaver model once again, that a flicker of light signaled the emergence of a brand new cleaver in his backpack. The blade emitted a faint green glow. Its material altered, now appearing exceptionally sharp. Stowing the blade in his backpack, he decided against using firearms and ammunition unless absolutely necessary, as they were mere consumables. The 3 zombies set forth towards the city center, encountering no humans along the way. However, within mere minutes, he stumbled upon a 1st-tier mutated beast. Utilizing his hardened skin and heavy strike, he was more than capable of overwhelming it. To his disappointment, the collection attempt failed, as did the extraction of abilities. Fortunately, the evolution points awarded allowed him to level up once more. Ding. The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a 1st-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Ding. The zombies under your dominion are devouring the flesh and blood of a 1st-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 2.5. Ding. The host's evolution points have reached 4,000, meeting the advancement criteria. The host begins to evolve. The host's evolution is complete. Current level: 3rd-tier elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and other attributes have been significantly enhanced. The skill Heavy Strike has been upgraded. Heavy Strike. Upon activation, the host's strength increases by 400, with a heightened chance of delivering a critical blow. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown time: 2 hours. Li Xiaofeng felt unprecedentedly invigorated, With each evolution, his power surged dramatically. Regrettably, he did not acquire any new skills this time, merely enhancing his heavy strike point 3 hours later, as Li Xiaofeng gazed at the distant city library. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, that a place he cherished during peacetime now lay desolate, devoid of any life. Not even a single zombie. No zombies. Li Xiaofeng's gaze shifted abruptly to the library, where not a single zombie was in sight. This situation mirrored that of the city hospital, leaving only one possibility. There must be formidable mutated beasts inside. Li Xiaofeng refrained from acting rashly and activated his insight to locate the mutated beasts within. In an instant, he recoiled several steps, his mind shaken. Before his eyes, a vast expanse of red phantoms materialized, at least dozens of mutated beasts. Name: Mutated Bat. Tier: First Talent, Flight Skill, Venomous Bite. Li Xiaofeng realized this was a veritable swarm of mutated beasts. The library boasted 5 floors. The first floor was teeming with first-tier mutated bats, numbering at least 15. On the second floor resided 7 second-tier mutated bats, equally terrifying. The third floor harbored 3 third-tier mutated bats. The fourth floor presented a colossal red phantom, singular yet formidable, boasting a tier of 4. Such a congregation of mutated beasts could likely dominate the city center, even deterring 5th-tier mutated beasts that if he could devour them all. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of exhilaration. Over 10,000 evolution points would undoubtedly elevate him to a 4th-tier elite zombie. Chapter 70. A genius zombie? Aside from the immense boost he would receive, the 2 zombies under his dominion would likewise gain thousands of evolution points, directly transforming into 3rd-tier elite zombies, becoming exceedingly potent allies. At that point, his overall strength would soar. However, to deal with the swarm of bats in the library, a methodical approach was necessary. A frontal assault was ill-advised. Should dozens of mutated bats converge upon him, it would be a nightmare. Even the hefty cat would likely hesitate to invade the library. The 3 zombies observed the library from a distance, opting not to approach. Li Xiaofeng concealed himself, once again taking control of Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, a first-tier elite zombie, possessed a virus that proved irresistible to first-tier mutated beasts. If Li Xiaofeng himself were to attract their attention, it was likely the entire bat swarm would mobilize. Xiaoxi stealthily approached the library's entrance, gently pushing it open. Through the inside eye's vision, he spotted a mutated bat hanging upside down above the door. The moment Xiaoxi stepped into the library, a tremor of excitement rippled through the air. Several mutated bats, exhilarated, had not anticipated a prey to present itself so willingly. Drawn by the zombie virus within Xiaoxi, they surged out of the library. With crimson eyes, the mutated bats, influenced by the virus, became frenzied. Xiaoxi activated his hardened skin and swift skills, with both effects in play. His speed remained unaffected while his defense surged dramatically. Li Xiaofeng's hardened skin had been enhanced when he reached the 2nd tier, making it exceedingly difficult for first-tier mutated beasts to penetrate his defenses. Xiaoxi retreated repeatedly until he reached Li Xiaofeng's concealed position. Reminiscent of a strategy in an online game, Li Xiaofeng emerged from the foliage, wielding a massive frying pan. Simultaneously, he activated Heavy Strike, quadrupling his strength and increasing the likelihood of delivering a critical blow. Xiaoxi also brandished the newly forged Green Cleaver, activating Heavy Strike as well, while the brawny zombie stood by, merely observing. As this battle was beyond his capabilities, a 3rd-tier elite zombie armed with 2 combat skills and a gigantic frying pan, Li Xiaofeng's combat prowess far exceeded that of most mutated beasts of the same tier. However, due to his fear of death, he typically refrained from engaging directly. One by one, the mutated bats fell to his frying pan, crashing to the ground. Though not immediately dead, they were rendered incapable of further combat. Xiaoxi's combat ability was equally astonishing. The Green Cleaver, crafted from the forelimbs of a 3rd-tier mantis, made each strike nearly impossible for the bats to withstand. In a matter of moments, 7 mutated bats lay dead at their feet. Ding! Collection successful. Obtained mutated bats, venomous fangs. Ding! Ability extraction failed. As expected, the ability extraction had never failed to disappoint. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Ding! The zombies you dominate are devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 2.5. Li Xiaofeng directly accrued 2,100 evolution points, bringing him closer to the next level. However, to his surprise, the newly dominated zombie also leveled up, becoming an elite zombie. Ding! The evolution points of the zombie you dominate have reached 500, meeting the advancement criteria. Evolving, evolution complete, current tier. First tier elite zombie, comprehended talent. Robust physique. Acquired skill, rapid recovery. Robust physique. A strong body can somewhat mitigate incoming attacks. Rapid recovery. Upon activation, recovery capacity is significantly enhanced. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Hearing the notification in his mind, Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Despite his unremarkable appearance, could he be a genius zombie? Chapter 71. Second-tier mutated bats. The robust zombie had acquired skills and talents that were exceedingly useful, greatly enhancing his combat efficacy, that he could effectively serve as a meat shield for the team. Noting his imposing stature, Li Xiaofeng decided to name him Xiao Zhuang, that he ceased controlling Xiao Si and instead transferred his consciousness to Xiao Zhuang. The tall and powerful physique provided Li Xiaofeng with a refreshing sensation. After evolving into an elite zombie, Xiao Zhuang stood nearly 2 meters tall, forcefully pushing open the library's grand doors. The remaining first-tier mutated bats also fled. Although the bat swarm was formidable, their intelligence was alarmingly low, allowing Li Xiaofeng to easily lure them out. The remaining 8 mutated bats fell without much effort, with Li Xiaofeng himself scarcely exerting himself. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang were more than capable of overpowering first-tier mutated beasts. After devouring the first-tier mutated beasts, Li Xiaofeng once again acquired 2,400 evolution points and collected the mutated bat's venomous fangs. Regrettably, the ability extraction skill failed entirely, that he couldn't shake the feeling that this skill was rather disappointing. Its success rate seemed akin to certain online games from the peaceful era. Was it the skill's fault, or was he simply inadequate? In a fleeting moment, Li Xiaofeng found himself engulfed in doubt regarding the existence of the corpses. Fortunately, Xiao Si had successfully advanced, providing him with a semblance of comfort. Xiao Si had also reached the second tier of elite zombies. Yet regrettably, he had not comprehended any new skills. However, his agility skill had been enhanced, resulting in a significant increase in speed and evasion probability. The remaining mutated bats in the library were formidable foes, each being at least a second-tier mutated beast, making them quite challenging to handle. Currently, the 3 zombies consisted of 1 at the 3rd tier, 1 at the 2nd tier, and 1 at the 1st tier. Several hours later, with all skills on cooldown, Li Xiaofeng once again took control of Xiao Si's body. Cautiously activating the disguise talent as he entered the library, but he aimed to lure only 1 or 2 mutated bats, as attracting more would be beyond his capacity to cope. Through the eye of insight, he discerned a slight alteration in the information regarding the second-tier mutated bats. Name. Mutated bat tier, second talent. Flight, tenacious life, evil evolution skill. Venomous bite. The addition of the tenacious life talent made it significantly stronger compared to the first-tier mutated bats. As the first-tier mutated bat downstairs had yet to return, the second-tier mutated bats appeared to be in a state of agitation. Despite activating the disguise talent, one of the mutated bats detected him. The creature emitted a ghastly shriek, instantly causing countless books to scatter throughout the library, as all 7 mutated bats sprang into action, creating a terrifying spectacle. Good heavens! Li Xiaofeng commanded Xiao Si to activate the agility skill. Fortunately, after enhancement, Xiao Si's speed had increased dramatically, making it difficult for the mutated bats to keep pace to AT that moment. Xiao Si was fleeing for his life, not needing to intentionally linger to attract attention. The second-tier mutated bats were exceedingly irritable, displaying a relentless demeanor. Li Xiaofeng wielded a massive frying pan, activating the heavy strike skill, and struck down upon one of the mutated bats. Bang! Despite being a second-tier mutated beast, it crumbled under Li Xiaofeng's immense strength. After landing a successful blow, Li Xiaofeng swiftly withdrew and activated the hardened skin for Xiao Zhuang. Xiao Zhuang charged into the swarm of bats, having activated both rapid recovery and hardened skin, transforming into an extremely resilient figure. As a mere first-tier elite zombie, he could fully withstand the attacks of the second-tier mutated beasts. Although Xiao Zhuang's offensive power was lacking, both Xiao Si and Li Xiaofeng were nearby, continuously launching surprise attacks. After advancing to the second tier, Xiao Si's intelligence seemed to have risen once more, enabling him to comprehend more complex commands, alleviating some of Li Xiaofeng's burdens. Nevertheless, the strength of the second-tier mutated bats should not be underestimated, as Xiao Si often needed several strikes with his green scythe to vanquish them. Once the rapid recovery skill concluded, Xiao Zhuang began to sustain injuries, blood pouring forth, yet he remained steadfast, enduring various attacks. Chapter 72. The overall strength of the team. These mutated bats possessed the ability to fly and exhibited extraordinarily evasive capabilities. Although Li Xiaofeng's frying pan could deliver lethal blows, it was prone to depletion. After several minutes of combat, the 7 mutated bats ultimately fell, slain by the 3 zombies. Ding. The host is devouring the flesh and blood of the second-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 20 ding. The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh and blood of the second-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 5. Li Xiaofeng once again accrued 4,200 evolution points. Ding. The host's evolution value has reached 8000. Evolution conditions met. Advancing. Host advancement complete. Current tier. 4th tier elite zombie. Host strength, speed, vision, hearing, and other attributes have been significantly enhanced. And the skill hardened skin has been upgraded. Ding. The host has comprehended the skill surging battle intent. Surging battle intent. Upon activation, your strength, speed, and defense are all enhanced by 50, lasting for 2 minutes, with a 3-hour cooldown. After consuming 22 mutated bats, Li Xiaofeng's evolution value surged dramatically, totaling 8,700 points, propelling him to the status of a 4th-tier elite zombie. In the entirety of Wanning City, he was now undoubtedly a formidable presence. Moreover, he had once again comprehended a new skill. Such state-based skills provided him with the greatest enhancement. With his commanding talent, he had comprehended a skill equivalent to the advancement of the other 2 zombies. Yet the uplifting sounds in his mind had not ceased. Ding. The evolution value of the zombies you command has reached 2002000, meeting the conditions for advancement. Advancing. Advancement complete. Current tier. Second tier. Host strength, speed, vision, hearing, and other attributes have been enhanced. And the skill rapid recovery has been upgraded. Rapid recovery. Upon activation, recovery capabilities are significantly enhanced, lasting for 6 minutes, with a 5-hour cooldown. The substantial evolution value also enabled Xiao Zhuang to successfully advance, albeit without comprehending a new skill. Nevertheless, his rapid recovery had been strengthened, doubling its duration and further enhancing his tank-like capabilities. Ultimately, the information of the 3 zombies was as follows. Name. Li Xiaofeng tier. 4th tier elite zombie evolution value. 860016000 talents. Catastrophic nerve. Bloodthirsty evolution, viral infection, protagonist aura, bystander aura, domination skills. Hardened skin, eye of insight enhanced. Heavy strike, surging battle intent note. This is a highly evolved zombie, possessing not only formidable strength but also intelligence, should you encounter him. It is advisable to flee swiftly. Such a luxurious profile is likely unattainable by any 4th-tier being. Having 6 talents, most of which are not particularly powerful, Xiao Si's profile is as follows. Name. Elite Zombie Tier. 2nd tier evolution value. 3257. 54,000 talents. Disguise, Bloodthirsty evolution, viral infection, catastrophic nerve skills, agility note. This is a zombie endowed with intelligence, perilously close to becoming a 3rd-tier elite zombie, primarily due to Li Xiaofeng's domination talent, which has siphoned their evolution values. Xiao Zhuang's profile is as follows. Name. Elite Zombie Tier. 2nd tier evolution value. 16004000 talents. Sturdy body, Bloodthirsty evolution, viral infection, catastrophic nerve skills. Rapid recovery. The strength of the 3 zombies had surged dramatically, and it was far more complex than mere appearances suggested. Not only did they possess 3 firearms, but their weapons were also extraordinary. More importantly, Li Xiaofeng's hardened skin, heavy strike, and surging battle intent could bolster the other 2 zombies. Such collective strength was now fully capable of confronting 4th-tier mutated beasts. The status of 5th-tier mutated beasts remained unknown for the time, being that Li Xiaofeng collected all the venomous fangs from the bats and sequentially employed the ability to extract. Initially anticipating failure, he was astonished to find success on one occasion. Ding! Ability extraction successful, acquiring the talent. Tenacious life. The successful extraction did not confer the talent directly, but instead formed a small red orb that appeared in his hand. Observing the soft, marble-like orb, he felt a peculiar texture. Simultaneously, a message relayed to him. Upon ingestion, the talent Tenacious Life will be granted. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. It could actually be administered to others. He tossed the red orb to Xiao Zhuang, commanding him to ingest it. Consuming it himself held little significance. Ding! The zombie you command has acquired the talent. Tenacious Life. Tenacious Life enhances your recovery capabilities. The more severe the injury, the stronger the recovery. Xiao Zhuang became even more robust. Li Xiaofeng was now intrigued. What would happen if the ability extraction yielded the talent of flight? Would ingestion grant the ability to fly directly, even in the absence of wings? Based on his conjecture, there should be limitations. Not wishing to ponder further, as practical application was impossible and idle speculation would only waste time, he focused on the fact that, given the low probability of ability extraction, he would likely struggle to implement it unless the skill could be upgraded or methods to enhance success rates were obtained. Chapter 73. I want to fight 10. The remaining mutated bats in the library were dwindling. With only 3 third-tier mutated bats and 1 fourth-tier mutated bat left, Li Xiaofeng continued to manipulate Xiao Si and ventured deeper into the library, intent on luring out the third-tier mutated bats first. A direct assault seemed fraught with uncertainty, and Li Xiaofeng was reluctant to sacrifice either Xiao Si or Xiao Zhuang. Previously, he had dominated ordinary zombies, allowing for easy replacements, but the current situation was entirely different. Both zombies had developed distinct roles, and the loss of either would significantly diminish Li Xiaofeng's combat capabilities. Xiao Si possessed the disguise talent, enabling him to avoid drawing the attention of the fourth-tier mutated bat. And as a second-tier elite zombie, his viral potency was not overwhelming. Utilizing the disguise talent, he cautiously approached the third floor of the library. To his astonishment, the 3 third-tier bats paid him no heed, completely ignoring his presence. They were hanging upside down from the fluorescent lights, merely glancing at Xiao Si before resuming their feigned slumber. Even at death's door, they continued to feign indifference. Li Xiaofeng promptly commanded Xiao Si to approach the staircase while drawing his pistol. Bang! At the moment the gunfire erupted, Xiao Si activated his swiftness and fled desperately outside. As anticipated, the gunfire missed its mark once again, but it nonetheless provoked the 3 bats, which all took flight and charged directly toward Xiao Si. Li Xiaofeng had been waiting outside the library for quite some time. Having acquired the tenacious life force of Xiao Zhuang, his injuries had completely healed. He ignited Xiao Zhuang's fighting spirit and hardened skin. And with the skill rapid recovery activated, he stood resolutely at the forefront, unfazed by the 3 third-tier mutated beasts, at least during the duration of rapid recovery. Xiao Zhuang could withstand their onslaught without issue. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng had also locked his sights on one of the mutated bats, activating heavy, strike and fighting spirit. That a surge of immense power coursed through his body, and it was then that Li Xiaofeng truly felt his own strength. Seizing the opportunity, he struck one of the bats with his massive frying pan. Bang! The bat immediately felt its head grow heavy, struggling to maintain flight. Caught off guard, the mutated bat seethed with rage. As a third-tier mutated beast, its resilience was formidable, and it was on the verge of regaining consciousness. Yet before it could fully awaken, Li Xiaofeng's frying pan came crashing down once more. Bang! The mutated bat felt an overwhelming dizziness. Teetering precariously in the AI, Li Xiaofeng wore a sinister grin as he continued to rain down blows with his frying pan that with fighting spirit activated. All his abilities received a significant boost. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of heavy impacts echoed continuously. And in a matter of moments, the bat plummeted to the ground, blood gushing forth, utterly lifeless. That a third-tier mutated bat had been brutally slain. Meanwhile, the other 2 bats continued their assault on Xiao Zhuang. As third-tier mutated beasts, their venomous fangs could easily tear through Xiao Zhuang's skin. However, bolstered by his innate tenacity and the rapid recovery skill, coupled with hardened skin and fighting spirit, each wound began to heal almost instantaneously. In that moment, Xiao Zhuang managed to endure the attacks of the 2 mutated beasts without sustaining any injuries. Xiao Si's attacks were equally ferocious, wielding a green machete and enhanced by heavy strike and fighting spirit. Each slash sent streams of blood spraying from the mutated bats, severely wounding one of them. Whenever a bat lunged at him, Xiaoxi adeptly retreated behind Xiao Zhuang, inciting the ire of the two bats. Their fury intensified as they charged at Xiao Zhuang, but all their efforts proved futile. Li Xiaofeng was equally taken aback by Xiaoxi's cunning, which reflected his true teachings that he had not used mind transfer. Rather, he had merely issued a general command. Yet Xiaoxi's intelligence had noticeably improved, distinguishing him from ordinary zombies. Observing Xiao Zhuang, it was clear that his counterattacks were limited to biting, utterly ineffective, yet he persisted in this futile endeavor. However, Xiao Zhuang's role was simply to absorb damage. No expectations were held for him to inflict harm upon the mutated bats. Surrounded by the three hulking zombies, the mutated bats eventually succumbed, falling one after another. Li Xiaofeng once again amassed 3,600 evolution points. Simultaneously, Xiaoxi successfully advanced, becoming a third-tier elite zombie, standing at the pinnacle of zombie evolution. Regrettably, he did not grasp any new skills but instead enhanced his swiftness skill. After 2 rounds of reinforcement, the speed enhancement of the swiftness skill had reached fourfold, with an increased chance of evasion as well. Only the last 4th-tier mutated bat remained in the library. Li Xiaofeng felt no fear that he himself was also a 4th-tier elite zombie, and no longer controlling Xiaoxi and Xiao Zhuang. He strode boldly into the library, making his way directly to the 4th floor. Roaring with bravado, "I want to take on 10." Chapter 74. The Cleansing of the Library. The zombie virus within him swiftly roused the similarly ranked mutated bat. Its crimson eyes gleamed with exhilarating excitement. The 4th-tier mutated bat was enormous, nearly the height of a human, hanging upside down from the fluorescent light, presenting a terrifying sight that as the eye of insight activated, information about this colossal bat was transmitted to him. Name: Mutated Bat, Tier 4th, Talent: Tenacious Life, Flight, Precise Target Lock, Skills: Pounce, Venomous Bite, Sonic Blast. In stark contrast to ordinary mutated bats, the Bat King's attributes were far more impressive, with strength and speed unmatched by regular bats. Li Xiaofeng instantly activated Hardened Skin, Heavy Strike, and Fighting Spirit. With these 3 buffs enhancing his capabilities, his power surged dramatically, brandishing a black frying pan, although his speed could not match that of the Bat King. His strength surpassed it by a wide margin. Li Xiaofeng remained resolute, waiting for the Bat King to make the first move. Given the Bat King's low intelligence and the influence of the virus within, it would undoubtedly succumb to the urge to strike first. Sure enough, the Bat King let out an ear-piercing screech, spreading its wings wide like a black curtain, and charged forth to attack. Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed. Swinging his frying pan with force, bang, the Bat King, taken aback by Li Xiaofeng's immense power, found its head twisted awkwardly, its mind buzzing. However, as a formidable 4th-tier creature, it quickly regained its bearings and distanced itself from Li Xiaofeng. The Bat King suddenly turned, opting to pounce on Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi attempted to launch a surprise attack using his camouflage, but he was swiftly detected by the Bat King's talent for precise target locking. Fortunately, he activated swiftness just in time, quadrupling his speed, making it difficult even for a 4th-tier creature to pursue him. Xiao Zhuang sought to entangle the Bat King, but he too miscalculated. The Bat King's ability to fly rendered it impossible for him to catch up. In that moment, the 3 zombies found themselves unable to contend with the Bat King. The mutated bat hovered in the air, its scarlet, ferocious gaze fixed upon the trio of zombies, emitting a strange, eerie cry. Although Li Xiaofeng did not experience pain, he was aware that he had been injured. Almost instantaneously, blood began to seep from his mouth, nose, and ears. Sonic Blast. The Bat King recognized that the 3 zombies posed a significant threat and unleashed its killing move. As Li Xiaofeng attempted to retaliate, he discovered he could barely move, stumbling as he tried to walk. The area control and massive damage of the attack were rather overpowered. Li Xiaofeng's reflexes were swift. If this persisted, while he could endure, Xiaoxi might fall first. He retrieved a rifle from his system backpack. Even if he could not move, it would not hinder his ability to wield a firearm. The Bat King's attack had its drawbacks as well. It-2 was rendered immobile, flapping its wings while remaining suspended in the air. Rat-a-tat-tat. Li Xiaofeng quickly raised the rifle and began firing relentlessly. 4th-tier creatures boasted astounding defenses. Even a handgun would struggle to inflict harm. However, the rifle's immense power, while failing to injure the beast, nonetheless caused it to shift its position. The sonic blast was interrupted. Simultaneously, the Bat King crashed to the ground, seemingly suffering backlash from the disruption of its skill. Li Xiaofeng's will returned, and upon witnessing this scene, he thought, what a splendid opportunity. The three zombies surged forward, seizing the moment to unleash a coordinated assault. With machetes and frying pans raining down, the Bat King found it increasingly difficult to withstand their onslaught, especially as the chances of triggering a critical hit from heavy strike multiplied. In a brief span, before the Bat King could fully recover, it met its demise. Ding, collection successful. Obtained the venomous fangs of the mutated bat. Ding, collection successful. Obtained the crystal core of the mutated bat. Ding, ability extraction failed. Ding, the host is devouring the flesh and blood of the 4th-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 80. The zombies under your command are devouring the flesh and blood of the 4th-tier mutated beast. Evolution points 20. Ding. The evolution points of the zombies under your command are 40004000, meeting the advancement conditions. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and other attributes have all been enhanced, strengthening the talent robust body. Ding. The zombies you command have randomly comprehended the skill resilience. Resilience. Your resistance to poison, bleeding, and other abnormal states is enhanced. After devouring the flesh and blood, Li Xiaofeng's evolution points surged by 2400. To his astonishment, Xiao Zhuang's advancement had once again led to the acquisition of a passive skill. Observing Xiao Zhuang's robust physique, he was surprised to find that this simpleton possessed even higher talents than Xiao Si. Both having grasped the defensive skill, that it seemed that any unforeseen circumstances could be entrusted to Xiao Zhuang for exploration in the future. Li Xiaofeng scoured the entire library, seeking any remaining treasures, but ultimately found nothing. The three zombies, having emerged from the library cleansing, experienced a significant boost in strength and amassed a considerable bounty of venomous fangs and crystal cores. The trio of zombies, adorned with sunglasses, swaggered through the city center. Having ascended to the status of the premier predators of Wanning City, the 4th-tier creatures were no longer their adversaries. Li Xiaofeng commenced his search for mutated beasts. Preparing to fulfill his weekly task, he intended to head to the cinema first. But before he could approach, a sudden cat's meow pierced the air. Chapter 75. The Cat and Snake Showdown. It was that mutated orange cat again. Li Xiaofeng shuddered violently, dropping to the ground. That a series of movements were almost instinctual. However, as he regained his composure, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. What the hell? Now, the brother has also become a 4th-tier elite zombie, accompanied by 2 3rd-tier elite zombies, giving him the confidence to confront that large, plump cat. He gazes into the distance and, as expected, spots the hefty feline resembling a tiger. Insightful name. Mutated orange cat tier. 4th talent. Evil evolution. Keen nerves, battle-ready skills. Claw slash, intimidation, extreme rampage. Potential burst. The mutated orange cat has now evolved into a 4th-tier aberrant beast, and its attributes are terrifyingly formidable. Compared to its last encounter, it has gained an additional skill and talent. Judging by their names, these must be incredibly powerful combat abilities. That it is likely that, apart from Li Xiaofeng, no other 4th-tier being could possess such impressive attributes. That in terms of raw strength, the combined might of the three zombies may still fall short. At this moment, the orange cat is engaged in battle with another mutated beast, a massive serpent. Its body is striking red and black, continuously clashing with the cat, reaching an astonishing length of 10 meters. The giant serpent's form is immensely imposing, exuding a formidable presence. Yet astonishingly, the orange cat finds itself under pressure. Li Xiaofeng stealthily hides within a shop, refraining from rash movements, and directs his insightful eye towards the giant serpent. Name: Mutated Red Chain Snake Tier. 5th talent. Hard Shell, Agile Body Perception, Evil Evolution Skills. Giant Force Strangulation. Bite. To his delight, he realizes it is a 5th-tier being. Has the opportunity for the weekly quest arrived so swiftly? However, the power of this snake is terrifying. Although its attributes do not surpass those of the orange cat, it has maintained the upper hand in their confrontation. The cat's claw slash proves ineffective against the serpent's defenses. The strength, speed, and defensive capabilities of a 5th-tier creature are significantly enhanced. The orange cat's body is already bloodied, a large chunk of flesh having been bitten away. Its defenses are not particularly robust, rendering it wholly inadequate against the mutated red chain snake. Meow. The orange cat emits a thunderous cry, causing the nearby lower-tier mutated beasts and ordinary zombies to keep their distance, too fearful to approach. Although the cat possesses remarkable speed, it seems to intentionally allow itself to suffer injuries. Gradually, its wounds worsen, and blood soon covers its entire body, more severe than the injuries sustained in battle against the mutated ivy. The eyes of the mutated red-chained snake gleam with excitement, distinctly different from those of the low-intelligence mutated beasts. Whether due to its fifth-tier status or the snake's inherent nature, both mutated creatures exhibit a commendable level of intelligence. The orange cat's blood quickly pools on the ground, while the mutated snake remains entirely unscathed. That a fleeting moment of fury flashes in the red-chained snake's eyes as its speed suddenly surges. Its tail whipping with uncanny swiftness. Giant force strangulation. In an instant, the injured orange cat is ensnared. The overwhelming might prepares to obliterate this feline, that as the life-and-death crisis looms, the orange cat remains unflinching. Its large eyes shimmering with determination. Its aura surges dramatically, its eyes becoming intensely crimson, as if stained with blood. Extreme rampage. The orange cat's claws extend once more, becoming razor-sharp. Swish. The claws flash past. The cat's attacking power seems to have surged immensely, breaking through the resilient defenses of the mutated red-chained snake, blood splattering upon the ground. Hiss! The red-chained snake roars in fury, the excruciating pain igniting its rage further. Its body coils, preparing to constrict the cat. Yet at this moment, the orange cat's strength has surged, its claws launching another assault, the glimmer of light flashing once more. The body of the mutated red-chained snake is once again breached, even its scales shedding to the ground. Fear grips the snake as it instinctively releases its hold on the orange cat, decisively creating distance. With its intelligence, it cannot fathom how an opponent, once dominated, could suddenly unleash such formidable strength. The orange cat's combat power swells, its eyes wild, resembling a fearsome, mutated tiger. The red-chained snake dares not confront it directly, continually retreating to evade the cat's strikes. Both creatures find themselves in a stalemate. The red-chained snake begins to suffer injuries, though they are not fatal. The orange cat appears increasingly agitated. If it fails to eliminate its foe soon, it risks succumbing to a state of weakness. The chained snake seems to have discerned the orange cat's vulnerability. It begins to writhe continuously, remaining in a defensive and evasive posture, advancing when the enemy retreats, pursuing when the enemy falters. Meow. The mutated orange cat's eyes blaze with fury, yet it remains unable to slay its opponent. The red-chained snake, being a fifth-tier mutated beast, possesses strength and speed that surpass the orange cat, though it can temporarily elevate its power through skills and talents to suppress the red-chained snake. Such bursts are not sustainable. That Li Xiaofeng observes the orange cat falling into a state of fatigue. Its speed and strength gradually waned, and in the end, its claws can no longer breach defenses and are even repelled, causing it to bleed. The mutated orange cat retreats, seeking to escape. However, the red-chained snake is unwilling to grant it such mercy. Having been suppressed by a mere fourth-tier creature, it is filled with rage. Seeing its opponent weakened, the red-chained snake issues a roar, its body twisting as blood pours forth. Unrelenting, it seeks to devour the orange cat. Chapter 76. A mutual demise. Li Xiaofeng has been observing for quite some time. At this moment, his main body remains concealed. Simultaneously, he transfers his will to control Xiao Zhuang, launching an assault alongside Xiao Si. Heavy strike execution. The fervor of battle surges, hardened skin, with the enhancement of these three buff skills. Their strength escalates significantly. Xiao Zhuang wields a massive frying pan, preparing to ambush the red-chained snake. The red-chained snake, possessing the talent of perception, has already detected the two zombies. However, they are merely third-tier zombies. Hardly worthy of its concern. That it is the fourth-tier orange cat that poses a real threat. Seeing the snake's disdain, Li Xiaofeng directly commands Xiao Zhuang, who wields the enormous frying pan. Bang! The heavy strike execution and battle frenzy amplify Xiao Zhuang's strength. And fortuitously, he triggers the heavy strike effect. That in an instant, the red-chained snake's pupils dilate, its consciousness fading, a buzzing noise echoing in its mind, abruptly halting its assault on the orange cat, without hesitation. Xiao Zhuang strikes again with a flurry of blows. Simultaneously, Xiaoxi wields a green machete, attacking with the ferocity of a bandit, hacking wildly. The metallic clangs resonate, sparks flying, yet they cannot breach the defenses. The defense of a fifth-tier creature provides Li Xiaofeng with new insights. Compared to that fourth-tier mutated bat, this snake is vastly superior. Xiao Zhuang's subsequent strikes fail to trigger the heavy strike effect. The mutated red chain snake quickly regains its senses. Hiss. It emits a furious hiss, turning to glare at Xiao Zhuang that in a flash. Its body lunges forward, sinking its fangs into Xiao Zhuang. Swish, flesh is torn apart in an instant. Its venomous fangs are exceedingly sharp. Even the remarkably resilient Xiao Zhuang cannot withstand it, as he is merely a third-tier elite zombie. Rapid recovery. Xiao Zhuang activates his life-saving skill, complemented by the newly acquired tenacity skill. As long as he sustains wounds, they will heal at an accelerated pace. Gazing at the looming red chain snake, Xiao Zhuang swiftly stows away the frying pan, drawing a police handgun instead, aiming the barrel directly into the snake's maw. However, before he can pull the trigger, a sharp crack resounds that Li Xiaofeng is stunned. The handgun in his hand is crushed. This is unfathomable. The power of a fifth-tier creature defies logical comprehension. At this moment, Xiaoxi frantically swings his machete, yet it proves futile. Unable to breach the defenses that Li Xiaofeng instructs Xiaoxi to target the wound on the snake's body, which has already been compromised by the orange cat's assault. But before he can strike, the red chain snake, seizing the opportunity, violently lashes its tail. The sound of slicing air is audible, and Xiaoxi is sent flying over 100 meters. Fortunately, he activates his swift skill, evading damage. Otherwise, a single blow would likely have been fatal. Li Xiaofeng feels a surge of urgency, knowing that charging in himself would be fruitless. This fifth-tier mutated snake is too monstrous. Observing the severely injured orange cat on the ground, it seems there is little hope for it. However, Xiao Zhuang cannot hold out much longer. He is merely enduring through the sheer force of rapid recovery. Even so, he remains on the brink of collapse. If 6 minutes pass, Xiao Zhuang is almost certainly doomed. Opening the system backpack, Li Xiaofeng suddenly notices the remaining alcohol and lighter from the previous encounter with the mutated venomous spider. He guides Xiao Zhuang to retrieve the alcohol barrel, pouring it into the mouth of the mutated venomous snake. The snake bites down, piercing through, but it has no practical effect. Instead, more alcohol floods into its mouth that a whole barrel of alcohol is thus poured in, with a significant amount splashed onto the surface of the mutated red chain snake. Xiao Zhuang produces the lighter, tossing it into the snake's mouth while igniting the alcohol, coating its skin with another lighter. The flame spread almost instantaneously. The mutated red chain snake begins to thrash violently, but the pain within intensifies as the alcohol fills its belly, flames roaring down its throat. The inferno from both inside and outside causes it to writhe. Yet it refuses to release its grip. Faced with this dire threat, it becomes increasingly frenzied, determined to take its nemesis down with it. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Exchanging a Tier 3 elite zombie for a Tier 5 mutated snake seemed to be a poor bargain. Yet, Xiao Zhuang's ability to comprehend such a plethora of skills and talents marked him as an exceptionally rare zombie. For Li Xiaofeng, this transaction had resulted in a significant loss. Had he known better, he would not have acted so impulsively. Initially, he had believed that he could seize the opportunity while the Tier 5 creature was injured. But the outcome had diverged drastically from his expectations. However, everything had already transpired, and if they were not to perish together, the mutated red chain snake would undoubtedly not spare Xiao Zhuang either. The result would remain unchanged. For Li Xiaofeng, since the outcome was immutable, the focus now shifted to how to maximize his benefits, that a considerable amount of alcohol had also spilled onto Xiao Zhuang's clothing, igniting into fierce flames. Chapter 77. The Powerful Orange Cat. But then, an unexpected event occurred. Xiao Zhuang's newly acquired resilience skill came into play as the flames spread to his skin. They were quickly extinguished, causing him no harm whatsoever. With the aid of his rapid recovery skill, the searing fire proved less potent than the attacks of the mutated red chain snake. Was burning considered an abnormal state? Li Xiaofeng realized that he might have underestimated this new skill. The mutated red chain snake emitted desperate shrieks, but it was too late. Even a Tier 5 creature could hardly withstand such flames. Thus, a gigantic mutated snake was burned alive. Ding. The host has completed the weekly task. Engaging in a cross-dire battle. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. The system has successfully activated the basic pet system. The basic pet system allows the host to capture a mutated beast of no higher tier than their own as a battle companion. This system enforces capture, regardless of the mutated beast's willingness, but an initial level of affection will be established that if the affection decreases below a certain threshold, the pet may rebel. Note: pets cannot be exchanged. Li Xiaofeng was filled with delight as he exited the shop with a flourish, glancing at the still vibrant Xiao Zhuang and nodding in satisfaction that he had remarkably endured the blaze. His skin now appeared pitch black, and coupled with his towering height of 2 meters, he resembled a black towered at the same time. The system's pet system sent a jolt of excitement through him. The enforced capture meant he could instantly turn a similarly tiered mutated beast from foe to friend. However, the inability to exchange pets implied a singular opportunity. Otherwise, this pet system could be utilized for combat, allowing him to eliminate any similarly tiered mutated beast effortlessly. As a Tier 4 elite zombie, he was capable of capturing a Tier 4 mutated beast. Li Xiaofeng turned his gaze to the severely injured orange cat nearby, contemplating. Should he capture the orange cat now, or wait until he elevated his own tier to capture a more formidable mutated beast? He possessed the talent for domination, which facilitated rapid growth, yet he worried that the orange cat might not keep pace with him. After all, the pet system was not akin to domination. It permitted the capture of only a single pet. Meow, the orange cat let out a cry, and there were glimmers of tears in its eyes as it looked at Li Xiaofeng with a pitiful expression. Li Xiaofeng gently patted its plump head and once more examined its panel. The ability to engage in cross-dire battles indicated that it possessed tremendous potential. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng chose the orange cat. Ding. You have captured the mutated orange cat as a pet. Name: mutated orange cat tier. For potential: excellent affection level, 70, when affection drops below 50. The possibility of rebellion arises. When affection reaches 100, betrayal becomes impossible. Evolution points: 100,001, 6000 talents. Evil evolution: keen nerves, battle-hardened skills. Claw slash, intimidation, extreme berserk, potential explosion. Evil evolution: consuming the flesh and cores of creatures of the same tier grants evolution points. Consuming creatures of a higher tier yields even greater points. Keen nerves grants enhanced reaction speed during combat. Battle-hardened: the longer the battle endures, the more your strength, speed, and overall capabilities will progressively increase. Claw slash utilizes claws to deliver powerful and swift attacks, possessing a certain degree of armor-piercing effect. Intimidation can suppress the strength of lower-tier creatures. The greater the disparity in strength, the more pronounced the suppression. Extreme berserk: when activated, combat power increases by 300%, and the armor-piercing effect of claw slash is tripled. Upon expiration, the user enters a state of weakness for 2 hours. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 24 hours. Potential explosion: a passive skill. The more severe your injuries, the stronger the power you can unleash. At last, Li Xiaofeng comprehended the true prowess of this plump cat, and no wonder it could engage in cross-dire battles. Both battle-hardened and potential explosion would amplify its combat capabilities. Coupled with extreme berserk, its strength surged dramatically, allowing it to effortlessly crush opponents of the same tier. However, the drawback was that extreme berserk lasted only 5 minutes. If it failed to eliminate its opponent swiftly, it would likely find itself in peril. Chapter 78. The strongest combat power. Meow. The mutated orange cat lay on the ground, appearing exceptionally docile. Li Xiaofeng approached the charred remains of the mutated red-chained snake. Ding. Collection successful. Obtain the snake gallbladder of the mutated red-chained snake. Ding. Collection successful. Obtain the core of a Tier 5 creature. Ding. Ability extraction failed. The ability extraction had failed once more, yet fortunately, he had harvested the snake gallbladder. Could this item also be utilized to forge weapons? Li Xiaofeng felt somewhat bewildered. Without further contemplation, he gazed at the roasted snake body and began to consume it alongside Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang. The evolution points of a Tier 5 creature amounted to 3,200 that with the enhancement from his domination, Li Xiaofeng acquired an additional 4,800 evolution points. The electronic voice in his mind rang out once more. Ding. The host's evolution points have reached 1600,016,000, fulfilling the requirements for advancement. The host begins to advance. Advancement complete. Current tier. Tier 5 Elite Zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, and hearing have all been significantly enhanced. The skill Battle Intent Ignition has been strengthened. Battle Intent Ignition. When activated, your strength, speed, and perception will increase by 75. Duration 2 minutes, cooldown 3 hours. Though he had not comprehended a new skill, Li Xiaofeng felt an unprecedented surge of power. The higher the tier, the more substantial the enhancement with each advancement. Observing the eager gaze of the mutated orange cat, Li Xiaofeng tossed the remains of the mutated red-chained snake at its feet. Meow. The mutated orange cat let out an excited cry and immediately began to devour it. The electronic voice in Li Xiaofeng's mind resonated continuously. Ding. The affection level of the mutated orange cat increased by 1. Ding. The affection level of the mutated orange cat increased by 1. Within a short span, the affection level of the mutated orange cat soared to a maximum of 100. Was it truly this easy to increase affection with mere food? Li Xiaofeng felt somewhat bewildered, yet it was ultimately a positive development. The risk of rebellion from the mutated orange cat had vanished. The amount the orange cat could consume far surpassed that of any zombie. And in the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the massive snake was gone. Li Xiaofeng hastily stored the remainder in his backpack. How could it consume so voraciously? The flesh and blood of the mutated red-chained snake still held value. Being a rare Tier 5 creature, in the future, his domination talent would undoubtedly advance, allowing him to command a greater number of zombies. At that time, he could easily elevate the new zombies to high levels. After consuming a substantial amount of flesh and blood, the mutated orange cat visibly began to recover. It could slowly rise, yet remained in a weakened state. It let out a discontented meow, gazing at Li Xiaofeng with a look of grievance. Li Xiaofeng simultaneously noticed that its evolution points had reached 140,000,160,000, that the consumption of the mutated red-chained snake had granted it an additional 4,000 evolution points. However, according to Li Xiaofeng's experience, a Tier 1 mutated beast possessed 200 evolution points, a Tier 2 beast 400 points, and so on, with Tier 5 mutated creatures yielding 3,200 points. Mutated beasts seem to differ from zombies, and based on its appearance, continued consumption would still yield additional evolution points. Li Xiaofeng retrieved a Tier 2 mutated bat core from the material storage of the system and tossed it before the orange cat. Evil evolution allowed mutated beasts to gain evolution points from consuming cores, and Li Xiaofeng was eager to see how much it would yield. However, the orange cat regarded the Tier 2 core with disdain, its chubby face contorting in disapproval, ultimately seeming to have no other choice. It reluctantly swallowed it. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated that the orange cat would be so dismissive of a Tier 2 core. The evolution points indeed increased, but only by 100 points. He then tossed out a Tier 3 core. And this time, the orange cat displayed a hint of excitement, quickly devouring it. The evolution points surged by 400 points, a stark contrast to the previous core. He then threw out a Tier 4 core. The orange cat became immensely excited, a look of blissful satisfaction crossing its features, as its evolution points skyrocketed by 1,200 points. A ferocious aura began to emanate from the orange cat, directly reaching the threshold for a breakthrough. Ding, your pet, the mutated orange cat, is beginning to advance. Advancement complete. Current tier. Tier 5. Ding. The skills of the mutated orange cat, including strength, speed, and defense, have been enhanced. The skill Extreme Berserk has been strengthened. Extreme Berserk. When activated, all-around capabilities increase by 400%. And the armor-piercing effect of Claw Slash is quadrupled. Upon expiration, the user will enter a state of weakness for 2 hours. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 24 hours. The strength of the mutated orange cat has surged dramatically. Although it has not acquired any new skills, its core abilities have been significantly enhanced. While all of the orange cat's skills and talents are formidable, the ultimate Berserk ability is undeniably the most crucial. Once activated, its power quadruples, and the defensive penetration effect of its claws is similarly amplified fourfold. It is likely that even high-tier creatures would struggle to withstand its onslaught. The mutated orange cat has thus emerged as the most potent force within the team. Chapter 79. The fall of Wanting City. With such a powerful pet by his side, The path to advancement has become notably easier. Currently, even 3 zombies combined would hardly pose a challenge, provided that Li Xiaofeng refrains from employing any tricks. Observing the comically large orange cat beside him, Li Xiaofeng felt he could easily face it a dozen times without consequence. Meow. The mutated orange cat, having advanced, looked at him with a pleading expression, eagerly wagging its tail as it savored the 4th-tier crystal core. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly. "What on earth are you doing, cat? Why are you wagging your tail?" Upon realizing that he had garnered Li Xiaofeng's attention, the orange cat became even more excited and lunged towards him. Damn it. Seeing its massive form looming over him, Li Xiaofeng hurriedly dodged aside, instructing it to stay put and behave. Did it not have any awareness of its own weight? If the orange cat were to land on him, he would be seriously injured, if not incapacitated. Li Xiaofeng glanced at the orange cat's aggrieved expression and nodded with satisfaction. Although it was a bit heavy, its combat prowess was astonishing, making it a reliable ally. Unfortunately, his commanding skills did not affect the orange cat. If only he could apply his 3 status-enhancing abilities to it, he could truly defeat 10 foes single-handedly. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has triggered a random quest. The Fall of Wanting City. Quest brief. As a 5th-tier elite zombie, you have become the pinnacle of the zombie race. However, high-tier mutated beasts remain a significant threat to ordinary zombies. Hunt down mutated beasts of tier 3 and above, and transform Wanting City into a true paradise for zombies. Quest duration: 1 month. Quest difficulty: unknown. Quest reward: unlock the entire city map. Zombies within Wanting City will receive a 10 combat power boost. To enhance quest efficiency, certain functions of the city map have been preemptively activated, accurately pinpointing all high-tier mutated beasts. That Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated triggering such a random quest. However, what on earth does this reward have to do with me? He had already cleared out the high-tier mutated beasts within Wanting City, so what use was a combat power boost unless it could be utilized outside the city? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that this reward would be immensely beneficial to the zombie race. Should any humans or mutated beasts attempt to invade Wanting City, the implications of this reward would be profound, potentially bolstering over 1 million zombies. Moreover, with the full city map at their disposal, any plans for invasion would be utterly impractical. With both a stronghold and the advantage of intelligence, Wanting City would become an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, as the strength of the zombie race increased, the effectiveness of this boost would only become more terrifying. This was a task that must be undertaken. Li Xiaofeng organized his thoughts and noticed a map materializing in his mind. Upon examining it, he found over 10 red dots scattered across the map, with himself represented as a green dot. Those red dots were presumably the locations of mutated beasts of tier 3 and above, 4th tier, 5th tier, and perhaps even 6th tier beasts. However, he was uncertain if 6th tier beasts truly existed. Upon completing this task, he would undoubtedly advance once more. At that point, he would ascertain whether 6th tier elite zombies were real. Once his strength surged again, he could contemplate venturing beyond Wanting City to explore the world. The world was vast, and he yearned to see it. Opportunities during peacetime had eluded him, yet the apocalypse had granted him a chance. Li Xiaofeng decided to commence his extermination efforts from the city center, gradually radiating outward throughout the city. On the map, there were not many red dots near the city center. Only 3 high-tier mutated beasts remained. Mounting the orange cat, he prepared to experience the exhilaration of a swift dash. Bang! To his dismay, he was unceremoniously flung off by the orange cat. What a misfortune! Li Xiaofeng glared at the orange cat, which seemed unbothered and even scratched him playfully. Hadn't its favorability reached 100? Why wouldn't it let him ride? Once more, he produced a 4th-tier crystal core and tossed it to the mutated orange cat. Seizing the moment while the cat eagerly devoured the crystal core, he climbed back onto its back. Truly, it was a cat without boundaries. It would do anything for food. Thus, the trio of zombies and 1 cat officially set forth. With the map in hand, Li Xiaofeng's hunting efficiency would significantly improve. The nearest mutated beast was not far away, and he soon arrived at a clothing store. Upon entering, he beheld a massive red spider suspended from the ceiling. The spider was enormous and grotesque, exuding a somewhat unsettling aura. It had reached tier 4, with blood still staining its jaws. indicating it had likely devoured numerous mutated beasts that Li Xiaofeng now faced the Tier 4 mutated beast with no fear. He gave a slight head shake, signaling the orange cat. However, the cat remained indifferent, continuing to groom itself. Suddenly, it flicked its tail and tossed Li Xiaofeng off its back. Chapter 80. The State of the Apocalypse. Li Xiaofeng issued another command. And only then did the orange cat leisurely enter the clothing store. Instantly, a surge of excitement coursed through the mutated spider, yet it showed no desire to fight. The orange cat had already attained the status of a 5th-tier mutated beast, far beyond what the spider could contend with. The mutated spider attempted to escape along the ceiling, but the orange cat let out a slight yawn, extending its claws. With a powerful leap, it closed the distance to the mutated spider and delivered a devastating slash. Swoosh, a sound echoed, followed by a gushing spray of blood. With a resounding thud, Li Xiaofeng watched as the mutated spider was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. The orange cat promptly advanced, its nose twitching as it consumed the crystal core within the spider's body. What an impressive feat! Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement as he collected the spider's venom glands and led the two zombies to begin feasting on the flesh. To obtain evolution points without engaging in battle was truly a blessing. He found the flesh of the mutated spider exceptionally tender, perfectly suited to his palate. Conversely, the mutated orange cat appeared disinterested in the spider's remains, preoccupied with grooming itself. Its gaze towards the three zombies even held a hint of disdain. After finishing his meal, Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of being looked down upon. It seemed the orange cat held little interest in the flesh of lower-tier creatures. To his surprise, this plump cat was rather picky. After finishing, he carelessly tossed the remaining body of the mutated spider to the horde of zombies. The addition of a few elite zombies could only be advantageous for him. Currently, he had not witnessed any infighting among the zombies. Though the zombie race was somewhat weakened, they remained remarkably united. The trio of zombies and one cat resumed their journey. This random quest was exceedingly time-consuming. While battles could be resolved swiftly, traveling across the city would inevitably consume a great deal of time. A month would soon pass that Li Xiaofeng had been diligently exterminating mutated beasts throughout Wanning City. The apocalypse had raged for 2 months, now 2 months of peace would pass in the blink of an eye for humanity. Their tranquil lives would remain unperturbed. Yet, with the onset of the apocalypse, just 2 short months had brought about monumental changes. The former order had long been shattered, replaced by an entirely new set of rules. Due to the blood moon, all zombies had reached at least Tier 5, that even elite-level zombies had become commonplace. Some fortunate zombies managed to infect dozens of others or consume the corpses of mutated beasts. The national landscape was largely dominated by zombies, yet the most formidable overlords were the mutated beasts, which claimed territories that even zombies could not approach, for the pitiful human survivors clinging to life within the cities. Their fates were all but sealed, either to starve to death or be infected by zombies. In Huagua, with a population of 2 billion, 1,800 million were infected the moment the apocalypse began. This was a harrowing cleansing of despair. After 2 months of arduous survival, only about 130 million remained. Never in history had any natural or man-made disaster wrought such terror. Humanity once referred to the past as an era of prosperity. Now, it was dubbed the era of the blood moon, that a new age had dawned. Numerous survivors spontaneously gathered, forming survivor bases in a short span. Huagua saw the emergence of thousands of survivor bases. However, only 2 were truly substantial: the City of Hope in the north and the City of Light in the south, boasting a combined population of several tens of millions. In a mere span of 2 months, humanity, armed with the advanced weaponry of a peaceful era, has established 2 of the safest sanctuaries, yet they remain teetering on the brink of peril. The overwhelming presence of millions. A vast amalgamation of flesh and blood is utterly undeniable, akin to a volcano erupting in the night, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Countless zombies instinctively begin to encircle the human stronghold, reminiscent of the cinematic portrayals of zombie sieges, now manifesting into grim reality. Fortunately, both bastions of survival are anchored in the most prosperous cities of Huagua, equipped with formidable weaponry and numerous well-trained soldiers who tirelessly repel the relentless tide of the undead. However, the collapse of the communication systems has rendered many modern weapons ineffective. Yet, this is not the gravest concern. the emergence of mutated beasts poses a far greater threat. These high-tier monstrosities, colossal in stature and nearly impervious in their resilience, render most contemporary weaponry incapable of inflicting catastrophic damage. Should they move in hordes, it would be akin to an overwhelming deluge, a nightmare for any survivor enclave. Each assault from these aberrations claims countless lives. They are indeed humanity's true adversaries. More alarmingly, these mutated beasts continue to evolve, presenting ever more terrifying forms with each encounter. Yet, hope and despair are inextricably intertwined. The path ahead may lead to hell or heaven. Yet we must press on. Chapter 81. Humanity, countless talents converge, laboring tirelessly for the resurgence of mankind. Hope begins to flicker as elite biochemists collaborate to study the zombie virus. The prospect of swiftly developing an antidote that could even restore zombies to their former humanity represents a monumental leap in human history. Yet, they falter. The virus has irrevocably ravaged human neural systems, rendering medical restoration impossible. Nevertheless, they achieve significant breakthroughs, formulating a remedy for the zombie virus. If administered within half an hour of infection, the antidote can eradicate the virus. Though it is effective only against ordinary zombies, infection by elite zombies remains irreversible. Still, this discovery is a monumental milestone, a beacon of hope for countless civilians. More importantly, the raw materials for the antidote derive from zombie blood, allowing for mass production. Simultaneously, military experts toil ceaselessly, erecting new defensive structures to fortify the base into an impregnable fortress. This is humanity's hope. They continuously simulate combat strategies, preparing for the inevitable return of mutated beasts. Since the apocalypse, humanity's most significant discovery has been the resolution of survival issues. While most crops withered and perished during the blood-soaked days, certain mutated crops yield astonishingly high outputs, surpassing those of peaceful times by 100-fold. Some mutated fruit trees, rather than exhibiting hostility, willingly coexist with humanity, providing bountiful harvests that are meticulously cultivated. Furthermore, certain mutated beasts harbor a less virulent strain of the virus, allowing for their extermination through human intervention. Their meat is not only delectable but also nutritionally rich, providing sustenance for humanity. Top-tier talents have even devised filters for the zombie virus, capable of purifying any water source. Through these innovations, humanity has managed to persevere against the odds. Another flicker of hope arises with the emergence of awakened beings. The method of awakening has been uncovered. Slaying elite zombies or mutated beasts may grant a chance of transformation into an awakened state. However, this process is fraught with limitations. Specifically, the use of firearms drastically reduces the likelihood of awakening. Yet employing cold weapons to defeat mutated beasts proves exceedingly challenging, and the chances of awakening remain low, rendering awakened individuals a rare minority. To date, the only known method of enhancing their powers involves consuming the flesh and blood of similarly tiered mutated beasts. Although awakened individuals can resist the corresponding virus, the enhancements gained from consuming mutated flesh are negligible, akin to a drop in the ocean. Thus, awakened beings cannot yet serve as the primary combat force. Nonetheless, this underscores the notion that humanity can stand against high-level zombies and mutated beasts through sheer strength. As the apocalypse unfolds, the primal brutality within humanity is laid bare. The savagery displayed by humans often eclipses that of zombies and mutated beasts, making them the true demons, rendering the world a hellish landscape. Beyond the grand survivor bastions of Hope City and Light City, numerous smaller enclaves exist, housing merely thousands. Yet as long as they are situated in safe locations, survival remains possible. Disturbingly, many of these smaller bases have reverted to ancient systems of slavery, showcasing the depths of human depravity. Within these bases, they reign as true sovereigns, treating others as mere livestock, subject to their whims of cruelty in comparison to zombies. Their inhumanity knows no bounds in the wake of the apocalypse. The suppressed desires of the peaceful era have erupted unrestrained. Given the opportunity, anyone may become a tyrant. In certain large bases, populations soar into the hundreds of thousands, even millions, yet the internal systems remain chaotic. Rulers obsess over power struggles and personal gain, neglecting the defense against external threats and the establishment of order, intent on transforming the base into their personal fiefdoms. They revel in their machinations. oblivious to the plight of the lower-tier survivors, who suffer immensely, struggling even for the most basic of survival. Here, hope is a distant memory. Yet, humanity is a fusion of the divine and the bestial. The light of divinity illuminates every dark corner. It does not seek hope, for it embodies hope itself. Within the realms of Light City and Hope City, countless brilliant minds labor day and night, driven by their dedication to research, tragically succumbing to exhaustion in their laboratories. Numerous managerial talents also toil tirelessly, striving to establish and refine new orders, ensuring harmony within the survivor bases. The precarious state of humanity hangs by a thread, and any internal discord could spell doom. Each confrontation against the onslaught of zombies and mutated beasts claims the lives of many soldiers. They are the unequivocal heroes of humanity, sacrificing themselves solely to safeguard the last flickers of hope. With no ulterior motives, their deaths, if they can secure even a moment's respite for humanity, are wholly justified. The walls of the base are not merely constructed of steel and concrete. They are imbued with the blood of human heroes. Despite the brutal battles, the fervor for enlistment remains strong among the populace. They do not fear death. Rather, they understand that someone must make the ultimate sacrifice. Beyond military service, countless civilians dedicate themselves to various roles within the base, pouring their hearts and souls into their work, seeking only to contribute their share of light and warmth. The intricate workings of machinery rely on every single cog. In these dark times, though the path ahead is shrouded in shadow, there are still those who carry torches forward. Chapter 82. Mutated Beasts. At this juncture, the most formidable power on the planet remains the mutated beasts, beyond the terrifying oceans, where their numbers are incalculable. The dominant entities in major cities are these creatures. Wanting City is but one of many examples. They dominate urban landscapes, perceiving zombies as mere lower forms of life. The mutated beasts, humans and zombies, are indistinct. Both are but ants. The situation is further exacerbated by Huagua's stringent environmental protections during the peaceful era. Human destruction is strictly prohibited, striving to maintain the natural world in its primal state. A response to past overexploitation that led to frequent natural disasters. Thus, efforts were made to foster harmony between humanity and nature, resulting in the preservation of vast expanses of primordial forest in peaceful times. These forests teemed with a plethora of ferocious birds and beasts. However, due to the establishment of exclusion zones, daily life remained unaffected, and the countless trees contributed to the gradual purification of the once polluted air. The impact of industrialization has begun to wane, and the extensive greening has earned Huagua the title of the lungs of the planet. As the apocalypse descended, everything underwent a profound transformation. The 9 primordial mountain ranges erupted in relentless turmoil, their thunderous roars reverberating through the air. Fortunately, no mutated beasts had yet emerged. However, this fleeting calm was short-lived, as formidable mutated creatures began to gradually descend from the mountains, infiltrating major cities in the southern Huatai mountain range. A terrifying giant elephant emerged, resembling a small hill, trampling the towering skyscrapers of the city with a casual step. More alarmingly, its habitat was alarmingly close to the southern city of Brightness, instilling fear in the hearts of all survivors. In the southeast, the coastal mountain range also bore witness to the emergence of a white tiger. With a mighty roar, countless zombies were torn asunder, and skyscrapers crumbled to the ground in the northern region. The Black Dragon mountain range saw the emergence of a massive black python, its length stretching over 1,000 meters, a true behemoth. Wanting City, situated in the southwest of Huagua, lies near the central Huajiang River, with the nearest primordial mountain range being the Qingsang Mountains, which also harbored powerful mutated beasts that a flock of golden eagles took to the skies, their piercing cries echoing through the heavens, ultimately settling in a city in the south. Though still quite distant from Wanting City, separated by a substantial survivor base, known as the Nanyu Base, rooted in Nanyu City, across the nation, mutated beasts roamed freely, whether in cities, the skies, or the forests. These beasts have become the undisputed rulers of the planet. Yet, fortunately, they remain disunited. For these creatures, devouring beings of the same tier and continuously evolving remains of utmost importance. Should they possess the ambition to dominate, humanity would face imminent annihilation. Even the vast horde of zombies merely serves to prolong the inevitable. The situation in Huagua is but a microcosm of the global landscape, with other nations experiencing similar turmoil. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng operated a luxurious vehicle from the era of peace. Its resplendent yellow exterior exuded an air of nobility, while its massive tires appeared astonishingly impressive, complemented by a long, extendable arm at the front. Thus, a bulldozer traversed the road, two zombies seated beside him, and a plump orange cat lazily sprawled atop the bulldozer's roof. Li Xiaofeng piloted the machine with a stiff smile on his face. Having reaped considerable rewards over the past month, his evolution value had reached 3,100,032,000, a mere step away from another advancement. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang had also ascended to elite tier 4 zombies. Xiao Zhuang had not comprehended a new skill, but had enhanced his rapid recovery ability, extending its duration to 12 minutes. Xiao Si, however, had the fortune to acquire a skill named Blade of Shattering. Blade of Shattering, passive skill. Your attacks possess a certain defensive braking effect. The faster the speed, the more pronounced the effect. This skill, related to speed, combined with Li Xiaofeng's fervent battle intent and his own swiftness, would yield a truly terrifying defensive braking effect. The orange cat's evolution value stood at 2,400,032,000, significantly less than Li Xiaofeng's, primarily due to its picky eating habits, dismissing the flesh of Tier 4 mutated beasts, with most of its evolution value gained from devouring crystal cores. Although Li Xiaofeng's rate of evolution had slowed, only one red that remained on the map, mere steps away from completing the random task. Over the course of the month, he had also undertaken 4 weekly tasks, with rewards including a rare material, an aura skill, an enhancement for pet skills, and an expansion of the system backpack. Chapter 83. The Mutated Wild Boar. The rare material did not belong to any mutated beast but was a piece of black stone awarded by the system. The stone appeared utterly ordinary, and indeed it was, save for one characteristic. It was incredibly hard. Li Xiaofeng promptly forged it onto a frying pan, which boasted a diameter of 1 meter, appearing immensely large and with an even deeper shade of black. Any creature would be incapacitated by a single pot, and under special circumstances, it could be used for cooking. The aura skill was named Attack Speed Aura. Attack Speed Aura provides a 20 attack speed boost to zombies within 100 meters. Though the increase was modest, it was a passive effect, akin to a permanent enhancement. More importantly, it could also benefit other zombies, marking it as a strategic skill. As for the third reward, Li Xiaofeng had once again enhanced the core skill of the mutated orange cat. Extreme Rampage, Extreme Rampage. Upon activation, all-around strength increases by 500, Claw Slash's defensive braking effect amplifies 5-fold, and upon expiration, it will plunge into a 2-hour state of weakness. Duration: 5 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. Once activated, its strength would soar 5-fold. This plump orange cat was becoming increasingly formidable. If Li Xiaofeng were to engage it in battle, the outcome would be unequivocally grim for him. The system backpack had also expanded to 12 slots. An unassuming function but immensely useful. Coupled with the talent of domination, its effectiveness was heightened. Regardless of the distance between him and Xiao Si or Xiao Zhuang, he could utilize the backpack to transmit items to one another. As Li Xiaofeng envisioned a bright future, a sudden, grating roar pierced the air. Before he could react, he caught a glimpse of a black beast charging towards him from the corner of his eye. Bam! The yellow tractor was toppled onto the road. Fortunately, the 3 zombies had grown accustomed to such encounters. Despite the bumps and jolts, they were elite zombies and emerged unscathed. During his practice of operating the tractor, Li Xiaofeng had overturned it countless times. The 3 zombies calmly crawled out from the overturned door, while the orange cat had already leaped down when the vehicle collapsed, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. However, it quickly turned its gaze towards the charging mutated beast, its eyes becoming blood-red, fully focused on the opponent, exuding an aura of fierce battle intent. Li Xiaofeng rubbed his head, also gazing ahead at a massive wild boar. Covered in thick black fur, swung its front legs, emitting grunting sounds, its expression one of sheer brutality. The wild boar was several meters in size, resembling a small black house. I have crashed into a pig. Insightful name: Mutated Wild Boar. Tier: 5. Talents: Herculean Strength, Resilient Hide. Skills: Wild Boar Charge, Wild Boar Great Charge, Wild Boar Ultimate Charge. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched, not out of fear of facing a Tier 5 mutated beast, but due to the astonishing skills possessed by this mutated wild boar that a lethal 3 charges. Before Li Xiaofeng could give an order, the mutated orange cat had already charged forward. The two soon engaged in battle. And true to its reputation as a capable tier-jumping combatant, the orange cat suppressed the wild boar even without activating extreme rampage. Its sharp claws pierced through the wild boar's skin, and blood spilled onto the road in an instant. The mutated wild boar, racked with pain, became even more ferocious, its eyes burning red as it emitted a thunderous grunt. Simultaneously, its front hooves swung back and forth, seemingly gathering strength. Boom! A colossal sound erupted as the mutated wild boar's body suddenly transformed into a streak of black lightning. Its momentum, audacious-inspiring, Li Xiaofeng was taken aback by the remarkable charging prowess of the wild boar he had previously mocked. Fortunately, the mutated orange cat had sharp reflexes and speed, swiftly dodging to the side. Bam! The wild boar sent the yellow tractor flying. Li Xiaofeng stared wide-eyed. Goodness, if it had collided with me, I would surely have been sent skyward. However, while the wild boar's charge was formidable, it also had its drawbacks, as it found it difficult to turn during its charge, progressing in an almost straight line to AT this moment. The mutated wild boar seemed to be dazed, shaking its head before once again glaring at the orange cat with murderous intent. Its limbs trembled violently, caught in a state of gathering strength, while an overwhelming aura radiated from it to Li Xiaofeng, wielding the frying pan, took a sudden step back. Could it be the wild boar great charge? Chapter 84, A Cold Breath. Taking advantage of the wild boar's moment of gathering strength, the mutated orange cat swiftly activated claw slashed as the battle progressed. Its resolve grew, further enhancing its combat strength. Nevertheless, during this period of gathering strength, the mutated wild boar seemed to enhance its defense. The orange cat's claws struggled to breach its defenses, leaving only a few scratches. The wild boar's trembling limbs appeared to have reached their limit. And with a furious roar, it charged forward. Boom! The mutated orange cat's eyes filled with disdain as it attempted to evade, just as it had done before. However, the situation unexpectedly escalated. The mutated wild boar exhibited surprising agility, maneuvering adeptly while maintaining its charging momentum. Its speed surged, and it appeared poised to collide with the orange cat. Although the orange cat boasted far superior offensive capabilities against its tier, its defenses were not its strong suit. Lacking any defensive skills that if it were truly struck by the wild boar great charge, it would likely lose its combat effectiveness in an instant to a Tier 5 mutated beast, despite possessing only these 3 skills. Their names may sound clumsy, yet their power was undoubtedly extraordinary. Meow. As the crisis unfolded, the mutated orange cat unleashed a ferocious rampage, its strength surging to 5 times its original power. Its speed escalated abruptly, akin to a flash of yellow light, effortlessly evading the charge of the mutated wild boar. In fact, its velocity surpassed that of the boar during its assault. The 3 zombies had already retreated several hundred meters, leaving Li Xiaofeng trembling with fear. Truly, it was a battle of celestial beings. The orange cat's rampage could sustain itself for 5 minutes, while the wild boar's charge faltered after merely a minute. At that moment, the wild boar panted heavily, exhaling clouds of white vapor, appearing utterly exhausted. The orange cat seized this golden opportunity, its claws extended several centimeters, gleaming with a chilling light as it struck. A roar erupted as numerous wounds appeared on the wild boar's body, blood gushing forth instantaneously. After entering its rampage, the orange cat's claws had their piercing effectiveness enhanced by 5-fold, making it a trivial task to breach the defenses of creatures of the same tier. In an instant, the mutated wild boar was completely suppressed, its blood staining the ground a vivid red. Sensing imminent injury and death, the orange cat's large eyes sparkled with excitement, even licking its lips as drool trickled down. It was unpicky when it came to the flesh and blood of creatures of the same tier. The wild boar, however, was acutely aware of the looming threat of death. Yet, it did not succumb to fear. Rather, it radiated a fierce, murderous intent. Once again, the orange cat's claw slashed through, tearing away a significant portion of the wild boar's flesh. With its eyes bloodshot, the wild boar emitted a strained grunt, its body shaking violently as if it were a sieve to AT that moment. If a dramatic soundtrack were to accompany the wild boar, it would undoubtedly evoke a powerful sensation. Li Xiaofeng, observing the wild boar's state, couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. However, the orange cat's roar jolted him from his reverie. The wild boar seemed to gather its strength once more, its trembling intensifying as an overwhelming aura emanated from it. Could it be the legendary ultimate charge of the wild boar? A flicker of urgency appeared in the orange cat's eyes as it found its claws increasingly ineffective against the boar's defenses. A layer of white light enveloped the wild boar, completely thwarting the cat's attacks. The wild boar's ultimate charge had fortified its defenses beyond imagination. Even the enhanced claws of the cat could no longer penetrate. No longer crouching in a cowardly manner, Li Xiaofeng stood tall and retrieved a massive frying pan from his backpack. Brandishing the oversized pan, he charged forward with tremendous vigor. The hundreds of meters separating him from the wild boar felt negligible as he closed the distance. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, preparing for a crushing blow. His battle spirit surged. Here I come. The wild boar's charge appeared to reach its zenith, on the verge of breaking free. An overwhelming aura radiated from it, resembling a prehistoric behemoth more than a mere wild boar. With a furious roar, the mutated wild boar disregarded Li Xiaofeng in midair. Intent on obliterating the plump cat, a thunderous crash echoed as the wild boar let out a cry of agony. Li Xiaofeng's frying pan struck its head askew. The white light surrounding the boar could only deflect sharp attacks. It offered little resistance against the blunt force of the frying pan. The reinforced pan remained pristine. Yet the wild boar's head buzzed as if its brain had been scrambled at the very last moment. Its ultimate charge was abruptly interrupted. The backlash of the skill caused the wild boar to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Meeting its demise, Li Xiaofeng flicked the frying pan, a gentle breeze tousling his hair as he struck a nonchalant pose. Was this the might of a single blow capable of vanquishing foes of the same tier? How terrifying indeed! A chill ran down his spine as he gasped in astonishment. In such a moment, how could one refrain from gasping in awe? Chapter 85. Zombie Lord. The mutated orange cat regarded Li Xiaofeng with a look of utter disbelief, then turned to the carcass of the wild boar, commencing its feast on the flesh. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang similarly ignored their leader, leaving Li Xiaofeng to admire himself alone. Damn it, not even a shred of respect. In a flustered rush, he joined in devouring the wild boar's remains. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained the wild boar's long tusks. Ding. Ability extraction successful. Acquired the talent. Giant strength. Li Xiaofeng had not harbored much hope, yet the extraction of abilities proved successful. Gazing at the crimson orb in his hand, he pondered briefly before swallowing it. With a frying pan as his weapon, an increase in strength was of utmost importance. Giant strength. Double strength. The description of giant strength was succinct. Yet it was indeed a rare and valuable talent. Ding. The host is consuming the flesh of a 5th-tier mutated beast, evolution value 160. Ding. The zombies under your command are consuming the flesh of a 5th-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 40. The moment Li Xiaofeng had long anticipated finally arrived. Ding. The host's evolution value has reached 32000-32000, meeting the advancement requirements. Advancing. A powerful aura emanated from Li Xiaofeng as the orange cat looked on with envy, yet remained vigilant, ensuring his safety during the evolution process. This advancement took an extended period. Li Xiaofeng's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly entranced in a mysterious state. After the Blood Sun's enhancement, the zombies wandering the streets had all reached the 5th tier. However, they still lacked intelligence, devoid of even the instinct to seek safety. Yet, these machine-like zombies halted in their tracks, gazing at Li Xiaofeng from a distance of a kilometer. Zombies began to gather, quickly forming a massive circle of thousands. Yet, none approached within a kilometer, and the orange cat dismissed these lowly beings with indifference. The faces of all the zombies lost their previously menacing, bloodthirsty expressions. The red light of the blood sun illuminated their faces, casting an air of tranquility, as if these beastly creatures were on a pilgrimage. Time passed slowly, yet in this apocalyptic world where day and night were indistinguishable, the blood sun remained suspended high above. The scene unchanged, but more and more zombies were drawn to the spectacle. Tens of thousands of zombies converged, among them numerous elite-level creatures. This was a grand gathering of zombies. Ding. The host's advancement is complete. Current tier. First tier zombie lord. Ding. The host's power, speed, and all aspects have significantly increased. Ding. Talents and skills have begun comprehensive upgrades. The upgrade of the broken nerves has been completed, evolving into an active talent. The host can now choose whether to activate it. The upgrade of the viral infection has been completed, raising the host's zombie virus level once more. Additional abilities have been granted. Ability 1. Infinite Infection. As your virus spreads, you will receive the full evolution value. Ability 2. Can infect lower-tier mutated beasts. The upgrade of Bloody Evolution has been completed. Infecting lower-tier mutated beasts will yield evolution values. The Giant Strength talent has been upgraded, increasing strength by twofold. The Domination talent has been upgraded, raising the number of controllable entities to 4-2. The Hardened Skin upgrade has been completed, allowing resistance to or immunity from stronger attacks. Ding. Hardened Skin is now at maximum level, granting an additional effect. No longer slowed. The Heavy Strike Execution upgrade has been completed. Upon activation, strength increases by 400, while the chance of landing a heavy strike increases. Ding. Heavy Strike Execution is now at maximum level, granting an additional effect. Duration doubled. The Battle Spirit upgrade has been completed. Upon activation, overall combat power increases by 175. The Attack Speed Aura upgrade has been completed, enhancing attack speed by 30-20. Note: values in parentheses represent unupgraded statistics. The Protagonist Aura cannot be upgraded. The Bystander Aura cannot be upgraded. The Eye of Insight cannot be upgraded. Ding. The host has acquired the exclusive skill of the Zombie Lord. Leadership. Ding. The host has gained the exclusive skill of high-tier beings. Intimidation. Leadership upgradable. You can select 100 zombies of a lower tier than yours to become followers. Intimidation. A unique skill of high-tier beings, instilling fear in lower-tier creatures. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare skill. Ultimate Disguise. Ultimate Disguise. Non-upgradable. You can transform into human mode. However, your strength will be suppressed by 90. Li Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered by the continuous electronic notifications. The instant his advancement was complete, a mysterious aura emanated from his body. All the zombies absorbed this aura, gradually undergoing transformation. They roared, directly evolving from 5th-tier zombies to elite zombies, but this was merely a fraction. The vast majority of zombies only gained a modicum of evolution value. That Li Xiaofeng felt an unprecedented surge of power. A profound sense of strength overwhelming him. Chapter 86. A strange incident. Li Xiaofeng never anticipated such a significant enhancement upon advancing to Zombie Lord. All upgradable skills and talents had leveled up. His foundational combat power had multiplied several times. He has further comprehended 3 new skills. The Intimidation skill speaks for itself. Even a large orange cat possesses it, yet Li Xiaofeng's effectiveness surpasses that. However, the most significant are the other 2 skills. The Lord's exclusive skill, Command, allows him to summon 100 loyal minions, fiercely undaunted. Even in death, they can be replenished at any time that the apocalypse descends. The most abundant resources are zombies. With his current strength, he can swiftly elevate 100 ordinary zombies to a higher echelon. 100 powerful and obedient zombies equate to a formidable army. Moreover, the command skill is upgradable. According to its description, an upgrade will inevitably increase the number of zombies he can command. Li Xiaofeng can already envision the scene of leading countless zombies through the wasteland. Roaring in triumph, he exclaims, filled with unparalleled satisfaction. The mutated orange cat, accustomed to Li Xiaofeng's foolish demeanor, looks at him with disdain and turns its head away. After a while, Li Xiaofeng finally snaps out of his reverie. Only to be met with the cat's scornful gaze, he strides over and pinches its plump face. Meow, the orange cat protests, but with Li Xiaofeng's surging power, it finds escape impossible. After a while, he releases it and turns his attention to another rare skill he has comprehended. The fact that the system recognizes it as rare indicates he currently possesses only 2, one being his Dominance talent, and the other the newly acquired Ultimate Disguise. Li Xiaofeng activates Ultimate Disguise. And in an instant, a miraculous transformation unfolds. His appearance undergoes a remarkable change. His once crimson eyes transform into a striking contrast of black and white, and a healthy hue returns to his face. The bloodstains at the corners of his mouth vanish, and his thinning hair begins to regrow. His previously wrinkled and parched skin regains its smoothness. That Li Xiaofeng feels an immense change within his body as he gazes at his hands. The sharp claws have disappeared, replaced by blood-colored palms. "What the?" Li Xiaofeng cannot help but exclaim. Yet, as soon as he utters these words, a jolt of disbelief courses through him. "That I can speak?" He trembles, laughter escaping him. This is the very first human word he has spoken since the apocalypse began. Why does it feel off? Shouldn't it be the first human utterance? The ability to disguise himself as a human signifies his potential to infiltrate human strongholds effortlessly. At that time, infecting humans would be child's play. Coupled with his recently upgraded virus infection talent, it implies that with his own strength, he could potentially infect an entire city. He is more terrifying than a plague. Countless evolution points await him. However, Li Xiaofeng has yet to realize one critical fact. In peaceful times, he was also human. Although the apocalypse has led him to become a zombie for 2 months, he was ultimately human. Now that he has awakened this skill, it means he can completely reintegrate into the human race. That as long as he does not expose himself, no one would recognize his true identity as a zombie. Yet his primary thought is not to return to humanity, but to infect them. It seems that since becoming a zombie, his will has been entirely transformed. More disturbingly, he remains oblivious to any discrepancies, believing everything to be perfectly normal. This is the most bizarre aspect of all, that he is no longer Li Xiaofeng of the human race, but rather Li Xiaofeng the zombie, aptly named by this rare skill, ultimate disguise. No matter how real it seems, it ultimately remains a mere facade. Li Xiaofeng is entirely unaware of any incongruities. At this moment, he gazes contentedly at his interface. That in this vast world, where can he not go? As he glimpses his evolution points, his lips twitch slightly. His evolution points have reached 3, 800, 100, 000, appearing at the 100,000 advancement points. He gazes skyward at a 45-degree angle, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. It may appear that he has only surpassed 5th-tier beings by a little over threefold, but one must not overlook that this is merely the evolution points of a 1st-tier lord. If he is not mistaken, the evolution points for a 2nd-tier lord would be 200,000. From then on, they will continue to exponentially increase. The required evolution points in the future will be a staggering number. However, Li Xiaofeng is not in a hurry. He now possesses sufficient capital for survival. That in the apocalypse, he has already become a formidable presence. The Li Xiaofeng surveys the throngs of zombies around him, including several elite zombies. He activates his command skill. In an instant, all the information about the zombies appears before his eyes. They radiate a glowing aura. The higher the evolution level, the more intense the glow. Li Xiaofeng quickly locks onto the elite zombies. Among 10,235 zombies, only 32 are elite. Furthermore, the majority of these elite zombies evolved because of him. The Eye of Insight examines each elite zombie's skills and talents, ultimately selecting 2 elite zombies with great care. Utilizing his dominance talent, he asserts control over them and commands 30 elite zombies along with 70 ordinary 5th-tier zombies. 100 zombies promptly emerge from the ranks, gathering quietly together. The remaining zombies resume their aimless wandering, reverting to their original beastly forms. Yet, not a single zombie dares to approach Li Xiaofeng. Gazing at the elite zombies ahead, Li Xiaofeng is quite pleased that it is time to depart from Wanting City. He discards the bodies of the 4th-tier mutated beasts he has hunted over the past month, allowing the 102 zombies to evolve first. 5th-tier ordinary zombies are no different from rotting fish in this apocalypse. Notably, the other 2 newly acquired skills of commanding zombies are Healing Touch and Frenzy. Healing Touch can heal the injuries of other beings. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Frenzy can increase the attack speed of other beings by 50. Lasting for 2 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Both belong to auxiliary skills, but have immense utility. They can significantly bolster either Li Xiaofeng or the mutated orange cat. Currently, his team does not lack offensive power, particularly with the addition of 100 zombie minions, which will undoubtedly grow into a formidable force. 3 days later, atop a skyscraper in the city center, a man wearing sunglasses reclines leisurely on a white beach chair, a chilled watermelon beside him. Nearby, a massive orange cat lazily yawns. That is none other than Li Xiaofeng and the mutated orange cat. This moment, he has activated ultimate disguise, appearing indistinguishable from a human. With his destructive impulses suppressed, the long-lost sensation of taste returns, and the coolness of the watermelon brings him immense comfort that I end this apocalypse. He is perhaps the most carefree creature. Li Xiaofeng holds a map in his hands, contemplating plans for his outing. The situation in Hua country is critical, with various mutated beasts dominating, and he dares not provoke the enormous survivor bases. Everything requires meticulous planning. With only one life, Li Xiaofeng cannot afford recklessness. As for Xiao Si, Xiao Zhuang, Xiao Peng, the newly commanded zombies who have grasped frenzy, and Xiao Mei who has learned healing touch, they lead 100 zombie minions to commence the true cleansing of Wanting City. Each of the 4 elite zombies commands 25 zombie minions during the purge. Neither mutated beasts nor humans can escape unscathed. Thanks to Li Xiaofeng's month-long efforts, the remaining mutated beasts are at most 3rd tier. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang can easily dispatch them. As for Xiao Peng and Xiao Mei, they initially struggle a bit, but with Li Xiaofeng's willpower bolstering them, they can also secure swift victories. Having completed the random task, Li Xiaofeng has fully unlocked the map of Wanting City that an mutated beast can hide from him. However, there is unfortunate news, since Li Xiaofeng advanced to Zombie Lord. Low-tier mutated beasts can no longer provide him with evolution points. This implies he must slay powerful mutated beasts to progress. Eradicating weaker creatures will not lead to evolution. After a month of purging, Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang have both reached 5th-tier elite zombies. Xiao Mei and Xiao Peng have also attained 4th-tier elite zombies. More importantly, all 100 zombies have become elite, with 18 of them being 2nd-tier zombies. Li Xiaofeng has once again acquired dozens of 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier crystal cores. The mutated beasts within Wanting City have become exceedingly scarce, unbeknownst to Li Xiaofeng, since his ascension to Zombie Lord. Many mutated beasts have fled Wanting City. 1 month later, all the zombies return, each having undergone a certain degree of enhancement. Excellent. Quite excellent. Li Xiaofeng, donned in a suit and sunglasses, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, projecting an air of authority. Below him, over 100 zombies stand at attention, seemingly listening to his address. However, the subordinates below fidget anxiously, emitting a series of growls, with some zombies even drooling. The scene is utterly bizarre. Li Xiaofeng remains unfazed, his blood surging with excitement. Today, we set forth to claim glory for the zombie race. Each of you is elite, yet with greater power comes greater responsibility. The path ahead for the zombie race requires our pioneering efforts. Though the journey is fraught with peril, you are all warriors. Tell me, are you afraid? Li Xiaofeng, filled with fervor, inquired sharply as scattered roars echoed from below. Let us move. Satisfied, Li Xiaofeng nodded and deactivated his ultimate disguise. Reverting back to the form of a zombie, that a horde of over 100 zombies departed from the city center, accompanied by a large orange cat. Li Xiaofeng intended to commence his purge of the various mutated beasts starting from the nearby cities. Chapter 88. The survivor community to the north of Wanting City lies Chili City. Although the two cities are not far apart, their levels of prosperity are incomparable. Chili City is renowned for its numerous tourist attractions, marking it as one of Huagua's famous travel destinations, which in turn has propelled its economic development. For Li Xiaofeng, a bustling city undoubtedly harbors more formidable mutated beasts. Presently, aside from infecting humans, only other creatures of the same rank can provide him with evolutionary value. The horde of over 100 zombies was composed of elite-level beings, sprinting with remarkable speed. More importantly, they did not tire, and in a brief time, they reached the outskirts, preparing to leave Wanting City, with sunglasses perched on his nose. Li Xiaofeng detected a whiff of fresh blood and flesh. Since advancing to the rank of a Lord Zombie, his sensitivity to the scent of blood had intensified that he signaled for the other zombies to remain still and activated his ultimate disguise, transforming into a student. Although Wanting's outskirts were not bustling, the affordable housing prices attracted many to purchase homes there, resulting in the construction of numerous communities. One such community, named Ningjing Community, had its former entrance replaced with a formidable steel gate, reinforced with sheets of iron adorned with sharp steel spikes. Inside the gate stood a small high-rise, providing a clear view of the surroundings. That a burly man with a crew cut stood atop the high-rise, a handgun holstered at his waist, gazing listlessly at the area outside the community. The outskirts were far from prosperous, and the population was sparse. The number of zombies here was negligible compared to the city center, and mutated beasts were few and far between. Armed with a few handguns and ample food supplies, this group had miraculously survived for 3 months. Such small bases were commonplace in the apocalypse. Their survival hinged more on luck than on strength. The guard cast a relaxed glance outside the community, noting the rarity of any approaching zombies. Even if a stray one or two happened by, they would hardly breach the gate, posing no threat whatsoever. Suddenly, the guard's expression froze in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. Before him strolled a student, nonchalantly, with a bulging backpack, the zipper barely closed. The man instantly spotted the contents within, a can of meat. Food. The guard's heart raced. Although the small base provided basic rations, their supply was limited that I end this apocalypse. Being well-fed was a luxury that he hadn't tasted meat in 2 months. Seeing the food in the backpack ignited a desire to seize it. "Who are you?" he asked, suppressing his greed and feigning nonchalance. "Big brother, I'm here to seek refuge." Li Xiaofeng waved his hand, even bouncing a bit. With a thud, the can of meat fell from the backpack. Instantly capturing the guard's ravenous gaze, that Li Xiaofeng casually picked up the can and remarked, "I kindly ask you to open the community gate." While he could leap inside directly, he preferred not to alert the inhabitants unduly. If the survivors were to escape, it would be a loss too great to bear. Moreover, instructing the zombie squad to force their way in was unwise. Though he could disregard the gunfire, the other zombies could not. To infiltrate the community, he had deliberately filled his backpack with food from a distant supermarket. Once inside, he would hold the reins that don't rush. "I'll open it right away. Just stay put." The guard's greed intensified. Determined to obtain the backpack's bounty, that he casually descended from the high-rise and unlocked the community gate. The Li Xiaofeng felt everything was proceeding smoothly. The effectiveness of his ultimate disguise was remarkable. Bang! Just as he prepared to enter the community, his keen senses detected the guard's movement. The man unexpectedly drew his gun and fired. Li Xiaofeng activated his hardened skin and surged with battle intent, although his human form possessed only 10 of his strength. As a Lord Zombie, he still wielded the power of a 5th-tier creature. With both skills activated, Li Xiaofeng stood unwavering, his defense skyrocketing. The bullet struck his abdomen but caused no harm. Even a rifle struggled to penetrate his defenses. Let alone a standard handgun, his evolutionary level rose. The efficacy of modern weaponry dwindled. "You." The guard's face twisted in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly a human? A handgun had no effect on him. In this apocalypse, only those who became awakened could significantly enhance their strength. Yet, the guard had no inkling that someone could withstand bullets. The leader of their base was indeed an awakened one. The guard had witnessed the awakened's prowess, which far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, but the idea of blocking bullets was simply unfathomable. Who on earth was this person? But there was no time for contemplation. The student had already stepped into the community. "You shot at me?" Li Xiaofeng sneered. Realizing his wording was amiss, he rephrased, "Did you just shoot at me?" Who exactly are you?" The guard's complexion turned pale. The pressure from Li Xiaofeng was overwhelming, eclipsing even that of the base leader. Li Xiaofeng approached, gripping the man's neck with an icy demeanor. "Take me to your leader." Chapter 89. The new leader struggling to breathe. The guard's face flushed crimson. He nodded frantically, gripped by terror and now entirely submissive to this student. The two proceeded into the community. Ningjing community was modest in size, comprising only 4 towering buildings. "How many people are in your base?" Li Xiaofeng surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of any humans. "Over 100," the guard responded, trembling with fear, careful to answer. They soon arrived at the first building, where a man and a woman were engaged in an indecent act, with onlookers gathered around. The man wore an ugly expression, grinning wickedly, while the woman appeared emaciated, evidently deprived of food for an extended period. Yet her delicate features were still discernible. However, her eyes were devoid of life, akin to a corpse. The man, undeterred, greeted Li Xiaofeng and the guard upon their arrival. The guard, anxious, offered a fleeting glance to the man, attempting to convey his plea for help, but the man disregarded him entirely. Igniting a surge of resentment within, Li Xiaofeng observed the scene with a cold expression, passing 2 more buildings, each showcasing various grotesque behaviors. Finally, they reached the last building, where two armed men stood guard at the entrance. As Li Xiaofeng approached, they barked, "Li Wei, who is this person?" Li Wei forced a smile. "I wish to see the boss." "Anyone can just see the boss." The guards were displeased, taken aback that Li Wei had brought a stranger. Ignoring the three, Li Xiaofeng, with his discerning eye, had already spotted an awakened one, presumably the leader. He strode past them without a word. The guards raised their guns, faces etched with warning and threat that don't move. Li Wei panicked, halting the guards' reckless actions. Angering the student could very well lead to their demise. Li Xiaofeng's speed surged as he dashed into the building, with the guards, fueled by anger, trailing closely behind, that if their leader discovered they had allowed an outsider in, severe punishment was inevitable. Fear of the leader's ruthless methods loomed over the entire base. Upon bursting into a room on the 9th floor, they were met with a scene of shock and fear. A gaunt man lay on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, gravely injured. Unconscious, his legs visibly shattered. Nearby, a beautiful woman trembled, clutching a blanket. A satisfied Li Xiaofeng surveyed the scene, addressing the two guards. "From this moment on, I am in command of this community." His tone was flat. "Gather everyone in the building. I have an announcement to make." Two guards, witnessing the incapacitation of their leader, who was a wielder of awakening, dared not defy orders, for their loyalty was merely a facade. Overshadowed by fear of his ruthless methods, that a faint smile graced Li Xiaofeng's face as he gathered everyone, intending to infect them all at once for efficiency. The woman on the bed gradually regained her composure. Now calm, she flashed a seductive smile and provocatively approached Li Xiaofeng, bare and pulling aside the sheets. Unfortunately, he was but a zombie, impervious to her charms. "Get dressed. Assemble downstairs," Li Xiaofeng commanded with an unruffled demeanor. Casting a brief glance at the woman before turning to leave, a shiver coursed through her. The look in his eyes instilled an inexplicable dread, devoid of any human emotion. Yet, he bore the appearance of a student, leaving her utterly perplexed. Ultimately, she donned her clothes and spat towards the former leader to TO her. As long as there was food to sustain her life, it mattered little who led, merely a change in who served her. As the two guards disseminated the news, a tremor rippled through the community. The former leader's numerous underlings were shaken, yet they expressed no sorrow. The ordinary populace, however, appeared numbed, their expressions unchanged. Observing the assembly of over 100 people, Li Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction. "Li Wei, confiscate all firearms." He issued his first command. The armed individuals stiffened, some unable to resist tightening their grips on their weapons. "Any who dares to act recklessly shall be shot on sight. I appoint him as the vice leader." This simple declaration swiftly quelled the brewing unrest, and no one dared to gaze at Li Xiaofeng. Instead, they regarded the other armed individuals with wariness. Yet in the crowd, one individual harbored a fierce demeanor, who would willingly entrust their life to another in this apocalyptic world, where trust was a luxury. A glint of concealed malice flickered in his eyes as he contemplated shooting Li Xiaofeng. Eliminate him, and he would ascend as the new leader. However, before he could raise his weapon, the new leader vanished from sight. A sense of foreboding gripped him, and he barely registered the moment that a searing pain erupted in his abdomen. It felt as though a heavy truck had collided with him. Li Xiaofeng had already sensed the man's ill intentions and charged forward, delivering a single devastating blow that incapacitated him. The strength of a fifth-tier being was beyond that of mere mortals. With a cold expression, Li Xiaofeng shattered the man's legs, his ruthless actions instantly subduing all present. This student-like figure was far more merciless than the previous leader. The ordinary citizens gazed on with deepening despair as Li Xiaofeng collected several handguns. Looking at the unarmed crowd, a smile crept onto his face. "Follow me." The crowd, bewildered by the new leader's actions, struggled to comprehend. However, witnessing his ability to slay a wielder of awakening, they surmised he must be one himself. Without firearms, the disparity between ordinary individuals and those awakened was monumental. Over 100 people made their way to the community's entrance, where Li Xiaofeng commanded Wang Chong to open the gate. Confusion rippled through the crowd, mingled with an inexplicable fear. Reluctantly, Wang Chong complied, despite his numerous questions, and executed the command. The community gates creaked open, revealing a horrifying sight as hordes of zombies began to converge from outside with astonishing speed. Within moments, hundreds of them appeared, Unlike the aimless beasts of yore, they seemed imbued with a sinister intelligence, awaiting commands. Yet the predatory ferocity in their eyes remained, leaving everyone in sheer terror. That Li Xiaofeng, grinning, transformed into a zombie form. Panic erupted among the crowd as they screamed and fled in a chaotic frenzy, yet all was in vain. They could not fathom why their new leader, who was undeniably human, could instantaneously morph into a zombie. The former leader's subordinates now trembled in fear, realizing their days of comfort had vanished. The ordinary citizens displayed a mix of numbness, confusion, and even a hint of relief. In a brief span, over 100 individuals fell to infection. What was once a survivor community was now desolate, teeming only with wandering zombies. That Li Xiaofeng led his horde onward, not as a savior, but as a harbinger of the undead. Behind the zombie legion, no survivors remained in sight. That Yu City had utterly transformed into a realm for the undead. Li Xiaofeng departed Yu City, embarking on the road to Qili City. The number of zombies on the highway diminished dramatically, as if all had gravitated towards Yu City. The road was littered with various abandoned vehicles, though not in great abundance. That a glance revealed a desolate highway, eerily silent, the wilderness appearing all the more apocalyptic. The distance between the two cities was not insurmountable. With the speed and tireless nature of a zombie horde, they could likely arrive in about 2 days. Yet a frown marred Li Xiaofeng's face. Since ascending to the rank of a Lord Zombie, the system had issued a weekly task to evolve into a second-tier zombie lord. However, ordinary mutated beasts no longer provided him with evolutionary points, causing his progression to stall. That he was now at a standstill. His tasks halted until he could hunt beings of equivalent rank. Yet, such creatures were scarce in Yu City. Rapid evolution would likely necessitate venturing into the primordial mountains. But with his current capabilities, the risks were formidable. For the time being, Li Xiaofeng resolved to traverse various cities, hoping to encounter solitary beings of the same tier. Half a month prior, the orange cat had also consumed a substantial number of crystal cores and completed its evolution. Its status panel reflecting changes: name, mutated orange cat rank, first-tier lore talents, evil evolution 2, keen senses 2, battle-hardened 2 skills, claw/4, intimidation 2, extreme berserk 4, potential surge 3, frenzied slaughter 1, brutal force 1. Since its ascension to a Lord Zombie, the system's panel had changed, now including the levels of its talents and skills. The orange cat had also grasped 2 new skills: frenzied slaughter and brutal force. Frenzied slaughter. While in combat, each enemy slain increases power by 1, capping at 100. The brutal force. When activated, the next attack's penetration effect is doubled, cooldown 10 seconds. With these formidable combat skills, the orange cat, following its evolution to a lord, possessed the ability to fight beyond its rank. However, without encountering a second-tier lord, it was difficult to ascertain its true strength. The zombie horde comprised 2 lord-level beings, making crises unlikely. The journey was smooth, with only occasional mutated beasts appearing, which posed no challenge. The zombie horde quickly overwhelmed them. Their progress was unimpeded, yet Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of frustration at the lack of formidable adversaries. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng paused, his vision catching sight of houses off the highway. Since his elevation to a Lord Zombie, his eyesight had dramatically improved, far beyond what it once was. The distinction between Lord-level and Elite-level beings represented a profound leap in life tiers. No longer measurable by ordinary standards, that a row of houses perched upon a hill came into view, forming a village built into the mountainside, with patches of land below them still bearing various crops. Alas, with the blood-red sun overhead, most of the crops had withered. Unable to thrive, that Li Xiaofeng scrutinized the distant village, frowning slightly, but he saw no signs of human life, nor even the presence of zombies. That a sense of curiosity beckoned him, prompting Li Xiaofeng to lead his horde closer to the village. With 2 lord-level beings at his side, he felt emboldened to explore. That as Li Xiaofeng approached the village, a wave of exhilarating sensation washed over him. The orange cat emitted an excited cry, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. There were lord-level beings in the mountains. Almost simultaneously, the lord creature sensed Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat. In an instant, the entire mountain began to tremble, a scene reminiscent of an earthquake, causing Li Xiaofeng's expression to sharpen. The houses atop the mountain began to collapse, revealing numerous dark openings, each several meters wide. Before him, the mountain resembled a honeycomb, riddled with holes, Concealed until now by the homes above that Li Xiaofeng's heart raced as black, colossal beasts emerged from the depths, their crimson eyes blazing with ferocity. They were none other than mutated rats. Li Xiaofeng's first kill of a mutated beast was merely a first-tier mutated rat. Yet, now before him surged hundreds, if not thousands, of mutated creatures, interspersed with countless ordinary rats. The tide of rodents rushed forth like a colossal black wave. Embodying a terrifying force in this apocalyptic world, that Li Xiaofeng now understood why the highway lay in such eerie silence. So many mutated rats must have devoured countless mutated beasts due to the limitations of distance. He could not approach the mountains nor glean any information, but it was certain that a mutated rat king resided within. The mutated rats moved with astonishing speed, trampling countless plants and crops in their wake. All the rats seemed entranced, intent on overwhelming the zombies ahead. The sight of tens of thousands of black rats charging was truly horrifying, rendering the 100-plus zombies utterly insignificant in comparison, as they were not even in the same league. However, all the zombies were of elite caliber. With a cursory glance, Li Xiaofeng estimated nearly 1,000 mutated beasts, the vast majority being first-tier mutated rats. Their swiftness was alarming, leaving Li Xiaofeng with no option but to engage in combat. Instantly, a fierce melee erupted between the zombies and the mutated rats. With his attack speed aura, he could enhance the overall strength of the zombies, and given that they were all elite zombies, the ordinary black rats found it exceedingly difficult to pierce their skin. Nevertheless, the situation remained dire, as the numerical advantage of the mutated rats approached tenfold that of the zombies. Most of the zombies were also elite first tier, making it a delusional thought to rely solely on the attack speed aura to contend with such overwhelming odds that Li Xiaofeng chose not to exterminate the mutated rats. Instead, he merely inflicted wounds upon them, allowing the zombie virus to infiltrate their bodies. His current virus level could only infect first-tier mutated rats. Yet the results were remarkable, that in a remarkably short span of time, the mutated rats became infected, their minds spiraling into chaos as they turned against their kin. Ding. Host successfully infected a first-tier mutated rat, evolution value 20. The upgraded virus infection had its inaugural effect. Yet, it was far from over. Should the zombie rats inflict wounds, they too would become infected. The zombie virus within Li Xiaofeng spread through the rat horde like a plague. In no time, the situation stabilized. Simultaneously, the efficiency of the mutated orange cat's killings was exceptionally high, augmented by the ferocity bestowed upon it by the little chubby's berserk skill. Its claws moved with blinding speed, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. Several mutated rats were dismembered, their blood spraying across the ground. If this continued, the 100-plus zombies would inevitably be annihilated, but the mutated rat horde would meet a similar fate. Such an outcome would be detrimental to the mutated rat king. Stripped of its horde, its power would diminish significantly. A hoarse, blood-curdling shriek emanated from the distant mountains, and the rat horde seemed to receive an unspoken command, shifting their positions. Countless ordinary rats, as if charging into death, frantically lunged at Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat, sacrificing their lives to delay them. That if just 100 zombies fell, all the mutated rats would converge to assault the orange cat, and the Rat King could emerge from the mountains to exhaust Li Xiaofeng completely. Chapter 92. The Rat King Li Xiaofeng also discerned the mutated Rat King's cunning strategy. The ordinary rats were exceedingly frail. With a mere flick of his hand, he could dismember them and choose to infect them, although there would be no evolution value gained. Simultaneously, the aberration of the ordinary rats was utterly ineffective, as they would be torn apart in an instant by their own kind. Li Xiaofeng disregarded it all, charging through the tide of rats in pursuit of the mutated rats. But his entanglement significantly hampered his infection efficiency. Often, when he sought to infect one mutated rat, dozens of ordinary rats would rush to obstruct him. Deliberately allowing him to become infected, he had to eliminate the Rat King first. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated the rat horde would be so troublesome, ensnaring both of his lordly creatures, that he made a decisive choice. If he could slay the Rat King, the horde would undoubtedly scatter. Li Xiaofeng activated Hardened Skin for 4 of his commanding zombies, hoping fervently that they would survive this time. Simultaneously, he mounted the mutated orange cat. The cat's lethal claws were terrifying, carving a path through the black tide in an instant. With its speed unleashed, the mutated rats stood no chance of hindering their advance, as long as they could approach the mountains. Li Xiaofeng would be able to pinpoint the location of the mutated Rat King. The duo's swift pace brought them to the base of the mountain. Eye of insight, Li Xiaofeng attempted to locate the Rat King, but for a moment he found nothing that he urged the orange cat to continue its ascent towards the peak. He constantly shifted his view, trying to lock onto the Rat King. Soon, they reached the mountainside, where numerous ruins of houses lay scattered. Each several-meter-deep black hole spread throughout the forest. Suddenly, a massive red silhouette appeared in his field of vision. Name: Mutated Rat King Tier. First Tier Lord. To Li Xiaofeng's astonishment, he could not discern the Rat King's skills or attributes. This turn of events furrowed his brow, uncertain whether it was due to the low tier of the Eye of Insight or the Rat King's peculiar nature. Yet, there was no time to ponder. He merely needed to ascertain its location. 2 lordly creatures against 1 was a guaranteed victory. Moreover, the orange cat's formidable strength allowed it to fight above its tier. The mutated Rat King resided at the mountain's summit, but Li Xiaofeng was unsure how to navigate there, as the branching rat holes were numerous and disorienting. Unless he could tunnel through an entire mountain, he could only see the Rat King's position without knowing the route to reach it. But if he wasted too much time in the rat holes, the zombies would likely perish. For the first time, Li Xiaofeng felt the challenges posed by lordly creatures. Meow. At that moment, the orange cat reacted. Its large nose twitched as excitement surged in its eyes. That it directly carried Li Xiaofeng into a rat hole. The mutated orange cat maneuvered through the tunnels with the ease of a seasoned traveler, turning left and right without pause, heading deeper into the darkness. Meanwhile, in Li Xiaofeng's line of sight, the mutated Rat King's position began to shift. Was it attempting to flee? The orange cat's expression turned fiercely aggressive, emitting a thunderous yowl. Without waiting for Li Xiaofeng's command, it activated its extreme berserk mode. Its speed surged dramatically as it raced towards the depths of the rat hole. The mutated Rat King was equally massive, akin to the mutated orange cat. Yet, at this moment, it felt a primal fear. The sensation of encountering a natural enemy sent the mutated Rat King into a panic, compelling it to scurry deeper into the tunnels. However, the Rat King's speed could not compare to that of the orange cat, which had activated extreme berserk mode and was now several times faster. The mutated Rat King abruptly halted, its expression revealing a human-like terror. That Lord-tier, mutated beast possessed a certain degree of intelligence. That a pair of crimson eyes appeared before the Rat King, glowing like lanterns in the darkness. Li Xiaofeng was unceremoniously thrown off. The orange cat, brimming with excitement, surged forward with renewed speed, ruthlessly charging at the Rat King. Damn it! Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of discomfort. He, after all, was a dignified zombie lord. Yet he had been unceremoniously tossed aside. However, upon looking ahead, he couldn't help but be awed by the terrifying prowess of the mutated orange cat. That in its extreme berserk state, it was a force that no creature of the same tier could hope to contend with. In a matter of moments, the mutated Rat King sustained injuries, blood gushing forth and saturating the soft earth beneath. Squeak! The mutated Rat King emitted a pitiful cry, utterly unwilling to engage the orange cat. Terror flickered in its eyes as it glanced at Li Xiaofeng, then madly lunged toward him in a desperate bid for escape. That Li Xiaofeng, having been tossed off by the orange cat, was seething with anger. With a raised brow, he observed the Rat King charging at him. That he drew forth a black frying pan, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Combat fervor ignited within him. Li Xiaofeng's strength surged as he gripped the frying pan tightly. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the rat hole as a massive black figure was sent flying. After activating his skill, Li Xiaofeng's strength was not something creatures of the same tier could withstand, especially since brute force was not the Rat King's forte. Chapter 93. Collective Advancement Claw Slash. The airborne mutated Rat King could not leverage its surroundings. The orange cat's eyes shone with fervent light as it unleashed a series of swift strikes. The sound of slicing air echoed as its claws moved like phantoms, effortlessly bypassing any obstacles. After activating extreme berserk mode, the claw slash's ability to breach defenses surged significantly. Blood sprayed forth, and the Rat King's innards spilled onto the ground. A crystal core the size of an egg tumbling out. In a single swipe, the orange cat had dismembered a lord-tier creature. Li Xiaofeng barely had time to intervene as the mutated orange cat swiftly kicked off, devouring the crystal core in one smooth motion. Was this orange cat's behavior not astonishingly proficient? It was executed with such finesse, akin to an art form that Li Xiaofeng's heart bled. A lord's crystal core had just vanished before his eyes. The mutated orange cat, looking quite satisfied, approached to nuzzle Li Xiaofeng with its chubby head. With no recourse, Li Xiaofeng accepted that the orange cat's power increase was ultimately beneficial for him. He approached the lifeless body of the mutated rat king and began to consume it. While the mutated orange cat also found a spot nearby and started to gorge itself. Ding. Extraction of abilities failed. Ding. The gathering was successful. The claw of the mutated rat king was obtained. Ding. The host is currently devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier lord. Evolution value 500. Li Xiaofeng ultimately amassed a total of 10,000 evolution points. Although the lord creatures are formidable, the evolution value they provide far surpasses that of elite creatures. The innate ability of the mutated orange cat is malevolent evolution, allowing it to consume crystal cores. Coupled with the evolution value gained from devouring flesh and blood, the total reaches 20,000 evolution points. Observing its appearance, it continued to consume, but the rate of evolution value increase was slowing down. Li Xiaofeng hastily intervened. The evolution value required for the lord creature to advance was excessively high. It would be more prudent to allow other zombies to consume first, thus increasing the number of lord zombies, significantly enhancing the strength of the team. After the demise of the mutated rat king, the battle outside reached a conclusion as well that in an instant, all mutated rats began to flee in all directions. They chose not to return to their burrows, where two lord creatures resided, evoking a primal fear within them. Ultimately, the ground was strewn with black corpses. Hundreds of mutated rats and countless ordinary rats lay scattered. One could feel their softness underfoot, with splatters of blood emerging. However, the zombies also suffered heavy losses, leaving only a dozen behind, while the rest were consumed entirely by the mutated rats. The remaining zombies let out guttural roars, drooling incessantly as they gazed at the corpses of the mutated rats. Yet, under Li Xiaofeng's command, they managed to suppress their instincts that Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat swiftly departed from the burrow. Observing the remaining zombies, he felt relieved to see that the 4 zombies under his command remained intact. He produced the corpse of the mutated rat king and instructed the 4 zombies to begin consuming it. He experienced another surge of 10,000 evolution points, but still required over 70,000 to advance again. The ground was littered with the corpses of mutated rats. Yet regrettably, after Li Xiaofeng's ascension to Lord Zombie, low-tier mutated beasts could no longer provide him with evolution points. Even his domination ability had become ineffective, failing to yield any evolution value, that he began to frantically utilize gathering and ability extraction. Most of the items gathered were claws or pelts, which seemed rather trivial for crafting weapons or armor. However, the ability extraction provided him with a delightful surprise, yielding 10 swift skills in total. Although their efficacy was inferior to that of Xiao Si and lacked the special dodge effect, he allocated the 10 swift skills among 10 zombies, including the 3 he controlled. Xiao Si, however, was unable to learn them due to skill conflicts in her lower tier compared to his own swiftness. As for himself, he chose not to utilize them, as the enhancement was minimal. Moreover, the random nature of skill upgrades implied that learning a diverse array of skills was not necessarily advantageous. Once the consumption was completed, he instructed the 4 controlled zombies to commence devouring flesh and blood, preparing to cultivate Lord Zombies first. With hundreds of mutated rat corpses available, each could sustain 3 zombies' consumption, leading to a total evolution value potential in the hundreds of thousands. The 4 controlled zombies embarked on their path to advancement. Though the skirmish with the mutated rats incurred substantial losses, the rewards were plentiful. Ding. The evolution value of the zombies you control has reached 320,003,2000. Meeting the advancement criteria. Ding. The evolution value of the zombies you control has reached 320,003,2000. Meeting the advancement criteria. The advancement process was swift this time, unlike that of Li Xiaofeng, that no other zombies gathered around, suggesting that Li Xiaofeng was indeed a special case. Ding. The strength, speed, and overall combat capabilities of the zombies you control have significantly increased. Ding. All skills and abilities of the zombies you control have been upgraded. Current tier. First tier zombie lore. Ding. The zombies you control have comprehended the skill group healing. Ding. The zombies you control have comprehended the shadow claw. Ding. The zombies you control have comprehended damage reduction. Ding. The zombies you control have comprehended extreme fervor. Ding. The zombies you control have comprehended the skill commander. Chapter 94. The Golden Eagle. Group healing. Can heal creatures within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown. 30 minutes. Shadow Claw. Claws imbued with dark energy. Creatures struck will enter a weakened state. Cooldown. 1 minute. Damage reduction. Passive skill that mitigates damage taken. The effect varies based on the enemy. The higher the enemy's tier, the weaker the mitigation effect. Extreme Fervor grants a 30 speed boost to the 10 creatures ahead. Duration. 10 minutes. Cooldown. 30 minutes. Li Xiaofeng was elated. The 4 zombies under his command had each grasped their respective skills, perfectly aligning with their characteristics. The newly controlled Xiaopeng and Xiaomei once again comprehended rare supportive skills, which are even more precious than combat skills. More importantly, all 4 zombies had comprehended the commander's skill, allowing the zombie squad's numbers to surge to 500, all of which could be upgraded. As the levels of his domination and commander skills rise, the number of zombies he could lead in the future would multiply. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the remaining mutated rat corpses and continued to send individual zombies to consume. The disparity between Lord Zombies and Elite Zombies was vast, easily enabling one to take on 10. Cultivating Lord Zombies first was the priority, as the assistance provided by Elite Zombies was minimal. A new Lord Zombie emerged, yet its enhancement appeared inferior to that of the 4 controlled zombies. Most notably, upon using the Eye of Insight, Li Xiaofeng discovered that it had not comprehended the commander's skill. Could it be that the zombies under control were incapable of comprehension? If they could, Li Xiaofeng could command millions of zombies in a short time, sweeping through the apocalypse. However, he was not surprised, as he had anticipated this outcome. After all, the zombies a Lord could command were limited. Yet, if he were to advance further, ascending beyond Lord status, the number of controllable zombies would undoubtedly skyrocket. With Elite Zombies, he could only command 2, while with Lord Zombies, he could command hundreds. Each advancement significantly increased the number of controllable zombies. The remaining mutated rats yielded 3 more Lord Zombies, though they were not as formidable as Shao Si and the others. They were still far superior to 5th-tier creatures that Li Xiaofeng's delight. Although they had not comprehended the commander's skill, the intelligence of the zombies increased dramatically upon advancing to Lord status, aside from their inability to speak. They were nearly comparable to ordinary humans, capable of executing complex commands. The strength of the team rose once more. 9 Lord creatures traversed the highway, effortlessly obliterating any mutated beast in their path. However, after advancing to Lord status, ordinary mutated beasts no longer provided evolution points. They must now hunt Lord creatures. The number of zombies on the highway was scarce, preventing Li Xiaofeng from using the commander skill. Ultimately, only a dozen zombies continued on their journey. Upon reaching Chili City, they would naturally replenish their ranks. The remaining zombies were all at least 4th-tier creatures, and with their tireless nature, their pace was swift. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng activated his ultimate disguise, mounting the orange cat with an expression of triumph. 9 Lord creatures, a formidable force wherever they went. How lonely it is to be invincible. Before he could finish his off-key rendition, it was abruptly interrupted that a sharp cry echoed from the sky, causing the bodies of the dozen zombies to tremble. The mutated orange cat's back arched in alarm, its eyes wide with vigilance in a sudden motion. It shook violently, throwing Li Xiaofeng to the ground. Bang! Li Xiaofeng's head struck the ground, yet he showed no reaction. His hands moved slightly, clawing at the cement of the highway, piling it atop his head while casually inserting a vibrant red flower. He muttered incessantly, "You can't see me, you can't see me." The other Lord Zombies similarly prostrated themselves on the ground, instinctively playing dead without needing Li Xiaofeng's command, their seamless coordination a testament to his teachings. The mutated orange cat had long since vanished from sight. Ultimately, only a few elite zombies stood in place, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. That a golden eagle soared overhead, its wings spread wide, spanning dozens of meters. A colossal entity in the sky. Its immense shadow loomed, causing all Lord Zombies to tremble in fear. What Li Xiaofeng remained unaware of was that the golden eagle hailed from the Qingcang mountain range, residing in a city to the southwest. However, the city of Wuning was separated from the golden eagle by a large human settlement known as the Nanyu Base. It was unclear why it had crossed over the Nanyu Base to arrive here. Nevertheless, The golden eagle seemed oblivious to the zombies below, or perhaps it simply did not care. Once the golden eagle had moved out of sight, Li Xiaofeng slowly rose, letting out a sigh of relief. Damn it! Why are there so many monsters in this apocalypse? Due to the considerable distance, he could not utilize the Eye of Insight, leaving him unaware of the eagle's tier. Yet it was clear that it was not something the zombie squad could contend with. Hadn't he seen how quickly even the orange cat, capable of fighting above its tier, had fled? Meow. At that moment, the plump cat leisurely emerged from the surrounding woods, its fur still slightly bristled, maintaining a vigilant stance that had yet to be fully relaxed. Fortunately, the zombie squad had faced no losses. Each fallen Lord zombie brought a pang of sorrow to Li Xiaofeng, a stark contrast to the elite zombies. Chapter 95. The smile of the villain, the zombie squad resumed their journey. Drawing near to Chili City, which they would likely reach within half a day, they were now considerably more cautious, with the 9 Lord creatures well prepared to feign death at a moment's notice. Half a day's passage swiftly elapsed, and the scenery along the roadside transformed from monotonous views to the emergence of houses and settled villages that Li Xiaofeng continuously twitched his nose, hoping to detect the presence of a human settlement. On such roads, the number of zombies and mutated beasts was sparse, heightening the possibility of encountering a human gathering. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng halted, as he caught a whiff of fresh blood and flesh ahead. In the distance lay a village nestled amidst the fields, surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall of green bricks. Effectively deterring the scattered zombies, that he activated his human form, directing the zombie squad to lie in wait nearby, poised for his command. While he could have opted for a brute force approach against the ordinary village, Li Xiaofeng preferred his customary caution. Engaging with them in human guise, catching them off guard, was undoubtedly the safest strategy. He resembled a student, carrying a backpack filled with provisions. Greed often leads to the loss of reason. To his astonishment, the village appeared utterly deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence. Yet his keen sense of smell assured him that there were indeed living beings within. Approaching the gate of the enclosure, he found it tightly locked, obscuring his view of the interior. Each side of the gate featured a recess, the purpose of which remained unclear. However, his attention was drawn to a wooden rack outside the village, upon which hung smoked meat, emitting an enticing aroma that in the apocalypse. Such a sight was a tremendous temptation, impossible for anyone to resist that in the dire times of the apocalypse. The mere ability to satiate one's hunger was a luxury, let alone indulging in meat. Mutated beast meat. Li Xiaofeng leaned closer, instantly detecting the presence of a virus within. Though it appeared to be meat, it posed a lethal poison to ordinary humans that he refrained from consuming it. Such flesh was merely that of a first-tier mutated beast, lacking any allure for him as a lord creature. Yet, as Li Xiaofeng's attention lingered on the smoked meat, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the recess to the right of the village gate. Those eyes were devoid of warmth, and upon spotting Li Xiaofeng, they gleamed with a pathological fervor. An ancient-style crossbow was poised above the recess, aimed directly at Li Xiaofeng's neck, exploiting his blind spot. Whoosh! A silent bolt was loosed towards him. The figure holding the crossbow grew increasingly exhilarated, as if envisioning Li Xiaofeng's imminent collapse, that he licked his lips, consumed by greed. However, the ensuing scene would forever haunt that man's memory, as his expression of sickness froze upon witnessing the impossible. The student seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, swiftly raising his right hand with lightning speed, deftly grasping the bolt with his index and middle fingers. The villager was left dumbfounded, momentarily paralyzed by astonishment. Is this how a villain should smile? In the midst of his shock, the student slowly turned to face him, an eerie grin gracing his features. The villager's eyes widened, as a flicker of humanity long extinguished surged forth, replaced by a palpable fear. Simultaneously, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the phrase that Li Xiaofeng inspected the incoming bolt, noting it was smeared with an unknown substance. Curiously, he even tasted it with his lips. Zombies were least affected by toxins. Only corrosive poisons could harm them. Having shut down his corrupted nerves, he felt a peculiar tingling sensation, an anesthetic. A bemused smile crossed his lips. Was it specifically designed to target humans? Activating his corrupted nerves, he rendered himself immune to the toxin. The fear in the villager's eyes was nearly palpable, as he assumed that the act of licking the anesthetic was tantamount to his own demise. Yet, Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. "Kind sir, might you kindly open the door?" Li Xiaofeng inquired warmly, gently tapping on the village's iron gate as a gesture of politeness. The man, overwhelmed by the bizarre spectacle, abandoned his crossbow and fled in terror. "How rude," Li Xiaofeng muttered under his breath. Flipping over the gate and entering the village, he discerned that the weapon employed by the other was an anesthetic crossbow bolt. Ineffective against zombies, he commanded the zombie squad to move in, initiating a purge. Just as Li Xiaofeng stepped into the village, numerous villagers emerged from their homes, each bearing a dazed smile, exhibiting a primal wildness akin to that of zombies. They wielded crossbows, aiming them at Li Xiaofeng, likely informed by the man at the gate. Clang! The village gate was suddenly forced open with violence. All the villagers turned in astonishment toward the entrance, their previously expressionless faces now betraying a long-forgotten fear. Zombies. Chapter 96. Chili City. The indifferent faces of the crowd finally exhibited a shift. The zombies had forcibly breached the iron gate, an unprecedented occurrence. At the forefront stood a towering zombie, over 3 meters tall, resembling a human-like beast, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The imposing zombie was none other than the formidable Xiaozhuang, now under Li Xiaofeng's command. Following its ascension to Lord status, the appearance of the zombies had undergone a remarkable transformation. Xiaoxi had likewise become exceedingly lean, resembling a gaunt monkey. Only Li Xiaofeng's transformation remained relatively modest. Roar! Over a dozen zombies howled in unison, launching their invasion of the village. The villagers, gripped by panic, began to flee, having witnessed the unbelievable transformation of Li Xiaofeng from a student into a zombie, shattering their psychological defenses. Half an hour later, the zombie squad accrued several hundred evolution points, a paltry gain in light of the requirement of 100,000, casting one last glance at the village. Li Xiaofeng departed with the group of zombies. Ahead lay Chili City, now within close reach. The village was situated on the outskirts of Chili City, a prime location that not only attracted fleeing individuals, but also significantly enhanced safety. Half a day later, the zombie squad stood within the city limits of Chile. Unlike the backwardness of Wanning City, this place radiated prosperity, with towering skyscrapers dotting the skyline and luxury vehicles populating the streets. Yet, the former vibrancy was now shrouded in desolation. Numerous zombies roamed, and the ground was stained with dried blood, a gruesome sight to behold. Li Xiaofeng casually touched the face of a nearby zombie, letting out a soft sigh. The ornate railings and jade bricks should still remain, yet the rosy faces have faded. Choosing not to employ his commanding skills, given the omnipresence of zombies in the city, he decided against summoning hundreds of zombies, which would hamper the squad's pace, that he led the zombie squad directly toward the city center. Typically, the likelihood of encountering high-tier mutated beasts in the city center was substantial, as the presence of humans often attracted high-tier zombies, which in turn lured mutated beasts. The 9 Lord-level creatures roamed freely in the city center, where paradoxically, safety was enhanced compared to the wilderness. The zombie squad surged forward at full speed, making no unnecessary stops. Within half a day, they reached the bustling city center. Though to Li Xiaofeng's surprise, the number of zombies here was markedly low, at least in comparison to other areas of the city. The ground was littered with dried blood, and logically, such a situation would suggest the presence of formidable mutated beasts. Yet, perplexingly, Li Xiaofeng found no traces of mutated beasts. It appeared as though the city center had undergone a thorough cleansing. He instructed the 7 Lord zombies to disperse, as the size of the city center necessitated a more efficient search strategy. With their enhanced intelligence, the Lord zombies were capable of executing search tasks akin to humans. And with their adept feigning of death, there was little cause for concern that Li Xiaofeng, alongside the mutated orange cat, began to explore another direction. 2 hours later, Xiaoxi suddenly relayed a sensation that Li Xiaofeng could manipulate the 4 zombies under his command, and they were equally capable of providing feedback. So soon, there were promising leads. Li Xiaofeng initiated a transfer of will, his gaze transforming into that of Xiaoxi. With extraordinary vision, he quickly perceived the situation ahead. A towering structure of dozens of stories stood erect. The remaining entrances to the floors had been completely sealed off, leaving only a solitary iron door for entry. Flanking the grand entrance, approximately a meter apart, 4 openings had been created, each protruding with ominous black firearms. This defensive setup starkly contrasted with the base Li Xiaofeng had previously encountered. He reverted to his original form and commenced assembling a horde of zombies, preparing to infect this survivor base. In a brief span, over 10 zombies gathered at a distance from the building. Li Xiaofeng activated his ultimate disguise once more. The same method, yet consistently effective, that a direct assault on the base would be a foolish endeavor. Instead, he planned to infiltrate and then stage a pincer attack with the zombie squad, ensuring the complete annihilation of the enemy. Once again adopting the guise of a student, Li Xiaofeng cautiously approached the base. As he neared approximately a kilometer away, 4 black gun barrels immediately pivoted toward him. That a shiver coursed through Li Xiaofeng's body. In his disheveled state, he endeavored to appear as a survivor. He raised both hands in a gesture of peace, signaling his lack of weapons, and slowly advanced toward the building. That a survivor, inquired a voice from the right opening. Li Xiaofeng nodded, his pallid complexion and eyes filled with profound terror as he gazed at the gun barrels. His acting prowess was undeniably commendable, perhaps the finest among the undead. The 4 individuals within conferred for a moment, confirming that Li Xiaofeng posed no threat, and chose to open the door. With a heavy clang, the iron door creaked open. A flicker of joy crossed Li Xiaofeng's face as he prepared to step inside. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind him, and sparks danced at his feet, but he had been utterly oblivious to the presence of another human behind him. In his human state, his abilities were suppressed by 90, and with his focus on the individuals inside the building, he had not anticipated the arrival of another. Chapter 97. The Zombie Hunting Organization. What a coincidence. Just as you opened the door, a burly bald man, grinning maliciously with a cigar clenched between his teeth, approached with an air of brazen confidence. Armed with a rifle and clad in black-scaled attire, he exuded an intimidating presence. Li Xiaofeng turned around, fear etched deeper across his face. That if he was to act, he had to do so convincingly. This was a fundamental principle for a zombie actor. A sudden realization struck him. He discerned that the man's clothing was crafted from materials derived from mutated beasts. Though the craftsmanship was rather crude, it was evident that humanity had begun utilizing materials from these creatures to forge weapons and armor. The Eye of Insight activated. Name: Human Awakened rank, 2nd tier talent. None skill. Keen perception. This individual was a 2nd tier awakened. No wonder he was so arrogant. Ordinary people stood no chance against him. The expressions of the 4 inside the building shifted instantaneously, their eyes filled with dread. "What? Aren't I welcome?" the burly man exclaimed as he slung his rifle over his shoulder and strode confidently into the base. Showing no concern for the 4 armed individuals. As for Li Xiaofeng, this student was scarcely considered a threat in his eyes. In this apocalyptic era, such individuals were merely cannon fodder. The 4 lowered their rifles, their faces contorting into stiff smiles. "How could we not feel honored by your presence, Brother Chong?" The man directly walked inside, while Li Xiaofeng cautiously followed. The first floor was populated by dozens of individuals, each with fierce gazes and weapons in hand. Should a battle ensue, it would undoubtedly be a formidable force. Yet, what astonished Li Xiaofeng was that every single person was armed. Where had all these firearms come from? The burly man surveyed the wary and resentful eyes of the crowd, sneering with disdain. Suddenly, he turned to Li Xiaofeng. "Kid, follow me." Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the man's intentions. However, no one from the base intervened. All eyes fixated on him. Anxiety coursed through him as he trailed behind the burly man. The 2 ascended the 36-story building in a remarkably brief period. Impressive physical condition. The burly man glanced back at Li Xiaofeng, surprised that he could keep pace. Being an awakened, his physical prowess was far superior to that of ordinary humans. For a student to manage such a feat was indeed unexpected. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng internally cursed himself. He had to feign exhaustion and continually control his speed to avoid suspicion. Fortunately, they soon reached the 36th floor, where he observed that each level housed survivors. The building likely contained hundreds of individuals, all of whom regarded the burly man with fear. After the 2 ascended, whispers arose from below. Li Xiaofeng possessed remarkable hearing, allowing him to catch snippets of conversation. "Another group from the Zombie Hunting Organization has arrived. With the scarce food supply, they'll be taking at least 40%. These people are utterly ruthless. Should keep it down. Our weapons come from them." "The Zombie Hunting Organization? Li Xiaofeng pondered, taken aback by the audacity of the name, that on the 36th floor stood a lone figure, seemingly waiting for their arrival. The leader of this building. Brother Wang must be here to collect the protection fee, he surmised. The figure was tall, appearing to be around 30, clad in a black coat. A smile gracing his face. Wang Chong, maintaining an air of arrogance, slowly extended 5 fingers, asserting without question, 40%. The organization takes 40, and I personally take 10 as a service fee. The other's brow furrowed, the expression on his face solidifying in disbelief. Such greed was intolerable. To demand an additional 10% as a service fee was outrageous. Brother Wang, regarding the recent survival conditions of the base. The leader was abruptly interrupted by Wang Chong, who raised his rifle, aiming it at Li Xiaofeng. Bang! The gunshot echoed throughout the building. Everyone was taken aback. No one expected a shot to be fired. The crowd below wore expressions of shock, some attempting to rush upstairs, only to be restrained. The zombie hunting organization was not to be trifled with. The base had survived because the organization not only provided weapons, but had also cleared out powerful mutated beasts from the city center. Without their assistance, how could they have survived in relative safety for 3 months? On the top floor, Wang Chong's expression turned cold. Bringing Li Xiaofeng up was merely a tactic to use his life as a deterrent. Li Xiaofeng was not a member of the base. Even if he were killed, it was unlikely to provoke retaliation, that if you utter another word, you shall meet the same fate as him. The burly man's gaze remained fixed ahead. Completely disregarding Li Xiaofeng, a sinister grin creeping onto his face. Surely, he had established sufficient intimidation. Observing the terror on the base leader's face, Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction. The leader trembled, extending a quivering hand to point behind him, his face awash with profound fear. Wang Chong's brow furrowed. Was the leader of a base truly so fragile in spirit? In this apocalypse, corpses were a common sight. Just a corpse, and this is the leader of the base. Ridiculous, Wang Chong scoffed, his face marred by disdain. Chapter 98. The clever leader, however, the leader's terror only intensified, causing Wang Chong to sense something amiss. He turned around, his movement halting abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief. The student, who should have been a corpse, stood erect, his face adorned with a hint of a gentle smile, his gaze fixed intently upon him. In his right hand, he inexplicably wielded a massive frying pan. A chill crept up Wang Chong's spine, his scalp tingling with unease. Before he could utter a word, the frying pan seemed to teleport, swiftly knocking him to the ground. The burly man from the zombie hunting organization crumpled helplessly. Was he too forceful? Li Xiaofeng crouched down, having no intention of killing Wang Chong outright. He needed him alive for another purpose. The base leader's expression was one of sheer shock, utterly speechless, momentarily frozen in place. Did you kill a member of the zombie hunting organization? The leader's face was a canvas of dread. If the organization discovered that Wang Chong had perished on his turf, it would be a grave matter. Yet, Li Xiaofeng instilled fear in him. He had clearly witnessed the bullet strike Wang Chong without inflicting any harm. This extraordinary phenomenon left him bewildered. After all, even fifth-tier awakened beings struggled to achieve such feats. It was a stroke of luck for an ordinary person to even lay eyes on an awakened. Ultimately, the leader's face hardened with resolve. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Xiaofeng was crouched down, he lunged forward, dashing down the stairs. Li Xiaofeng paid him no heed. Once he confirmed Wang Chong was unharmed, he exhaled in relief that he still needed to leverage Wang Chong's position to infiltrate the zombie hunting organization and uncover their secrets. How audacious to adopt such a brazen name, clearly showing no regard for him, Li Xiaofeng. Just as he prepared to descend, a sudden uproar erupted from below. Countless survivors, armed with makeshift weapons, charged at Li Xiaofeng with reckless abandon. Li Xiaofeng stood frozen in shock. This was the first time he had been actively attacked by humans. Had the leader failed to inform them of his true capabilities? He harbored no fear of bullets, let alone a mere machete. In an instant, his countenance underwent a profound transformation, revealing the visage of a zombie. The survivors charging forward abruptly halted in their tracks, their pupils dilating in disbelief as they gazed at Li Xiaofeng. Simultaneously, turmoil erupted downstairs. Several Lord-level zombies forcefully breached the iron gate, with a colossal figure, nearly 3 meters tall, leading the charge, bolstered by formidable strength. In that moment, The building echoed with desperate cries. The armed guards discovered a disheartening truth. Their bullets could not penetrate the skin of these zombies. For 3 months, they had never encountered such formidable undead that in fact, Lord-level zombies were a rarity nationwide, and it was only through following Li Xiaofeng that they had received special training to rapidly evolve. Ordinary zombies could only dream of annihilating a horde of mutated beasts. The leaders of these mutated beasts were undoubtedly Lord-level creatures. For ordinary zombies to evolve, they could only do so by devouring lower-tier mutated beasts or infecting humans. Within a mere 10 minutes, the entire building was devoid of life, leaving behind hundreds of zombies. However, to his surprise, the leader had managed to escape. Truly a clever human. Had the survivors within the building succeeded in slaying Li Xiaofeng, he could have returned unscathed, providing a satisfactory explanation to the corpse-hunting organization. Yet, if the entire force were to be annihilated, he could simply flee. Regardless of the outcome, his life was not at stake. Unfortunately, his minions were oblivious to this, rushing forward to meet their demise. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng had reverted to his human form, standing coldly upon the street, with a large man unconscious at his feet. His physique imposing and brutish. Several hours passed, and Wang Chong gradually regained consciousness. Rubbing his eyes, he was overwhelmed by an excruciating headache that a gentle touch to his forehead immediately jolted him awake, as he discovered a massive, swollen bump where Li Xiaofeng had struck him with a frying pan. This was a testament to the frying pan's formidable effects. Had he not held back, a single blow could have easily shattered Wang Chong's skull. Upon awakening, he noticed a student nearby, clutching a gigantic frying pan in his right hand, that a surge of instinctive fear coursed through him, nearly causing him to faint once more. Li Xiaofeng looked down, observing the large man regain consciousness, and smiled faintly. You're awake. His voice was exceedingly gentle, yet his appearance compelled the man to consider fleeing. Take me to the corpse-hunting organization. There were no superfluous words or threats, only an undeniable command. The large man's fearful expression briefly flickered with hesitation, but it quickly vanished as a massive frying pan was placed over his head. Any objections? Li Xiaofeng flicked the frying pan with his left hand, the resounding clang reverberating against the man's eardrum. Wang Chong shook his head fervently, indicating that he had no issues at all, and he dared not question how he had suddenly found himself on the street. Li Xiaofeng slung the frying pan behind him, having already stowed the backpack full of food into his system's inventory. That he slightly raised his head, gesturing for the large man to lead the way. He was curious about this corpse-hunting organization, expecting to encounter numerous awakened individuals. Chapter 99. Successfully infiltrated. Their pace was swift, primarily due to Li Xiaofeng's presence behind him, prompting Wang Chong to not dare delay. As for the other Lord-level zombies, Li Xiaofeng instructed them to jointly cleanse the mutated beasts in Chili City. This force should be sufficient to command respect in Chili City, especially with the orange cat accompanying them. Ensuring that no incidents would arise for the corpse-hunting organization, he intended to investigate it alone. They traversed several streets, no longer in the city center, and eventually entered a tall building. They arrived at a room deep within the first floor. Clearly an office space, adorned with several desks and a sofa, scattered with disorganized work documents. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Wang Chong, uncertain of the latter's intentions for being here. He slowly removed the frying pan from his back. Wang Chong shivered suddenly, a sycophantic smile appearing on his face as he carelessly kicked aside the sofa, revealing a concealed object, a solid alloy door. Wang Chong retrieved a magnetic card from his pocket, and beneath one of the desks lay a card reader. That a crisp electronic beep resonated as the alloy door gradually opened, revealing a flight of stairs leading deep underground. With lights illuminating both sides of the staircase, that Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated that this so-called corpse-hunting organization was constructed underground. However, should they encounter a burrowing mutated beast, escape would be nearly impossible. They entered, with Wang Chong leading the way. The lights were bright, the electricity evidently well managed. The staircase exceeded Li Xiaofeng's expectations, descending over 100 meters before reaching the bottom. At the end of the stairs stood yet another massive iron door. Wang Chong produced his card once more, and a green light emitted from above the door, scanning Wang Chong before shifting to Li Xiaofeng, seemingly verifying his identity. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback by the advanced technology of this laboratory. Minutes later, the alloyed door slowly swung open. "I can bring strangers into the organization," Wang Chong explained, revealing that his status as an awakened individual was relatively high within the organization. They stepped inside, revealing a long corridor. Xiaofeng momentarily paused, a hint of excitement flickering across his face as he caught the scent of human flesh. Touching the iron door, he noticed that a mysterious dust had been applied above, concealing the scent of flesh within. Merely this dust alone could suffice for survival in the apocalypse. The only issue remaining was procuring food. The two crossed the corridor, no longer requiring identity verification, and pushed open the door. Inside, the bright white lights illuminated the space as if it were daytime in a peaceful Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. It had been months since he had seen the contrast of day and night. The world had been cast in a perpetual crimson hue, seemingly unchanging. The once mundane daylight now felt achingly nostalgic. Yet Li Xiaofeng quickly regained his composure, surveying the scene before him. Before him lay a vast underground plaza, surrounded by steel walls with more than a dozen openings, all but one sealed with iron doors. Above the openings hung signs reading accommodation area, dining area, exchange area, arena area, and so forth. That it was evident that this space had been renovated following the onset of the apocalypse. Yet the entire underground area must have existed since peaceful times. That it was inconceivable that such a space could have been established while constantly observing zombies and mutated beasts for several months. If one possessed the capability to do so, there would have been no need to hide here. We have newcomers, one voice exclaimed. Wang Chong, look at this fellow's delicate appearance. You two wouldn't have that kind of relationship, would you? I didn't expect you to have such tastes. No wonder you show no interest in women. The plaza was filled with tables and chairs, with dozens of burly men scattered about. Upon seeing Wang Chong's entrance, everyone looked at Li Xiaofeng with mocking expressions, a chorus of whistles erupting around them. These former jesting remarks sent a shiver down Wang Chong's spine. My goodness. Dante provoked this gentleman, or we may all be in trouble. Gazing at the enormous frying pan behind Li Xiaofeng, the bump on Wang Chong's forehead throbbed painfully once more. He had not witnessed Li Xiaofeng in his zombie form, mistakenly believing him to be a powerful awakened individual. Xiaofeng wore a smile, surveying the assembled crowd. The lambs could never truly comprehend their position. The two settled at an empty table, disregarding the onlookers. "Tell me about the organization," he requested, his curiosity piqued, particularly regarding the tightly locked opening in the center of the plaza. Chapter 100. 10 consecutive victories. The corpse hunting organization was established at the dawn of the apocalypse. Originally a subterranean research facility from peaceful times, that as the apocalypse erupted, it became a natural refuge. Through months of development, a steady influx of survivors had joined, now numbering in the hundreds, with a significant portion being awakened individuals. The founder was a researcher from the peaceful era, yet most of us have never encountered him. Li Xiaofeng maintained a stoic expression, gaining a foundational understanding of his corpse-hunting organization. After a brief pause, he inquired, "How did you become an awakened individual? How did you grow stronger?" Li Xiaofeng had always been curious about this, that he was well acquainted with the evolution rules of zombies and mutated beasts but knew nothing of humans. Hunting powerful mutated beasts or zombies grants the chance to become awakened. However, using firearms greatly diminishes that probability. Wang Chong revealed without reservation, yet a sense of confusion arose within him. How could the other party be unaware of how to become awakened? Where did his strength originate? Regardless of how hard Wang Chong racked his brain, he could not fathom Li Xiaofeng's identity as a zombie. The method for gaining strength lay in entering the laboratory, specifically through the sealed entrance. As long as one could procure a crystal core or a formidable biological corpse for the organization, thereby earning merit, they could gain access, where they would be injected with a strengthening serum to enhance their abilities. It took me a month to obtain the opportunity to enter, allowing me to elevate my power once. Wang Chong disclosed his means of becoming stronger, a fact that was no secret within the corpse-hunting organization. Everyone was aware of it, as it served to motivate the members to relentlessly pursue mutated beasts and zombies. Serum? Li Xiaofeng mused, gently tapping his fingers on the table, a contemplative glint in his eyes. It seemed this organization was not a mere human base. They had actually developed a serum for enhancement. However, its efficacy on zombies remained uncertain. Is there a way to meet the leader of the organization? Li Xiaofeng broached the topic directly, expressing greater interest in the organization's chief. Not only was there the serum to augment strength, but the dust that masked the scent of blood was presumably concocted by that very doctor. You think you can meet the leader? Before Wang Chong could respond, a burly man at the adjacent table turned to Li Xiaofeng, rising abruptly. His towering stature of nearly 2 meters exuded an imposing presence. Li Qi, don't act recklessly. Wang Chong's complexion paled, and he quickly admonished the man that Li Qi paid no heed to Wang Chong. As a third-tier awakened one, he surpassed Wang Chong in strength. His massive hand landed on Li Xiaofeng's shoulder. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Allow me to answer for Wang Chong that if you want to meet the leader, you must enter the arena and achieve 10 consecutive victories, as he spoke. His arm tightened, seemingly intent on crushing Li Xiaofeng's shoulder. Yet suddenly his expression froze. The other party exhibited no reaction, nor was there the anticipated sound of bones fracturing. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly, sensing he had not provoked this man. There would always be those foolish enough to display their strength. Thank you, he replied with a slight smile, his right hand suddenly swinging out. Slap. A resounding sound echoed, and all eyes turned towards Li Xiaofeng's table. Astonished and incredulous, the nearly 2-meter-tall Li Qi was sent flying several meters away to midair. He spat blood and collapsed unconscious upon hitting the ground. Did I ask there such a rule? Li Xiaofeng ignored the unconscious man and turned to Wang Chong. Fear flickered in Wang Chong's eyes as he trembled and spoke. Indeed, it is possible, but it's best to avoid it. The final match is against a corpse hunter, and you must last at least 2 minutes. Corpse hunter? Li Xiaofeng's brow furrowed, a hint of confusion crossing his face. The corpse hunters were the organization's elite, only 8 in total, and generally did not undertake missions, free to come and go from the laboratory. They served as maintainers of the organization's order. Li Xiaofeng remained silent, rising to enter the arena. Inside was a grand hall where dozens stood at the periphery, while a massive platform occupied the center. Wang Chong, understanding Li Xiaofeng's intentions, led him through the crowd to stand before an elderly man. Old Zhao, a friend of mine, wishes to meet the leader. The elder, with graying hair and cloudy eyes, donned black attire. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, he displayed a flicker of interest. This rule was indeed designed to directly filter out the strong. However, since the establishment of the organization 3 months ago, only one person had attempted the challenge, that individual being the third corpse hunter. I will arrange an opponent for you. You may proceed. The elder furrowed his brow, assessing Li Xiaofeng's physique, which appeared exceedingly frail among the robust individuals surrounding him. Were it not for Wang Chong's relatively high standing in the base, he might have thought the young man was jesting. Chapter 101. The corpse hunter. Word of Li Xiaofeng's intention to challenge for 10 consecutive victories quickly spread throughout the arena. Members of the organization, some resting or dining, flocked to witness the spectacle, as many of the newcomers had missed the previous 10 consecutive victory challenge. With an opportunity now presented, they eagerly seized it. Within moments, over 100 individuals gathered around the platform, creating an impenetrable crowd. That Li Xiaofeng activated his insightful eye, a smile flickering across his face. The organization's members included numerous awakened individuals, some having reached the 3rd tier. Should he annihilate this organization, not only would he gain evolution points, but he could also acquire crystal cores. Most importantly, he was intrigued by the organization's strengthening serum, curious to ascertain its effectiveness on zombies. Even if he could not utilize it himself, enhancing his elite zombies would suffice. Under the arrangements made by the elder Zhao, soon a young man in his early 20s ascended the platform. He stood at a height comparable to Li Xiaofeng, yet his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk. A mocking grin adorned his face as he regarded the student-like figure before him, a flicker of disdain passing over him. Do you really think you can challenge for 10 consecutive victories? Li Xiaofeng did not respond. It was pointless to squander time on such trivial opponents. His objective was to enter the laboratory and meet the leader of the organization. With a powerful push from his legs, he charged forward, in the face of overwhelming strength. No technique could find its expression. The young man, witnessing Li Xiaofeng's naive fighting style, clearly discerned that he had never trained in combat. As the opponent's fist swung towards him, he swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack, simultaneously clenching his right fist tightly, aiming for his adversary's abdomen. Bang! An unexpected turn of events unfolded as Li Xiaofeng's punch veered, striking the young man's head instead. In his perception, the opponent's speed appeared lethargically slow, that a low-tier awakened one stood before him like a child. With absolute strength, he achieved a decisive victory. The young man collapsed, and the crowd's expressions shifted from mockery to grave concern. It was no wonder he dared to challenge for 10 consecutive victories. Yet, that individual was not particularly powerful within the organization. The subsequent opponents would undoubtedly grow, increasingly formidable. The elderly man in black attire, observing from below, also widened his eyes in astonishment, not anticipating that a mere awakened individual would be so thoroughly crushed. It seemed he too was an awakened one, and not a weak one at that. However, the first opponent was merely a test. The elder had only heard that the third-tier awakened Li Qi had been knocked unconscious by a single slap, although he had not witnessed it firsthand. This belief lingered in his mind. Now, he could ascertain that Li Xiaofeng surpassed Li Qi by more than a margin. Li Xiaofeng clapped his hands, casually kicking the defeated opponent off the platform. His second opponent soon stepped up. A towering figure of 2 meters, muscles coiling around his form like a dragon, instilling fear in those who beheld him. "Kid, encountering me is your misfortune. Remember my name." Han. Li Xiaofeng instantly discerned the man's strength. He too was a third-tier awakened one, however. The disparity in their abilities remained vast. He felt no inclination to engage in lengthy exchanges. With no time to waste on his meaningless banter, he delivered a single punch, sending Han crashing to the ground, unconscious that he refrained from allowing the elder to send up another opponent. Fighting these individuals served no purpose. He would gain no improvement, were it not for the desire to meet the so-called leader and acquire the strengthening serum. He could effortlessly transform into a zombie and infect them all. Yet he feared that such actions might alert others, suppressing that impulse. "Please send forth that so-called corpse hunter. I'm in a hurry." Li Xiaofeng's arrogance incited ire among many. Yet none dared to unleash their anger. He was not someone they could provoke. Having bested Li Qi and Han Yu, it was evident that he belonged among the organization's elite. Few could contend with him. After all, fourth-tier awakened ones were a rarity within the organization. The elder responsible for arranging opponents furrowed his brow, surprised by Li Xiaofeng's impatience. Just as he prepared to speak, a figure emerged from the crowd. Directing his gaze at Li Xiaofeng, clad in black battle armor, he wielded a massive battle axe. More strikingly, his eyes bore a bloodthirsty and vacant quality, as though he had lost his spirit, starkly contrasting with the others. Li Xiaofeng activated his insightful eye to assess the man. Rank: Human Awakened 1 tier. 5th talent: Mastery of Strength Skill. Berserk. This individual was indeed a 5th-tier awakened one, merely a step away from becoming a Lord-level being. Such individuals should be exceedingly rare even among humanity. He was the corpse hunter Lu Axe, unexpectedly summoned for this occasion, that I have witnessed him cleave a mutated beast in half with a single swing of his axe. Among the 8 corpse hunters, he is indeed a formidable presence. Lu Axe, dragging his battle axe, ascended the platform, and the impending clash was imminent that Li Xiaofeng felt taken aback upon hearing the discussions around him. He had not anticipated that this organization would possess 8 5th-tier awakened ones. Such strength was sufficient to ensure survival in the apocalypse, at the very least guaranteeing one's life. That Lu Axe uttered no words, merely dragging his battle axe, charging toward Li Xiaofeng. Chapter 102. Soaked organs. The hefty axe felt as light as a feather in his hands, rapidly closing the distance between them. That Li Xiaofeng's expression shifted abruptly. He sensed the presence of a virus within the opponent's body. This virus bears a resemblance to a zombie virus, yet it also shares characteristics with a mutated beast virus, seemingly a hybrid of the two. This perplexes him. Can a virus truly parasitize within the human body? He had never before sensed any virus within a human host, but this Lu Fu is evidently an exception. Without granting Li Xiaofeng a moment to ponder, the adversary raised his mountain-splitting axe high, intending to dismember him on the spot. That Li Xiaofeng's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly clenched his right hand, delivering a powerful punch that sent the attacker flying. Everyone present was taken aback, yet no one noticed the immense transformation that occurred in Li Xiaofeng's right hand at the moment of the strike. His skin turned pale and wrinkled, and even his nails became razor-sharp. However, this transformation was fleeting, reverting to normal once he withdrew his fist. Even if a keen observer noted the change, they would likely dismiss it as an illusion. That in an instant, Li Xiaofeng had transformed his right hand into a zombie-like state. After all, his strength was suppressed by 90, and he had no confidence in dispatching a fifth-tier creature in an instant. Lu Fu's body was hurled backward, agony surging from his abdomen. Yet his expression remained unchanged. Whether due to inherent willpower or some other factor, he clutched his abdomen, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and remarkably did not lose consciousness. Instead, he gradually rose to his feet. This alone placed him far above the others. Lu Fu's eyes began to turn crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, emitting a hoarse growl as he activated his skill. Berserk! Just as he was about to charge again, Lu Fu's complexion turned deathly pale. As if affected by some unseen force, he clasped his hands over his head and slowly knelt, a look of struggle crossing his face, and the berserk skill was abruptly nullified. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Puzzled by the adversary's intentions, was this a ploy? If it were an act, the performance was quite extraordinary. Moments later, Lu Fu's pallor regained its color, seemingly returning to normal, and the struggle in his expression vanished as he finally uttered in a hoarse, indifferent tone, "You have won. The leader has agreed to meet you." Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of confusion. The opponent had conceded so readily and claimed that the leader of the organization had consented to meet him. Yet, he heard no sound, and the opponent wore no earpiece. Telepathic communication? Lu Fu disregarded his doubts, ignoring the onlookers, and leaped from the stage, instructing, "Follow me." He turned and departed for the plaza, although Li Xiaofeng was perplexed. Achieving an audience with the so-called leader fulfilled his purpose, and he harbored no concerns about safety. He had stationed a mutated orange cat at the entrance of the organization's building, should danger arise. He believed that Iron Door would offer no obstacle to the feline. After all, the organization boasted a full 8 fifth-tier awakeners. Should the leader turn out to be a Lord-level being, he would not be taken aback. Li Xiaofeng followed closely behind. The iron door barring the laboratory's entrance opened automatically as Lu Fu approached, seemingly equipped with a specialized identification and verification system. Before them lay a pitch-black corridor, distinct from the well-lit entrance. However, Lu Fu appeared entirely at ease, navigating the darkness with remarkable speed. The shadows posed little hindrance to Li Xiaofeng's vision, and he followed closely to the corridor's end. There was no iron door, but rather an elevator. A subterranean elevator? Li Xiaofeng felt a flicker of curiosity, but ascended nonetheless. The two were already situated 100 meters underground, and now they began to descend once more. The elevator bore no floor indicators, serving merely as a means of vertical transport. After descending another 100 meters, they ultimately reached their destination. The elevator doors swung open with a clang. Li Xiaofeng stepped out, momentarily taken aback. Light flooded the area once more, though it was a verdant hue. Before him lay a vast corridor several meters wide, flanked on either side by massive cylindrical glass vessels filled with an unknown dark yellow liquid. However, what shocked him were the contents within the vessels, remnants of mutated beasts and zombies. There were enormous skulls, sharp forelimbs, and even fur matted with shredded flesh. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. It was evident that these remains had been preserved for quite some time. This implied that at the onset of the apocalypse, this leader had already begun researching these flesh and blood specimens. Could it be that he recognized the virus as the root of evolution? Li Xiaofeng's curiosity deepened as he continued to follow Lu Fu deeper into the corridor. The arrangement of the colossal glass vessels remained unchanged, but the remnants within grew increasingly formidable. The viruses contained within had not perished, likely due to the preservation properties of the liquid, which seemed to sustain their life. This liquid was akin to the functionality of Li Xiaofeng's backpack, capable of maintaining the vitality of the viruses. The ingenuity of humanity was indeed not to be underestimated. The two traversed several hundred meters, and the remains surrounding them belonged to fifth-tier creatures. Under the eerie green illumination, the corridor appeared exceedingly sinister and bizarre. Chapter 103. Zhou Yuan were an ordinary person to behold the zombies and mutated beasts lining the corridor. They would likely be paralyzed with terror. Yet Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed, his countenance placid. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he gazed ahead. In the flickering green light, a figure clad in a white lab coat emerged. Standing before a glass table upon which lay a zombie, Li Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. He could distinctly sense that the zombie had only recently perished. The individual in white appeared oblivious to the arrival of the two. Absorbed in his experiment, his scalpel glistened with sharpness, effortlessly slicing through the zombie's skin to extract a piece of flesh. Simultaneously, he removed a chunk of flesh from the zombie's abdomen, where a white crystalline core resided. Placing both samples beneath a nearby microscope, he began to observe them, recording experimental data as he did so. Throughout the entire process, his expression remained one of indifference, occasionally flickering with intense fervor. Li Xiaofeng and Lu Fu waited patiently. As they watched the dissection of the zombie, Li Xiaofeng felt no stirrings of emotion within. After half an hour, the individual concluded his experiment with a sigh. The viral concentration near the crystalline core was higher. Yet the core itself contained no viruses, but rather a different mysterious substance. Truly peculiar, that Li Xiaofeng's gaze sharpened. He had long known that the crystalline core harbored no viruses, that he had once attempted to ingest a core, but had not gained any evolution points. The individual removed his white gloves, rubbed his temples, and turned to face the two. Lu Fu, take the zombie and place it in the vessel, he commanded, his gaze fixed on Li Xiaofeng. To Li Xiaofeng's surprise, the man appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a university student. He had expected the leader of the organization to be a balding elder, at least someone in their 50s. Yet he was astonished to find the individual so young. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an air of refinement. A hint of a smile graced his lips, making him appear quite affable. However, throughout the exchange, his eyes remained devoid of warmth, cold and detached, as if he regarded everyone as mere corpses. Greetings, I am Zhou Yuan. He extended his right hand, exuding an aura of kindness. Li Xiaofeng reciprocated with a smile, shaking his hand lightly. They appeared to share a commonality. Both emanated an air of approachability. Yet their eyes were strikingly devoid of emotion. The difference lay in Li Xiaofeng's eyes, which were even more devoid of sentiment, for he was a zombie. Hello, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Yuan wasted no time on pleasantries. Diving straight into the crux of the matter. You wish to meet me, presumably to gain strength. Li Xiaofeng, however, was not in a hurry. Instead, he inquired, Doctor, you previously mentioned that the crystalline core contained another kind of mysterious substance. I wish to know what that substance is. That he had questions regarding both the virus and the crystalline core, yet without precise instruments or the requisite intellect, he had been unable to ascertain the answers. This doctor before him seemed capable of elucidating many of his queries. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other would pose a question rather than focus solely on power. This surprised him, as it differed greatly from the other members of the organization, and he felt a flicker of resonance with Li Xiaofeng. Zhou Yuan himself was not an awakener, yet he commanded the entire organization. Suggesting that intellect held greater value than brute strength, that I have already analyzed the substance within the crystalline core. This substance has never been encountered on this planet. It is an entirely new material. Through continuous experimentation, I discovered that one of its effects is to enhance and sharpen the nervous system. Initially, I believed it to be akin to a stimulant, but its molecular structure is entirely different. And it possesses a hidden function. It revitalizes life functions. Zhou Yuan's face lit up with fervor, clearly thrilled to engage in discussion. The higher the grade of the crystalline core, the more pronounced its effects. Furthermore, this revitalization of life functions can be infinitely stacked, with only a minimal rate of attenuation. In theory, as long as there are sufficient crystal cores, it is entirely possible to resurrect one from the brink of death. Zhou Yuan's figure trembled as he drew a deep breath, ultimately exhaling a sigh of disappointment. Unfortunately, there are not enough crystal cores to support the experiment. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained indifferent, yet he took note of this information in his mind. Although it bore no relevance to evolution, it at least illuminated another function of crystal cores. However, he understood that crystal cores were not as straightforward as Zhou Yuan claimed. The materials within them, after being ingested by mutated beasts, could undoubtedly facilitate the evolution of the mutated beast virus. Subsequently, Zhou Yuan presented various experimental data, frequently elaborating on his analyses, leaving Li Xiaofeng utterly bewildered by the plethora of technical jargon. Enough. Li Xiaofeng, feeling a headache coming on, interrupted Zhou Yuan's discourse. Chapter 104. Neurotoxin to Dr. Zhou. Let us redirect our conversation towards the matter of becoming stronger. Despite being interrupted, Zhou Yuan exhibited no sign of annoyance, continuing to smile as he spoke. The enhancement serum was something I created during the first month of the apocalypse. I specifically studied various mutated beasts and zombies, uncovering that their formidable essence stems from the viruses within them. While the viruses of the two are entirely different, they share certain connections. Zhou Yuan turned and approached a nearby table, upon which lay enlarged images. Clearly, they depicted two distinct viruses, yet their shapes were entirely identical. At least at first glance, their primary similarity was their capacity to engulf. By absorbing other viruses, they could augment their own strength. Zhou Yuan produced several additional images, showcasing viruses that were considerably larger. This also led me to contemplate the possibility of using viruses to empower humanity. However, I failed. Zhou Yuan sighed, a glimmer of nostalgia flitting across his eyes. At the onset of the apocalypse, I developed the first generation of enhancement serum and injected it into a robust individual. Yet, the virus swiftly ravaged that person's nervous system. I inadvertently created a zombie. I realized that the virus might not be the path to human evolution. However, the emergence of awakened individuals allowed my research to achieve a breakthrough. A fervor and excitement danced across Zhou Yuan's face as he eagerly exclaimed, "They can actually develop immunity to the viruses of their same tier. This means I can inject them with the virus without fear of destroying their nervous systems." Yet, I encountered a new dilemma. The enhancement effects of the tier-match virus were far too weak. I then began concentrating the virus, but the concentrated virus reintroduced the old issue, once again threatening to obliterate the awakened individual's nervous systems. Everything seemed to return to square one. My research yielded no results. Zhou Yuan wore a smile as he gazed at Li Xiaofeng, recounting his experimental experiences until I discovered a particular chemical substance that could reduce the sensitivity of nerves, which sounded akin to a weakened version of the virus. However, its invasive nature was quite potent. This also implied that after injecting this substance, the virus would no longer devastate the nervous system. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow slightly, responding slowly, "This is merely a form of chronic demise. While it may allow for temporary survival and the acquisition of power, it ultimately serves only to put a bandage on a deep wound." No wonder Lu Fu appeared devoid of human emotion. It was evident he had been injected with an excessive amount of this substance, rendering his nerves utterly dulled. Zhou Yuan did not counter, shaking his head, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "But if this enables one to grow stronger, is that not sufficient? Moreover, this substance, once purified and concentrated, could also serve an anesthetic function, one that was 100 times more terrifying than ordinary anesthetics." A gentle smile graced Zhou Yuan's face. "Just like the scent you are currently perceiving," that Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Despite having his nerves compromised, he indeed detected a strange aroma. Initially, he thought it merely the typical scent of laboratory reagents. Yet he soon realized it was the odor of neurotoxin. However, due to the slight dullness in his nerves, he did not react immediately. Clap, clap. Zhou Yuan clapped his hands, and from the depths of the corridor emerged 8 individuals, among whom was Lu Fu. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there stood 8 fifth-tier awakened individuals. They were presumably the organization's 8 corpse hunters. Their expressions were vacant, resembling mere husks, yet they remained obedient to Zhou Yuan's commands, unless their nerves were entirely obliterated. At that point, they would be discarded, transforming into yet another crystal core in Zhou Yuan's possession. That I have recently conceived a new experimental idea, to inject a more concentrated virus, thereby creating even stronger subordinates. However, should their bodies receive further injections, their nervous systems would collapse instantaneously. Thus, I require a powerful individual who has never been injected with a virus. Fortunately, you have arrived. Zhou Yuan's demeanor remained exceedingly amicable. As if conversing with an old friend, Li Xiaofeng initially intended to unleash his fury and retaliate violently. But upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, he hesitated that he too was curious whether the concentrated virus would have an effect on him. As for the destruction of his nervous system, he was unconcerned. He was, after all, a zombie. Li Xiaofeng offered no resistance. His eyes began to glaze over, appearing as if under the influence of a toxin. A corpse hunter lifted him onto the glass table where the previous zombie had lain, that he had become a test subject. However, this was merely Zhou Yuan's unilateral desire. Zhou Yuan, brimming with fervor, did not even restrain Li Xiaofeng. He held immense confidence in the concentrated neurotoxin. Turning on his heel, he departed the scene, moving deeper into the corridor. Beneath the eerie green light, several iron doors awaited. Zhou Yuan opened one of the doors on the right and stepped inside. Li Xiaofeng caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, memorizing the room's location. Chapter 105. Sudden outburst. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan emerged clad in a white lab coat, a blue vial now in his hand. This is a concoction distilled from the viruses of numerous formidable mutated beasts, and after my unique concentration process, I typically would not allow an ordinary individual to consume it. However, I am in need of a powerful subordinate. Based on my analysis, if successful, your strength will undergo a significant transformation, making it a mere trifle to contend with the 8 behind me. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained impassive. Indeed, Zhou Yuan was a genius. Beyond the 5th-tier beings lay the Lord-tier creatures, and a transformation in strength was plausible. Had it not been for the system, Li Xiaofeng would have been oblivious to this fact. Zhou Yuan withdrew the serum into a syringe, a smile gracing his features that if this proves successful and I can tame you, I will rely on you to combat those roaches in the marketplace. With your formidable strength combined with my custom insecticide, that colossal cockroach will undoubtedly provide me with new experimental materials. He delicately placed the blue vial aside and drew another colorless serum into the syringe. Presumably the neurotoxin designed to mitigate the virus's assault on the nervous system, that Li Xiaofeng initially anticipated that the needle would struggle to penetrate his skin, yet it effortlessly pierced his body. It must have been a specially designed needle, akin to Zhou Yuan's scalpel, capable of effortlessly breaching even the defenses of a 5th-tier being. However, this was also due to his activation of extreme disguise, significantly diminishing his defenses. The serum slowly coursed into his body, and Li Xiaofeng exhibited no reaction. The neurotoxin's effects were minimal on him. Zhou Yuan, perceiving no signs of trouble, proceeded to inject the concentrated virus. He did so at a cautious pace, seemingly intent on observing Li Xiaofeng's bodily reactions. That Li Xiaofeng's indifferent demeanor suddenly shifted as an electronic tone resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has injected high-concentration virus. Evolution value 500. Ding. Host has injected high-concentration virus. Evolution value 500. It was indeed effective. Gazing at the young, university-like doctor before him, he couldn't help but admire his brilliance. That it was worth noting that the viruses of ordinary organisms no longer offered him any evolution value. Yet this individual had managed to achieve a breakthrough in strength through concentration. A single vial of concentrated virus provided him with a staggering 30,000 evolution points, equivalent to 3 Lord-tier creatures. If true 5th-tier organisms were to emerge, the likelihood of their breakthrough into Lord-level creatures would be exceedingly high. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's face was alight with fervor and excitement, resembling that of a madman, as he incessantly murmured, "It worked. It worked!" Li Xiaofeng clearly had not suffered any neurological devastation. A promising beginning had already constituted a significant portion of success. Zhou Yuan, at this juncture, appeared somewhat frenzied, turning around to laugh heartily. Yet, at that very moment, he noticed the 8 figures before him, displaying expressions of incredulity. Despite their severely dulled senses, they had manifested such a reaction. Behind him, Li Xiaofeng, who had been injected with the virus, slowly sat up. Simultaneously, he began to move his body, having inexplicably acquired 30,000 evolution points. His decision to infiltrate the organization was not in vain. Bathed in the glow of the green light, Zhou Yuan discerned a shadow rising behind him. The smile on his face abruptly froze. However, he refrained from turning back. His keen intuition alerted him to the impending danger, prompting him to dash forward into a room. Concurrently, the 8 corpse hunters closed in around him. They were indeed cautious, opting to retreat from the area, yet they did not choose to flee outward. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Zhou Yuan believed his 8 subordinates were more than capable of handling the situation. Li Xiaofeng had completely reverted to his zombie form. A mere student had instantaneously transformed into a zombie. This stark contrast left the 8 individuals momentarily stunned, although they had endured the effects of a neurotoxin for an extended duration, rendering them exceedingly dull. They still retained some cognitive function. They were perplexed, questioning why someone who was evidently human had morphed into a zombie. But Li Xiaofeng provided them no time for contemplation. His speed surging dramatically, he swiftly approached one of the corpse hunters, thrusting his right hand forward and eviscerating him. A white crystal core was extracted, and the man collapsed, devoid of life, that a fifth-tier organism appeared pitifully fragile before his overwhelming power. The remaining 7, filled with dread, nonetheless charged forward without hesitation. Within mere minutes, 8 lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground, each with a gaping wound in their abdomen where the cores had been forcibly extracted. Li Xiaofeng turned, not reverting to human form, and began searching for Zhou Yuan in a monitoring room. Zhou Yuan watched through the camera as Li Xiaofeng transformed into a zombie and swiftly dispatched the 8 formidable hunters. His expression shifted in shock. He had not anticipated Li Xiaofeng to be so powerful. Had the experiment failed? He had not expected to create another zombie, yet he sensed something was amiss that if the experiment had indeed failed. The neurotoxin should have caused immediate neurological degradation upon injection, manifesting the characteristics of a zombie. At that point, he could have halted the administration of the drug, ensuring that the subject's strength would not reach such heights. It seemed as though the subject had deliberately allowed him to complete the injection. Chapter 106. Consuming the drug. Zhou Yuan found himself puzzled by the unexpected turn of events in the experiment. However, he felt little fear in that moment, for he had coated the room with a mysterious powder, effectively masking the scent of his flesh and blood. The subject should be relying on smell to locate him. And moreover, the intelligence of zombies was exceedingly limited. Yet, Zhou Yuan's expression soon hardened as he realized Li Xiaofeng had approached his room. Did he know my location? A terrifying thought surged within his mind. The subject was far from a mere ordinary zombie. Was this due to evolution, or was it an inherent peculiarity? Despite the imminent life and death crisis, Zhou Yuan's professional instinct compelled him to analyze the situation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Yet an unprecedented chill began to rise within him that a zombie was knocking at the door. And how could it arrive so swiftly? Zhou Yuan deduced that the knocker must indeed be that zombie. In this laboratory, aside from the 8 corpse hunters, no one else could possibly enter. Li Xiaofeng's expression was devoid of emotion, having already locked on Zhou Yuan's location. Seeing the door remain closed, he removed the frying pan strapped to his back. Bang! The resounding noise shattered the silence of the tranquil laboratory, ringing out sharply and jarringly. The alloy door was dented inward. Zhou Yuan's heart raced. He could even see Li Xiaofeng through the gap in the door. The true life and death crisis had arrived. Yet the overwhelming fear that had surged within him dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor. All that remained was a profound sense of regret. There were far too many of his studies left unfinished. Reaching for a nearby handgun, he aimed it directly at his temple. Bang! The deafening sound of impact coincided with the gunshot. The iron door was utterly destroyed, and Zhou Yuan met his indeed. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated such decisiveness from his adversary. The concentrated virus would prove immensely useful. If it could be mass-produced, he would no longer need to expend effort in slaying enemies. Daily consumption of the drug would suffice. However, individuals like Zhou Yuan were perilous. He was difficult to control. If it were to be revealed that he could masquerade as human, it would likely lead to complications. Perhaps death was a blessing in disguise. Li Xiaofeng consoled himself. He began to search the room Zhou Yuan had entered earlier, hoping to uncover any remaining concentrated virus. To his delight, he discovered yet another vial. Beside the drug, there was also a black canister, evidently intended for spraying use. That he disabled the neurotoxin and released a small amount of the liquid within. Instantly, the air was filled with an overwhelmingly acrid stench that nearly induced vomiting. More importantly, the odor rapidly spread, saturating the entire underground laboratory with its nauseating scent. That Li Xiaofeng recalled Zhou Yuan's mention of a specially formulated insecticide. Could this be it? He collected it, planning to test it on a swarm of cockroaches later. He activated the neurotoxin. The scent was truly unbearable. That Li Xiaofeng commenced injecting the concentrated virus. This drug was capable of providing 30,000 evolution points and was exceedingly precious. Crucially, its ingredients were derived from elite organisms. Yet the required quantity was likely immense. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the corpse hunting organization to produce merely 2 vials in 3 months, given the numerous awakened individuals at their disposal. Ding! Host has injected high-concentration virus. Evolution points 500. Ding! Host has injected high-concentration virus. Evolution points 500. After accumulating another 30,000 evolution points, Li Xiaofeng's total had surpassed 80,000, just a step away from his next evolution. Advancing would not only enhance his strength significantly, but also allow him to complete the long-standing weekly task that had plagued him. The weekly task. The birth of a second-tier lord. Task description. Having achieved first-tier lord status, your strength has surged, yet the path of evolution continues, fraught with greater challenges. Advance to become a second-tier lord and continue leading the zombie clan forward. Task duration. Within 7 days. Task reward. Randomly upgrade one skill or talent. This weekly task had troubled him for over a month, although it stated a 7-day time frame upon the conclusion of those 7 days. The subsequent week's task remained unchanged. This frustrating task. Fortunately, he was nearing completion and could finally escape this torment. He needed only to hunt down one more Lord-level creature to achieve his evolution. An idea began to form in his mind. The enormous cockroach Zhou Yuan had previously mentioned. It had proven insurmountable for the corpse hunting organization, undoubtedly a Lord-level creature. After all, there were 8 fifth-tier awakened beings among them. Hunting down a 5th-tier mutated beast would be a trivial matter. Bang! An iron door was completely shattered. This was the last small room that he initially believed it would yield nothing, but it left him in astonishment. Chapter 107. The swarm of cockroaches. To his shock, the room contained a white iron box, filled with a plethora of crystal cores, including both 5th-tier and 4th-tier cores, totaling several hundred. This is the collection amassed by the corpse hunting organization after 3 months of relentless pursuit. Li Xiaofeng's countenance brightened with joy, as he had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. And no wonder the elite zombies and mutated beasts in the city center were so scarce. They had evidently been purged by the corpse hunting organization long ago. This fortunate circumstance spared Li Xiaofeng considerable trouble. After thoroughly ransacking the entire laboratory, he found no further gains that he began to command all the zombie lords to return, preparing to infect the entire organization entirely. There were quite a few awakened individuals within, and crystals such as these could provide evolution points for the orange cat, making them quite valuable at present. An hour later, the zombie team emerged from the underground corpse hunting organization. In Li Xiaofeng's system space, over 100 crystals had reappeared, albeit many were low-tier. For an organization of several hundred individuals to possess over 100 awakened beings is a staggering statistic. While Zhou Yuan's research had its many drawbacks, it was still undeniably useful. Although it led to a slow demise, it was certainly preferable to an immediate death. The choice between the two was self-evident. Li Xiaofeng stood on the street for a moment, intent on heading to the mutated cockroach swarm that Zhou Yuan had mentioned. According to his description, it was sure to harbor Lord-level creatures. He was now but a step away from advancement. The various Lord zombies began to disperse, seeking nearby shopping malls. Their intelligence had greatly increased. With merely a simple description, they could pinpoint their destination. The efficiency of their dispersed search was remarkably high. Within just half a day's time, a single Lord zombie successfully located the target. Li Xiaofeng promptly commanded the multitude of zombies to regroup and hasten toward the site. The shopping mall was situated on the outskirts of the city center, and he was uncertain whether the mutated cockroach swarm truly existed, but having found no other malls nearby, he decided to investigate. A multitude of zombies stood before the mall, which boasted 9 circular floors surrounded by various shops. Li Xiaofeng cautiously stepped inside, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Compared to encountering the mutated rats, this exhilaration was even more intense than a more formidable lord creature. Despite his internal excitement, Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, forcing himself to remain composed. He immediately led the zombie squad to exit the mall and devise a new plan. However, a sudden turn of events transpired. The previously tranquil mall erupted with a cacophony of noise as a torrent of black cockroaches surged forth from every shop, corridor, and staircase. The smallest of these cockroaches were the size of a fist, akin to giant insects. The swarm descended like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf the zombies entirely. Li Xiaofeng felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck and swiftly guided hundreds of zombies to flee. Despite anticipating a horrifying number of cockroaches, the scene before him far exceeded his imagination. Looking up, he could no longer see any red light, only complete darkness. Countless black cockroaches had completely obscured the blood-red sun. Surrounding the 500-odd zombies that Li Xiaofeng's expression turned grave, it was likely that even the Lord creatures would face peril. When numbers reached a certain threshold, qualitative changes would occur. Each bite from a single cockroach was enough to obliterate a zombie. Li Xiaofeng began to leverage viral infection, attempting to spread chaos among the mutated cockroaches, yet all was in vain. The disparity in numbers was far too great. With each appearance of a zombie cockroach, it would be instantly torn to shreds. Even the ordinary cockroach's mandibles could inflict minor damage on elite zombies. Every zombie was swarmed by black cockroaches, and at the moment of contact, some zombies were completely devoured. There were likely thousands of mutated cockroaches in the air, and the number of ordinary cockroaches was incalculable. Even at that moment, more cockroaches continued to flutter in from every corner of the mall. While the mutated orange cat could still eliminate them in an instant, it was utterly insufficient against the overwhelming numbers that Li Xiaofeng's expression grew solemn as he recalled the specially formulated insecticide in his backpack. He hoped it would prove effective. Zhou Yuan's concoction should be quite potent, but he sprayed the insecticide from the bottle in an instant. The foul odor permeated the air, rapidly spreading at a terrifying pace. Within a short time, the entire mall was enveloped. Li Xiaofeng's countenance shifted. The cockroaches before him suddenly froze, then began to drop to the ground in droves. Countless ordinary cockroaches were annihilated almost instantaneously, and the lower-tier mutated cockroaches could only endure for a mere 10 seconds before swaying and collapsing as if intoxicated. Only mutated cockroaches of Tier 3 and above managed to endure without falling. But their combat prowess was likewise significantly diminished. Zhou Yuan truly was a remarkable talent. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated such an excellent outcome, as the terrifying quantity of mutated cockroaches was resolved in an instant. Chapter 108. Tier 2 Lord. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the mall. Li Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed sharply as he beheld a massive shadow lunging towards him from above. His reflexes were instantaneous as he grasped his frying pan tightly. Heavy strike, battle frenzy, hardened skin. With all three skills activated, Li Xiaofeng's strength surged dramatically. He struck fiercely at the enormous cockroach. However, to his astonishment, while the cockroach was repelled, he himself was forced back several steps, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, struggling to maintain his grip on the frying pan. For the first time, this normally formidable individual found himself suppressed. The colossal cockroach shook its head. Appearing equally surprised that it was then that Li Xiaofeng clearly discerned its form. An enormous black cockroach, slightly unfurling its wings, its size far exceeding that of an orange cat, measuring well over 10 meters. The antennae atop its head were exceptionally long, swaying aimlessly. Insightful name. Mutated Cockroach King Tier. Tier 2 Lord. Li Xiaofeng's insightful. I could only reveal its tier. It was incapable of discerning its talents or skills. This left Li Xiaofeng at a disadvantage, knowing only the opponent's strength tier and position. This was the first Tier 2 Lord he had encountered, which explained its ability to command such a terrifying horde of cockroaches. At that moment, the Cockroach King let out a fierce roar, its speed surging once more as it charged directly at Li Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, the mutated orange cat, which Li Xiaofeng had placed great hopes upon, swayed unsteadily, evidently affected by the specially formulated insecticide. After all, mutated beasts lacked the neurotic resilience of zombies. Fortunately, aside from the orange cat, he had 7 other Lord zombies. 8 Lord creatures besieging a Tier 2 Lord. Simultaneously, Li Xiaofeng activated 3 enhancement skills for 4 of the zombies in an instant. The combat power of the 4 zombies soared. However, the strength of the mutated Cockroach King was equally formidable. The disparity between first-tier and second-tier lords was immense, far surpassing the gap between elite creatures. After all, it required 100,000 evolution points for elevation, resulting in a substantial increase in power. For a time, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The orange cat still displayed signs of discomfort, even sneezing repeatedly. The Cockroach King appeared somewhat impatient. With a roar akin to that of a colossal beast, it unleashed an even stronger aura. Its powers surged instantaneously. Li Xiaofeng could not discern its exact details, but he speculated it was another enhancement skill in an instant. The zombie lords found it increasingly difficult to withstand its onslaught. The Cockroach King's antennae whipped about with lightning speed, ensnaring a zombie lord and pulling it back, its ghastly mandibles gnashing at the captured zombie lord. Did I end the blink of an eye? The zombie was grievously wounded. Did I end this critical moment? Li Xiaofeng had no choice but to mentally control Xiao Zhuang, activating rapid recovery and charged forward, aiming to save the beleaguered zombie. Yet the mutated cockroach king remained indifferent, having evidently developed a higher level of intelligence, understanding that it was better to sacrifice a finger than to lose an entire hand. Its mandibles tore into the zombie with ferocity, and in no time, the unfortunate creature was drenched in blood. Xiao Zhuang arrived before its mandibles, relying on its resilient form to disregard the onslaught. Simultaneously, it retrieved the specially formulated insecticide from its backpack. Before the cockroach king could evade, a deluge of insecticide was sprayed directly into its maw, though the insecticide's impact in the air was minimal. Injecting it directly into its body exponentially amplified its potency. Here, drink your fill. In merely a brief moment, the mutated cockroach king began to convulse violently. Its antennae loosened, yet the zombie was nearly devoured, appearing utterly beyond salvation. Even the core had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, the mutated cockroach king struggled fiercely, its antennae ensnaring Xiao Zhuang, while its sharp mandibles incessantly gnawed at him. However, Xiao Zhuang's own defensive capabilities were astonishing, coupled with rapid regeneration. Rendering him entirely unafraid, he continued to frantically spray the specially formulated insecticide into its maw. The cockroach king's strength was waning. Although the insecticide did not kill it, it nonetheless plunged it into a state of weakness. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiaofeng dashed forward, simultaneously having Xiaopeng enhance him with a berserk technique, significantly increasing his attack speed. His black frying pan struck the mutated cockroach king with reckless abandon in its weakened state. The cockroach king's defenses had notably diminished, causing it to stagger under Li Xiaofeng's relentless blows. Enhanced by the newfound speed, Li Xiaofeng struck as if in a seizure, and within mere minutes, he had bludgeoned a second-tier lord creature to death. The remaining higher-tier mutated cockroaches in the vicinity, though still alive, wobbled away into the skies. Despite their slow pace, they exhibited remarkable intelligence. Though in a state of panic, they chose to flee. Although Li Xiaofeng and his companions were immensely powerful, they were incapable of flight. Fortunately, the ground was littered with thousands of low-tier mutated cockroaches. Although they had lost a lord-level zombie, the losses could be easily recuperated. For Li Xiaofeng, it was merely a matter of weighing benefits and losses. Chapter 109. The trembling fatal strike. He bent down to utilize his powers of extraction and collection on the cockroach king. Ding, collection successful. Obtained the mutated cockroach king's antennae. Ding, collection successful. Obtained a second-tier lord's core. Ding, extraction successful. Acquired the skill hard shell. Li Xiaofeng was astonished that the extraction had succeeded once again. Hard shell, when activated, it condenses a black shell on designated parts of the body, capable of resisting and diminishing various physical attacks. Li Xiaofeng was uncertain of the skill's power, yet since it was derived from a second-tier lord, it should possess some degree of defensive capability. That he handed the red orb to Xiao Zhuang for him to consume, as this skill was not one he desired. Observing the orange cat nearby, still wobbling, yet steadfastly approaching with an expression of pleading and adorableness, Li Xiaofeng ultimately tossed the core to it. Had the insecticide not affected the orange cat, it would undoubtedly have triumphed greatly. With its terrifying attack power, it could surely breach the defenses of the cockroach king. Ding! The host is consuming the flesh of the second-tier lord. Evolution points 1000. Ding! The zombies under the host command are consuming the flesh of the second-tier lord. Evolution points 250. Li Xiaofeng's evolution points surged once more, accumulating a total of 40,000 points. Ding! The host's evolution points have reached 100,000, meeting the conditions for advancement. Advancing. Ding! Advancement complete. The host's strength, speed, and other fundamental abilities have significantly increased. Current tier. Second-tier lord. Ding! The host has comprehended the skill. Trembling Fatal Strike. Trembling Fatal Strike. Harnessing the power of vibrations, it disregards the enemy's armor, directly inflicting severe damage to their internal organs. The greater the force, the more devastating the vibrations. Cooldown time. 1 minute. Ding! The host's commanding skill has upgraded. The current number of zombies under control is 200. Ding! The host's skill Battle Frenzy has leveled up. When activated, it provides a battle power increase of 150. Battle Frenzy has reached maximum level. Additional effect. Duration doubled. Li Xiaofeng rejoiced in his heart, having unexpectedly grasped the skill Trembling Fatal Strike. Its description clearly indicated that it could ignore armor, and the damage was contingent upon strength. This was a truly complementary skill for him. It rivaled the extreme berserk state of the mutated orange cat without a doubt. Furthermore, the cooldown was a mere minute. He now possessed the capability to engage in battles beyond his tier. Simultaneously, his Battle Frenzy had also reached maximum level, with the additional effect extending its duration down a full 4 minutes of doubled battle power, combined with his newly comprehended skill, likely rendered his lethality surpassing that of the mutated orange cat. His foundational strength had also seen a tremendous boost, multiplying several times compared to a first-tier lord. That no wonder that Cockroach King could withstand multiple lord-level zombies without faltering. The advancement between each tier of lords was immensely significant. However, the evolution points required for his next advancement had escalated to a staggering 200,000. Meanwhile, the electronic voice in his mind continued to chime. Ding. The host has successfully completed the weekly task, second-tier lord. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. The host's talent Titanic Strength has been upgraded. Passive effect. Quadruples, triples strength. Though Titanic Strength may seem unremarkable, it is a passive talent that provides substantial boosts every time, coupled with his Trembling Fatal Strike. His lethality escalated further. Having finally completed this frustrating weekly task, which had stymied him for over a month, Li Xiaofeng began to orchestrate the elite zombies to methodically consume the mutated cockroaches. Thousands of mutated cockroaches were sufficient to nurture several lord-level zombies. However, the sheer number of ordinary cockroaches on the ground was overwhelming, consuming a considerable amount of Li Xiaofeng's time. After 2 full days, he finally cleared the mutated cockroaches that he chose not to collect them, as the materials from these elite cockroaches held little value. He merely retained the cores. However, there were only a few dozen second-tier cores. The first-tier mutated cockroaches lacked cores. Over the span of 2 days, the thousands of mutated cockroaches had bolstered his zombie army by an impressive 8 lord-level zombies. The strength of his team surged once more. Boasting a total of 16 lord-level creatures, 1 zombie had perished, including 1 second-tier lord. Likewise, Li Xiaofeng, leveraging his newly upgraded commanding skill, regained control over 100 elite zombies, further expanding his roster. With a grand gesture, Li Xiaofeng stepped forth with a resolute stride, ready to continue his hunt. Just then, a sudden ding echoed in his mind, yet no information accompanied it. Is the system malfunctioning? He closed his eyes, and the system panel materialized in his mind. While all other aspects remained unchanged, the map's markings flickered with a soft glow. Is there a problem in Wanning City? Chapter 110. Encountering the Golden Eagle again, Li Xiaofeng opened the map, discovering no other issues and no signs of mutated beasts invading. However, at the city's center, a yellow light pulsed incessantly, and he attempted to zoom in on the map to ascertain what it was. But no information materialized. Typically, if mutated beasts were present, the map would indicate their tiered. As Li Xiaofeng pondered this mystery, a towering yellow beam suddenly pierced the sky in the distance, judging by its location. It clearly emanated from Wanning City, aligning with the glowing marker on the map, leading him to a certain conclusion. Wanning City must have encountered some upheaval. The radiant yellow beam was blinding, visible even from Chili City. Based on his analysis, this beam was likely visible throughout the entire province. That Li Xiaofeng immediately resolved to return home. Should an opportunity arise at his base and be seized by others, it would spell disaster. The zombie horde commenced a swift retreat, choosing to depart from Chili City. They had already amassed sufficient gains. Returning to Wanning City was paramount. Over 600 zombies embarked on their journey homeward. All elite zombies, accompanied by over a dozen lord-level creatures leading the way. Should they encounter another swarm of mutated rats, they could easily overpower them. Upon reaching the familiar highway, the zombie horde pressed on without pause, estimating that they would arrive in Wanning City in a day and a half. Along the way, no incidents occurred. Yet at that moment, a cry from a mutated beast abruptly resonated. Ka! This sound was all too familiar to Li Xiaofeng, identical to that of the golden eagle they had encountered previously. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground, and the elite zombies beside him did likewise. The leading zombies all fell into a familiar act of feigned death. However, the mutated orange cat did not retreat into the woods. Instead, it activated its extreme berserk state, its eyes glowing crimson. Meow. It emitted a thunderous cat call, defiantly gazing at the golden eagle above, exuding an air of battle readiness. Li Xiaofeng raised his head slightly, observing the orange cat's imposing demeanor. The hefty feline had certainly grown bolder. Last time, it had fled in terror, whether due to the orange cat's provocation or some other reason. The golden eagle suddenly swooped down upon them. Its massive shadow enveloped the zombie squad, while the other elite zombies instinctively gazed skyward, releasing a series of wild roars. Yet Li Xiaofeng sensed something amiss. The shadow looming above seemed rather small. He craned his neck to glimpse the approaching mutated beast. Indeed, it was the golden eagle. However, it appeared smaller than before, its menace less intimidating. Could it possibly not be the same one from earlier? As the golden eagle drew closer, within a kilometer range, Li Xiaofeng activated his Eye of Insight. Name: Mutated Golden Eagle. Rank: Second-Tier Lord. Just a mere second-tier lord. Li Xiaofeng was certain that this was not the same golden eagle as before. Its size had diminished considerably, and its aura was significantly weaker. The previous golden eagle was at least a fourth-tier lord, while this second-tier lord golden eagle aimed its sharp claws at a first-tier lord. How audacious for a creature of the same rank to act so arrogantly. Li Xiaofeng remained motionless, but he had already prepared himself for an overwhelming strike. His battle spirit surged, the golden eagle shrieked, lunging directly at a zombie lord. However, an exhilarating sensation suddenly coursed through its body, the allure of the same-tier virus compelling it to retreat. To its astonishment, there was a second-tier lord among the zombie horde. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiaofeng sprang into action, a black frying pan appearing in his hand as he leapt into the air. No creature shall harm my subordinates in my presence. This is a provocation of my dignity, unless its strength surpasses mine. Tremor of annihilation. A colossal frying pan descended with ferocity, producing a whooshing sound due to its immense power. Bang! A deafening impact reverberated. The golden eagle cried out in agony. Its head twisted at an unnatural angle. Even more critically, the bizarre force of vibration swiftly penetrated into its skull, delivering a devastating blow. Simultaneously, the mutated orange cat had long been prepared. Under extreme acceleration, its leaping abilities surged. Claw slice. The razor-sharp claws cut through without obstruction, and a massive golden eagle was thus dismembered. Li Xiaofeng had anticipated this outcome. The enormous frying pan spread out. Bang, bang, bang. The massive corpse of the golden eagle plummeted into the frying pan. And due to its sheer size, more of the body fell outside. The golden eagle was so large that one pan could not contain it. The synergy between Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat was nothing short of perfect. However, this time, Li Xiaofeng took the lead, for the power of the tremor of annihilation was utterly terrifying. He could almost ascertain that after being struck by him, the golden eagle would struggle to even fly. Chapter 111. The Turmoil in Wanting City. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained the crystal core of a second-tier lord. Ding. Ability extraction failed. Ding. The host is devouring the flesh and blood of the second-tier lord. Evolution value 1000. Ding. The zombies under your command are devouring the flesh and blood of the second-tier lord. Evolution value 250. Although the ability extraction failed and only one crystal core was obtained, it provided him with 40,000 evolution values. His evolution value surged to over 60,000. Yet he remained far from the target of 200,000. However, after the orange cat consumed the crystal core and a substantial amount of flesh, it too successfully advanced. The orange cat was not robbed of evolution value by Li Xiaofeng, and its ability to consume crystal cores allowed it to evolve at a pace that was not inferior to Li Xiaofeng's. Ding, your pet, the mutated orange cat, has reached an evolution value of 100,000. Conditions for advancement met. Advancing now. Ding, advancement completed. The mutated orange cat's strength, speed, and other foundational powers have significantly increased. Ding, skill claw slice upgraded. Now possesses enhanced defensive penetration. Ding, skill frenzied slaughter upgraded. Each enemy killed increases strength by 1, up to a maximum of 150. Although the mutated orange cat did not comprehend new skills nor enhance its extreme acceleration, upgrading 2 skills at once was still a substantial improvement. Together, the zombie and the cat could likely attempt to hunt third-tier lord creatures. just as Li Xiaofeng was reveling in his success. A piercing and sorrowful cry suddenly echoed from the southwestern direction of Huagua, near the Qingshan mountain range in Qingbei City. Terrifying sound waves rapidly spread, shattering numerous high-rises and causing chaos throughout the city. Zombies nearby had their heads exploded, including elite zombies, while lower-tier mutated beasts also met unfortunate fates that in the center of Qingbei City. A group of golden eagles emitted mournful cries, numbering in the dozens. Each golden eagle was a lord-level creature, with the lead eagle displaying an enraged, almost human-like fury in its eyes that gazed northward, already sensing the death of its kin. The golden eagle leader spread its massive wings, spanning several dozen meters, casting a shadow over the land as it swiftly flew northward. Had Li Xiaofeng been present, he would have instantly recognized this golden eagle, the very mutated beast that had once instilled fear in him. Completely unaware of the uprising among the golden eagles, Li Xiaofeng, after consuming the mutated golden eagle, led his zombie horde on their journey once more. Aware of his growing strength, Li Xiaofeng felt an immense sense of joy. Riding atop the mutated orange cat while casually picking his teeth with an iron needle, their progress was swift. In less than half a day, they arrived at Wanning City. Fortunately, they had perfectly missed the golden eagle leader. After all, Qingbei City was still a considerable distance from Wanning City, with the South Rain base situated in between. While the golden eagle's speed was astonishing, it still failed to locate its adversary. Li Xiaofeng remained blissfully ignorant, while the entire South Rain base trembled in fear. Despite having firmly established its foothold, it remained in dread of the golden eagle. To eradicate the golden eagle horde. The base had dispatched 2 waves of awakened teams, but according to the images sent back, they had been swiftly annihilated, failing to bring down even a single golden eagle. The South Rain base could only strive to avoid provoking the golden eagle horde, quietly focusing on its own development. Upon Li Xiaofeng's return to Wanning City, the towering yellow beam of light had vanished, yet the system's map still glowed with yellow, allowing him to easily pinpoint the location. Once back in Wanning City, the strength of the numerous zombies increased by another 10. Without delay, he made his way toward the source of the yellow light, filled with curiosity. Could it be some heavenly treasure? Consuming one could shatter the void and grant immortality. Li Xiaofeng had already decided on his moniker, the Zombie Immortal, a name that exuded dominance, that he disregarded the elite zombies trailing behind him and sped toward the city center alongside over 10 Lord-level zombies. Confident they could handle any potential threat, the elite zombies now served merely as cannon fodder. That moment, a notification pinged on the map of Wanning City. Li Xiaofeng opened it to find 4 red dots entering Wanning City from the south. A brief glance revealed their identities. Human Awakeners, 1 5th-tier Awakener and 3 4th-tier Awakeners, likely dispatched by the South Rain base. After all, the phenomenon in Wanning City was visible throughout the entire province. As the only large human base in the province, they had no reason not to send someone to investigate. Li Xiaofeng paid them no mind, continuing on his path to the city center. Confident the Awakeners would present themselves willingly. His speed was astonishing, and in no time, he reached the city center. The yellow light was located atop a high-rise building, the very place where he had feasted on watermelon before. Navigating the familiar terrain, he approached cautiously, activating his inside eye, but found no red phantoms in sight, no enemies. Chapter 112. The beginning of a merchant in the apocalypse, he felt puzzled and sent Xiao Zhuang ahead. Even if any danger lurked, Xiao Zhuang could hold for a while, allowing him to consider whether to fight or flee. After transferring his consciousness, he controlled Xiao Zhuang to ascend to the rooftop. Contrary to expectations, there were no enemies, nor was there any heavenly treasure. Instead, a small yellow dog stood on the rooftop, its eyes sparkling and its short tail wagging incessantly. Its form showed no signs of mutation. Clearly unaffected by the virus, resembling a small dog from peaceful times, Li Xiaofeng grew increasingly cautious. Something was amiss. He drew a rifle from his backpack and shot the dog directly, that if it were an ordinary dog, it would undoubtedly be riddled with bullets. Yet the outcome left him astounded. The bullets passed right through the dog's body. The dog showed no movement. The rifle bullets merely struck the air. The strange occurrence left him hesitant. Ultimately, curiosity overwhelmed him, and he controlled Xiao Zhuang to activate rapid recovery, approaching the small yellow dog. Just as he drew near, the dog seemed to sense him. Woof! A crisp bark emanated, causing Xiao Zhuang to shudder, nearly turning to flee. However, no danger ensued. Instead, green text projected above the dog's head that Li Xiaofeng cursed himself for being timid. Startled by an ordinary dog in Xiao Zhuang's view, a green interface appeared almost instantaneously. The initial words left Li Xiaofeng in shock. Merchant of the Apocalypse. Below was a list of goods. It displayed various categories, including weapons, defense, support, and survival. That Li Xiaofeng stood still, lost in thought. He was uncertain of the origin of this merchant, feeling its sudden appearance was too abrupt. Inquiring the system yielded no response, leaving him to wonder whether the system was unaware or simply withholding information. Alien civilization. Li Xiaofeng felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. The scene before him unfolded with an unsettling peculiarity. Yet, with the apocalypse upon them, the remainder of the circumstances seemed almost bearable. He maneuvered Xiao Zhuang to extend a finger, directing it towards a category of weaponry. As anticipated, it was indeed a touchscreen. The interface above shifted once more, revealing an extensive array of weaponry listings. The first-tier battle knife. Remarkably durable, exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly penetrating the armor of third-tier elite creatures. Price: 5 third-tier crystal cores. That second-tier battle knife. Remarkably durable, exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly penetrating the armor of fifth-tier elite creatures. Price: 5 fifth-tier crystal cores. Third-tier battle knife. Remarkably durable, exceptionally sharp, capable of penetrating the armor of first-tier lord creatures. Price: 10 first-tier lord crystal cores. Special liquid cold weapon. Shape-shifting and will remarkably durable, consuming crystal core energy. The higher the embedded cores tier, the greater the power. Price: 5 first-tier lord crystal cores. Special laser gun. Consuming crystal core energy. Power determined by the tier of the crystal core, capable of embedding up to 5th-tier cores, inflicting damage upon 5th-tier creatures. Price: 1 first-tier lord crystal core. Li Xiaofeng was somewhat bewildered. The currency demanded by this merchant was, astonishingly, the crystal cores of creatures. Moreover, the weapons for sale were clearly not products of this planet. They seemed to belong to a civilization of a higher order. Could it truly be an extraterrestrial civilization? Li Xiaofeng sensed something amiss. Do alien beings truly require crystal cores? This was merely the merchandise offered by a rudimentary post-apocalyptic merchant. Based on his conjectures, there must exist intermediate and advanced merchants, whose wares would undoubtedly be even more formidable than if such weapons were available. Why would extraterrestrial entities not simply annihilate various powerful creatures to obtain crystal cores? Why go through this convoluted process? Li Xiaofeng only understood that crystal cores facilitated the evolution of mutated beasts. Beyond that, he was utterly ignorant. Could it be that the so-called extraterrestrial beings were the mutated beasts themselves? His mind was rife with confusion. Although the apocalypse had arrived, rendering all events conceivable, he still believed that every existing phenomenon must have a source, including this so-called post-apocalyptic merchant. He clicked on the defense category once more. First-tier battle armor. Incredibly hard, remarkably durable, capable of withstanding attacks from third-tier creatures. Price: 8 third-tier crystal cores. That's second-tier battle armor. Incredibly hard, remarkably durable, capable of withstanding attacks from 5th-tier creatures. Price: 8 5th-tier crystal cores. Third-tier battle armor. Incredibly hard, remarkably durable, capable of diminishing the attacks of first-tier lord creatures. Price: 15 first-tier lord crystal cores. Basic liquid armor. Shape-shifting at will, requiring crystal core energy. The defense is related to the tier of the embedded crystal core. Price: 8 first-tier lord crystal cores. Basic flame fortress turret. Inflicting fire damage on lord creatures, with a burning effect, requiring embedded lord-level crystal cores. Price: 10 first-tier lord crystal cores. Basic ice fortress turret. Inflicting ice damage on lord creatures, with a freezing effect, requiring embedded lord-level crystal cores. Price: 10 first-tier lord crystal cores. Basic lightning fortress turret. Inflicting lightning damage on lord creatures, with a stunning effect, requiring embedded lord-level crystal cores. Price: 10 first-tier lord crystal cores. Chapter 113. Purchasing equipment. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. Was the level of this extraterrestrial civilization not astonishingly high? He had only heard of such things in online games during peacetime, and here they were in tangible form. Moreover, these fortress turrets could inflict damage on lord creatures that in his view, Lord creatures were currently formidable entities, at least on land, that if he had a sufficient number of crystal cores, he could simply purchase 1,000 fortress turrets and lure powerful mutated beasts to await his advancement. However, this small yellow dog required at least third-tier crystal cores, rendering his abundant second-tier cores useless. Just as he was lamenting, his gaze flicked to the upper right corner of the store interface, where the words Crystal Core Exchange appeared. Intrigued, he clicked on it, discovering it was dedicated to the exchange of crystal cores. First tier Lord Crystal Core, 5th tier Crystal Core 10, 1 5th tier Crystal Core, 4th tier Crystal Core 2, 1 4th tier Crystal Core, 3rd tier Crystal Core 2, 1 3rd tier Crystal Core, 2nd tier Crystal Core 2, 1 calculating. 1 5th tier Crystal Core required 8 2nd tier Crystal Cores. However, to exchange for a Lord Crystal Core, the ratio reached an astounding 10:1, yet this also indirectly indicated the formidable nature of Lord creatures. Additionally, beneath the Crystal Core Exchange interface was a note stating, the exchanged crystal cores are not physical items but virtual currency, usable solely in the post-apocalyptic store. This implied that converting one's crystal cores yielded a string of numbers only applicable within the shop. The origin of this enigmatic post-apocalyptic store placed immense value on crystal cores, resolutely adhering to a policy of influx without outflow. The Li Xiaofeng continued browsing the other two categories, which included various auxiliary equipment. Basic communication device, usable for communication, comprising one main unit and 100 communication instruments. Price: 10 first-tier Lord Crystal Cores. Basic Zombie Virus Serum, capable of eliminating the virus from 5th-tier zombies. Price: 5 5th-tier Crystal Cores. Pure Water Source Provider, capable of extracting moisture from the underground and automatically separating impurities and viruses, providing sufficient drinking water for 10,000 individuals daily. Price: 1 first-tier Lord Crystal Core. As he scrolled through the rows of auxiliary equipment, Li Xiaofeng found the offerings largely inconsequential. However, two items piqued his interest: City Shield, capable of withstanding assaults from high-tier mutated beasts covering the entire city. Priced based on area: 10 first-tier Lord Crystal Cores per 1,000 5th-tier Lord Crystal Cores. The shield consumes crystal core energy, and note, the stronger the attack endured, the greater the energy expenditure. Basic Flying Apparatus, enables biological flight, reaching speeds of 10 meters per second, though directional changes in the air are challenging. Price: 5 first-tier Lord Crystal Cores. One item could envelop an entire city, while the other was a flying device. However, both were prohibitively expensive. This post-apocalyptic shop was undoubtedly akin to a black market. Nevertheless, some items were exceedingly practical, and Li Xiaofeng felt a stirring of desire. Li Xiaofeng glanced at the system's storage space for crystal cores, roughly calculating that if he exchanged all for second-tier cores, he would possess around 1,600, but this was after plundering the corpse hunting organization and hunting various mutated beasts over the course of 3 months. Despite having eradicated 2 mutated beast hordes, the majority of mutated rats and cockroaches were merely first-tier mutants, lacking any crystal cores. This meant that first-tier crystal cores were non-existent, as for Lord Crystal Cores. He possessed not a single one. Even the crystal core of the deceased Lord Zombie had been devoured by the mutated orange cat. He cast a resentful glance at the plump feline, lamenting, had he known, he should have saved some .1 Lord Crystal Core, equated to 80 second-tier crystal cores, that he placed 5 third-tier crystal cores on the interface, intending to purchase a first-tier battle knife for experimentation. Suddenly, the unassuming yellow dog opened its mouth wide, its maw disproportionately large compared to its body, a gluttonous creature. As Li Xiaofeng observed the small dog's appearance, his brow arched, recalling a fierce beast from ancient mythology. The crystal cores were promptly swallowed by the dog. Li Xiaofeng maneuvered Xiao Zhuang to touch the small dog, which passed through as if nothing were there. The originally physical crystal cores vanished without a trace. Such technological prowess exceeded Li Xiaofeng's imagination. It was evident that this was technology, as the little dog exhibited no emotions, resembling a mere program within a computer. Moments later, a white battle knife was regurgitated by the dog. The blade measured approximately 1 meter in length and 3 inches in width, its edge appearing exceedingly sharp. Clang! With a gentle flick of the blade, a crisp, ringing sound resonated. Although Li Xiaofeng lacked professional knowledge, he could still discern that this war knife was crafted from materials far superior to mere steel. Running his fingers along the blade, he could distinctly sense its sharpness, suggesting it could effortlessly slice through ordinary third-tier creatures. While it was somewhat pricey, at least it was a genuine item. His curiosity about the origins of this apocalyptic shop was insatiable, yet without any clues, he found himself unable to speculate further. Li Xiaofeng began to contemplate the equipment he ought to acquire. Chapter 114. The arrival of the Awakened One's 1,600 second-tier crystal cores equated to 200 fifth-tier crystal cores, or 21st-tier Lord crystal cores. This could buy him liquid weapons and liquid armor. Although these seemed to be capable of transforming at will and were reasonably priced, they required a continuous consumption of crystal core energy, leaving the exact expenditure unknown. Given Li Xiaofeng's currently meager resources, such items were beyond his reach. Alternatively, he could consider purchasing 2 city defense turrets, but even if Wanting City fell, it would have little consequence for him. At most, he would lose a 10% combat power buff .as for laser guns. They too were outside his consideration, being both costly and of limited effectiveness, able to deal with only 5th-tier creatures while consuming energy. Ultimately, he resolved to procure a standard battle armor and battle knife. While these would not significantly benefit him, or the mutated orange cat, arming the zombies under his command would yield substantial changes. Besides, both items boasted excellent durability. It appeared that the apocalyptic merchant had only recently emerged. First, he would arm himself, hunt mutated beasts, and acquire crystal cores. This was the path to a virtuous cycle, though any subordinate could abandon him at a critical moment. He aimed for total victory against ordinary mutated beasts should he frequently replace his subordinates. His zombie squad would never grow stronger. For now, they served merely as cannon fodder, but in the future, they would require pivotal roles. In this apocalypse, one person's strength was perpetually insufficient that he pondered which tier of battle knife to exchange for a first-tier battle knife could only breach the armor of third-tier creatures, yielding minimal impact. The third-tier battle knife, while potent and capable of penetrating the armor of first-tier lords, offered poor value for money, allowing for the purchase of only 2, which was not particularly meaningful. He sighed, wishing that the system could forge such weapons. The system's crafting? Suddenly, he froze, a realization dawning upon him regarding the system's capabilities. Although he lacked the materials to forge such equipment, what if he merely attempted synthesis? He purchased another first-tier battle knife, placing it into the system's material storage space, and a crafting interface materialized in his mind that he placed the 2 white battle knives together, opting not to add crystal cores, but rather to select the crafting option directly. A faint glow flashed, and the 2 knives merged into a single new battle knife. Had he succeeded? His expression brightened as he retrieved the new battle knife from his backpack. Xiao Zhuang had already reached first-tier lord status, with defenses far surpassing others of the same tier. An ideal candidate to test the knife's sharpness. Moments later, the testing concluded, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. The sharpness of this battle knife could now penetrate the armor of 5th-tier creatures. This meant he had crafted a second-tier battle knife at the cost of merely 2 first-tier knives, equivalent to using 10 third-tier crystal cores to create a knife valued at 20, essentially a forced discount. Yet his experiments were far from over. What would be the cost of crafting a third-tier battle knife specifically designed to combat lord creatures? His excitement surged as he continued his testing. When the results emerged, he could barely contain his exhilaration, trembling with anticipation that it required only 5 second-tier battle knives. In other words, a third-tier battle knife valued at 800 second-tier crystal cores could be crafted using merely 100 crystal cores. He had never anticipated that the crafting function he had overlooked would prove so immensely beneficial. After testing, he found that crafting battle armor yielded similar results. Ultimately, through crafting, he exchanged 1,600 second-tier crystal cores for 5 pieces of third-tier battle armor and 8 third-tier battle knives. This was a resounding profit that he allocated the 5 pieces of armor to himself and the 4 zombies he commanded. Unlike other zombies, he was reluctant to part with these with immense potential unless faced with a life-and-death crisis. As for the mutated orange cat, it was far too large to wear any armor, unless he purchased liquid armor. However, both liquid armor and liquid weapons could only be directly purchased, rendering the crafting function moot. The 8 battle knives were distributed among the 8 lord zombies, while he himself had a frying pan and thus had no immediate use for them. Now, the strength of his zombie squad had significantly increased. Even without him and the orange cat, they could easily hunt down mutated beast packs. Li Xiaofeng gazed with satisfaction at his zombie squad, clad in suits and wielding battle knives, appearing immensely formidable. The other 4 zombies donned third-tier battle armor, entirely black and covering their bodies, save for their fearsome faces, a clear indication of extraordinary prowess. Just as Li Xiaofeng was about to test the knife, he noticed several red dots on the map encroaching upon the city center. They were the 5 awakened ones from the Non-Yu base, but he stowed away his third-tier battle armor, disguised himself as a human, and exited the building first. The radiance emitted by the apocalyptic merchant had long since vanished. He did not wish for other mutated beasts or humans to arrive here, with enough crystal cores. This merchant could easily become an arsenal. Sooner or later, he would be able to arm a tremendously powerful zombie army. The awakened squad hurriedly approached. Chapter 115. To capture the leader of the group. A young man clad in a trench coat with extraordinarily long hair that obscured one eye, resembled a quintessential non-mainstream character of the apocalypse that as he ran, his trench coat and long hair swayed in unison. The other 3 members, 2 men and 1 woman, were similarly youthful, with one displaying a rather youthful visage. Go, what on earth has happened in Wanning City? Such strange phenomena. Surely the entire province can see it. One team member glanced at the long-haired man leading the way. Cannot say. The team leader tossed his hair back, adopting an air of mystery. The girl behind him twitched her lips after spending much time together. She still found it difficult to get accustomed to his pretentiousness. The 4 soon arrived at their predetermined location, the very building before them. Yet they suddenly halted in their tracks, their eyes narrowing as they observed a student who had spotted them. His expression frantic as he attempted to flee, appearing guilty as if caught in the act. The team leader's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the opportunity had already been seized by him? Ever since they became awakened, the enhancement of their powers had rendered them utterly addicted. They could not afford to miss any opportunity to end this apocalypse. Personal strength was paramount. The world was now ruled by the strong. Stop! The long-haired man bellowed, dashing forward to intercept the fleeing student. Simultaneously, one of his teammates swiftly drew a handgun from his waist, aiming directly at Li Xiaofeng's legs with precision. Although it would not kill him, incapacitating him would ensure that he could not take any treasures with him. In the instant the bullet was fired, Li Xiaofeng twisted his body to evade. However, this brief delay allowed the long-haired man to close the distance. As the only 5th-tier awakened among the group, his strength was notably superior. With his right hand clawing forward, he struck mercilessly at Li Xiaofeng's neck. Yet, Li Xiaofeng retaliated fiercely. He had already attained the status of a 2nd-tier lord. Although he was disguised as a human and his power was suppressed, he was still formidable, straddling the line between 1st-tier lord and 5th-tier creature. The 2 engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Their movements so swift that an average person could scarcely follow, transcending the realm of human capability. Li Fugue grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. This seemingly harmless student was, in fact, stronger than he had anticipated. Such individuals were rare even in the entire Non-Yu base. He withdrew, his expression grave as he regarded Li Xiaofeng. His teammates joined him, standing resolutely by his side. I am Li Fugue from the Non-Yu base. I must admit I acted impulsively earlier, I hope the young brother can forgive me. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched. This non-mainstream figure was indeed named Li Fugue. What a talent! Although he struggled to suppress a laugh. He refrained from uttering a word. The other party had not only attacked but had also resorted to gunfire, clearly intent on incapacitating him. And now, seeing his considerable strength, they wished to negotiate, first attacking the zombies and then attempting to parley with him? Preposterous. However, since the opponent has also adapted to the ruthless law of survival of the fittest, it becomes manageable. His expression was cold and indifferent as he raised his head to signal the 4 individuals to look behind. Li Fugue and the others furrowed their brows in confusion, yet they still slightly turned their heads to glance back. Nevertheless, the majority of their attention remained fixated on Li Xiaofeng. They could not afford to let their guard down around him. However, a fleeting glance caught their attention, and their expressions momentarily froze, only to change dramatically in an instant. Hundreds of zombies were inexplicably converging upon them in droves. Unlike the zombies they were accustomed to encountering, this group exhibited a clear sense of organization and discipline. The more than 10 leading zombies rendered their faces pale, even instilling a sense of despair in their eyes. These zombies were clad in suits, wielding white combat knives, their grotesque faces adorned with an air of indifference and bloodlust. Among them, for zombies donned black battle armor, exuding an imposing presence that Li Fugue and his companions had fully turned to face the horde of zombies. Their expressions filled with terror, momentarily rendered speechless Li Xiaofeng, on the other hand, silently retrieved a black frying pan that he understood that the moment he brandished the frying pan, the outcome had already been sealed. Bang! One of the youngest boys in the squad was struck down to the ground, completely losing consciousness that Li Xiaofeng had become increasingly adept at wielding his strength. True combat prowess was not solely determined by talent and skills. Combat techniques and mastery of power also significantly influenced the outcome. The other 3 members of the squad were jolted awake by the sound of impact, their minds regaining clarity. They turned to see Li Xiaofeng holding the frying pan. Bewildered. Even in the face of impending death, why resort to infighting? Yet the subsequent scene plunged them into utter despair, an image they would never forget until their dying breath. One of the students had instantaneously transformed into a grotesque zombie. While the 3 were momentarily stunned, Li Xiaofeng had already lunged forward. Chapter 116. I wish to join the base a day later. Li Xiaofeng once again disguised himself as a human, sitting atop a car. His expression utterly indifferent as he gazed into the distance. Beside him lay an individual, unconscious and unresponsive, that a large bump had formed on the back of his head, showing no sign of subsiding. This individual was none other than the squad member whom Li Xiaofeng had knocked unconscious. When he first spotted the 4 from the South Rain base, an idea had already begun to take shape in his mind. Infiltrate the South Rain base. With the emergence of apocalyptic merchants in Wanning City, it had effectively become an armory. Unfortunately, he lacked the funds. Even if he could reduce equipment costs through crafting, he still required crystal cores. Coincidentally, the South Rain base had sent people right to his doorstep. As the largest survivor base in the province, it boasted a population of millions, with an overwhelming number of awakeners. The zombies and mutated beasts they hunted were undoubtedly countless, as a renowned metropolitan area in the nation. Clearing out Nanyuan City would be a colossal undertaking. Countless mutated beasts and zombies would inevitably perish in the process. Moreover, after the establishment of the South Rain base, powerful awakeners would continuously venture out to slay formidable creatures nearby. Preventing any threats to the base, the quantity of crystal cores within was bound to be substantial. Li Xiaofeng's solitary zombie squad was far too slow in collecting crystal cores. Most critically, he had no intention of exterminating zombies. That would be tantamount to self-sabotage, and Li Xiaofeng was not short-sighted enough to reach such a conclusion. Currently, urban elite mutated beasts had become exceedingly rare, likely wiped out by the South Rain base. What remained were the Lord-level creatures, dominant within the city, yet equally scarce. To hunt a single Lord-level mutated beast by traversing an entire city was far too inefficient. The proximity of Chili City to Wanning City still required 2 days of travel, and reaching other cities would consume even more time. After careful deliberation, he resolved to invade the South Rain base. Although the risks were tremendous, if discovered, even as a second-tier lord, he would not escape unscathed. The potential rewards were equally vast. Should he successfully pilfer the crystal cores from the base, he could fully arm hundreds of zombies and equip Wanning City with an abundance of artillery. Li Xiaofeng let out a sinister chuckle. Murmurs suddenly interrupted Li Xiaofeng's musings, as the individual beside him began to stir from his unconscious state. Rubbing his eyes, he was taken aback upon seeing Li Xiaofeng, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. I risked everything to save you, and this is how you treat your savior. Li Xiaofeng maintained a calm demeanor, slowly reflecting, as the other party remained oblivious to his identity as a zombie. The reason for his rescue was to facilitate a better infiltration of the South Rain base. With an Awakener's recommendation, blending into the base would be virtually foolproof, avoiding suspicion. Though the number of Awakeners in the South Rain base was vast, it was against a backdrop of millions. Based on his estimations, the status of an Awakener within the base must be considerable. Once he integrated himself, disguising as an Awakener and gradually elevating his status within the base, he might even be rewarded with a position as a guard for the crystal core storage. At that point, he would first wipe the drool off your face. The boy furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling the events. They had been surrounded by a horde of terrifying zombies. Remembering the almost sentient zombie army, he shuddered. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from the back of his head. He reached back to feel the large bump. Did you accidentally knock me into your weapon? Li Xiaofeng nonchalantly wiped his mouth, offering a serious explanation. Although Yin Lu harbored some doubt, he had never seen Li Xiaofeng's true appearance, and given that the other had indeed saved him. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Li Xiaofeng was a zombie commanding hundreds of powerful zombies. Thank you. Yin Lu sincerely expressed his gratitude, feeling immensely fortunate to have escaped with his life. What about the captain and the others? Li Xiaofeng covered his face with his hands, adopting a deeply sorrowful demeanor. The situation was dire. I could only save one person while wielding the frying pan. I saw you were young and likely adept at survival, so I chose to save you. Yin Lu felt a surge of gratitude, and hearing that the other three had perished did not affect him. All that mattered was that he had survived. How fortunate he was that his youth had prompted the other to save him. I hate it. My abilities were insufficient to save the other three. Li Xiaofeng looked skyward, his expression of grief masterfully performed. Yin Li's lips twitched. His first reaction was not to perceive the other's compassion, but to think that the other was mentally unhinged. Who mourns so deeply for strangers? Don't be disheartened. May they rest in peace. You are already quite strong. Li Xiaofeng's expression of sorrow suddenly faltered. How was it that the one he had wronged was now comforting him? The atmosphere felt off. You are right. We still have a brighter tomorrow to pursue, do we not? Li Xiaofeng retracted his sorrowful demeanor, adopting an optimistic attitude that I wish to join the base and contribute to its development. Chapter 117. Returning to the base, Li Xiaofeng's spirit reignited with fervor. The rapid shift in his expressions left Yin Lu momentarily stunned. However, he soon realized that introducing someone even stronger than the captain into the base could only benefit him. That big brother, my name is Yin Lu. What is yours? Li Xiaofeng. Yin Lu nodded, yet he could scarcely fathom that this name would forever remain etched in his memory. The two began their return to the Nanyu base. As for the zombie squad, under Li Xiaofeng's arrangement, they were divided into 3 teams, embarking on a hunt for formidable mutated beasts in various cities and the wilderness. The first team was led by a second-tier lord, an orange cat, accompanied by 3 zombie lords and 200 elite zombies. The second team was spearheaded by Xiao Zhuang and Xiao Peng, bolstered by 4 zombie lords and another 200 elite zombies. While Xiao Zhuang possessed formidable defensive capabilities, his offensive power was somewhat lacking. Xiao Peng, however, could enhance his attack speed and mobility, and with a battle knife in hand, most first-tier lords would be no match for him. The third team was led by Xiao Si and Xiao Mei, also supported by 4 zombie lords and 200 elite zombies. Although Xiao Si's survival skills were not particularly strong, he was complemented perfectly by Xiao Mei's healing abilities, creating an impeccable duo. Each of these 3 teams was meticulously crafted after careful consideration. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, they would not encounter any crises. Furthermore, the Lord Zombies were exceedingly cautious about their own lives, which rendered them comparable to Yin Lu himself, that it was impossible for him to lead the teams personally forever. As the zombie squad expanded, he would require powerful subordinates to command the undead in battle. If all went smoothly, he would acquire a substantial number of crystal cores from the Nanyu base, allowing him to purchase a wealth of equipment to arm the now-empowered zombie squad that by that time. They would likely become a formidable force in this post-apocalyptic world, rather than the mere cannon fodder they were at present, but he hoped that, in due course, the zombie squad would give rise to even more Lord-class beings. The distance between Nanyu base and Wanning City was considerable, and Yin Li's team arrived in a modified vehicle, encountering no crises along the way. The 4 members of the team believed themselves to be the pinnacle of combat prowess in this new world. However, this was merely due to the fact that Lord-class beings had no interest in the crystal cores within them that Li Xiaofeng drove at breakneck speed, his modified vehicle tearing through the terrain. Given his physical prowess, even a collision would leave him unscathed. Yet, Yin Lu remained on edge. Despite being a 4th-tier awakened individual, he was still far more vulnerable than he would like to admit. Should an accident occur, injuries were inevitable. After Li Xiaofeng concealed himself, the virus within him seemed to also lapse into a dormant state, avoiding provoking the Lord-class beings that he had no desire to engage in combat. As revealing his true form was not an option, it was impractical to continuously knock Yin Lu unconscious. Once or twice might be manageable, but repeating such an act would raise suspicions even among the dimmest of minds. Nevertheless, he had noted the locations of powerful mutated beasts and informed the 3 zombie squads, confident that they possessed the strength to eradicate them. The two moved with great speed, reaching the vicinity of the Nanyu base in less than a day. A feat entirely reliant on Li Xiaofeng's exceptional driving skills. The front hood of the modified car had already begun to lift, the tires worn down severely, and sparks flew from the brakes. Yin Li's face turned pale as he gazed into the distance at the base. Letting out a sigh of relief, he vowed never to ride in Li Xiaofeng's vehicle again. It felt akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice. Li Xiaofeng exited the vehicle with nonchalance, his keen eyesight instantly discerning the distant Nanyu city base. Within a kilometer of the base, all trees and underbrush had been cleared, revealing a barren expanse. Countless vehicles were arranged in this vast open space, overturned at a 90-degree angle, exposing their four tires and increasing their height, that a multitude of scrap cars had been arranged into a massive circular formation, encircling the entire base. While this defensive line might not deter formidable beings, it proved remarkably effective against lower-tier zombies. After all, the powerful creatures were but a minority, with the province teeming with billions of ordinary zombies. Thus, ordinary zombies remained a significant threat to human bases. Behind the automotive barricade stood an enormous white city wall, soaring several dozen meters high, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Along the top of the wall were numerous recesses, each housing a heavy machine gun, their dark muzzles aimed outward. Additionally, figures clad in specialized uniforms patrolled the area, their expressions stern and their postures upright. This was merely the outer wall. Li Xiaofeng could clearly see that the entire base was fortified with 3 layers of walls. The central wall was even more daunting, equipped with more advanced weaponry of greater firepower, while the innermost wall reached a staggering height of 100 meters, serving as the safest haven within the base. Such construction meant that even if the outer wall were breached, the central and inner walls could still provide defense that as the most prosperous city in the province. It was certain that other modern weapons were concealed within, though not displayed overtly. The base itself was vast, encompassing the entirety of Nanyu City's main urban area, capable of accommodating millions of inhabitants. Such defensive fortifications would have been unfathomable in times of peace. To erect such a base in a mere 3 months was nothing short of miraculous. Time might have been even shorter than 3 months, given that the initial phase required the eradication of zombies and mutated beasts within the city. It was no wonder that places like Wanning City had seen no human presence. It seemed all efforts were concentrated on the construction of Nanyu Base, a decision that proved to be the wisest course of action. Wandering aimlessly in an attempt to cleanse the entire province of zombies and mutated beasts was a futile endeavor. Instead, as time passed, the zombies and beasts would continue to evolve, plunging the entire province into despair. Chapter 118. Entering the city. Brother Feng, this way. Seeing the astonished expression on Li Xiaofeng's face, Yinla couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The two drove their modified vehicle into the city. The automotive barricade had been designed with several passages for human entry into the base. The passages consisted of 2 scrap cars propping up another vehicle, forming an opening. As they slowly entered the base, the city gate stood open, only to be closed in the event of an emergency. Feeling the erratic driving of Li Xiaofeng, Yin Li's expression changed, and he cautioned Brother Feng, "Be careful. There are various landmines buried within the automotive barricade. We must avoid them." He feared that if they continued like this, they might trigger a landmine, resulting in a catastrophic scene at the city gates that he could hardly bear to imagine. The vehicle gradually advanced, and just ahead, there stood a ragged individual clutching a black backpack. Guards in specialized uniforms immediately approached to inspect the bag. The man appeared visibly distressed, cautiously stating, "Please, brother, could you reduce the handling fee a little? I have 3 children to care for at home." The guard's expression remained impassive as he cast a glance at the man, causing him to tremble and quickly retract his words, realizing his blunder. The backpack contained 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of beer, nothing more. The guard extracted a pack of cigarettes without hesitation. The man's face paled in alarm as he exclaimed, "Brother Chun, the handling fee shouldn't be this high." Li Xiaofeng observed the unfolding scene with a hint of confusion. Fortunately, Yin Lu was adept at navigating social situations and promptly offered an explanation. Due to the completion of the base's construction, many have lost their jobs and lack food, forcing them to scavenge for resources. However, upon returning, they must pay a portion of their fines as an entry fee. Li Xiaofeng chuckled to himself, bemused that entering a base he had personally helped to establish required an entrance fee. The guard, unfazed, pocketed the pack of cigarettes and tossed the backpack back to the man, barking scram. He couldn't be bothered to offer an explanation, his gaze shifting to the approaching modified vehicle, though nearly in ruins. Any vehicle within the base signified its owner's status. The guard's previously indifferent demeanor transformed into one of obsequiousness, his expression shifting with astonishing speed as he recognized Yin Lu. "Brother Yin, would you like a cigarette?" Yin Lu cautiously glanced at Li Xiaofeng, inquiring if he desired one. Li Xiaofeng shook his head. As a zombie, he had no craving for tobacco, only indulging in a smoke for appearances. This display left the guard momentarily taken aback. Regarding Li Xiaofeng with newfound respect, as he clearly perceived him to hold a higher status than Li Xiaofeng, then observed the man before him, clad in green attire, though not military garb from peaceful times. Rather, it bore a long sword emblem embroidered on the chest. The guard handed Yin Lu a cigarette and lit it for him, then inquired, "Brother Yin, where are Captain Li and the others?" Sighing, Yin Lu replied, "Don't mention it. They all perished at a major upheaval occurred in Wanning City, and I must report this to the higher-ups." Yin Lu sighed, casting a glance at the by the way, could I get a pass for the inner city? Thanks to Brother Li, I managed to escape. Upon hearing that it was Li Xiaofeng who had saved Yin Lu, the man's expression faltered, a flicker of shock crossing his face, which quickly transformed into even greater deference. Powerful awakened individuals held a prestigious status within the base, far beyond that of ordinary citizens. That Li Xiaofeng glanced at the red card in his hand, which bore the same long sword insignia. Thanked the man and tucked the card away. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's amiable demeanor, the guard felt a sudden rush of astonishment. "Brother Feng, there's no need to be so cordial with them. We awakened individuals hold a significant position in the base, and any formidable creatures that emerge will require our direct intervention." Li Xiaofeng remained silent, gazing through the shattered car window at the scene unfolding within the city. The denizens of the outer city were clad in tattered garments. Even those attired in seemingly intact clothing bore numerous patches, presenting an exceedingly filthy appearance. Each individual's countenance was steeped in anguish and melancholy, their forms hunched and their complexions a sallow yellow, unmistakably indicating prolonged malnutrition. This stark reality contrasted sharply with Li Xiaofeng's expectations that he had presumed that in such a large settlement, home to millions, the threat of annihilation would be non-existent, and that life would have resumed a semblance of normalcy. Though perhaps not as prosperous as in peaceful times, one would expect conditions sufficient for survival. Yet, witnessing the numbed expressions of the populace, he realized the gravity of his misjudgment. As a zombie, he had never been troubled by concerns over sustenance. He lacked the capacity for empathy, rendering the grim reality beyond his imagination. "Get out of the way, you little pests, or I'll run you over." Yin Lu, showing utmost deference before Li Xiaofeng, was nonetheless a figure of significance within the base. Before them, a group of emaciated children trudged along, their faces weary and their bodies caked in dust, clearly not from play, but from arduous labor. The eldest among them, a boy with a darkened right hand, tightly clutched a white cloth bag, his expression one of fervent hope, as if he grasped a beacon of optimism. Upon hearing Yin Li's angry shouts, they turned to behold the approaching vehicle, terror flashing across their faces as they hastily sidestepped. Li Xiaofeng's demeanor was impassive, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the scene ahead. Yet within him, a deeper understanding of this base began to crystallize that in this apocalyptic world, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was manifestly illustrated. Chapter 119. The initiator's many industries that thrived in times of peace have now vanished without a trace, and within the base, only a scant few job opportunities remain, fiercely contested by millions. Naturally, this leads to a disparity between supply and demand, resulting in daily fatalities from starvation. The inhabitants lack the audacity to alter their circumstances. They are aware that venturing outside the city to slay zombies or mutated beasts could lead to awakening. Yet only a handful dare to attempt such feats. Most merely aspire to scrape by within the confines of the base that in this desolate existence. Those devoid of ability and courage face inevitable elimination. Such is the harsh reality. The outer city sprawled extensively, and Li Xiaofeng drove slowly, meticulously observing the layout of the base. Lu intermittently hurled curses at the pedestrians, his countenance fiercely malevolent. The outer district boasted no towering edifices. Instead, it was dotted with newly constructed dwellings, semicircular in shape, varying in size that Li Xiaofeng recalled an animated depiction from peaceful times, reminiscent of a starfish's abode, albeit here constructed from black stone. This architectural choice maximized material efficiency and spatial economy. Each residence housed several individuals, or even dozens. From a distance, they resembled a multitude of tombs, merely lacking a gravestone at the forefront. These numerous tombs were scattered, leaving wide thoroughfares for vehicular passage. The expressions of the populace were vacant, akin to living corpses, and when combined with the eerie dwellings, it created an unsettling harmony. Only through experiencing the apocalypse could one truly appreciate the merits of peaceful times. The mundane occupations they once loathed now appeared only in dreams. Nevertheless, the outer city did feature some normal houses, standing out conspicuously. Through the car window, Li Xiaofeng observed these establishments, most of which were pawn shops, allowing individuals to exchange various resources, ranging from the flesh of mutated beasts to the cigarettes and fine wines cherished in peaceful times. Even the locations of formidable mutated creatures, anything deemed valuable could be traded for sustenance. In the outer city, the primary currency was food. However, while these shops operated in the outer district, they were manipulated by powerful figures behind the scenes. Li Xiaofeng nodded slightly, gaining a general understanding of the outer city. As they traversed through, under Li's guidance, they entered the inner city. Here, the walls soared high, and the fortifications were markedly more robust. Be cautious in the inner city, Fenggo. It is inhabited by prominent figures of the base, many of whom are awakened. Lu shed his previous arrogance, adopting a demeanor of utmost caution, fearful that Li Xiaofeng might drive recklessly. Inner city, what lies in the deepest part, the inner city, who resides there? Li's lips twitched at the absurdity of the term inner city, but he quickly composed himself, his eyes betraying a sense of caution as he lowered his voice. That area is the core of the Nanyu base, where the influential reside. The most esteemed among them are the Wang family, a lineage of ancient martial artists from the peaceful era. His voice dropped further. Though an ancient martial family, they were merely adept with cold weapons, struggling for survival in peaceful times. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, they harnessed their agile skills, leading to a surge of awakened individuals within their clan. The turmoil in Nanyu City was swiftly quelled, largely due to their efforts. Coupled with collaboration with the military, they swiftly established the Nanyu base, becoming the de facto authorities therein, as researchers developed methods to enhance strength. The power of the awakened escalated. Fenggo, as you know, formidable awakened individuals can easily disregard bullets, elevating the Wang family's status once more. To this day, the sole ruling entity of the Nanyu base is the Wang family. Meanwhile, the once powerful figures from peaceful times have been rendered powerless. Yet to appease the emotions of the soldiers and populace, they continue to inhabit the core city. Lu elaborated on the power dynamics within the core city. Li Xiaofeng was equally astonished to learn that the Wang family had seized control of the entire Nanyu base. The two awakened individuals he had slain in Wanning City hailed from the Wang family, who sought to retrieve a professor. The inner city, in contrast, was home to various awakened individuals and the CRME of different professions. Given Feng Ji's prowess, he would undoubtedly hold a high position within the inner city. Should he ascend further, becoming an initiator and joining the ranks of the Wang family, he could attain a status within the core city that would be immensely elevated. Initiator? Li Xiaofeng's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of speculation igniting within him. Lu was already aware of his capabilities, categorizing him among the pinnacle of fifth-tier beings. Yet the mention of further advancement suggested he had encountered beings stronger than himself, likely Lord-level entities. Are there truly Lord-level beings among humans? In such an expansive base, there must be a Lord-level creature. Otherwise, it would have been overrun long ago. I wonder how many there actually are. Chapter 120. The Wang family's envoy, do you have any idea how awakened individuals enhance their strength? Li Xiaofeng inquired casually, recalling his encounter with Zhou Yuan, who opted for viral injections. However, that method seemed unreliable, as the 8 corpse hunters he had encountered appeared dazed, their combat effectiveness severely compromised. Conversely, the awakened individuals from the Non-Yu base bore no distinguishing traits from ordinary humans, indicating they had undoubtedly discovered a safer method. You don't know, Fengge? Yin Lu was taken aback, astonished that Li Xiaofeng was unaware of the process of gaining strength, that Li Xiaofeng cast a cold glance at him, causing a hint of trepidation to flicker across Yin Li's features as he patiently explained. The researchers have uncovered the properties of crystal cores. The internal substances enable awakened individuals to augment their power, allowing for continuous advancement without side effects. That Li Xiaofeng's brow furrowed in contemplation. This indeed seemed to be the correct method for human advancement. However, he quickly frowned again, realizing that if the crystal cores had already been utilized, his journey to the Non-Yu base might be in vain. Yet considering the Wang family's status as the base's autocrats, they would likely control such strategic resources, ensuring that no other awakened individuals could easily access them, lest their authority be threatened. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. Upon arriving at the gates of the inner city, the guards displayed a heightened sense of vigilance. After inspecting their identification cards, they permitted them to pass. The guards maintained a stern demeanor, offering no semblance of pleasantry. Upon entering the inner city, the entire scene of the base transformed dramatically. It was as if two contrasting worlds had collided. Towering skyscrapers punctuated the skyline, a blend of the architectural styles of the peaceful era and numerous newly erected structures. Although the attire of the individuals here was not ostentatious, they were impeccably neat, exuding an air of dignity, their faces adorned with expressions of superiority that in stark contrast to the outer city. This was an entirely different realm that Li Xiaofeng felt as though he had been transported back to peaceful times. Albeit with the blood-red sun still ominously positioned in the sky, that in addition to the towering residential buildings, the inner city was replete with shops, many of which specialized in the exchange of crystal cores. A second-tier crystal core could be traded for substantial amounts of food, even luxury items like cigarettes and alcohol. Yet, even with such lucrative prospects, the number of individuals engaging in trade remained limited. The inner city sprawled extensively, far surpassing the outer district in size. That as a major city of peaceful times, the main urban area could comfortably accommodate millions. However, the overcrowding in the outer city stemmed from the fact that both the inner city and the core city occupied a significant portion of the available area. Navigating their battered modified vehicle, the two men wove through several streets before finally arriving before a towering edifice. This building, soaring several dozen stories high, could be regarded as one of the most conspicuous structures within the Non-Yu base. This was the Awakeners Guild of the Non-Yu base, where every awakened individual was required to report, ensuring their records were duly maintained. Simultaneously, one may undertake tasks here, albeit requiring the payment of a certain amount of crystal cores as a fee for the provision of the location. As an awakened individual, one holds a prestigious status. However, it is an unyielding rule that every fortnight, one must submit a crystal core of the same rank. The higher the level of the awakened, the greater their standing within the base, and in return, any new developments created by the base will be prioritized for the awakened. Yin Lu patiently elucidated this to Li Xiaofeng, who was taken aback to discover that the seemingly chaotic Non-Yu base had a dedicated guild for the awakened. After all, the Wang family had risen to prominence through awakened individuals, thus they held it in utmost regard. Yin Lu guided Li Xiaofeng through the guild application process. That as an outsider, he was required to provide his background. However, he refrained from disclosing his origins from Wanning City, instead claiming to hail from the corpse hunting organization in Chili City, wishing to avoid any suspicion regarding his association with the zombies of Wanning City. Yet, no one seemed to concern themselves with his background. As long as one was human, that sufficed. Once the application was completed, the next step involved testing one's awakened level. The assessment process required meeting standards in strength, speed, or reflexes to qualify as an awakened of the corresponding tier. That Li Xiaofeng suppressed his true strength, unleashing a fifth-tier prowess. Such power afforded him a high status within the base, yet it would not attract undue attention. Should he reveal his Lord-level strength outright, it would likely prompt a thorough investigation into his background. Ultimately, the guild classified him as a fifth-tier awakened individual, with the guild's level designated as Level 1. Here, the guild level must be continuously elevated by completing tasks and accruing contributions to gain entry into the core urban area. Not only is the strength of an initiator required, but the guild level must also reach Level 5. Li Xiaofeng aspired to become a security guard at the Crystal Core warehouse, yet he needed to enhance his guild level before such an opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Yanlu promptly reported his observations from Wanning City, detailing the presence of hundreds of elite zombies alongside a dozen suspected initiator leaders. Such news stirred a tempest within the guild, even constituting a significant revelation for the Nanyu base. The information was swiftly relayed upward, and within an hour, individuals from the core urban area arrived that a luxurious sports car, reminiscent of peacetime opulence, soon came to a halt at the guild's entrance. Chapter 121. Wang numerous awakened individuals were abuzz with speculation, their gazes filled with both respect and trepidation as they looked toward the occupant of the vehicle. A girl, adorned with sunglasses, emerged from the car. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, she accentuated her alluring figure to perfection. Her exquisitely delicate face bore light makeup, and though obscured by sunglasses, she still emanated an arresting charm. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. Not due to her appearance, by his zombie aesthetic, she paled in comparison to a plump cat, but rather due to the revelation that her rank unmistakably reached that of a first-tier lord. With graceful strides in her high heels, the girl approached Yin Lu, who lowered his head in respectful deference. Unable to meet her gaze, that I asked the information regarding Wanning City yours to report. The girl was named Wang Yu, a direct descendant of the Wang family, possessing not only an exalted status but also formidable strength. Yin Lun nodded slightly. Without needing prompting from Wang Yu, he began to recount his experiences candidly, omitting the embarrassing incident of being incapacitated by Li Xiaofeng, that he felt a sense of shame for having inadvertently collided with her weapon. Wang Yu nodded slightly, her exquisitely refined face now imbued with gravitas. Yin Li's strength had reached that of a fourth-tier awakened individual, and with Li Fuguei as his captain. Though his name elicited laughter and his appearance was rather unconventional, his prowess was nonetheless immense. Well known among fifth-tier awakened individuals, the very presence of several initiator-level zombies was alarming. Have the zombies begun to grow stronger? The awakened typically dismissed ordinary zombies. Even if countless hordes besieged the base, they could effortlessly retreat. Only formidable mutated beasts warranted the awakened's concern. Yet now, it appeared that the circumstances had shifted once more, with even the zombie hordes beginning to gain strength. Upon learning that Li Xiaofeng had rescued Yin Lu, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yu's face as she turned her gaze toward Li Xiaofeng. She subtly nodded, but in the next instant, she abruptly attacked, and no one anticipated that Wang Yu, as an initiator, would suddenly strike. That a hint of panic crossed Li Xiaofeng's face. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he retaliated fiercely. Bang! Their assaults collided instantaneously. Li Xiaofeng staggered back several steps, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Wang Yu. His complexion paling. That a top-tier fifth awakened individual, Wang Yu had not unleashed her full strength, merely conducting a brief probe. You managed to escape from over a dozen initiators while carrying an extra burden? Wang Yu's expression hardened, her eyes piercing through her sunglasses to scrutinize him. The aura of an initiator bore down on Li Xiaofeng. Unless he could provide a flawless explanation, she would undoubtedly unleash her full might.